started. Hey now! It's your boy, PSA Sich here with
What?
us Sunday,
What? Low energy?
Sunday.
Already starting with
Wow,
low
look at
energy?
this. Look at this. He interrupts in the middle of the intro.
Boo!
What an
Boo!
a-hole.
Low energy intro.
Wow,
Boo!
you do, okay, let's hear your intro.
Boo!
Let's hear your intro.
Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sich here with
Terrible.
another Sunday
Terrible.
live stream.
Terrible. Wait, look now. Okay, let me show you.
With the best YouTuber in the world. Everybody's favorite YouTuber.
Age abolitionist for voting. There you go. Abolitionist for voting. Adam Friendon.
There we go.
There you go.
Hey everybody.
Now! Anyway, today's going to be a good day. Why is today?
Maybe it could be a good day. We
could be
want to encourage you.
This could be the worst day of our lives, or the best day.
We want to encourage you not to back our Supervillains Anonymous campaign today, because we set up a perk where if we get to 60K, which is damn near impossible. I mean, that's why we set it up.
Right.
We will continue streaming for 24 hours. We will stream until Monday at 1 p.m. Pacific. Oh my God, it sounds terrible.
How awful would that
painful.
be? I don't want to stream for 24 hours.
I don't either. I want to go to bed tonight. I want to get a good night's sleep.
I want to eat food.
I want to snuggle with my wife. I don't
go.
want to stay up all night long. This is crazy. Who would do such a thing?
Adam's wife was like, "You better not stream for 24 hours. I'm going to be very upset with you."
Actually, she threw me under the bus immediately. She said, "Oh, that's a good idea. You should do that." So we will see what happens. Obviously, I've put up the running tab, so we'll see how it goes. But show. Oh wait, we're watching a video, but let's. What is this other clip that you have up here?
Well, I want to say, so make sure you donate to the campaign, but make sure you stop at like 59,000. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Just stop right at that. Once you get to 59,000, just stop donating. Okay.
We have 5 hours until 6 p.m. So hopefully we'll get to 60,000, but after 6 p.m. Like 6:15 is when we want to hit that point, right?
6:01.
Because then we can wrap it up.
6:01. Yes.
So we got a great video today, man. This video I've been wanting to do for a couple of weeks now. Vosh and Destiny talk about transgender
and a bunch of other people.
Yeah, gender abolitionism with a bunch of other people, a bunch of other YouTubers, a bunch of trans YouTubers. So it's super interesting. Sich and I have both read Why Gender Matters. So a lot of our thinking has to do with the biological sex differences that the left seems to be ignoring. You know, science, right? Science.
Well, and that gender also has is related to sex, obviously, and that a lot of gendered behaviors are rooted in biology.
Yes. Yeah. So it'll be interesting. I kept yelling at the screen the whole time I was listening to this. It's pretty amazing. And Destiny, once again, I mean, I'm kind of becoming a Destiny fan here. Once again, he's saying he's pointing out all the tremendous contradictions here.
Yes.
Like, I don't understand how you can have an innate feeling that you were always female, yet gender doesn't exist. What? How does that happen?
Right.
Like, what is the feeling then?
Well, hey, look, let me ask you, here's a Jeopardy question. What YouTuber, okay, for many years has been the only person saying, how is it that gender dysphoria is biological and yet gender is purely a social construct? Who has been saying this for the last 20 years on YouTube, Adam?
Was it Sargon?
No, it wasn't.
Was it PSA Sich?
It could have been PSA Sich. I think that might have been who it was. Yes.
Was it Lindsay Ellis?
It was. It could have been Lindsay Ellis. That's a good question. Maybe.
No way. It was PSA Sich. We're planting our flag here. PSA Sich. He was the first to ever mention this argument on YouTube. Way back when.
Saying this from the beginning, said, "Hey, this is a bullshit argument, and it doesn't make any sense."
Yes, long time. You made a video on that a long time ago, and that video has
like
many views. I think it's up to 3,000 views now. Just kidding. Just
How
kidding.
dare you? How dare you? It's like 300,000. Okay. Let's be real.
We did. Sich and I also did 3 live streams on my channel this week, which was a lot of fun. We were trying to keep them under 2 hours, and the last one on Thursday went 4 hours. Oh my God.
Yeah, if you guys didn't watch, we had mini live streams, well, mini for us, on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Aiden Paladin joined us on Thursday, right? Yeah,
she did, and we argued for 4 hours about the voting age when we were supposed to be talking about Star Wars.
I know, and then we had a viewer come in and argue with Adam again about the voting age.
We had a special guest. The ultimate twist ending of 2021 was the fact that John Smith had been begging to get on the stream for 2 hours, finally shows up, and it's a girl. It's a girl named John Smith, which was hilarious. So my channel is simping for John Smith hard right now. Everyone is in love with John Smith.
That's right.
So check that out if you're interested. But what this clip, PSA Sich didn't want to show this clip. Okay, this clip is epic.
Well, no, I wanted to watch it first because I literally just watched this clip like 5 seconds before the stream started. So if you guys don't know, Lindsay Ellis, our favorite breather.
Yeah, heavy breather.
Yes.
In memory of Lindsay Ellis.
Yes. Everyone, it's all. Well, before we get into that, Lindsay Ellis canceled or shut down her Twitter account. That's right.
But she will be back. You don't understand how Twitter works. If you don't spread the ashes, if you do not spread the ashes, they always come back.
It's like she's like a vampire. You have to like.
You have to spread the ashes. Nobody's spreading the ashes.
So we'll see.
She will be back on Twitter. I guarantee it.
So Lindsay Ellis, our favorite breather, had this mildest of takes. It was something like she was criticizing. I haven't even watched it yet. The last Disney movie, was it Raya, The Last Dragon? I don't know. The last Disney movie just came out. She was criticizing it, saying it was too much like Avatar: The Last Airbender. Mm-hmm. And so all these people were like, "Oh, you're saying all Asian stories and movies are the same, you horrible racist!" And everyone started piling it on her. They're bringing up other mild takes she had in the past, and so, like a true coward, she just deletes her own Twitter. She says, "I'm done. I can't deal with this. Too much stress. I'm being attacked by my own side." Oh.
Bets, you want to go? I'll go $20. She's back. There's no way she's not coming back to Twitter. This happens regularly. They do this all the time.
No, you're probably right. She'll probably come back in a couple of weeks.
But
I just thought this was so ironic because if you guys remember, we actually streamed she had a talk at, was it one of those XO festivals, where she was talking about how she'd been constantly attacked and vilified on the internet. And all she did the entire hour-long conversation was say that it was just these evil right-wingers and evil anti-SJWs that are attacking people and harassing them and canceling them on the internet. And the whole time, me and Adam watching this video, we're like, are you insane? What about all the leftists and woke people that are the ones going bonkers on Twitter, are the ones going bonkers on the internet, trying to cancel everyone and everything? And she says nothing about them. She's just completely silent about them. And yet, those are the people that drove Lindsay off of Twitter. So, anyways, so in commemoration of Lindsay Ellis's dead Twitter account, let's all take a breath.
My breathing has sounds, Sich.
So anyway, so I tweeted out something about how the wokies always tear each other down. And someone sent me today, actually 3 people sent to me today, saying that Vosh commented on it and called me. Don't spoil it.
Don't spoil it.
Called me a name. Okay, called me a mean name. So
it's not that bad a name.
I mean, one of them is a mean name.
It
hurt my
right.
feelings.
Yeah, you're right.
Anyways, so let's.
What's that mean for me? I'm like, you're the smart one on this show.
That's right.
Oh my God.
So anyways,
I still haven't listened to the one of him tearing into me yet. So.
Oh, we have to watch that clip. I didn't even know that.
Yeah, we should.
Clip. Yeah.
Him and Chris Reagan. I saw someone upload it on BitChute,
I did. So. That's what there's a clip of Vosh and Chris Reagan saying that Adam was a terrible moderator.
Oh, I thought someone uploaded that to BitChute saying like they rip on me or something like that.
They just say you're a terrible moderator.
That's it?
That's it.
Oh, that's tame by comparison
Yeah.
to this. This is like blown the fuck out.
In terms of if you guys remember Sargon and Vosh's first conversation, yelling, screaming match on the channel.
On the channel, one of our most popular videos.
Ugh, terrible. I hated that conversation.
Ugh.
Anyways.
We have that tweet there. We have a movie Bob meme again. We have a conservative.
What? Sich. I was unaware. Did you vote for Trump? I thought you voted for Biden.
I thought I did vote for Biden. It's okay. Look, I'm a conservative now, guys. I know some of you guys are finally happy. I know you guys really want me to jump on the conservative train, and there you go. I'm a conservative.
Hold on. Is Vosh? Because if you voted for Biden and Vosh voted for Biden, that's technically you guys are both conservatives now.
I guess that means, yeah, that's a good point. I guess that means Vosh is conservative too. Yeah, there you go.
By SJW logic. You're guilt by association.
Ellis being piled on and deleting her Twitter over the most mild of takes is just another reminder of how woke are merely a mob of hyenas willing to tear anyone that rises up down. Are you guys ready for the hottest take of the day? Probably the hottest take we're going to get today, okay? PSA Sich, so I understand it. It's a dumb fuck, but this is true.
Oh, that hurts.
Yeah, who's saying that? Shoe, what's going on? Shoe, why are you not telling Vosh, your buddy Vosh, that PSA Sich is not a dumb fuck, that he's actually very smart?
Let's not get a big head. Let's not over exaggerate, okay? I'm like Adam. I'm just a comedian on the internet saying stupid, funny things, right?
Well, I don't know. Your videos are pretty crazy good. What are you talking about?
That's right.
Not only that, you have the insane tenacity. You have the insane tenacity to dig in and read more shit that nobody wants to even touch with a 10-foot pole than anyone I know.
I'm pretty sure I'm the only person on the internet that read the Mueller report.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. It's gonna be great once you bone up on MMT. We're gonna be unstoppable.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I did get that book. I'm gonna have to listen to it.
True as hell. This is completely true. 100.
There you go. Conservative dumb fuck PSA Sich, but is also completely true and right.
Yeah, how's that make sense?
I don't know.
100%.
Look at that.
Okay. Progressives
maybe
online,
he has
or at least a portion of them.
Sorry. Maybe he has to agree with you because of. Maybe he has to call you a dumb fuck before he can agree with you. Otherwise, he'll lose patrons or something.
That's probably it. Yeah, you have to virtue signal a little bit. You can't be like, oh, this guy who I disagree with is right. You'd be like, nice. He's a conservative, which is, it's basically.
Well, first of all, it's a misattribution. Like, we have a ton of conservatives in our audience, obviously, that fucking yell at us in the comments.
That's right. They always call me a dirty libtard.
Yeah, what libtards we are. Yeah, exactly. We get libtard all day long.
I love it. I love it.
Are vindictive fuckers, okay? That hate people who succeed in their own communities.
Well, of course, because they're succeeding in capitalism at the same time that they're fucking ripping on capitalism.
Exactly.
So it might make sense to some people why that happens.
How would you feel if your own movement is just filled with these awful, terrible people? And not just like, okay, every movement is going to have assholes in it, right? Every movement is going to have terrible people.
Of course.
But with the woke stuff, it's systemic. That's their favorite word, right?
It is totally systemic.
The entire woke movement is built around canceling. The entire woke movement is built around literally ripping people off of their pedestals, tearing them off of their places in the hierarchy, and trying to use reputation destruction in order to elevate their own status.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, that's their entire strategy on a systemic level. And yet, this is the culture. This is the group that Vosh ties himself to. I don't know. Doesn't seem very smart to me. Doesn't seem very smart.
Them, success and authenticity are diametrically opposed, and anybody who succeeds must then be unauthentic. Sorry, but this is a valid criticism.
It's almost like the whole concept of we should flatten all hierarchies is going to come back to bite you in the ass.
Exactly.
It's so stupid. Why is it so stupid,
Adam? Because people are greedy fucking bastards, and they'll take advantage of any potential grift to make money. So, yeah, and communism is like a a fashionable grift. It really is.
Now, speaking of calling me a conservative, it's interesting. I don't know if you've seen James Lindsay's been going wild on Twitter recently.
Yeah, I will laugh my ass. What did he change his name to?
Here's this. So the first, James Lindsay has been attacking like people who are considered more on the left, anti-SJWs. He's been attacking Jesse Signal. He's been attacking Claire Lamont. He's been attacking like a bunch of people, saying like they're all actually fake woke. Like they're fake at being anti-woke. They're actually secretly woke. Okay, so he's attacking all these people. It's very strange. He was defending the Capitol riot the other day, which I thought was very bizarre. But then yesterday he started attacking all the conservatives. He started calling them all right-wing reactionaries, and how
really?
all,
Holy shit! James Lindsay's going crazy.
And he was like, all these right-wing reactionaries are basically just the He went full horseshoe. All these right-wing reactionaries are basically just the opposite end of the spectrum. They're right-wing SJWs, and they're going to destroy society. And I was like, what is happening? He's like, he's all over, but he's just attacking everybody. He's burning all bridges. I was like, all right.
But you should like that, since he's smart and he's endorsing horseshoe.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I think James, I'm not really sure I understand what his goal here is, because he does troll way too much, I think, for someone who wants to be taken seriously as an academic.
I'm
not sure that's the right strategy.
We should do a stream on horseshoe, because I'm not fully convinced by horseshoe. I feel like it's just the authoritarians. There's going to be authoritarians in every group, like there's going to be assholes in every group. Yeah,
that's all it means.
So it's all you're saying is there's authoritarians in both groups. Yes, that's true, of course. Yes, but they're advocating towards different goals. So
right, but it's that.
Can you see the thing that I brought up? This tweet that I brought up. It's on the other screen.
Yes, yeah, the Ben Shapiro.
This is one of my more popular tweets. That moment you realize communists sell the same products as Ben Shapiro. I couldn't believe that. But anyway, back to James Lindsay. Will James Lindsay be saved? Should we try to get James Lindsay on again?
Maybe. I don't know. I feel like we'd have a better conversation with him because we're both more learned about critical theory and stuff than we did the first time. And
could be fun.
It'd be interesting. I'd be curious to understand what his operating goal is on Twitter, because to me it seems like it's counterproductive. Totally, but I'd be curious to see what his rationale is. Yeah,
it seems like it's drifting into performance art, which makes me like him even more. I gotta tell you, I'm sorry, Sich. Every time somebody says something about how this is anytime someone says this is counterproductive, I think, how is this counterproductive? Like, if you have the right to point, if you're in a position where you can point out this insanity in the same way that James Lindsay is doing it, I think you should be able to. Yeah, I think you should. I think you have a moral obligation.
But that's not what I'm criticizing. I agree with. Yeah, obviously you should point out the insanity. My what I'm criticizing is that when he drifts into just being a trolling asshole to people, or when he starts promoting what I would consider are conspiracy theories himself, it hurts his claim towards people taking him seriously when he says, when he talks about, the woke stuff, because then it just seems like, oh, he's a conspiracy theorist. He sees conspiracies everywhere, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, that's a valid point. He does undermine his academic cred, basically.
Right. If he was just some guy who was just commenting on politics like us, then it'd be like, okay, like I disagree with him, but okay, whatever. But we're not trying to, or we're not actually academics. He is an actual academic.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe it'll work. We'll see.
Yeah.
Stoner4311 for $20. Thank you very much, Stoner. Says, getting this in now while I can, in rehab, and miss you guys. Look forward to catching up when I get out. A-team for life. Oh, Stoner.
Very, very sorry to hear that you're in rehab, obviously. So I've never been in rehab. I've had fucking like 100 friends in rehab. It sucks. It totally sucks. So I feel your pain, man. But I hope you get past it, because like life is more important than just doing drugs and killing monsters. It's about saving the world for the ones that you love.
That's right. Anyways, let's get into the video. Let's fast forward. Now, this whole conversation is insane, but we're going to try to skip ahead to when Destiny pops in.
Would like to abolish.
Wherever that may be. I thought it was here.
Taking the world by us, we can be gender pirates.
Say, I definitely and you're trying to like a lot of my work is feminist work.
When he
so I look
pops
more
in,
at
it's so
abolition through the lens
hilarious.
of, abolishing the
Everyone's
concept
like,
of
"Oh
women.
my
But
God, I'm talking to Destiny now."
if you have a
My
completely different
status is immediately rose.
Right, right.
I'm somebody.
idea of what gender is, and you're all trying to abolish, like, what are you trying to abolish? You're asking me, do I think it's about abolishing femininity? No, but I've read 6 or 7 or 8 postmodern accounts of what gender is and why we should abolish it. So tell me what you would like to abolish.
So can I tell you?
Dude, I want to know what those accounts are. I really do want to know what those accounts are and how contradictory they are to like the whole trans ideology.
Well, it's weird because from what I gather, the woman in the bottom right, whose name I don't know, is she's like the only like feminist there. There are people who are coming at it from like a more trans perspective. And it seems like she's saying, you know, she's not making like the TERF argument, but it's kind of like butting up against the TERF argument, which is that we can't abolish gender because women need to have, you know, special consideration in safe spaces and, you know, yada, 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 yada.
I don't know how you can put so much validity on your own personal lived experience. I don't know. Like I would never consider that as being something valid. Because my experience is my own experience, but I know how you know how that can just throw you off in so many ways. Your own experience can be wrong. You can be incorrect. It's just there's so many ways your own experience can lead you to the wrong conclusions in life.
I was driving around and I saw so many Trump signs. Okay, in my
That's
neighborhood.
a perfect example.
So
Perfect
I'm pretty
example.
sure.
Yeah.
And you know,
Perfect example.
I was talking to my skater friends, and they're like, "I don't like any of this woke stuff. I'm voting for Trump, even though I'm a lifelong liberal."
Well, I don't like the fact that you're going after Tim Pool, but I do like the example that you pulled out here.
So judging based on my lived experiences of my skater friends and driving around, I'm going to say that Donald Trump is going to have a landslide 49 state victory in 2020.
Yes. Yeah. I can't tell you what it feels like to be male, and I am one. So I don't know, you know, the idea of what it feels like to be female.
Right. Well,
what's it feel like to be male? I mean, I understand the social aspect of it, how
Adam,
people react to me.
That's because you're a cis white male, okay? You're society's default. It's invisible to you.
But listen, listen.
You
when
bigot,
I'm
you privileged oppressor.
Any conversation that I'm going to have with you about what it feels like to be male is going to be a conversation about what it feels like to, as society treats me as male, my experience as interacting with other males, my experience interacting with females, and all that is feedback from outside, not from within me, right? Like this is the world's feedback with perceiving me as male. It's not my personal how I feel as being male from inside. So it's completely different.
Someone brings up an interesting question later in this conversation where they say, if someone with gender dysphoria was born and somehow could survive alone on a desert island.
Oh, I know. I love that part.
By themselves. Would they still have gender dysphoria? Like, how would that manifest? Because that's the question: would they have some innate feeling of their gender that feels wrong, or is it entirely societal? And so I understand what you're saying, and I think with most people, their experience of their gender would be entirely societal. But I do believe that there is a biological basis for gender, and I do believe people. Now, we don't experience this. I don't think cis people really experience this, or at least. I mean, they experience it, but I don't think they realize that they're experiencing it, because it's like, what else? there's nothing to compare it to. Right.
Right. It just is. It's just normal. It's like the water and fish thing.
Yeah, the fish doesn't understand what it's like to be in water because it spent its whole life in water. That's just its experience. Yeah, that's all it knows.
And
so,
super.
And yeah, so I'm assuming that I would imagine, and I'm assuming that there is some basis of gender that is like that. But you're right in terms of when women talk about like, oh, what it means to be a woman in society. They're not referring to that feeling. They're referring to, society treating them as a lady.
So you think they're referring the feeling being the same thing as I'm referring?
I think they can, yeah, but I think the problem is that when you have these transgender conversations or gender sex conversations, people conflate the two.
You need to isolate it. You need to say, listen,
Yes.
Are we talking about how people perceive you, or are we talking about how you feel when you're alone in a room?
Yeah. That is, well, specifically, you have an innate feeling that's not based on how people treat you.
But this is all going to be dependent upon how well you're passing as a transgender person, because
sure,
I think society's going to treat you very differently if they don't, if what your biological sex is. I mean, we don't even have to bring gender into it. There are three things. Joseph Henrich has laid this out in his research. There are three things that we recognize immediately about people, and they all relate to evolution. It's what is their age? Are they reproductively viable? That's what your subconscious is saying. Are they reproductively viable here? Am I going to get some babies out? What is their biological sex? Right? Are they reproductively viable here? Am I going and status? Do I have a chance with this person?
There's an interesting study I was going to bring up that is related to that, which is they test, people, they put little electrodes in their brain to see like what people first notice when they look at faces. Mm-hmm. And the three things they notice immediately are gender / sex.
You mean sex. You don't mean gender, really.
Well,
I mean, let's just make it clear.
Well, no. They use the word gender, and I would agree with that. It's because gender is how you perceive someone's sex, right?
They used to use gender and sex interchangeably, because I've seen the word gender used in studies about frogs. Are you telling me frogs have gender?
Of course. Well, yeah, I would imagine they do, but we're using different definitions of the word gender, so we'll get into that later. But they say that people first recognize is their gender, their age, and their race. Those are the three things that people will instantly recognize when they look at someone's face that automatically light up. And I guess that coincides exactly with what you're saying. And that is what you'll notice is very absent from this conversation is no one brings up evolution and the evolutionary impact and effects that would have in terms of these conversations about sex and gender. Like even like in the beginning of this conversation, it's really crazy. This lady demon mama in the top right, she says that she doesn't think animals can recognize the sex of other animals.
What?
And everyone on the panel agrees. And I'm like, what? Are you insane? What do you mean? You don't think a male cat and a female cat and a female cat can recognize which cats are male, which are female?
It's almost like no one's ever studied fucking pheromones, you moron.
Yeah, it's so crazy. They're like, oh, they have no conceptualization of sex. I'm like, of course they have. It's like Jordan Peterson, one of his favorite.
The party of science, Sich, right here.
I know. One of Jordan Peterson's favorite lines about chimpanzees, he always brings this up, is that there'll be like roving bands of young males that patrol the edges of their territory. And if they find a lone female chimpanzee, they'll indoctrinate her into the tribe, and they'll try to breed with her.
Right.
But if they find a lone male, they'll kill him.
Yeah.
And so I was like, yeah, so tell me again that you don't think animals understand sex?
Yeah, that's all,
like what are you talking
literally all they understand.
Right. It's ridiculous.
That's crazy.
That I'm going to go for what Firestone does. Can I go for?
Tell me.
No, I'm saying, can I pick a feminist thinker? Does picking some sort of common point help you when I say that I want to?
I mean, it would help me if I necessarily agree with that conceptualization of gender. And I think if you're mounting an entire movement and you're trying to abolish this key concept, which is used within a juridical system to gain representation, then that better be a conceptualization that most people agree with.
Right.
Because if you abolish something based on one concept, but
So translation, you can't abolish. I'm afraid if you abolish gender, it'll hurt women because women won't get special treatment. That's what
Yeah,
she just said.
basically. Yeah.
It's
Don't
funny
you
'cause
understand?
it's kind of like the colorblind argument. It's like, oh, we shouldn't be promoting a colorblind society because we need to have special considerations for people of specific races.
Yeah, how are we supposed to get 50% women in Congress if we don't pay attention to sex? We need quotas here, Sich.
Well, and I pointed this out, 2-3 years ago. I'm saying it makes no sense for me that you have all these woke feminists are aligning themselves with the trans movement because they're completely at odds with each other. They completely do. The trans activists basically destroy the feminists' arguments completely.
Yeah.
Completely
Yes.
destroy all their arguments.
Yeah, this is why J.K. Rowling is all up in arms.
Right.
the rest of the world has a different conceptualization of gender, then what are you actually doing?
Well,
Right.
right now they have an incoherent conceptualization and they don't even know what they're talking about. And we write these
Oh, that's right. We need, not only do we need to teach them how to structure their fucking economy, we need to fucking teach them how to structure their whole socio gender way of living, right?
Mhm. Right.
We need gender imperialism.
Well, it's
laws
it-
that are
it's funny, and I'll talk about this later, is that Demon Mama keeps saying that, oh, people don't know the difference between gender and sex. She repeats this like I don't know, 100 times in this conversation. And no one on the panel realizes that, first of all, no one on the panel realizes that there's two different APAs. Okay. I've talked about this a lot. There's the American Psychiatric Association, which is the people that write the DSM, and there's the American Psychological Association.
Mhm.
And both of these associations, which everyone cites in terms of these transgender studies and statistics, have completely different definitions of gender.
Wow.
So
They all have the
concept-
same definition of
they
sex,
don't
right?
even
Biological
have
sex.
this. No, they have. I think they have different definitions. They have different definitions of sex too.
Really? How is
Yes.
that possible?
And so the idea that and this happens a lot in these conversations, and Vosh does this a lot too. He's like, the science is settled. The science is settled. They'll act like there's this massive consensus about what gender is and what sex is. And if you disagree with them, you're just a science denier. And it's like, no, these people are completely out of touch. It's actually the exact opposite. This is a
Yeah.
highly debated, contentious topic.
are nonsensical. If
Correct.
it's horrible. I think I'm just gonna change. I'm just gonna change the terminology I use now to make it more badass. I'm not gonna be a gender abolitionist anymore. I'm going to be a gender ascensionist. There you go. That's my new term. I'm coining it right now, and that's TM. You owe me 25 cents if you ever use it because it's gonna be badass. I tell you, this is the movement that's taking the world by storm. And what I mean is that we need to fucking move beyond this shit ass definition of gender that we have right now. And I think that there is a better model.
Did he mean essentialist? Gender essentialist?
How
Did
dare
she
you.
mean did she mean, sorry about that, did she mean gender essentialist?
Maybe.
Yeah, because
Who
I think
knows?
essentialist is the word. But
model, which is that we acknowledge
TM, by the way, I'm going to put TM on gender essentialist just in case. Just in case, yeah.
Just in case.
But what is that definition, Demon Mama?
wait, what is the
You say we have a
definition that we
shit
use
ass
right now?
definition. What is the definition you're talking about?
It is it's an incoherent, literally
Yes,
impossible
that's the
to
description of
yeah.
the definition, but what is the definition?
Wait, what is the definition? There isn't a single one. We have a hodgepodge,
so then
and
what
the
are you trying to
hodgepodge
abolish?
is the definition.
What-
I'm trying
what-
to
what-
What are you
I'm trying to abolish the hodgepodge.
What definition are you using?
What definition do
Well, I
I
don't-
use? I mean, if I was
me,
to write
well-
out like a formal, like philosophy, I mean, I'm not a formalist, like do formal logic bullshit. But the process that I've used, the document that I have is that gender is a form of identification. Identification can be self-determined, and
Okay, this is so stupid. So Demon Mama keeps saying, "Oh, people don't understand gender. People don't understand gender." And then when two people on the panel say, "Well, okay, what is this definition of gender that you think is so terrible that people don't understand?" She doesn't have an answer. She says it's a hodgepodge. It's a hodgepodge.
Yeah.
How
Well,
can you say you're in favor of abolishing gender if you can't even define what it is that you're trying to abolish?
Well, she seemed to be in favor of the hodgepodge and wanting to abolish it at the same time too, which seems kind of contradictory, but
Right. Well, if there wasn't a hodgepodge, she wouldn't have an argument. First of all, she doesn't have an argument. You have to be able to define the thing you're talking about. If you're claiming something is bad, you obviously need to be able to explain what it is.
Yes. And why it's bad would be good. That would
Right.
be that would be the follow-up
Right.
question I would ask.
Yeah, because she's not.
Now that
not
we've
saying-
defined it, why is that bad?
Right, because she's not saying, well, it's a confusing definition, and I think it needs to be simplified. No, she's saying she wants to abolish the concept. Okay.
Of gender, huh? It's crazy to me. I don't understand how you can be trans and a gender abolitionist. I guess because they're categorizing trans as non-binary.
I understand it. It's because, well, there's two. I think there's two factors here. The first is that a lot of the trans activists want to completely remove any procedures or gatekeeping when it comes to transitioning. So they want anyone to basically, no, obviously I'm not saying this is all trans people, but I'm saying the online trans activists seem like they want to basically have anyone at any age be able to say, I'm trans, and then you just accept it. And that's
Drive through transitioning.
Yeah, someone says they're trans and they say, okay, here's your hormone blockers, here's your hormones, here's your surgery. Bing, bong, boom. That's all they want to do.
Bing, bong, boom.
Bing, bong, boom. And then the second part of it is that they're tired of trying to, because most of the trans activists want to remove the boundary between trans and cis. So if you're like a trans woman, that's why they would say, trans women are women. They're trying to remove the categorical distinction between a trans woman and a woman. Say like they're both the same. Okay. Which obviously we all understand that that's not true. It doesn't mean that you have to treat trans women poorly or differently or wrong, but obviously there is a categorical distinction between the two. And so I think that they feel like if they just remove the concept of gender 100%, then they're kind of like subverting the argument. They don't have to make the argument anymore that trans women are women because there's no gender in the first place whatsoever.
Yeah.
Quick question. So before we do this, just random. It looks like Destiny wants to join this, right? And I said this is not like an all trans thing. So, but I'm gonna ask the panel. If you don't want that to happen, that's okay.
Bring him in.
I will say no.
Destiny is an agender legend, all right?
I will say no.
Okay.
You're okay, Alice. Everyone has to be okay. I don't want.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, Joe.
Bring in the killer of gender.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Then let's bring him in. Okay, but you can respond to anything you want, Joe, as to what was just said.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I definitely understand that as your personal working definition of gender. I think there's a slight complication in that. What are you identifying as? Like, I understand that someone is, it's a bit of like, because I have heard this argument before and I've written it out and it automatically becomes a tautology in that you can't identify as something without knowing what that thing is. If you make,
is there a status hierarchy of passing in the trans community? I'm curious.
Of course there is. Of course.
Really?
But here's the
cold.
question.
That's cold.
Well, no,
that's
obviously
cold.
there is. I don't know if it's spoken about regularly. I'm assuming it is talked about. But the question
Privately?
I have, yes,
Not publicly.
But here's the question: is that in trans activist circles, do people who pass better get more power and status or less? Because they would be less oppressed than the people who don't pass as well.
That's a good question. Very curious.
I understand. Like, honestly,
Oh,
I went
I would
around
encourage
and
you.
around and around with this.
Listen, trust me. I promise you that. Oh, hi, Destiny. Yeah.
Oh, look. Oh, look. Are we going to get an answer here? I'm not sure. We were waiting for an answer on the definition of gender.
On the
I think.
gender definition. Well, it's
Yeah.
better to just pivot and not talk about
I
it.
think it's a pivot here. Yeah.
Right.
An
We'll
unpointed
see.
out pivot.
We'll see.
I promise you, with that context being perfect, yeah, I've gone around and around and around on this topic. In fact, I've been challenged by a number of people on this. I don't think that it's like any sort of like what other terms have been used. I even think I was wrong to identify it as a tautology. I think it's very possible linguistically. The statement that like, God, here we go. We're going to start it over again. But the idea that a woman is anyone who identifies as a woman is a perfectly valid definition.
That's the you just identify as a woman. That's it.
Yeah.
That's the big definition that we're striving towards. And the question she asked is not answered.
Revolutionary.
Right. And the question she asked is not answered, which is, how can someone identify as something that doesn't exist?
Yes, there we go.
That they don't have a sense of, right? It's completely insane, especially if you're talking about gender dysphoria, where you say someone was born with this. How can you be born wanting to identify as the opposite gender if gender is a social construct and doesn't exist in nature?
Excellent
Doesn't
question.
make sense. Doesn't make sense.
You can take it up with.
I completely understand it's a definition that might work for you, but in terms of
No,
like
it's not. It's not about. It's not
formalism,
about it working for me. It's not. It's not logically flawed. I've gone over this like 15 times.
So, Joe, take over while you're yelling at Demon. I'll be right back. I just need to go to the bathroom, but I'll be right back.
No,
Joe, I have a solution here. Okay, let's just embrace gender piratry. Okay, all of us, we can be gender pirates, sailing the wide seas of life together, doing whatever the fuck we want, and then it'll be fine. We'll just be pirates. It'll be cool. We can hang out. We can like walk gangplanks or whatever the fuck pirates do. It'll be a great time.
Yeah, no, I agree. All I'm saying is like when you say you identify as a woman, what is a woman?
Wait, what does that mean?
It's something that you identify
a woman.
as.
Yeah, no. A woman is a identifier. You are allowed to identify with many different identifiers, and what a woman means to you.
So a symbol.
What? Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it is.
A symbol represents a concept. So
yeah, but the symbol represents a concept that changes constantly. That is inherently contextual.
That's true of all concepts, though.
Yes.
Okay.
You're getting to it.
Wait,
yes.
here I just have such a quick.
So it sounds like, because Demon Mama really doesn't want to answer this question.
No, of course not.
Terrified of answering this question. And
She's answered it 15 times already, Sich. The longer she goes through the logic, the clearer it is.
Well, and I've heard this argument a million times, which is that, if a definition of a concept changes even somewhat slightly over the time period or across cultures, that means that the concept doesn't exist, and you can just change it however you want. So she's saying like, since the concept of what it means to be a woman is changing, that means there really isn't a concept of a woman whatsoever. It's just a completely moot category. But I also want to identify
in every single society. There is. Yeah.
Right. But I also want to identify as this concept that's ever changing and is thus meaningless. And it's very important that not only that I identify as this meaningless, ever changing concept, but that everyone else recognize that I am also this meaningless, ever changing concept.
Yeah. Oh, that's a tough sell. That's a tough sell.
It's just completely contradictory. It's so insane.
I'm so curious about this topic. Do you think that anybody could identify as anything?
No, well, I mean, I think they probably could, but I don't think it would be very useful for them to do so. And I'm talking about building a useful definition.
Sure. So do we have a lot of people in society that identify as chairs?
Oh, here we go.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Did you hear that? He made the attack helicopter joke. Oh,
he did.
That's so transphobic.
Thank goodness he didn't. He didn't actually say attack helicopter.
No, I know he said chair. Oh.
This is the type of thing that I think is literal trolling. A chair. Now, a chair is an incredibly. First of all, we all know that the meaning.
If you want, I can just walk you to the end of like my line of questioning.
No, I don't really.
Well, because if the question upsets you, I can just walk.
I mean, if you ask me a question and then you are like, haha, it's gonna be my gotcha. Yeah.
I literally just offered.
If it was just a like a hypothetical thing, you wanted to come in and be like, hey, you want me to answer that question for you, laddie?
Demon. Okay, so I literally. I'm offering to just go to the end of this like dialogue tree.
I do agree. That's hilariously snarky to be like, let me ask you a question and then let me tell you the answer to the question and why you're wrong.
So that it doesn't
feel
like
funny, though. It's good. It's totally good rhetorically.
It is good.
It works rhetorically. Let me just school you here. Is basically what he said. Here, let me school you on this.
Well, he said it's a good line. Say, let me walk you to the end of the dialogue tree, because then you're saying, oh, this person's an NPC. They don't have any thoughts, you know.
Trying to set up a gotcha because I'm just curious. So because my
jump
question
to the end of the dialogue tree for us.
Okay, so my question would be is could anybody identify as a chair? Now, obviously, I think most people in here would say no, obviously not. And the reason why is because even if chair is just some arbitrary category or whatever, it represents some like line concept. Now, there are many different types of chairs. They are chairs of different colors. Some have 3 legs, some have 4 legs. But broadly speaking, we kind of sort of have this category of chair that we understand means a certain thing. And for a person to say, oh, well, I am a chair, like doesn't really make much sense. Like not every concept can just be anything. Otherwise, no concept would be anything, right? Like they have to have some sort of content within the concept for it to be meaningful. So it just seems weird to say that like anybody could just say,
oh my God.
He's making sense.
Categories have to have boundaries to have meaning. Oh, how has no one ever realized this before?
Don't they even call them bounded categories, Sich?
Maybe they do.
Yeah.
Maybe they do.
Sorry. That bounded, that's called the boundary.
Well, it's weird because
That
they
bounded
simultaneously, they want to have it both ways because they simultaneously make the argument that there is no boundary and, you know, anyone can identify as anything, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they also make the exact opposite argument, which is that they say, oh, well, there's no such thing as a category of a woman because there are people that we consider women that have, you know, Y chromosomes or, you know, can't have children or don't have breasts or blah, 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 blah. So they're making the exact opposite argument. They're saying everything can exist in the category, but also the category doesn't exist because there's too many variations within the category.
Outliers. Too many
Right.
outliers.
Yeah, it's the most ridiculous. This is not how humans create categories. Like, this is what's so stupid. They say, oh, if you can find me, and the guy or woman, I don't know how they identify. I don't want to insult anyone. The person in the bottom left, okay, makes his argument earlier in the stream where they say, as long as you can find a single person who does not fit the standard category, who's an outlier, that proves the category should be demolished or doesn't exist.
Ridiculous.
They literally make this insane argument.
I am a woman, and then we pretend that like that concept is devoid of all meaning because it might have changed a little bit throughout history. Like, for instance, the definition of an automobile or a car has changed throughout history, but that just because something changes isn't an argument that it doesn't exist or it doesn't mean anything.
Should have said vehicle, but anyway.
But no,
Right.
but I never.
Well, it's better, right?
Right.
Vehicles changed, right? Stagecoach
Well, cars
was a
changed.
vehicle.
Cars have changed, right? Cars have changed dramatically since their first inception.
Sure, but a motorcycle's a vehicle, and so is a car.
Right.
Yeah.
Never have made the argument.
Vastly different. What about a jet ski? Jet ski. I'm feeling very jet ski today. I'm jet ski gender.
That it doesn't exist or that it doesn't mean anything.
But that's
I just
exactly
think
what you said earlier. So
No,
Joe
it
asked a
isn't. But
question and you responded. You said, well, yeah, but this definition is fluid and it changes and it means a lot of different things. It's a hodgepodge
yeah,
of things.
it's,
Like,
it's
yeah, it can be, but-
particularly nuanced. If you look at the history of gender and the way that we use these words, again, like I said before at the beginning of this conversation, which I understand you may have missed, is that gender as it currently exists is an absolute hodgepodge that most people don't even know what it means.
So
And
the
what
problem when
I
you
think
say
is,
things,
no, what
when
I
you
think is, hold on, I was talking. I know you're excited, but the
My favorite part of all this is I conceptualize this as just completely rationalizing, like just searching for arguments to rationalize
Yes.
any position.
Of course.
So it's just a window into people rationalizing insane things.
Right.
Because the more insane things that you want to rationalize, the more insane arguments you're forced to go to.
Of course. And look, if she wants to say that people's definition of gender is stupid, you have to say what the gender definition is that they're working from that you think is stupid.
Yeah.
You can't just hand wave it away as a hodgepodge. This is
A
ridiculous argument.
hodgepodge. It's not really a hodgepodge, though. I mean, we're pretty clear on this stuff.
Diogenes for $20. Thank you. Thank you, Di. Says, hey, Adam and Sich, what do you think of the puppet presidency so far? Also, do you subscribe to any philosophical moral theories? I agree with Sargon on a need for a centrist alternative to extremist moral guidance.
Philosophical moral theorist? I mean, I'm kind of a
Is there
pragmatist.
is there a specific moral
like
theory that you
specifical.
follow, Adam?
I guess I was thinking philosophy as far as pragmatism. Pragmatism is a philosophy. Pragmatism, empiricism, those are my philosophies. But like a moral. What did he say again? What was the term? moral
He said
compass, moral
philosophical moral theories.
Moral foundations theory is my go-to theory for how morality functions. Morality is a list of rules that binds individuals into a cooperative group or community. Yeah, and different moral communities have different lists of rules. Like liberal is a moral community, progressive is a moral community, libertarians a moral community. Which they all have. Like libertarians have the moral community, they're like the non-aggression principle. That's libertarian. That's their go-to highest moral axiom. Yeah. So, but I don't know. I'm not really I'm like a right tool for the job kind of guy. So it depends upon what the situation is. How about you?
No.
Yeah.
I'm too unlearned to
totally immoral.
Yeah. I'm just totally no. I mean, I'm just too unlearned to have a specific name or philosophy or moral theory that I follow.
Yeah, but you subscribe to moral foundations theory. You think,
of course. But I think the question is in terms of like
emotive,
right,
emotivist model.
Well, I'm assuming the question is in terms of like, is there a
Emotive.
prescriptive philosophical moral theory that you kind of follow? The answer is no, not really.
Tell the truth.
Tell the truth,
or at least don't lie. I like the
try to
at
be
least don't lie
pragmatic.
part. Yeah.
Centrism is always the way. Horseshoe theory is real. And I look, I think everyone on the panel, that was 2 weeks ago, I think, agreed with Sargon that there should be a centrist alternative to extremist moral guidance. I think we just disagree that rooting it in a naturalistic fallacy is probably a bad idea.
Well, not just a naturalistic fallacy. I mean, the strict gender norms was what offended my sensibilities, obviously.
Yes.
So like Sargon kept saying, men must be the breadwinners, women must clean the kitchen. It's like, as soon as if you're saying that's the norm that most people are going to follow, I'm all in favor of it. But if you're saying
it shouldn't be prescriptive.
it shouldn't
That's
be
when you get into
prescriptive.
trouble, right?
Exactly.
Sure,
It shouldn't be an ought because fuck. Yeah.
Dank Hodor for $20 says Adam's portion of the Streamlabs is only to be used for treats and or catnip for Wormy.
Okay.
There you go.
Nice. Wormy does like his catnip.
Jay for $20. We got a bunch of $20.
Oh,
Sich
okay.
need to stop taking Twitter seriously. People need to stop acting like it's a platform that needs to be taken that way. Only 22% of adults here use Twitter, and a large majority of tweets come from the minority. Oh, I thought my position on Twitter has been very clear. I do not take Twitter seriously. I'm assuming this is in reference to James Lindsay stuff. I don't take Twitter seriously, and I know that Twitter is completely not representative of the mainstream opinion. And that's the big problem with journalists, that they think Twitter is representative of the mainstream opinion. When I'm talking about James Lindsay, it's because all the journalists are on Twitter, and if they see James Lindsay trolling, then they're going to take him extra not seriously. Even some of the journalists like Jesse Signal and maybe Glenn Greenwald and some of these other people who would be more sympathetic to James Lindsay's anti-woke positions. So,
yeah.
Adamith for $19.99 says the trans debate is always this: arguing things that do and don't exist at the same time, then constantly saying more rights need to be given to a group of people purely based on a subject they say isn't real. 404 error. Very true.
Mm-hmm.
Very true.
Sad and true.
Sean Randalls for $20 says F in the chat for Lindsay Ellis. Not really. Screw her. Also, A-Team reigns supreme.
A-Team supreme, right there. You got to say it with gusto.
That's right. Love you too, Sich. Thank you, Sean.
That part you don't have to. You don't have to say that with gusto.
Chris for $20 says, Adam, Stanham wants to debate you on MMT. You can find him on the Centrist Militia server. Also, shout out to them. They're listening right now.
Shout out to Stanton High. Yeah, we'll debate MMT. I'm down. I'm totally down. Sich, on one of our live streams last week, we watched a MMT video together, Sich and I. And Sich, it was hilarious. I got to see Sich experiencing MMT for the first time. It was great. Not as good as DMT, but pretty close.
Not as good. Lindsay Ellis's lungs for $1 says, guys, it's not funny. Okay. There you go. Thank you,
Hilarious.
Lindsay Ellis's lungs.
What I think is that when we're talking about womanhood, that womanhood is incredibly difficult to try and define, and most definitions that you try to use for womanhood are not actually going to do a very good job at capturing all women. And anyway, we probably, I'm not done. I know I'm not done, but we probably shouldn't try to make some sort of rigid definition for woman, because we recognize that it is not only highly contextual, it changes from country to country, it changes from time to time.
If you notice,
Oh
there's
my
a very
God.
quick contradiction there,
Oh,
because
really?
Demon Mom is saying that the problem with womanhood is that the definition is too loose.
Mm-hmm.
But then she says, I don't think we should have a rigid
Yeah,
definition.
we have to have nuanced definition. Yeah, we have to have a super loose definition.
Right.
Funny.
But she's saying the problem is too many people have different definitions of it. It's too loose, but also we shouldn't have a rigid one. But she's
Yeah.
criticizing it for not being rigid enough. So
Right.
I don't know. Seems a little contradictory to me.
This is much more than something like a chair, which is an object that we identify for the purpose of like sitting in or selling. Woman, we're not trying to identify. I mean, hopefully we've moved on.
An interesting thing here too is the category of chairs not contentious because there's no moral component to it. The category of women, there's this huge moral component to.
Right.
Yeah. The category of children, there's a huge moral component to.
Right, exactly.
The category of conservative, there's a huge moral component to.
But that's what exposes why this argument is stupid. And
Totally.
it was I forget who it was. Someone who's the guy that made this argument on Joe Rogan about how you can't categorize men and women. Therefore, you know, if you can't categorize every man and woman to neatly fit in the category of man and woman, it means the categories don't exist.
I think it was Adam something.
Was it Adam Hates Everything, or was
I think it
the-
was Adams Hates Everything.
I
yeah.
think it was. I thought it was the Russell guy. It's like
Could have
something
one of
Russell.
those guys.
Whatever.
Just
Anyway.
one of those guys.
But yeah, no. And instead of using a chair, I mean, I've always used a door. That
Mhm.
you can use the same deconstructive theorem to break down what it means to be a door. No one can give you a definition of what a door is that
Mhm.
encompasses every possible
Totally.
door that exists in reality. Does that
Totally.
mean that the concept and category of door doesn't exist? Of course not. Does that mean
Yeah.
that people and human beings can't look at something and instantly recognize whether it's a door or not? Of course not.
Yeah.
It's a totally fallacious way of thinking.
Isn't this whole debate Sich's law right here? Aren't they just literally
Yes, it is.
arguing over
It is.
definitions? Why
There's
do people care about
actually-
these definitions?
Maybe someone in the chat knows. There's actually, I think, a specific fallacy name for this. It's something like if categories have outliers or if two categories can kind of mix together, that therefore the categories don't exist, or there's no difference. So maybe someone knows what it's called.
On past the idea of like buying and selling women, but we have this as this is a term that exists to help us identify and express ourselves, and therefore I think that we should use a definition that allows people to self-identify that way, and that is very helpful in my opinion. That is a very useful way, and it irons
Helpful for you
For who?
personally, but
Yeah, exactly, right.
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
out
Well, no-
a lot of the problem.
To
You know, it would be
base,
helpful for me if I could identify as a doctor. Doctors get a lot of play and respect. Can't I just identify as a doctor?
I mean, this is what's ridiculous too. And Jordan Peterson and Brett Weinstein bring this up a lot.
Please
which is
call me
that-
Dr. Sitch.
I'm sorry, Dr. Adam. Let me tell you about this, Dr. Adam. That categories have to be, they're not like it's not like an individualized process. Society and other people
Totally.
have to agree with you and recognize that category exists. That's the entire point of it. You don't get to
Yes.
just make up shit on your own and say everyone has to
Yes.
do this now.
Yes, exactly. Well,
mean,
that's
it's the
why I
same-
was saying that the feedback thing is important. Like when I
Right.
conceptualize what it's like to be a man, all of my conceptualization is how I'm treated as a man.
Sure, sure.
of other definitions that are highly exclusive.
How do you deal with the fact that if you say woman, 98% of people in the world instantaneously have a coherent concept of what that means?
I don't think they have a coherent concept. I don't think you have the evidence to claim that. You claim that. Lots of people.
98% of the world is just wrong.
I know.
Fuck you guys. You're idiots.
Well, earlier in the conversation, the person top left, Alice, says they were arguing about whether sex is a useful concept. And Alice was saying that the majority of people can look at someone and instantly realize what sex they are based on their gender and their gender appearance. And Demon Mama was saying that that's not true. They can't do that. Those people are wrong. And Alice says, well, they're right 98% of the time because, 98% of people identify as cis. And then, Demon Mama's response to this is, well, that's not actually accurate because 98% of the population hasn't done genetic testing to find out if they're actually like XX or XY.
Oh my God.
Like, what the fuck? If these are the arguments you have to like stumble for and reach and grope for in the dark, your argument is very weak.
How did we ever evolve this far? None of the animals did any genetic testing when they were
exactly.
when they were sniffing each other out.
That's why I'm saying it annoys me that evolution is so conspicuously absent from this conversation.
Totally.
Because obviously, humans evolved to look at someone and instantly discern their sex or gender.
Yes.
Obviously. That's if the entire point of life from a biological perspective is only to procreate, okay? Then that means that one of the most important things to do is to identify who the fuck you can procreate with in the first place.
They're destroying the entire vocation of biology here. Like I don't like, how can you have this conversation in a biology class? I don't get it.
No, you can't.
I don't get it.
Claim that, but it's just a feeling. I would love to see you actually do that.
We can look at references to women in pop culture or media across a variety
and
of
guess what? They're going to vary. What people think of when they think of a woman is massive. And guess what? Some people will see someone who they think isn't a woman and might be a woman by a whole bunch of different standards.
Somebody sees somebody and they aren't a woman because they might get like a different part of gender expression or a social cue incorrect doesn't necessarily invalidate the entire class, though.
How can you make that argument if you do not even know what you would define as a woman?
I mean, I can give you like broad definition. Or sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, this is once again the evaluative versus normative thing, right? So like the ability to evaluate whether or not someone is a woman is not the same as a normative concept of womanhood. But I think if you're saying, what you're saying there is that we don't need to know the concept of woman to be able to use it in pragmatic ways, but that's not aligned to your definition. So that's Linda Zarelli's argument of doing without knowing, which is gender nominalism. Gender doesn't represent anything concrete, but we can use it. But that is not saying that if you identify as a woman, that makes you a woman. That is saying that I act in collective with other women for particular jurisdictions.
They've done studies where they show people, men and women, in their faces, and from all across the world, from every different culture. And people instantly, for the most part, know who's a man and who's a woman. Look at their faces.
Yeah. They don't have to. You don't have to show them the fucking face. You could show them standing from behind. You can tell.
Right.
Like completely covered. Put a sweatshirt on them with a hood. You can still tell.
Well, yeah. It's still a lot. It's a little bit lesser extent. But that's just what's interesting to me is that a lot of times when people conceptualize sex, they think of just the sexual organs, when the primary thing that human beings look at first when they meet someone is their face, not necessarily their body.
Yeah.
And that's where you get most of your initial impression and information from, is looking at their
cues,
face.
Yeah. Yes.
We decide, which is, I assume that everyone came here not just to state things that are vaguely true based on our understanding of the world, but that we are here to advocate for things. I advocate for a definition of what.
So that's the critical theorist right there. Okay, you can't just talk about things. You can't just describe things.
Oh yeah.
They have to be advocating for a position. You have to be talking about an oppressive hierarchy you want to overturn.
Yeah. We're advocating for a position though. We're advocating for truth.
Yes.
Reality. We're here for reality.
womanhood that is much, much broader than our current one, because our current one is incoherent. Nobody knows really what they mean when they say that. They impress
So
their
broadening
own
it will
assumptions.
make it more coherent.
Yes. In this case, yes, absolutely. There are all kinds of things where broader definitions are more coherent. For example,
but given that it's a normative concept, it will always exclude. So how is broadening the understanding?
minute.
Are you broadening who is included in the category? Are you broadening? What are you broadening?
What? I'm sorry, I
part
don't
of
know
that
what
just
you're
makes
Who's
sense.
broadening the definition?
What? No,
Are you
I'm sorry. I
broadening
don't
who's
understand what you're asking. Here,
included,
let me give you this. We largely agree as a society.
Wait, no. Wait. Make her respond to that question. That was an
No,
important
I
question.
am trying to respond to the question. I think that
You just said you didn't understand it. Now you want to talk more.
No,
Have
I'm
Joe
trying
explain the
to-
question again.
I'm trying to. Okay, fine. Go ahead. Do you want to do what
broadening-
Destiny's asked you to do?
I didn't.
Oh
say
my
it clearly,
god!
so it
Oh
was
my
actually my
god!
fault.
Hilarious.
That's a good rhetorical trick right there. Do you want to do what Destiny wants you to do? Wait,
Well, first of all,
slave?
Destiny wanted Dragon Mama to answer the other girl's question, not
Right.
for the other girl to answer the question. Like
Right.
it was asked of you, Dragon Mama.
Demon Mama.
Oh, Demon Mama. What's the difference between a demon and a dragon, huh?
There's a lot.
There's
of
a lot.
Okay. One's like a
explain to me the
lizard. It's an
nuance.
animal. It breathes fire. One is like a denizen from hell.
A demon and a dragon are
Okay,
different.
one's an animal and one's like an entity.
I
from
guess they're
hell.
different.
Okay.
Okay.
Adam's
Are there
like,
any?
the
Are there any?
concepts of- you
I've
have
seen
to solidify
dragons
the
in
concepts
hell.
of men and women, but the concepts of demon and dragon are just that's basically the same thing.
Hey, if I'm not mating with him, then what's the difference?
There you go. There you go. Whatever you do not send Adam pictures of hot dragons and hot demons on Twitter. Okay.
Oh my God! There's pictures of hot dragons. Wait.
Are you broadening the category that the concept is represented by? Are you broadening who falls under the concept, or are you broadening the definitions associated with the concept that help, like what associated rules exist with the concept? So who is included, or what rules are associated with the concept? What are you broadening?
I mean, I think that we should, that I'm aiming to change the way that we use the term woman. That's the way that I would describe
Okay,
it.
so the rules.
Yeah, the rules by which I don't think that we should, in general, use identifiers like, and I will say this again, and I think this is a perfectly coherent argument, and I don't really get why people get mad at this, but if they do, I'm more than happy to explain. We don't tell other people what their name is. Though we do have rules for what a name is, we do have rules for things like legal name, for example, which can be useful in certain concepts and usually is much more strict than what we go for by name. However, we don't tell people what their name is. We don't tell people who they are or what they are in general. Now, there are some limitations, like, for example, we might have, for the sake of medicine, say, hey.
Okay, this is so stupid. First of all, people tell other people who, what they are constantly.
Yeah.
They say, "Oh, whether you're successful or
you're
a loser,
conservative."
Right, I'm a conservative. But whether you're successful or a loser is generally dependent on other people's perceptions of you.
Totally. Yeah.
Completely. It's completely societal. And Destiny, I think he says it right after this. Comparing a name to gender is completely nonsensical.
Yeah.
Like
totally.
a name, the entire point of a name is that you have a more unique identifier that people can pick you out, and say, "Oh, I'm talking about you specifically," right? That's the entire point of a name, to identify you specifically.
It's
where
useful.
Your gender, right? Where your gender is to align you to a specific category,
which is also useful.
Right, exactly. But they have completely different purposes.
Yeah.
Like if everyone had a unique gender, then gender would be completely meaningless as a concept.
Yeah.
You have celiac disease or something like that, and you're celiac or whatever. But we usually don't do that. We usually we don't impress these things on other people. I think that the way that we use gender right now is largely it has no reference to the individual. And I think that's bad. Right. And I would argue that we should use a definition of gender that allows for people to self-define, and it will not only reduce all kinds of societal issues, but it also will help us to come to a deeper understanding of what gender even is.
If every single person could self-define their gender, you think that would really reduce societal issues?
No,
whatever
it would
that
create a
means?
whole host of new societal issues. Sich. A gigantic host of societal issues would emerge from that situation. That's why people contest the whole idea of it.
This whole thing is toxic femininity, because it's like,
oh, wow.
well, because think about it. It's because we talk a lot about toxic masculinity, right? Which is the extreme elements of masculinity that can have negative repercussions on individuals in society. And it's
Why
this-
can't we just call it machismo? Machismo is simple and clear.
That's right. That's right. We'll call it machismo. But was there a female version of machismo? Femismo?
There is, yeah.
What is it?
Reputation destruction. That's how. That is how females go fully toxic. They talk shit behind your back incessantly.
Right.
Yes, that's toxic femininity.
But another element of toxic
Grudgers.
femininity.
They're grudgers. They never forget.
Right.
They never let it go. It's
That's
like,
true.
geez, we're still talking about this? That was 100 years ago. What the fuck?
Adam, you know, in our first stream, you said something, and it really offended me.
What?
And I think that I should bring it up right now.
Sich, get over it, okay? Jesus, that was 2 fucking years ago.
But no, another element of toxic femininity is also this: we have to make sure that every single person
Every voice is heard.
comfortable. Okay,
Oh.
that every single person feels welcome at all
Right.
times, and so
Yes.
it's like we have to completely rewrite and change all the concepts and rules about gender that have been cultivated in human history going forward for thousands and thousands and thousands of years, just to placate 2% of the population, or actually it's more like 1% of the population
Yep.
of trans people, just because, and not even all trans people, just because certain trans people, so an even smaller subset of trans people, like 0.005% of trans people, and non-binary people feel uncomfortable about this.
Do you think some of this is from people pretending to be the opposite sex online and enjoying that feeling and then trying to mimic that in the real world? Do you think there's some of that going on? I wonder how much of it is related to online culture.
I don't think that people are transitioning because of that. Generally,
Well, I've never done this. I've never crafted a profile and pretended to be a woman. I know.
I think he's done it. I think he doth protest too much.
What?
Adam,
No,
are you going to chat? I think Adam was one of those people on AOL Instant Messenger.
Oh,
and
I
Yahoo
admit
chat
it. I'm
rooms.
John Smith. I'm John Smith.
he was pretending to be a girl so he could hook up with guys, and he's like, I feel so nice about this, man.
I know
Maybe
a lot
I
of
should
girls
transition in the real world.
Why you gotta be there? Why you gotta be that way? I'm serious. I'm trying to have an academic conversation
course,
here,
of
and you're
course.
going full James Lindsay on me. What the hell? What the hell? I'm serious. People, women commonly, like we had it happen with John Smith. I think CT has pulled that as well. But women don't want to be. Sometimes they want to hang with the guys online, and the guys not to know that they're women, so they're not getting hit on every 5
So not getting
seconds.
simped, yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
So I know women do it just pragmatically.
Right,
I would imagine there are some guys who have developed profiles to be women to get the attention that a nice young woman would get, right?
Well,
I wonder how much of that is real. Is people do that and they think, oh, this is great. Like my identity as the opposite sex is so much better online. It would be great if I could take that into like the real world.
So I have heard of some people doing that back in the day when I used to play World of Warcraft, that there would be people that would make female characters because people would treat them better and nicer.
Yeah, there you go.
Because I guess they would assume that the female avatar was a female person or something. So I've heard of that. I would caution against thinking that there are people out there that are transitioning because of that. I would argue that probably most people who have experienced that and decide to transition were probably gender dysphoric, and that's why they wanted to role play as the opposite sex on the internet?
Let me be clear here, because
Okay.
I think every single person that transitions, I think there's an argument to be made, is transitioning because they perceive their life will be better if they,
Of course.
engage as the opposite sex. So
Right, but what I'm saying, I would be surprised if there was a lot of people who decided on a lark or a whim to
I'm not
pretend to be
saying
the
that.
opposite sex on the internet and then would transition in real life because of that.
Okay.
It's possible. I just don't think that's very
But
likely.
if you have gender dysphoria, isn't transitioning online the easiest way to kind of test the waters?
Right. That could be. Yeah.
Yeah.
That could definitely be.
To kind of see how the feedback is. But
Right.
still, even in this case, we're talking about how other people treat you. We're not talking about your
Your
inner,
internal feelings. Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Right.
So I'm
our
curious about it. Like, obviously, I don't want to offend anybody. I'm cis. Obviously, I don't know jack shit about
You
this
dirty
stuff.
cis scum.
Well, I find it fascinating because there's a lot of utility in gender for some people that I just don't necessarily, I don't understand. Like, to say there's no utility in this, I guess for some people there is no utility in it. So I don't know. It's
Yeah, but would
fascinating to
you
me.
be in favor of society trying to remove the utility to any gender?
What do you mean? No, I think this is
No?
crazy stuff. Yeah. The strict gender norms of society, I think, have hurt us productively. I think they've hurt us with innovation. I think they've hurt us in a lot of different ways. Yeah, they've locked people out of certain vocations that they are probably equipped to excel in. And I think the science shows that, I mean, what do you call it? Like fetal production. When we become human beings, like, we all start off as females, and then the brain gets masculinized with testosterone, and some of those fetuses become male and some remain female. There seems to be a situation where there are a lot more women with masculinized brains than men with feminized brains, just as a accident of how we are
I thought it was the opposite.
produced. The opposite?
I thought there was more men with feminized brains than women with masculinized brains.
No. Oh.
Are you sure?
Well, there's a difference because they haven't studied this clearly, and a lot of it comes from the trans people coming in and saying, no, you can't study this, obviously, because we already know everything.
Of course.
But supposedly a fair number of men who transition into females, which used to be a lot higher. The men used, like, most transitions were from...
It was men to women, yes.
It was men to women, yes.
Yes.
Well, there's a sexual component to it. And what is it called? Autogynephilia or something like that.
Oh, well, now you're going to get labeled a transphobe if you talk about that.
Well, the guy that studied this, the trans lobby, basically ran him out of business. But he studied this rather extensively. Yeah. Well, I'm not saying all trans people have this. I'm saying, first of all, you can't really talk about this topic without being labeled a transphobe.
It's
anyway.
true.
That's like that's their go-to move. You're a transphobe. You hate trans people. Anyway. So if you're looking at it that way, and there's a sexual component to what men are doing, and there's not a sexual component to what women are doing, but there are, like, you got to admit, I guess there is terms for, I mean, is there an equivalent term? It's tomboy and like sissy boy, right?
Right. You're a sissy or a pussy or whatever. Though pussy is not sex.
But there's no
specific.
There's no moral component to being a tomboy. Like, nobody.
Well, there used to be. It used to be
Really?
bad.
Tomboy was bad? Oh, okay.
Sure, definitely.
Well, CAH girls, and I forget what CAH stands for, but
Well,
that's
yeah,
the masculizing of the brain.
Throwing away or pushing aside the autogynephilia thing, I always assumed it had to do with, like, there's more gay men than there are gay women. And the idea is that I thought it had something to do with, because all people are born in, a woman, inside of a woman's uterus, that it would be easier for female hormones and other things to sort of go into the male babies. And that's why there's more gay men than gay women. That was my understanding. And I would assume that would also apply to trans men, or I'm sorry, men who are transitioning to women, so trans women.
They have, I mean, they discuss this in the book Why Gender Matters. There's a certain number of women that have the characteristics of men. They have masculinized brains. They like violent stories. Sure. Yeah. Right. They're basically...
I don't remember them saying that was more masculinized women than feminized men, though, in that book.
Well, they never cover feminized men. Yeah. They don't have there's not a CAH for men. Right. There's only one for women. So that would make me think that there's more women that have the masculinized brains.
I'm trying to remember in that
there was 4 times
including lesbians in that, or is he only talking about straight women?
I'm not sure. Before all this gender stuff became popular, there was 4 times as many men becoming women as women becoming men. 4 times as many. That's giant. That's huge.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right, and that's part of what's her name's argument in what's the trans, what's the name of that book? The
Abigail Shrier.
Abigail Shriver's book is that's why she's talking about social contagion.
Irreversible damage.
Irreversible damage. Yeah, that's part of her evidence for why that she thinks that there's a social contagion element to transitioning, and that's affecting girls so much more because the numbers of girls transitioning has just exploded, which doesn't really make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
If gender dysphoria is something you're born with, you wouldn't expect to see this huge discrepancy in the numbers change.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. I saw some tweet from like a UC Berkeley professor that had never heard the term social contagion. And I was like, what? How can you be a fucking educator and never heard the term social contagion?
What's their field? I mean,
they're
a sociologist. That person's a liar.
It was something like English. It was something like English, UC Berkeley.
I could see an English professor never hearing that.
Yeah, but hold on. You literally work as an educator. You should know about social contagion. They teach it to media people. Like you have the button on the social contagion outlet. Like you could be propagating social contagion. You're an educator.
Yeah, but I'm just saying the concept and the term social contagion, like I remember it being discussed in psychology classes.
Yeah.
But that's it. I've never heard of it beyond, I mean, I've heard it recently a lot, but beyond my psychology classes in school, I never heard anyone use the term social contagion. So I can understand why an English professor may never have heard that word.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Of what we mean when we talk about gender. And so the definition I advocate for gender is that gender should be seen as and treated as an identifier that can be self-declared and usually based on somebody's own internal calculus for why they come to that conclusion. And we don't have to tell them no because there's no value in telling them no.
I feel the exact same way about doctor. You should be able to declare yourself a doctor. There's no value in other people assigning that term to you.
But this person would Demon Mama doesn't agree that there's any biological aspects to gender. She hasn't read or believes in why gender matters.
There's no educational aspect to doctor.
Right. But before we get into the doctor stuff, I'm just saying there is lots of value in understanding the categories of men and women, in that on average, men and women think differently and act differently and perceive situations differently. And this isn't in terms so that you can be biased against them. This is in terms of you to try to sort them in neat little categories. It's just in how to interact and deal with them.
Yeah,
one of the first examples he brings up in Why Gender Matters is that there was a female student asking a male professor for assistance in some problem, some math problem or something that she couldn't figure out. And the male professor was like super like an asshole to her and was a total dick and was like, oh, you know, I can't believe you're asking me this question instead of figuring it out on your own. You only spent like an hour trying to figure it on your own. Like, I think you're, you know, not cut out for this field. You're not cut out for math, blah, 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 blah. And then the girl gets really upset and it like really puts her off from wanting to be involved in the subject. And this was, I think this was one of Leonard's patients, right? And he talks about how for a lot of men, they have a completely different relationship with their teacher, where they sort of, you know, they're more like they want to figure out the answer on their own. They kind of view the teacher as maybe more adversarial or more like an authority that you don't really like interact with on a personal, friendly basis. And that for young girls, it's the opposite.
Totally.
That they're more like they want to view the teacher as their friend, as a person they can confide in and go to and ask, you know, questions very quickly, and they don't see any necessarily a benefit to trying to figure it out on their own. Like, you know, they're gonna try to figure it out on their own, but they're not going to spend like, you know, 24 hours on it, and they're not going to feel embarrassed to ask for help the way a man might or a young man might do that.
Totally.
And that's just, and there's nothing wrong with either of those behaviors or styles. That's just a gender difference that seems to be the case on average. And that the reason the male teacher had reacted so negatively to the female student is because he's making all these assumptions based on his lived experiences as a male and assuming that that's the way all people should act.
Totally. Yes. Yeah. Wouldn't it be great if they taught this in grade school so people could actually understand how the world works? They would have such better relationships.
Yes.
Like she wouldn't be getting chapped about her teacher. Well, he probably wouldn't even be doing that because he'd be doing like,
she wouldn't be so discouraged because she'd understand why he did that.
Yes.
But this is the same thing with relationships. Every person who's been in a relationship with another person, okay, especially, you know, another person of the opposite gender, has been made very, very aware, if they have any amount of self-awareness, has been made very aware that not only does that person have a completely different view of the world just because they're a different person, but that there seems to be a personality or a view of the world that is gender related, that they have a very different view of things and how to interact and relate to situations that does seem to be tied to their gender. And the idea that that's all social, that's all a social construct, is completely insane.
It is totally insane. Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Now, I would say there's no value in this new thing you're creating. Like, this might as well just be called, like, there is none. No. By definition, there is no value. If you're saying that anybody, yes, it is true. You're saying that anybody can claim to have some internal feeling, and that feeling is unique to them. That means it doesn't mean anything. Like, going by your definition, excuse me, can I please finish talking? So, going by your definition, like, two different things could happen. Either one, every single person on the planet could say, "Oh, I'm a woman." In which case, your category is totally worthless. Like, well, what does it matter? Like, if everybody identifies as a woman, like nobody might as well be a woman.
People can do that anyway, though. People can do that right now.
Talking. I know that you're excited. Please let me finish talking. Or two,
payback's a bitch.
Prime, are you just going to let her cut me off? Like, that's incredibly rude. Okay. Or the second thing is, everybody on the planet could identify as their own unique gender, in which case it's basically just become what I said earlier. It's like a fourth name. Like, I don't think the comparison to name is valid. A name isn't created to be, like, the reason why the comparison works is because a name is created to literally be an individual identifier. It's supposed to identify an individual. Gender is a category that's supposed to encompass multiple individuals. They're two totally disanalogous things. You can shake your head.
Which gender raises their hand politely and waits to be called on, and which gender muscles in and starts yelling at the other? Which one? This is a pop quiz, Sich. Which one?
That's what's hilarious too, is because
on average, right? Not all.
Because we know that testosterone is linked to aggression.
Totally.
This is like a fact. This is not a disputed thing. And we know that obviously the gender or the sex that has more testosterone is on average more likely to be more aggressive than the other sex that doesn't. And that's obviously going to have behavioral impacts.
It's like simple logic.
I know.
I'm amazed.
It's so stupid.
As much as you want, but it's absolutely
okay. So hold on a second. Are you Destiny? Are you done? Okay. All
Yeah,
right.
I'm done.
Great. Fine. Dear Mom will respond, but we got to get some other people in after that.
Sure,
So we got
that's fine. I have to hit the restroom for a second.
Alice, Jack, and Joe as well.
Okay, yeah. So when it comes to like, there are all kinds of, like, we actually already have this. We have people with many names, and names are longer or shorter depending on your culture. There are a lot of people named John Smith in America. It doesn't exactly do a super good job.
What? What just happened there?
There you go, John Smith. They knew.
John Smith, shout out.
Of identifying an individual, because guess what? It's contextual. Names are contextual. You have to know, oh, it's the John Smith that lives here. There's all kinds of extra information that you need. I think it's perfectly rational to treat gender as functionally a name. If you want to call it a fourth name, it's a name that talks about something different, that talks about your expression and your relationship to a whole bunch of different things that we.
This is the argument they always make. As long as there's some exception, then your category becomes useless. See, there's more than one person with the same name. Therefore, it's like gender should be exactly the same way. It should just be a name, a unique identifier that's completely useless as a category.
God, the term snowflake is so apt.
I know.
It's so apt because not only are they fragile, they're individual. There's no two snowflakes alike.
That are so broad that we have a really hard time trying to boil that down. Now, is it possible that there's other terms that you could use? Sure, we could maybe just invent a new term. But I think that the way that we use gender right now is not very particularly useful and causes a lot of harm to people. And I think that we would be better off.
How about male, female, and troublemaker? What do you think of my third? What do you think of my third gender, Sich?
Troublemaker.
The troublemaker gender.
Well, it's so dumb because this is why I hate all this woke stuff so much. Is that we were on the path to enlightenment.
Oh, perfection! Okay, we were so close.
We're on the path.
So close.
Where it's like, okay, men and women can do whatever they want, be whatever they want. Don't prejudge someone. Don't make fun of someone for not being masculine or feminine enough. We're like on that trajectory. We were doing totally fine. We still had the categories of men and women, but we were doing totally fine in terms of not being biased or bigoted against someone because of their sex or gender. Okay. We're doing it. And now we're like, no. It's not fast enough. It doesn't. I would snap my fingers and there's people that are still sexist. Therefore, we just have to eliminate the categories altogether. And that just makes people fall back and be more fucking sexist.
Totally. What is it? What is it, Sich, when we're almost there? The finish line is in sight. We're about to win the race.
Right.
What is it? What is it? We were so close with all the race stuff too.
Exactly.
I feel like we were almost there.
Yep.
We were almost there.
And then then you see there's that little rock called wokeness that's like jutting out of the ground. We just trip right in front of the finish line and eat it hard. And then we see like all the racists like running past us and all the sexists running past us.
I know. Oh my God. They joined forces.
It's terrible.
Seeing it as an identifier that can be declared. And just real quick, because I want to address this like suddenly forgotten point of comparing it to like attack helicopters or chairs or whatever. The reason why we don't generally agree that it's like cool for somebody to just declare themselves a chair is because a chair is an object that we use to identify for a purpose. Like we try to say, hey,
chair
guess
is not
what?
An object, a chair is a category. A particular chair is an object, but the category of chair is the universal category.
Okay, yes. That you if you maybe there's
like a woman can be like an object, but the category of woman is not an object.
Okay, yeah. I mean that pedantry is whatever. The fact that
it's fundamental to what
okay, whatever.
Okay.
Oh God, I love Destiny. Well, whatever. But it is fundamental to what you're saying. But whatever. Keep talking.
All right. So, all right. Now we've all interrupted each other. Great. All right. Now we're even.
Why? When the person is sticking their foot in their mouth, you let them talk as long as possible.
Prime is I've been watching a bunch of like Destiny's been on these debate panels with Prime a lot. Prime is an awful moderator.
Oh, that sucks. That sucks. As an awful moderator myself, I empathize. I completely empathize.
Well, no, because a lot of the conversations, it's just him arguing with Destiny for like 40 minutes, as opposed to
that's my moderator style all the way. It sounds like he's a good moderator to me. Sich, why don't you shut up? Why don't you let him do his moderation?
Even now, hooray!
Okay, but can I just finish my thought? Like the reason why we don't usually think that it's legitimate for someone to be like, I am an attack helicopter, is because you can look at that and go, okay, well, here's what an attack helicopter actually is. It's useful for us to have a rigid definition. And what I'm arguing is that it is not useful for us to have a rigid definition of womanhood. It isn't useful for us. In fact, it can cause.
They're arguing that it's not useful to have a definition of it, of a rigid definition of it, because the definition is too loose. And I'm also not going to tell you what the definition is.
Yeah, that super loose definition is so loose that I don't even need to say it.
It's so loose that it's too rigid at the same time.
Too rigid and too loose. It's just a hodgepodge of rigidness.
A lot of harm because when you try to build a super rigid definition that is not contextual, that is not that is not increasingly contextual. Obviously, all language is by its nature contextual, but to different degrees. If you have too rigid of a definition, you actually can start to have some serious issues. As we see, we acknowledge this. Nobody here, I don't think, is like a trans denialist, that there are huge issues that come from forcing people into specific gender roles that are associated with gender. I think we all here will
see, but we're in favor of that, though. We're not in favor of rigid gender roles.
Right.
Yeah.
But then,
so
but that's the problem, is that she's arguing a total straw man. She's like, oh,
yeah.
Everyone, all these people against this stuff, they just want to have a rigid gender roles that force people.
No, not at all.
No.
We want to expand the definition of man and woman. We're totally down with that.
There are people. I think this all comes out in the Blair White ContraPoints debate, and it's basically there are people who believe that knowing what is objectively true is important, like Blair, and at least in that debate. And there are people that say, well, objective truth doesn't matter as much as making people feel good, which is Contra's position.
Yeah. There's a lot of that. The whole idea behind metaphorical truth is based on that.
Exactly. So, but maybe that's just the fundamental moral axiom here that's at play, that some people put weight in knowing what is true and some people don't really care.
Yeah, we're team truth over here. Yeah.
And I mean, that's another reason why a lot of the critical theories and the socialist theories, I think, are so destructive, is that they literally say truth doesn't matter or doesn't exist.
Yeah. Yeah. Horribly destructive. Well, I just don't understand how you can't have dear mama? Is it dear mama? Dragon mama?
Demon mama.
Demon mama.
Why do you have so much difficult with this?
Demon mama is advocating to foist her ethical system onto all of us.
Yes.
Which I don't get. Why do we need that? Like, can't we have multiple competing ethical systems that interact peacefully?
Well, it will not really, because her ethical system is reliant on everyone playing along with it.
Yeah,
because it has to do with...
that's a real shitty ethical system. Okay.
Well, yeah, but isn't that sort of all ethical systems to some extent?
No. Any ethical system that has a live and let live component. I mean, I would argue one of the reasons America is great, because we included that live and let live component. We took religion out of the state. We said our state is going to be
but there are still ethical rules and laws you have to follow. Like, you have to live and let live to get along.
But if an ethical prescription is in every single ethical system, which it's like murder, do not lie. Usually those are in every single ethical system.
I would just say that, to rephrase it in terms of, you don't want to have an ethical system that prescribes ethical moral values to every aspect of life. And I think that's where America succeeded, because America doesn't have that. It just puts ethical components to, like, the bare necessities that most people all agree on, like murder, stealing, et cetera, et cetera.
Right. Yeah. Well, we're arguing over, in this particular debate, we're arguing over like one ethical prescription, which is different from this community. Like, this community has already adopted the ethical prescription that anyone who wants to say they're male or female can do that, and we're going to accept it.
It's greater than that, because if you accept the premise that we're going to completely get rid of the concepts of men and women, that's not where it ends, because you're basically saying, well, you have to abolish objective truth. You have to abolish what people perceive on a daily basis and understand. You have to abolish thousands of years of evolutionary forces. Like there's so much ingrained that Demon Mama and a lot of people don't appreciate or understand or accept. There's so many things that are nestled in this conversation that they just completely ignore.
But there's conflict between other communities too. Like in Christianity, you could make an argument that, well, and anti-theists will make this argument that you'd have to abolish geology and you'd have to abolish astronomy and like all. Well,
that's only if you're like a hardcore, young Earth creationist or something.
Sure, but that's basically the argument that I'm making, that there are certain axioms within certain communities where they will disagree, and as long as they have that live and let live, like we live this way, you live that way, we're not gonna then we can move on.
Right.
But this is a situation where Demon Mom is advocating for, no, we have to change, we have to restructure society, otherwise the end, right? There was a time when Christianity advocated that.
Yep.
Definitely.
Yep.
So I don't understand how we can't just I don't know. It seems like the direction to be pushing is we can disagree about this stuff and we can still get along, right?
That sounds like dirty liberalism to me.
It is dirty liberalism. I'm glad you noticed it. But don't you think that would be more advantageous than
of course
forcing people to advocate for things that are
but
people are never going to agree on?
But Demon Mama can literally not advocate for that because her entire position is around society as a whole reframing the way they conceptualize gender.
So that's a tall order.
Yeah, that's a tall order.
That's a tall order there.
A tall order.
Would it be? Does she even accept that there is utility for for us lowly cis people out there in the concept of sex and gender?
No. She said earlier in the conversation, earlier in the first hour of the conversation, she says there's no utility to the concepts of gender or sex as they exist today.
Well, but there is, though.
Of course there is.
Patently false.
I know, but that's what
you listed some that are like that poor girl probably dropped out of. She could have been an astronomer. She could have been a theoretical physicist,
right?
But she got one math problem wrong and one bad interaction with her math teacher, and it changed the course of her life.
We don't even have to go there, and we go to literally the most basic utility is that people want to have children because it's a biological drive. You have to know who you can have children with. Okay.
Yeah. Can you imagine?
It's come on. God.
Yeah.
We'll acknowledge that gender is pretty fucking strict in our society, and that has some pretty major problems with it.
How can it be both strict and undefined at the same time?
Thank you. I'm glad someone finally brought this up.
There are all kinds of. I said it was incoherent, not undefined. I mean, I do think that.
Okay.
Now everyone's laughing.
So hold on. All right. This is another thing. All right, that's happening. And I'm going to do the same thing I just did. All right. And I see your hands. Don't worry. I'm going to get to you. But I'll give you another choice. So it looks like Vosh must.
Prime also.
I forgot Vosh is coming in. Oh my
Vosh
God.
Comes on, yeah. Prime interrupts at the worst possible times for this. Someone else wants to come in. It's right in the middle of someone has a good they pose a really good question to someone that the person is having a difficult time to answer. And he's like, well, let me interject here, bring someone else in the.
Let me rescue you from total destruction.
And also I hate these 7, 8, 9 people panels because it's every person wants to say something and it's so difficult to keep a conversation down a single track because everyone wants to interject with their own ideas and their own ideas go off into different tangents and it's just it's a possible conversation.
There's only 2 of us and we can't keep the conversation on track. Oh my God. Can you imagine multiplying that by 9?
Exactly.
To join us as well. So
it only takes one person joining our stream.
I know.
Sargon or Aiden or somebody or John Smith to join our stream for us to go off on a 2-hour tangent.
Next thing you know, 4 hours later. Four
Again,
hours later.
only if the panelists here want. So, and it has to be unanimous, okay?
Sure.
Yes. I need to
Go
go to the
for
bathroom.
it.
But
Okay,
yes,
sure,
bring it in.
sure.
Go. Let's go.
Destiny.
Let's throw gasoline on the fire.
Don't ask me. I literally just joined, so leave it to the other people.
Okay, all right, Joe.
All right. All right. While we're waiting. All right, Destiny. All right. Food take. All right. Now I'm here to defend myself. All right. Do you think that having food being subsidized is a fine idea for a policy?
Maybe.
Like,
Why
at
are you
a base
asking me
level.
questions? Wait, this is your chance for all of you to say what you were going to say without me interrupting a million times. Or Demon Mama interrupting. Go.
I think Demon Mama is not in. Riverboat, you go, because I want to talk to Demon Mama.
Okay, all right. So while we're waiting, Alice, did you want to respond to Demon Mama or?
I wanted to respond to Demon Mama.
I just cut off Riverboat. Riverboat.
Okay, so Riverboat,
Yeah,
Riverboat, did you want to go?
Yeah.
Alice is top left.
Alice is top left. Demon
Yeah,
Mama is
she's
top
smart.
right. Yeah.
Alice is smart. Yeah.
Well,
She
she
brings a
seems
lot to
smart.
this conversation.
She's smart in terms of, because when I'm watching the whole conversation, she is able to understand. She's able to separate the prescriptive and descriptive arguments that people are making, and she's pushing back. Even though I don't agree with her conclusions, because I think she's in favor of abolishing gender too. I don't agree with her conclusions, but she agrees with like reality. She understands that
totally.
that there are these biological factors. She understands that there is utility in gender and sex, and that this is the way people conceptualize their interactions with other people, and to ignore them is absurd.
Yeah.
So yes. Massive
Man.
props for that.
How do you get to one of the most interesting things about this is just I'm trying to imagine the genderless society. It just seems completely.
It's dumb. It's dumb and it's impossible to achieve. And
I mean, even though we've gone pretty far towards not limiting people's vocational direction, we still, I mean, people are still very much gendered in the workplace. I mean, they're
sure.
yeah.
Well, but
Women are
that's
still wearing makeup. Guys are still.
That's exactly it. Both, we're both in favor of, again, people, men and women being able to pursue whatever career they want, whatever life path they want, and not be held back because of their gender. But you can't pretend or act like the rest of society is going to be gender blind. That's not.
Yeah.
I think people can be colorblind for the most part, because I don't think, because all those differences are just cultural. But when it comes to gender, there are inherent biological differences, and I don't think you can just pretend those away.
Yeah. It seems like the not being gender blind is what's going to get you closer to being colorblind, to be honest with you. It just seems like people are willing to. Race is not such a thing, and we can unite on so many different other fronts that race is like the least.
And I think
determinate.
I mean, and this is the issue. We can, I believe, now maybe I'm too idealistic here, but I believe as a society, we can learn to understand and appreciate gender differences without bigotry and without viewing them negatively. I believe that's possible.
True. Yeah. I think so as well.
Basically, just this idea, I just want to introduce it to the rest of the panel, is that part of what we're arguing here is very like Western centric. It's like, again, arguing about like a very specific societal context that like.
So good. So good.
We have a panel of all people who live in Western countries. Yeah, obviously it's going to be a Western-centric conversation. Kind of fucking, who
but
cares?
no, let's beat ourselves up. You got to understand, Sich. We have to beat ourselves up a bit about that first. We can't just let this pass.
Adam, you don't understand the very complicated gender roles that exist in all cultures and all societies in the world, okay, that are not Western. And because you don't understand that, that means that your argument is wrong, idiot.
Yeah. Dang. Destroyed.
Might not necessarily apply to all different societies' contexts of gender, right? Like you can have different constructions of gender that are not based on sex or are not based on sexual characteristics.
Yeah, what would that look like?
So
basing gender on not sex.
earlier in the conversation, I don't know how they identify it. The person in the middle was talking about how they were talking to some, indigenous tribe that their genders were based around their roles, not necessarily their sexes. Like the hunters were like considered men, and I forget, like people that took care of like the home were considered women, but then there was like third and fourth genders and all this other stuff. And they're using this as evidence for the fact that gender is a social construct and stupid. But the entire time I'm thinking, but wait a minute. If all the people that hunt are actual biological males, that kind of just proves the point. It just means that they're outliers that don't exist in those categories. I want to do different jobs. That just means it's stupid to associate someone's job with their gender. That doesn't really prove your point whatsoever.
Right. Yeah.
And it's weird because I guess they don't understand that there's this concept called the exception proves the rule. And it's, if you look at all societies and cultures across the globe, and 99% of them have a gender binary male-female that can basically be recognized by the other 99% of the world, that probably means it's biological, right? That probably means it's inherent to humanity. And the fact that the exceptions are so few and far between proves the rule. It says, oh, that's why the exceptions are so few, because they're exceptions that are probably brought about by strange or extreme or environmental or cultural forces that are not present in the rest of the world.
Yeah, it's crazy. That's actually how, that's how sociologists and anthropologists like look for things that are biological. They look for the similarities between cultures. That's exactly what they're looking for. Yeah.
Exactly. It's exactly the whole thing. They look for similarities between cultures that are very different and say, oh, well, this, because there are these similarities, that probably means that this is inherent to biological. Yes. Right.
Yeah. Well, even the language is the perfect example of this. Like all cultures have some form of language, right? The languages are very different.
Yes.
But we still have like some sort of language acquisition system in us that they postulate is biological.
Yes.
Because why wouldn't it be?
Yeah, I believe all human cultures, or like 99.9% of them, all create some sort of language.
Yes.
Yeah, to communicate.
Spoken language. Yeah.
Spoken
they don't all go writing.
Yeah. Right.
And they've even, they've studied the writing too, which is weird, super weird. Did you know that we acquisition a portion of our brain that's used for discerning faces to actually create our discerning of letters for language?
No, that's interesting.
Yeah, it's crazy. So you have people, and they've actually been able to look at this in MRIs and whatnot, and the people who are better readers don't recognize faces as well.
Oh, so you mean like it's like one or the other?
Yeah. Well, you're grabbing, you're acquisitioning a part of your brain that's the area of that brain is for recognizing faces. So if you become an excellent reader, then you're probably acquisitioning more of that portion of the brain and giving up a bit in the face recognition component.
Yeah, but
which
maybe that's a causation correlation error. It could just be that the best readers are all autistic.
It could be, yeah, because you don't know which way the causation
faces anyway.
Which way the causation goes.
Right.
That could be. That could definitely be. Yeah.
Because I know with writing, it's weird because a lot of different cultures have all independently created written language, but only two, I think, in human history, to our knowledge, have created written language based on phonetic sounds instead of pictographs. So
pictographs?
Well, okay, so like they talk about this on Guns, Germs, and Steels, is that almost every human society, when they first create written language, they associate a symbol with a word. So like Egyptian hieroglyphics, each symbol is a word, or like in Chinese or in kanji in Japanese, each symbol represents a word. But only like twice, I think, in all of human history is it known that a society on its own has created their written language based around phonemes,
right?
Yeah, based around sounds.
What are the two? Do you know?
It was Hebrew / Samaric or Syrian, created the first alphabet, and every other culture used that alphabet as inspiration for their own language later.
Oh, yeah.
So it's like all alphabet languages are based off of this Hebrew, Syrian, or Sumeric, or whatever it was, alphabet originally. And then the other one was, I think there was some indigenous tribe in North or Central America on its own that had no connection with them that had also created their own alphabet. And that was it. We don't know of any other
cultural
alphabets.
appropriation.
Yeah.
Well, cultural appropriation after they created it.
That's right. There you go.
That's kind of like the wheel. The wheel was culturally appropriated everywhere.
Well,
It was only
it's
invented
interesting.
once.
It's interesting because it shows humans' bias towards efficiency, because obviously it's 100 billion times more efficient to create language based around phonemes than around, each
Words,
symbol and
yeah.
sound represents a word.
Oh my God, you'd have to have 10,000 of them.
Well,
10
that's why. Yeah,
million
but
of them.
that's why, like in Chinese is so stupid, because it is like that. And it's actually like being able to read the newspaper. It's like a symbol of your status, is like how many words you know, like how many symbols you can recognize, is a status symbol for your education.
Is it still like that?
Yeah.
Is Chinese still that way?
Still, Chinese is still that way. Yeah.
Because they adopted the metric system pretty quick. I figured, we still haven't adopted the metric system.
You can
But at
have
least we have
concepts of-
phonemes, right?
That's right. Well, look, America shouldn't have the metric system because the metric system sucks. Okay, we're
Yeah.
America, damn it. We have better
Exactly.
math. We have better numbers. Don't get me started. Celsius is stupid. Fahrenheit is superior. Having month, day, year is a superior date format. Having day, month is stupid and wrong.
Yeah. Ooh. You
Don't
want
at
to
me.
know what month you're in first.
Don't have me. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
That's crazy. What day you're in? I mean, it could be the middle of summer and you got to wait till you get to the next one. And then, oh my God, I started reading this date and I thought it was summer. Turns out it's winter. What the fuck?
Exact. Look, someone who has done lots of paperwork,
Drugs?
organizational work,
Marijuana? Oh,
someone who's done a lot of jobs that involve organizing papers by date. If you have the
oh
day
my
first,
God.
it's
Oh
so
my
awful.
God.
It's so
oh my
awful.
God. I never even thought of that.
It's like the worst thing ever, because there have actually been, I'd be like organizing things and I'm like, wait a minute, what the
Oh
fuck? And it's
my
because someone put the date
God.
first and it totally throws you off. It's the worst thing ever. I'm telling you.
Terrible.
I'm telling you.
Yeah. We're all about efficiency here in America.
That's right. These lazy Europeans getting all that vacation time, having all those days off. They don't care.
They
about
don't
efficiency.
care. Yeah. They're like, I'll figure this out later.
They have the extra quarter second to have their eyes look to the right and to see the month. Okay, we don't got time for that in America. We're on top of things. We're quick. Okay.
Quickety quick. Time is money. Time is
that are
gender.
based on what people actually do within society. It can be more of a societal role that someone actively takes on. And
Stupid. That's dumb. That's lame. I mean,
Yes.
why can't we just call the job? Like, that seems totally already
know.
taken care of, right?
I think that, we can talk about maybe how there are different ways that can be, gender might be implemented in society that could be better.
Wait a second. Your gender could be sandwich maker, though. Ah. This I get where she's going with this.
What if my gender
Maybe
is
it's
spider
genius.
killer? Okay. My
Spider
gender is going to
killer.
be spider killer and jar opener.
Oh, okay. There you go. I think we know where you're going with this. You
Yes.
sexist pig.
Oh, Mr.
You
Sandwich Maker
sexist
over
pig.
here. Okay.
There's only two genders: spider killer or sandwich maker. That's it. Why would you kill a spider? I would never kill a spider. You're
Wait,
evil.
you don't kill spiders?
No.
What?
No, I take
What's
them out
wrong
of the
with you?
house. I take them out of the house.
Okay. I used to do that until I realized, wait, spiders are the number 2 carrier for Lyme disease after ticks.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Lyme disease doesn't scare me.
Lyme disease is
I
awful.
would just walk that off.
I see.
No
see.
problem.
Okay. You just walk it off.
That's
yeah.
a true jar opener right over
That's
here.
a true jar opener right there. You're just gonna walk off the
True
Lyme
jar.
disease.
True jar opener. Which gender walks off the Lyme disease and which one goes to the hospital? Goes to the hospital. Who goes to the hospital with Lyme disease? Huh?
All those sandwich makers complaining about their Lyme disease. Okay.
Sandwich makers go to the hospital.
I like limes. Okay. I like tequila shots of lime. How bad could it be, right?
I have my very own lime tree.
But like, yeah, like a lot of this like definitional semantic talk, I don't think it's actually all that useful.
It is entirely useful because gender only exists in the realm of language.
The entire conversation is a semantic conversation.
Oh yeah, exactly.
It's all about the names of categories. That's the entire conversation. You can't say it's not useful.
It is discursively constructed. You actually like this. Unfortunately, there is no way around it. And the exact thing you're talking about, language is the answer to that. So like the postmodern conceptions of gender and the push to push gender as something that is performative is the answer to the fact that gender is not universal and has lots of different meanings. So I only react to that because people constantly say, oh, it's semantics. And it's literally my whole life. And it actually is the answer to like a lot of things.
And I don't mean to belittle it by calling it a semantic issue. What I mean is like, we could be having a completely different conversation about this if we were talking about it in a different language with a different like societal context behind it and a history behind it.
So okay.
Semantical arguments.
If 99% of the world has gender norms, right, or gender roles that line up, that's not an argument. Right? Where are all these societies where they have completely different gender roles or different gender norms?
They don't exist.
They mention, whenever they brand, it's like, oh, well, there's some tribe somewhere. It's like, okay, I don't care about some tribe of like 100 people somewhere. Okay?
They still have gender roles. They might be different gender roles than we're accustomed to, but they still have gender roles.
Sure, exactly. But even that. But I'm saying if their argument is that the gender roles we now have are all purely social constructs, it's like, well, where's the evidence of that? Where's all the societies that have these completely different gender roles? They don't exist. There's like 2 of them.
The gender roles are a social construct to some extent.
Gender roles
different societies. I mean, there's a pragmatic way. There's some biological component.
Yeah, let me be clear. Some gender roles are obviously social constructs, but I would argue that the root and basis for most of the gender roles comes from some seed of biology.
Well, in the pickle jar opener example, yes. In the sandwich maker, I don't know. I make a pretty mean sandwich, guy. I don't know.
Well, look at. So a lot of times we have the conceptualization of like the classic gender roles is the man, goes out to work the job and the woman tends to the home. And
traditional
all that stuff,
gender roles. Yeah, exactly.
Right. That's a traditional gender role. And even though, and I disagree, this is where we had our disagreement with Sargon. I don't think that should be prescriptive.
No.
Okay? I don't think you should be saying that it has to be that way or you should advocate for it to be that way. But I do think that biologically, on average, people are more wired that way than they aren't wired that way.
Yes, I agree.
And a lot of that has to do with the fact that men are when it comes to mating behavior, which is the basis of biological existence, men are the ones who have to climb the hierarchy in order to be chosen by the women.
You know what's funny? What I just realized, a complete and utter irony here.
What?
Nothing has destroyed traditional gender roles, the thing that they're advocating for right here, right? More than capitalism.
Of course.
The thing that they hate.
Of course. Well, I
the
mean, that's
thing
what's
that
ironic
they
about
hate.
it. That's what's ironic about it. Yes.
It's
capitalism,
totally ironic.
Capitalism definitely.
Capitalism has destroyed traditional gender roles. Yeah.
Yep. That's true.
But they hate capitalism.
I know.
And they love destroying gender roles.
It's hilarious.
God, so many more interesting questions could have been asked on this panel. They need to get out of their hug box.
So I have to challenge. I hear this a lot, but I feel like it's not really true. I feel like if we were to go across the vast majority of societies on the planet, there's going to be like if we show like a woman and a man wearing somewhat traditional, it can be Eastern garb, it can be Western garb, it can be whatever, based on both like gender expression, so the things they're wearing, the way they carry themselves, and like the like the actual like secondary sexual characters in the structure of the body, I feel like most people have a pretty coherent definition of like, whoa, well, like this is a or at least an understanding of like, oh, that's a woman, that's a man. I feel like you run into a lot of problems when we start off with this like what I think a really radical take, the idea that like, oh well, everybody's got a totally different understanding of what male and female is, when that doesn't really seem to track to reality at all.
I'm just gonna
male and female is different.
Put this idea out there that like when you say like, oh, people would have a pretty good idea, yeah, within that context, but like if you showed somebody like a male or female and they're or how they're traditionally dressed in one society and you showed that to somebody from another society, they might not be able to recognize. It is contextual.
Sure, but while that's possible, so this is what I'm really curious about. So let's say that you show, do you know Sneaky?
No idea.
Okay, so Sneaky was a player on C9 who does, I don't think Sneaky's trans. I think Sneaky for a while just
Sneaky's not trans.
No, Sneaky's not trans. No.
Just cross-dressing, right, for their cosplay stuff? Yeah.
Yes.
So that's somebody where if you were to show somebody a picture of that, they would immediately go like, oh, okay, that's a woman 100%. They would assume it immediately. But if you were to disrobe Sneaky, this is a little weird to talk about something else, but like if you were to start showing them like pictures of them naked, well, now their identifier would change. They would be like, oh, wait, well, hold on. That's not a woman.
So this is actually a terrible argument. Because the argument is, yeah, if you had someone
naked, you'd be able to.
Well, no, the argument that should be made is that, you know, yes, if you had some males cross-dress, it would make some people think they're female. I don't want to use the word trick, right? But some people would think that they're females. But that's very dependent on. It's like saying, okay, well, if I have someone who tries to emulate the appearance of a woman, they'll look like a woman to some people. It's like, okay, so what? It doesn't prove anything.
Yeah.
And the fact
that
weird. And also the fact that if any man could dress up like a woman and people think they're a woman, that might prove something, right? Because that would prove that it's all about the clothes and the appearance. But that's not true. And this is what we were talking about when we talk about passing. Certain people can pass very well because either A, they're lucky that they have a very, masculine or feminized, depending on whether they're trans woman or trans men, frame and facial structure specifically, or that they have that's why they actually have, this is what's so ridiculous about this. That's why they actually have surgeries for trans people, which are facial reconstruction surgeries to make them look more feminine or more masculine for this very reason.
Yeah.
So if you're talking about showing somebody naked.
Yeah. So what I'm asking here is like, if that definition or understanding is changing once they're like getting more information about the person, what process is going on there if a person is not appealing to some underlying understanding of like the content of male or female? Like what is happening?
You're doing it right now though. You're like literally you're conflating sex and gender in this conversation.
Holy shit. Wait, I think my Discord is bugging out because the voice is like bugging. You sound really similar to Demon Mom right now.
Wait,
to kind of answer.
Wait, could I jump in on this when there's a free moment?
I'll make my point real quick, and then I need to use the bathroom, so that would be perfect.
Yeah, go for it. I'm curious what you think is happening there.
Yeah, no, I think that one of the things is that the more information you have on a certain individual, the more accurately you might be able to gender them. Like, I don't think that's really controversial, right?
But when you say accuracy in gendering, you're implying that there is a truthful, like, underlying fact of the matter of what the gender is, because you're getting more accurate. This is what the implication is.
So it also depends on whether you're talking about sex or gender, and that's kind of what we started talking about in the first place, because...
Let's say we're talking sex here.
Okay, so if we're talking about sex, well, then you'd have to break...
Another thing that never comes up in this conversation is that the entire point, again, because no one's looking at this through evolution, the entire point of looking at someone and recognizing their gender is because you want to recognize what their sex is, for the most part. That's the entire point of it.
I go even further than that. It seems like the entire gender expression of women is crafted around attracting men. Like that just seems like a given.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Was I saying the same thing for men? That's the entire. That's why it bothered me so much, this conversation. No one is bringing this up. No one's talking about the entire point of all these concepts is to mate and to produce offspring. You can't leave that out of this conversation.
Why? But I mean, that would be a super uncomfortable conversation on this panel, obviously. But why?
Of course it would be.
Why? Are other people talking about this? Because that to me is like the most interesting aspect of it.
Are other people talking about what?
That gender expression is about attracting a mate. Square one, right?
Yeah,
That's why you're
everyone
exhibiting
is
any kind
talking.
of gender
Okay,
expression.
but before the transgender stuff happened, and whenever people were talking about gender, that's always how it was processed.
Yeah,
It
because
was all
everyone
about
was, yeah.
yeah. If you go back in any of the gender literature before, or people not talking about trans stuff, it's always about about mate acquisition.
Yeah.
Completely.
Well, I just wonder why. And it's so weird because in some of the stuff that you're reading, it seems like the Abigail Shire stuff in particular, the irreversible damage, they're developing, she postulates, and I don't know if this is correct or not, but that they're developing the non-binary gender as a way to like repel the opposite sex, like the opposite of mate acquisition, like mate of, I don't know, scaring them off.
She says, because I haven't read Irreversible Damage, she says that they're creating non-binary genders in order to not, because they don't want to mate with someone.
Yeah. Yes.
I don't know if I don't know if I agree with that.
Well, no, she says that there are a lot of shy, potentially autistic women that are used to being a wallflower, not getting any kind of attention whatsoever. Obviously, they hit puberty, they get breasts, and then the guys are like 100% attention. Simp, obviously, and it's an unwanted kind of attention. Also, she postulates, pornography plays into this. There's this, like, if women see hardcore pornography when they're too young, then they perceive that's what the sexual act is like, and obviously they want nothing to do with that. So this forces them down kind of a non-binary path where they're like, they just want to hide themselves as gendered and avoid the conflict of sex.
I think it's possible that there are young women who go through puberty and are uncomfortable with their bodies and do adopt non-binary labels because they're uncomfortable with their sexuality. I agree with that. I don't think that's like the majority of people identifying as non-binary.
Why are people identifying as non-binary?
Because they want oppression points at them.
Okay, that's your theory.
That's my theory.
Well, I always want the motivation, and this is a sad fucking thing. Asking someone their motivation is the least likely way to get the answer. Right?
Well, not all. It depends. It depends what we're talking about. Sometimes you can ask someone motivation and they give it to you. It's very clear for it.
What if it's off the record, privately, between friends? Sure,
well,
I agree.
I'm saying
most of the time,
I'd be cautious with that. It's very context dependent on what we're asking about. But I think for the non-binary thing, I think it's two things. I think it's what I said. I think people people have a natural ability to look at a hierarchy and understand what it takes to climb it. And you have lots of kids who are white who are saying, okay, I have to climb the oppression hierarchy, but I'm a white guy. What do I do? Oh, well, I'm not actually.
I can't believe you say this. This is so bad.
So, well, hold on. That's one thing. Okay. Yeah. There's another element to it, which is I do think there are people who have gender dysphoria who don't exactly know or understand where they're at. And so they identify as non-binary as sort of like a middle point, before they transition, because they're just sort of experimenting and they don't really know where they are. So I think that's some people. Yeah. And then I also think the third reason is what you were talking about earlier with the snowflakes. People want to be unique and special. And they want to stand out in a crowd and say, I'm different. Look at me. Look at me. You have all these kids that say, look at me. Look at me. I want attention. I want to be different. So what's the best way to do that? You identify as non-binary, because then people have to literally learn a new pronoun when interacting with you. They have to actually, in their mind, make a mental note that when I interact with Jim Bob, I have to say they or Z. Right.
You know what I always think? I'm never talking to this person again in my entire life. I think it's the exact opposite of what they want. Like, I think a lot of people are just like, okay, we're not friends.
No,
right?
Yeah, maybe there you could say. Sad. Well, no, because then they would say, well, they don't want to hang out with that person's a transphobe, right?
Okay, sure.
And if you don't say the right pronoun, then they get to attack you.
Right, but that's why you not interact with them to avoid.
No, but
that.
it's like, you know how your favorite artist in the world, Scott Adams, would say that Trump would intentionally say
Scott
wrong
Adams
things
is
so that
not
it would
an
stick out
artist.
in your mind.
Scott Adams is not an artist, and also he also how is the slaughter meter these days, Scott?
Yeah, exactly.
Let's talk to me about
slaughter
the
meter 0. Yeah, it was a pretty
Yeah.
bad prediction there.
So
But
let's
no, he would constantly say that Donald Trump would say things a little bit incorrectly in order to get
Incorrectly.
you to remember them.
yeah.
And I'm saying this is the same thing with the pronouns. If someone has a special pronoun, you have to make a mental note in your brain space that
Mhm.
only applies to this one person. So it makes you
Right.
remember them.
Yeah, for all the wrong
Actually,
reasons.
it's a good persuasive technique for getting someone to remember something special about yourself.
I guess. I don't know. Maybe on the second date. we
Down like,
approach the
well,
pronouns
okay,
thing.
what are their genitals? Okay, well, their genitals seem to be male. Okay, but what about their DNA? We don't know what their DNA is just by looking at them. So, okay, we'll give them a blood test. We'll see what their DNA is.
What?
98% of people their DNA just by looking at them. That's ridiculous.
In terms of their sex, yeah. I know,
Yeah.
it's stupid. It's
Yes.
very stupid.
I've never given such a DNA test, but if
I
I had to
look, that could be a woman, guys. You know,
if I had
full-time.
if I had to bet on it, I'd say there's a Y chromosome floating around in there.
Oh, okay. Well, their DNA is XX, but they have some sort of hormonal condition. Let's check out their hormones. Okay, but so like you start breaking it down into like all these different levels where like the more information.
It always bothers me because they always use intersex people as a shield
I
for
know,
this kind of false
totally.
argument. Like
I feel bad for the intersex people. Jeez.
I know.
What the fuck?
If someone is intersex and they want to identify as non-binary or third gender, fine. I have zero problems with someone doing that. I just have a problem with these people that are not intersex, who use intersex people as an excuse, who want to identify as a non-binary third gender.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, identifying non-binary as a third gender just reinforces gender stereotypes and gender norms.
Totally.
So it's like, why I don't even understand what the point is. It's literally counterproductive to what they want to do.
If I was intersex, I would hate these people's guts. Because not only are they appropriating something that's a difficulty in the intersex person's life,
Exactly.
they're using it to gain woke points when they could just like engage in a normal life, like walk
Right.
away from it all. It's completely,
Right.
it's so bad.
It is really
It's
bad.
so
and most
bad.
intersex people don't want to identify as some magical special
No,
third
they want to
gender.
have a normal fucking life like everyone else.
Yep.
So bad. So bad.
You have on some, the less like it actually makes sense to be like putting them into a male or female category in a lot of cases, you know.
Okay, I won't argue. Who wants to go?
All right, bathroom
Vosh, I
check.
think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Vosh.
Okay. I feel like we split hairs on this. Also, hey, my name is
Is Vosh like 50% louder than everyone else on the panel?
Typical.
Is
Typical.
it just me?
Typical.
Jesus.
Vosh. I'm cisgender. I apologize for my existence. Okay. So when the earlier somebody, I don't know anyone's names except for you, Destiny D, Mom, of course. But earlier it was said that the more you know about a person, you can generally accurately guess a person's gender. So the reason for that is because most people are cisgender. While there's not an inherent correlation or causative element between sex and gender, you can generally make some inferences based on people's.
There's no causative element
Well, that's just bullshit.
between sex and gender. It's just a coincidence that 99 point whatever percent of people identify with their sex as their
Yeah.
gender. It's just a coincidence. It's not causative. It's just a coincidence. Okay.
Your genes aren't constructing a body for any particular any particular goal or anything, right? I
Right,
mean, it's just
right.
all random.
Totally absurd. Totally
Yeah.
absurd.
What is the point of even having a Y chromosome? Who knows?
Well, none of them have even. They no one's answered. What is the point of gender? The point of gender is mate selection.
Totally. Yeah.
entire point of
Evolution.
gender.
Yeah. Yeah. Reproduction.
appearances, which will point you towards their sex, and that will usually overlap with a person's gender, assigned gender at birth, you know. So that's generally what people do when they make guesses. Most people, maybe even everybody, does some amount of assuming gender in their day-to-day life, because most people are cis, and because there are a lot of normative and social elements that go along with our understanding of people's genders that influence how we treat them even from the get-go, before we can even ask a person's pronouns or whatever. When we talk about what the definition of gender is, I feel like there are two, it seems like they conflict, but they really don't, ideas in the minds of most progressive people, whether they're trans or cis or whatever. And that's usually thus: gender matters to me, but gender doesn't really matter. And while I think those two things seem sort of initially contradictory, they make sense when you unpack whatever that meaning is. It's usually, when I think of gender meaning something to me, it's a matter of my relationship to myself, my self-identity, and more, maybe even more practically, when I tell other people what my gender is, when I tell them what my pronouns are, I'm telling them what block of behavior I want them to regard me with, how they should refer to me, how they should treat me. There's a set of social roles and expectations associated with one gender.
Okay, this is so baffling. Okay, when I interact with someone, maybe because I'm not a bigot. Okay.
Yeah, I know.
I'm
That's
not
what I was
sexist.
thinking. Oh,
Yeah.
I was thinking the same thing. Like, here,
Go
ahead.
When I walk up to a person and I start interacting with them, I'm not expecting nor wanting them to have some sort of prejudgment behavior pattern for how they're going to treat me because they see me as male.
Totally.
I've never wanted that ever.
I thought we've
ever.
been fighting that my entire adult life.
Right. And yeah, exactly. That was like that's the whole path we were going on, is we don't want people to make those prejudgments. And I don't do that. I don't do that. I don't see someone who's a man or woman say, oh, well, I'm going to make a bunch of assumptions about this person based on their sex or their gender.
Yeah.
Like what?
They're
That's
bad
crazy.
at math, bad driver, can't open pickle jars. Excellent sandwich maker.
Ashley Bell for $20. Thank you very much, Ashley. Says, honestly, these people make the trans community look like a joke. Honestly, these people I know aren't even this radical, but it's always the most vocal. True. There's so many trans people. I remember when I made my videos about gender dysphoria, there's so many trans people are like, oh, I'm so happy you made these videos because all these trans activists are like so crazy. They make us all look so terrible.
Yeah.
Yes, it's very true. John Smith.
Yes.
John Smith for $2. Hey, John Smith says, happy Passover, Sich. Thank you. Thank you, John. That's right.
That's funny.
Did you guys know that? Yesterday was Passover.
Yeah. I did some passing. I passed the plate and stuff. I did. Why are you laughing at my religion?
Are you not going to eat any leavened bread or grain products this week, Adam, for Passover?
We just went for a day. I don't know. Do I have to go like a whole week or something?
A whole week, yeah. You gotta keep Passover for a whole week.
Okay. No, I'm not going to do it.
You have to sympathize with the plight of the Jews fleeing from Egypt, even though there's no historical evidence that the Jews were slaves in Egypt in the first place.
Oh my God. Sacrilege. I can't believe you're saying that.
It's a metaphorical truth, okay? That the Jews built the pyramids.
So metaphorical truth is useful then.
There you go.
Well, you just admitted it.
It's useful when I want to win arguments, okay?
That's when it's always the most useful. That's why we need metaphorical truth.
Big Mitchie for 25 Aussies. Thank you very much, Big Mitchie. Says, message, even though I'm currently blackmailing Adam and his AOC addiction.
What?
Oh, he's blackmailing you. Oh, that's right. He's going to tell your wife, right?
Oh, yeah. I forgot. Yeah. Well,
I'm repping A-Team hardcore on the incel question. If the only way you can get action is by paying for it, you may as well be an incel. Otherwise, they could all just get a hooker one time, and I guess incels just don't exist anymore, despite nothing really changing about them.
True. Yes. Incels want to get relationships. That's what they're really into.
There you go. So
yeah,
we had this conversation, I think, last week. Adam says that people that pay for sex can still be incels, and I say they cannot be by definition.
Yeah.
So,
yes.
No.
Well, wait a
Adam's wrong, of
second.
course.
I guess, I don't know. I was thinking about the pay aspect of voluntarism. Like, are you really volunteering if you say, well, I'll get paid to do it? No.
No, but when someone says they're an involuntary celibate, they mean themselves. They don't mean the person, the hypothetical person they're having sex with or not having sex with.
Yeah. The person isn't volunteering. That doesn't count.
Yeah, but if someone's an incel, they mean they themselves want to have sex, but they're
Right.
involuntarily celibate.
Right. They didn't
So
volunteer to
if
be
they have
celibate.
sex with someone who they're paying,
Mhm.
it doesn't matter whether you conceptualize paying for sex as that person voluntarily giving
I
up sex or
gotcha.
not.
I gotcha.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is a very important question, guys. We're gonna get to the bottom of this. Okay. Gemini Semini for $20. Thank you very much, Gemini Semini.
Oh no. Oh
Says,
no.
I
Oh
want
no.
I want Adam to be my sandwich maker. Come on, Adam, make me a good Monte Cristo.
Sad. Very sad.
Come on, Adam, be Gemini's Monte
Not
Cristo
gonna
maker.
happen.
Come on.
Not gonna happen.
Make
No,
us a nice
sorry.
Monte Cristo, a nice fried sandwich, right?
I don't know. I don't even know what sandwich that is.
You never had a Monte Cristo before?
No. Now.
Oh my god.
Now I'm gonna probably not like it.
It's like they're either fried or it's like a sandwich with French toast as the
Ooh.
bread.
Ugh.
It's super unhealthy, but super good.
That I would rather be treated by than another. That obviously makes a pretty huge deal to trans people, which is why we try not to misgender them and what have you. But just because there's some personal utility to be derived from the distinction between whatever roles you'd get from one group of gendered norms to another doesn't mean there's anything inherent about the process. There's a quote from a person, that's as far as I'm going to get remembering this, saying sometimes the best thing that you can do to a question is to dissolve it rather than to resolve it. I feel like gender might be one of those. I don't
Wittgenstein.
know.
Yep.
How do you feel about that?
What?
The best solution is to dissolve the gender question instead of answer it.
No.
This
Punting.
is
Total bullshit.
it is. Well, this is one of Jordan Peterson's big points is that it's very dangerous to dissolve concepts that have been around in humanity for thousands of years when you don't even understand necessarily what the utility of the concept
These
is.
people don't understand basic fucking biology. They don't
Right.
understand shit that I learned in 8th grade. I just don't understand it. I don't understand it. My first encounters with evolution, I was just immediately fascinated.
Mhm.
And to throw all that, just to throw away biology,
Yep.
to throw away huge swaths of human understanding and knowledge just
Doesn't
over this
matter.
nonsense.
Just throw it away. Throw it away.
Well, how is this any different than young Earth creationism? Like young
It's
Earth
not.
creationism wants to take geology and
Evolution.
and astronomy, right? I mean, the
Right.
age of the universe. They want to throw all that in the garbage.
For their
why?
ideology.
For their
Yes.
ideology. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
How is this any different than young Earth creationism?
It's
It's
not.
not.
It's not.
Yeah.
But that's what I've always said is that a lot of this gender is just a social construct stuff. Is the science denial of the left.
Yeah. Dude, if Vosh was a young Earth creationist, we'd be here laughing at him. But
Right.
somehow he's like YouTube God. I don't get it. I don't get it.
It's funny how hypocritical, the tribalism is. Because, well, this is the thing. They always pretend. And Vosh does this a lot too. He's like, the science is always settled. They always pretend like the science is on their side when it's literally all opposite, completely opposite in terms of the gender question.
Yeah. Well, I've seen the young Earth creationists do the same thing.
Right.
They want to talk about the science of perspective. Oh my God, the laws of perspective. It's like, what?
Or do they? I thought that was the flat earthers that.
Oh
talked
yeah,
about
you're
that.
right. That's the
Yeah.
flat earthers. The laws
Like,
of
oh,
perspective.
It's just perspective that makes it seem like the Earth is flat, and that's why things vanish from the horizon.
But they got their own branch of science going. They want to
That's
teach
true.
the
That's
controversy and intelligent design and all these
That's
different
right.
branches of science. The science is settled. The cell is too complex. Evolution can't be true. This irreducible complexity argument we have here.
Yep.
Like-
If I was walking on the beach and I found a watch, would I assume that watch evolved over a series of processes for millions of years, or would I have assumed that someone made that watch? Checkmate.
Yeah.
Checkmate.
Well, how's the gender any different than the irreducible complexity of gender? Don't you understand? Gender is very complex.
You're
We
right.
don't understand it. It's too complex. There was this guy one time in this tribe who was very good at making sandwiches and also an excellent hunter. It can't be real.
There you go. There you
Oh,
go.
God.
This is too complex. It's too much of a hodgepodge. Throw it out. Throw it away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, see, the creationists, they make the God of the gaps argument, and the genderists make the gender of the gaps argument.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Same exact thing. But I just don't understand, because I thought we were all in agreement that we were going to laugh at stupid shit. We were all going to laugh at stupid shit together. We weren't going to buy into it.
No, I know.
Oh, my God.
Wittgenstein. I said always. This conversation always comes back to Wittgenstein, doesn't it?
Well, sure, because at the end of the day, every term refers to the collective understanding of it. I mean, you were talking about this earlier. What is a chair, right? Well,
Did the blonde center say Wittgenstein? I thought she said Whitman.
I don't know. I thought she said something. I wasn't.
And
paying
now
attention.
she's looking. Let's back it up a little, because I think she yelled out Whitman or something like that.
a chair
It's always this conversation.
to a question is to dissolve it rather than to resolve it. I feel like gender might be one of those. I don't
Wittgenstein.
know.
Oh,
Wow,
no,
Adam.
she did. She got
You're
it. yeah.
crazy. You're a crazy person. This is why we
She
can't
got
trust lived experiences. Okay, you guys saw it.
Oh,
before your
never
eyes.
trust living
The
experiences.
fallacy
Yeah.
of human memory and personal witness testimony.
Totally. Yeah.
Terrible.
Subconsciously, I was like, oh, hot blonde. She's probably terribly dumb, right? There's no
Oh,
way
damn.
she could.
Oh,
No
this is
way
sexist.
she could get that quote right.
Wow.
No, this is subconscious, obviously.
Wow.
My conscious mind came in and said, wait, Adam, you're losing free will here. Just because someone is blonde doesn't mean they're stupid.
There you go.
Remember.
There you Adam is the writer. He's grabbing onto the elephant. He's smacking it around.
I
He's
am.
like, no,
I'm trying.
no.
This elephant's crazy, going everywhere. Too many drugs when this elephant was just a wee little baby elephant.
That's right.
Wittgenstein. I said it's always this conversation always comes back to Wittgenstein, doesn't it?
Well, sure, because at the end of the day, every term refers to the collective understanding of it. I mean, you were talking about this earlier. What is a chair, right? Well, a chair is, how can you define a chair in a way that encompasses all chairs, but nothing that isn't a chair? It's impossible. You know, you're always relying on what people think something is. And if gender's that.
So, if
So,
Vosh just acknowledged that the define everything that's define a chair that encompasses all chairs but leaves out no chairs and doesn't apply to any other category. He just acknowledged that that argument is stupid. Okay.
mhm.
So just keep this in mind. Vosh can never again make the dumb, I don't know if he's ever done it, but he can never make the dumb gender argument that we hear so often where it's like, well, you define what it means to be a man or a woman. And if you can't, then therefore the categories are social constructs that don't exist. He can never make that argument because he just acknowledged it's stupid right here.
All right. Nice. But we can call him stupid if he makes that argument, right?
Or you can call him a hypocrite
Okay.
or a grifter. That's the word everyone likes.
But
nowadays.
by his own logic, he's dumb if he makes that argument.
Right. I don't know if he, now be clear, I don't know if he has made that argument.
Right.
But he cannot make that argument now.
Maybe. I don't know.
That way, sure. But we make the prescriptive argument because a lot of people do have understandings of gender which clash with understandings other people hold. The if you identify as a woman, you are one narrative is increasingly popular in America. As far as I can tell, it's probably within the next 50 years.
Weren't we arguing, though, that the prescriptive arguments are the immoral ones? Like to say you can't be a woman unless you clean the kitchen. That's bad.
Well, is it? It's not prescriptive to say. Well, I guess- I
Gender
don't know, is
norms
it
are prescriptive. They can't,
No.
like, gender norms have to be prescriptive.
Right, but it's not prescriptive to say if you identify as a woman, you are a woman, right? Well, I mean, I guess it is because you're saying if you deny that, then you're a bad person.
Yeah, prescriptive. But there is.
I don't think he just said he's saying that he thinks that's going to be the dominant gender theory in 50 years in America. That's fucking. I don't
It
believe
just
that for a second.
occurred to me that there's two there are two things in conflict here.
Mm-hmm.
Because you also have, like, if you're not an honest person, you're a bad person too. And those are the two things in common. That's why there's so much debate over this defining women term, because you're either in the category of woman or you're being dishonest, and either one of them come up, you're a bad person. Correct?
Wait, I don't understand what you're saying.
Well, if you're saying trans women are women and you're saying I'm a woman, I'm in the category of woman, but society doesn't accept that, then you're being dishonest.
Oh, you're saying. Oh, I see. You're saying.
And you'd be labeled as dishonest, and dishonest is
You're
prescriptively bad. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
Sure. Yeah, I'm sure that has something to do with it.
Yeah, so that's why they're trying to avoid being thrown into the category of bad person. Bad person. But also the people who are saying, also the people on the other side of that debate are trying to avoid being cast into the dishonest bad person category too, because they're saying, listen, if I deny reality in this way, I'm being dishonest and bad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So interesting. Fascinating.
There's going to be, if not then a dominant understanding of what gender means. And at that point, do all of the trans women suddenly then become women, where that narrative becomes dominant? No, we make the prescriptive argument here. We can derive.
Here's Sich's prediction. Here's Sich's slaughter meter prediction. Okay. In 15 to 20 years, there's going to be a huge backlash of trans regret that is going to overshadow any trans regret that's ever existed previously. And it's going to totally push people in the exact opposite direction in terms of a lot of these gender questions.
Super gender norms.
Yeah. It's going to have a negative repercussion, and that's going to push a lot of people back into trying to establish very strict gender norms because of all the trans regret.
Won't a big component of the trans regret be that these people became sterile, though, so they won't be able to influence the next generation?
Definitely.
I mean, that's got to play some role in it. Right?
Right.
Yeah.
More social utility from making gender as arbitrary as something to be defined by social self-identity dominant. No, we make the prescriptive argument here. We can derive what gender means. And at that point, do all of the trans women suddenly then become women, where that narrative becomes dominant? No, we make the prescriptive argument here. We can derive more social utility from making gender as arbitrary as something to be defined by social self-identification, which I think would be better for most people.
That's completely the opposite. If you make gender entirely up to some individual person's identification purposes, devoid of societal acceptance, then that means the category is completely useless. That's the opposite of having utility. That would make it void of utility.
Yeah. Yes. Not useful for society in any way, shape, or form. This is the whole debate. This is why society is against you. Like, if it had no utility to begin with, everyone would be like, who cares? Right. I wasn't using that anyway. It's kind of like when they change the definition of a word nobody uses. It's like okay, big deal.
But then when they try
you're changing the definition of the word "the"? Oh my God.
Or when they tried to change the definition of the word racism.
Racism. I know.
Right?
Wait.
Yeah.
I call people racist all the time.
Wait a minute.
I'm using that word.
People, because any other definition falls flat. You go biological, you hurt a lot of people, You go presentative, like the Judith Butler performative gender argument. Well,
we were going totally fine before all this woke shit happened. We were in the totally fine direction before all this woke stuff happened in terms of people conceptualizing gender. We were on the path, Adam. We were running the race, okay? We were there before that woke rock jumped out and tripped us and allowed the racists and sexists to pass us by.
Well, you even said there was social utility to identifying as trans. Like, you labeled it. You were like, there's a suppression hierarchy out there, and they want to get to the top. It's like,
that's true.
That's called social utility.
But see, that's why I hate the transgender labels because it's so broad. To me, it's insane
Right.
that non-binary people should be or are categorized in the same category as people with gender dysphoria.
Totally. Yeah.
It's
You're
so
like, I'm in,
dumb.
you're like, I have gender dysphoria. I'm not trying to climb any hierarchy here. Okay. I'm
Right.
trying to sort my life out.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And and this is what's so gross is because we saw this a lot. This is how Jordan Peterson got into all this trouble. Remember, he was very big against Bill C-16, which was, saying that it was hate speech or it was a hate crime to not use someone's non-binary preferred pronoun. Yeah. Okay. And Jordan Peterson said repeatedly again and again, and this was his fault too because he didn't really clarify this enough. Because he assumed people understood it, was that he was fine calling people who were transitioning from male to female to male, she or he. He was totally fine with that. He only had a contention with the non-binary pronouns. And what happened was people kept labeling Jordan Peterson as a transphobe because this was near the time of Caitlyn Jenner, coming out. And so everyone was saying, oh, Jordan Peterson is a transphobe. And so the average person, when they heard that, they thought that meant that Jordan Peterson was against, these poor people that have gender dysphoria who are transitioning, when that was never his point ever. It was only this non-binary third gender stuff, which has sort of snuck into the conversation, snuck into society, using people with gender dysphoria as shields to kind of protect criticism.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
It is terrible. It's awful. I'm sorry. Sargon's in the chat telling us to cope, and I was responding. But I couldn't find I was looking for the cry emoji. I'll just hit type. Coping.
Is trans person trans then?
Just because it's not presentative. It's not about presentation. Performance doesn't mean theatrical performance. It means performing tasks. It means performing a series of tasks which are associated with a gender that they copy something, they imitate something that never really existed. Performance.
Is that true? Because I always assumed Judith Butler was talking about performance as in like wearing makeup and stuff.
Oh, I've never read Judith Butler.
She's saying performing tasks as in, I mean, why wouldn't it be both?
She's some sort of feminist
scholar,
studier,
Judith
something.
Butler. There's this great clip
scholar.
of Jordan Peterson.
That feels kind of like an oxymoron saying a feminist scholar, but so I'm assuming she knows what she's talking about in terms of Judith Butler's position.
Yeah.
Is the same as performing an operation. And actually, there would be a great detriment to every woman who uses the category of woman within the judicial system to fight for their rights. To make gender this arbitrary nothing category, it would have a huge detriment. And trans women already are women. We don't need to abolish women.
See, so again, she's saying we can't get rid of the category of women because we need to use the category of female or woman to give us special rights.
Yeah, to fight for our rights.
Under the law,
yeah.
And special protections.
How are we going to win in child custody court if
right?
If female's not a category, listen.
In order for trans women to be women, trans women are already women.
Why are
wait, hold on. I wasn't making that argument at all. I wasn't saying you have to abolish womanhood.
You said it should be gender should be so arbitrary. It has no meaning other than social identification.
Well, I'm a gender abolitionist. It's a position that I imagine a number of other progressive people hold, that ultimately gender is a destructive category, that it doesn't actually serve us much benefit.
So what is the gender you're abolishing though, Vosh? Like, I honestly, I really agree with you, but this is like literally my whole thing. And I just want to know, like, when you say that you're abolishing gender, what is it that you are abolishing? What is the strict definition, given that all gender theorists haven't come up with a clear understanding of what gender is? So what is the understanding you have of what you are abolishing?
Joe,
well, the broader understanding of gender abolitionism was that you wouldn't assign any social roles, tasks, or obligations or expectations to a person based on their birth sex, because that's functionally what gender does to people. Yeah. You relate to your gender in different ways as you grow up, but
see, this is where that's where I hate all this conversation, because I agree with the first half of what he said. Yeah, don't prescriptively assign things to people because of their gender. But that's not why gender exists. That's not all gender does. Okay. That's what lazy minds and lazy thinking does. That's not what gender does.
I love how she brings up all the gender theorists that haven't come up with a firm theory of gender. It's like, no, they're arguing over the definition of gender. The normies have no problem coming up with their own theory and just adopting it readily.
Right. Well, that's I mean, it seems like the average person intuitively has a pretty good conception of gender. Is that, yes, the difference is that, when people talk about sex, they're talking about your literal physical penis or vagina or your boobs or whatever. They're talking about your physical sex organs. And when they talk about gender, they're talking about everything else. They're talking about masculinity, femininity, behaviors that are associated with men and women, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes. Masculinity, femininity is that's
what
gender.
People conceptualize as gender.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
And
but it's not fully 100% tied to your sex.
Right. And yeah, some people are going to create but this is the problem. It's like, this is like a lot of woke stuff. They say, oh, because people are bad at thinking, and instead of trying to have better thinking, we should just destroy the categories, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, okay, well, instead of just having people try to not be biased on people because of their gender, let's just destroy the concept of gender altogether. It's like, no, the fuck?
Then they can't be biased. They can't be biased at all. Wrong.
And it's like, do you really
be biased about something else?
Do you really think that if human beings that can't understand or can't be not bigoted, can't be prejudgmental, you think that those same people are going to somehow going to wrap their mind around abolishing gender, something that's so apparent to every single living person that they just experience, like that they experience it when they look at other people and say that's gender? You think you just erase that concept from their minds?
No, it's impossible. It's ridiculous to even contemplate.
Yeah, it's insane.
It's funny too. I was thinking that a lot of the insults around gender, which probably light these people on fire, are usually designed to take out competitive mates. So even in the context of gender, it's designed for mate selection.
Well, I don't know. Well, what do you give me an example? Because I don't know if I agree.
Like calling somebody a sissy, or obviously you're saying you're basically telegraphing to the women, don't reproduce with him.
I see. Okay.
He's a weakling. Sure. I'm a much stronger male. You should reproduce with me.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it's also twofold because
the women
also
go
can do the opposite.
Women go after each other's promiscuity because they know men want women who are not promiscuous.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. That's very true. But I would say it also has another feature, which is that it's like calling, like when guys call other guys sissies or bitches or whatever, it's like a self-patrolling mechanism. It's like, you better stay in line with, quote unquote masculine behaviors. You better climb the same hierarchy that we're climbing.
I disagree.
You disagree with that?
Well, I think a lot of times it's to take out competitors.
Yeah, but then why would guys call guys sissies when there's no girls around? Which they often do. Especially if it's not you might be right when it comes
for a pecking order, probably.
Right, but I was saying you might be right when it comes to
status. You're trying to lower the person's status, so when the girls do show up, that guy realizes he's at the bottom of that status hierarchy.
No, but and I was gonna say you might be right when it comes to males who are talking about males outside of their group that they don't like, and they call them sissies. But males inside their own groups will call each other sissies to try to promote behavior that they want.
Right.
It's like, oh, wait, you're not gonna do this? What are you, sissy? It's like a threat.
Yeah. Wow, it's useful for a lot of different things. We really have to keep this concept of gender going.
Well, we can remove all prescriptions from it about whether that's good or bad. It's just that it's so obviously ingrained in humans that just the idea that you can just wipe it away is ludicrous.
Oh yeah.
Most people's relationships to their gender is mostly doctor says XXXY at birth. What set of clothes are you wearing? How are we going to treat you? What school are you going to go to, et cetera, et cetera. An ideal gender abolished world would be one where that doesn't happen, right? You pop a kid and it's like, hey, they can do whatever they want. But if they want to go by other social identifiers as they grow older, that's great. As long as it's a conscious and, free choice that isn't coercive, as our current system definitely is.
And Joe, that's my question to you is like, so there are things that
Well, the thing that strikes me as coercive is the appetites of the opposite gender, because like I never really was conscious of my own gender. I just realized I became very interested in the opposite gender, and I was like, how am I going to get one of those? Like
Right.
I want mate selection basically takes over.
Yeah, right. That's most people's experience, I would imagine.
Yeah. It's so weird.
I only started to conceptualize male gender behaviors when I started to realize that like some males would get so upset when you like mock them, like in school. Because like in school, a lot of times with like young boys, they'll like insult each other as like a form of like to build kinship around insulting each other and mocking each other.
Yeah.
It's very typical male behavior.
Male bonding.
And it was weird because I noticed that some boys just didn't understand that, and they'd get like really upset, and they would just like shy away from that. But then shying away from that would make them bigger targets for more, bullying or insulting or whatever. Right.
Yeah, maybe they didn't intrinsically understand it because they lacked that biological component. They talk about that in Why Gender Matters too.
Right, and exactly, and that's what I was going to say. I was going to bring that back. That's why gender matters, because if someone had said, or obviously I couldn't say it as like in fourth grade, I'm not knowledgeable enough. But if an adult would be like, look, this is male behavior. I'm not saying you have to engage with it, but don't let it bother you, because if you do engage with it, it will raise your status in the eyes of the males that are attacking you, because this is why they're doing it.
Yeah.
Or just don't, or if you want to not engage with it, it's fine, but you just have to accept that your life's going to be different.
So much of the male bonding behavior online is perceived by females as toxic masculinity.
Right.
When it's not. It's like it's how men respond to each other.
Right.
But in the female hierarchy, that's that kind of behavior is the quickest way to lose status. So therefore, they don't understand. Like we structure our hierarchy completely differently. Ours is about saying nice things to their face and then talking shit about their back behind their back when they're not around.
Well, that's what's so funny about, whenever I hear, the woke women talk about, there's so much misogyny and sexism in video games. Have you ever been in like a Overwatch or Call of Duty lobby? And it's like, it's not sexism. That's just the way males are interacting with each other.
That's called male bonding, bitch.
Yeah, it's called male bonding. And it's funny because like another component here is that oftentimes when they're insulting people on the internet, when guys are insulting other guys on the internet or anyone, they're just trying to find the thing that like pisses them off.
Yeah.
And so like they know, like they've learned that, if I like mock a girl for being a girl, she's going to get upset by it. Like that's why they're doing it. It's not because they actually have like a sexist notion about like girls can't play video games. It's because they're like, this is going to trigger this person. It's going to annoy this person.
Yep.
And you see this behavior a lot, especially in younger males. What do a lot of younger males do to girls they like? They tease them.
Yeah. And that's a big mistake. That's a big mistake.
There's a fine line, I think, between that. Maybe that's part of where negging comes in.
The teasing.
The teasing. Maybe that's where negging comes in. But
negging. Does that actually work? I don't know. It seems like
I don't know.
Seems like bullshit to me. Like if you want
I feel like it works on some people.
If you want a completely needy, self-hating person, which I don't advise in a relationship, a negging might be the way to get that person to like you. But then you got to think, what kind of person actually likes me? The person that's going to fall for negging?
So I'm going to say negging works for some people because I've seen it actually work for some people in my life. I've never done it because I'm not a terrible person. But
really,
I've seen it work.
You've negged a little bit.
I've seen it work.
Explain negging for those people who might not know what it is.
Negging, it's to simplify it, it's basically treating a girl poorly in order to get her to like you. Now negging is a little bit more nuanced than that because it's sort of about like you're basically trying to set up a situation where the girl has to prove herself to you.
Right.
And it's more complicated because obviously the person would have to view you as being a status individual worth proving yourself to in the first place to even have this apply. And there's a lot of more complicated things going on there. But no, I do think it does work to some extent. But usually when I hear people advocating for negging, which I do not advocate for, it's not in order to build a relationship. It's just in order to like
fuck
someone.
To get laid. Okay.
Right. So that's so I don't think when you're saying like, I don't think it's going to build a healthy relationship. You're right.
You're
it's not
filtering
going to
out
build
the
a healthy relationship.
Yeah, you're basically just gunning for dum-dums who want to you
Yes.
can have sex with it. And you wonder why these women become feminists in 10 years.
I don't want to say dum-dums. I want to say people who are emotionally vulnerable. Okay.
Yeah. It just seems like every time
safe here.
Every time I see a feminist, I just think negging victim. Like this person is a negging victim. This person likes a bunch of high status males like negged them into bed and now they're just pissed.
I mean, I hate to agree with you.
Do you? So you do agree? Oh my God.
I think, look, I can see it. I don't know if it's true. There's mind reading here.
Doesn't
There's
it
a lot
seem
of
like
assumptions here, but I can see it.
It seems like it. It's like, oh my God, all my reproductive plans never panned out. Men are pigs. It's so funny because they come to the same conclusion. I mean, when feminists talk about men are pigs, I'm like, yeah. That we used to teach little girls that when they were kids, so they could avoid being falling victim to the men are pigs behavior.
Well, that's what's
But for
interesting.
some reason now it's like, taboo to say.
That's what's interesting about a lot of this. We need gender equality. Is that a lot of it is like, oh, girls, you should just be like fucking as much as you want. Which, if you want to do that, that's fine. But it's interesting that even the elements that we perceived as bad that males were doing, which was being promiscuous, instead of saying that men shouldn't be promiscuous, it's like, oh no, women should also be promiscuous, just like men.
Yeah,
which seems strange to me that was the route taken.
Yeah, well, this is why we have an incel problem. Definitely.
Ascribed to you. You are presumed to be a woman, and there are things that, and I'm going to say something controversial, I pass most of the time, and most of the time people think that I am also just a woman. They don't think I'm a trans woman. They don't ascribe that to me most of the time. So I get ascribed the things that society ascribes to women, and I get the negative stereotypes that society ascribes to women. And when I talk about gender abolitionism, I'm talking about that concept of, I don't want to be ascribed things societally just because I pass as a woman, just because I take hormones, just because whatever. I want to be able to not have those things happen. I don't want them to happen to other women. I don't want them to happen to men. That's what I talk about when I talk about gender abolition.
And the future genders will be, are you a gamer or a weeb,
Yeah.
Social categories that you fit into because of personal choices that you've made rather than...
Can I ask for trans people on this panel?
That's so crazy.
That's so
just
untrue,
bizarre.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And again, maybe I'm naive. I think we can eliminate negative gender bigotry without eliminating the category of gender altogether.
Yeah, I completely agree. But the idea that your anime, whether or not you like anime, makes you a gender? What?
Yeah, no.
That's ridiculous.
It's like
that
saying,
completely ignores the whole utility of gender.
Right. Well, it's like saying, being a rocker is a gender. Being a goth is a gender. Like, it's like, no, shut up.
No, it's not.
No, shut up, please. Stop.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ridiculous. Mental.
This panel, is there any?
Before you do that, I want Joe to be able to respond. Then we can ask a question, please, Joe.
I don't really have a response other than, of course, I don't want gender roles and gender stereotypes and gender oppression to continue. I think the concept of gender is essential to ensuring that happens so long as the judicial system remains, where we need that categorization in order to gain representation. So, of course, I don't want oppression based on gender, but I think that maybe I'm just misunderstanding because I'm looking at very specific ideas of gender abolition. But I think that I take real issue as well with the idea that gender is something that is construed based on shared trauma or shared oppression. I really don't like that definition of womanhood at all. So I would agree, yes, we shouldn't have some sort of gender oppression, but I'm not sure. Sometimes people put the abolition... Actually, let me think on it. Let me think about it.
Okay.
Well, I just want to say the abolition thing, this is like a 500 years from now, maybe we reshuffle social priorities type of thing. In reality,
Yeah,
I mean,
no,
I claim I'm a
I'm
gender abolitionist.
500 years
Wait,
from now.
yeah. I'm so confused.
Yeah.
Because earlier he said 50 years. And now this
Yeah.
has been upgraded to 500 years.
Yeah. Cool 10 times. Are humans even going to be here in 500? I don't know. I'm skeptical.
Are we
we
going to
got
be
some-
wiped out, or are we going to be robot people?
Well, the robots will have taken over by then.
I see. I see.
My-
We'll be
my
living in the
guess.
Matrix 500 years. Yeah.
Totally.
No, but
I care about.
what's the point of? Is there a lot of utility? We're talking about utility. Is there a lot of utility having these long debates and conversations about something you don't think is going to manifest for 500 years?
Oh man. Yeah,
Wow.
that's yeah.
It's
Yeah.
kinda pointless to me.
They're planning ahead. They definitely
Hey,
are
look,
planning ahead.
In 500 years, we could all have Star Trek replicators and not have to work, and we
They're
have free
not-
energy. It's like, okay, so let's
They're
argue about
not-
that. That's
They're
really-
not none of the most interesting things about gender are they even talking about.
No.
Yeah, it's so sad.
I
It's
know.
so sad. I mean, Cosmo figured this out 100 years ago. Like,
Right.
come on. There are certain things you want to talk about in the context of gender. It's called sex. Who's getting it and how much, right?
Right.
So boring.
About being a guy. We have our preferences. We're going to live with them. And as long as we have them, they should be respected. But in the long term, we should probably care a little less about this stuff. Not telling individuals to, but placing less social weight on it. We already do this. I mean, it used to be men and women, what we understood them to be, dressed and acted completely differently. I mean, 1950s America, I mean, a wall between the two. And nowadays, there's a lot more, ambiguity when it comes to expected performance on whether or not you're a man or a woman.
Wigs was a great idea. Wigs was a totally great idea since male pattern baldness still persists, don't you think? Like the idea that the aristocrats could just pull out their wig and cover up. Oh my God.
There you go.
Brilliant. Brilliant.
But
Why,
as he
wh-
said,
what
if
happened to
all this-
wigs? Why did wigs stop? What happened?
They became girly. Those pesky gender norms came in.
Damn.
Yep,
Guys,
there
we
you
need
go.
to work on, we need to bring back wigs.
We need to be gender abolitionists all of a
Make
sudden.
wigs fashionable again. Come on.
Well, it's just weird that he acknowledges that there's been this huge change, and it's like, well, why do we need to get rid of it? We've already had this massive change in a positive direction. Like, why do we need to keep going till it's not good anymore?
Yeah. Terrible. I don't know. Because all they do is push for change. That's like the thing.
Yeah,
I
guess that's it.
This is the fad ideology. They're just like, oh, we got to change things up. I feel too comfortable. Let's move.
Change for the sake of change. Yes.
It is. Very much so.
Woman, self-identified or otherwise. So that's good. I mean,
You know what else likes change for the sake of change? You know what drove a lot of early capitalism? Fashion. Change and capitalism go hand in hand. They
There you
love each
go.
other.
There you go.
Yeah. It's great. Fashion is great for capitalism.
Would there be a lot of change under communism? I don't know.
No, not at all. They've studied this. Like no, not at all.
When I look at all these capitalist buildings, in these capitalist countries, they're all different architecture, different
Yeah.
styles. Then I look at all
Look
these
at the
commie
Soviet.
buildings. And
Yeah,
these
look at
commie
the Soviet.
countries.
It's like, what? Concrete walls again? Oh
brown
my
and
God.
beige, brown and beige, concrete walls, boxes,
Yeah,
boxes,
exactly.
boxes.
Exactly. I feel
I
like
know.
I'm a rat in a maze here.
It's so funny if you go to Berlin and it's like you drive through like historic West Berlin
Oh
or
yeah.
West Germany, and then you
Oh,
hit
yeah.
the line and you're like you start entering
Whoa.
East Germany and you're like, oh my God.
I've entered the bad part of town. What's going on here? These are the projects.
we probably should tear down those walls, no?
Let's go to Destiny. You got a question you want to ask?
Yeah, what do we think about trans people that claim that they experience gender euphoria? So my question is like, so for people that
Yeah, if you abolish gender, how's transgender gonna work if you abolish gender?
Yeah, you have to abolish gender dysphoria.
Exactly. How
Yeah,
do you
it's gotta
transition
go.
gender if their gender doesn't exist?
Gotta go.
I don't know. That's a little weird.
Yeah.
say that
Cis-
like abolish all the expectations or all
Are they trying to make cis people Are they trying to turn cis into the mental illness? It kind of feels a little bit like they like they want to turn cis. You know, if you understand how gender works and, you know, you're playing the game, you're trying to make yourself attractive, you're trying to get yourself a girlfriend, a boyfriend, you know, whatever you're trying to do, you're the one that has the mental illness. Like DSM-6, cisgender, mental illness.
Mental illness. True.
I feel like a little bit, right? I mean, that's what they're going for. Yeah.
I'll be right back.
All the roles that go along with, for certain trans people that say that they have an experience of gender euphoria. So when they feel like they're treated in such a way societally.
This is actually the first time that I ever heard the term gender euphoria too. I actually tweeted about it because I was like, gender euphoria. I can really gender euphoria sounds like busting a nut to me. It sounds like that's the only time I can think of, like, when is gender euphoria? Oh yeah, that's right after you orgasm, right? That's what your gender euphoria is. It makes sense in that context, doesn't it? What other context does gender euphoria make sense? Like, what other gendered acts are there? Do I feel gender euphoria? Like, open, do I experience gender euphoria? Well, my wife says, hey, we need a shelf over here. When my wife asked me to build her a bookcase, do I experience gender euphoria? Hell no. That's gender dystopia right there. I don't want to build a bookcase. I don't want to build anything. I'm lazy. I want to play some games. I want to draw some pictures. I want to paint. I don't want to build a bookcase.
That coincides with their gender identity. How do we?
I think this comes down to what I consider to be like a really, really shallow understanding of gender. The argument earlier was about, like, is gender I don't know. Is the I identify as a woman, therefore I am a woman? Is that a tautology kind of thing, right? And I think we're kind of looking at gender in a very sort of simplistic kind of surface level way that's like very sociological. Whereas I do think there are like inherent parts to gender. I think gender is like a.
Oh, wait a second. Sweet Violence in the chat says, keep simping for that wifey, Adam. Oh my God. Is it simping if I build a bookcase for my wife?
Were you simping for your wife while I was gone, Adam?
Is that technically simping? This might be hold on. Answer carefully, because this could get me out of a lot of things that I don't want to do.
Okay. Yes.
If it's simping to build a bookcase for your wife, that's bad, right? I shouldn't do that.
If you ever do anything for
the
opposite gender.
Oh my God, I'm feeling gender euphoria here.
There you go.
Keep talking. I love this line of reasoning.
If you ever, I'm gonna say it's more extreme. If you ever do anything for any other person in the entire world, that's simping. That's bad.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
You should be a total egomaniac and only have people do things for you.
I mean, I want to get out of the roofing project, but let's walk it back a little bit. I mean, I got to be kind to somebody. It's in my nature to be kind to people. No. Oh my God. This whole simping thing has gone way too far. Way too far.
A self-schema. So like a framework we use.
We did middle square, Alice square. Oh, there is an Alice on the panel, though. Okay, but Alice is in the middle square in the Brady Bunch, which is why you call it middle square, right? I mean, oh no, that's Hollywood Squares. It's got a middle square too.
Yeah, I don't know why.
I never watched Hollywood Square. I watched only Brady Bunch. Classically had this 9-panel thing.
Right.
But anyway, what I was, she came in on. Well, I don't want to misgender. I don't know. Pronouns have not been announced yet. Middle square.
Vivian Wolf is the name.
What is it?
Vivian Wolf.
Vivian interjected without raising her hand. Without raising their hand.
That's right. Shatter the gender norms.
Well, I'm just saying. I'm looking at behavior here. It's the only thing. Gender has been technically abolished on this stream, so I can only go by behavioral moves.
Well, look, we have, besides the moderator, we have a panel of women and trans women, and we have these two toxic males.
Oh, I
Destiny
know.
and Vosh. Ugh,
Yeah.
disgusting.
Cis.
Disgusting.
Scum.
Yes.
Are they wearing a burqa?
I think they're wearing a black hoodie.
Hard to tell.
Could be wrong.
Hard to tell.
I'm assuming it's not a burqa.
All right, let us continue. Thus, ahead. Got to use that word "thus" though more. That sounds
Thusly.
good. Yeah.
To sort of categorize ourselves, and it's based on both societal expectations and internal kind of identity factors like psychological factors and so on, that we sort of slot into those sociological expectations, and that the sociological expectations kind of feed back into. So it's like this weird little feedback loop. So if you're asking about like gender euphoria, like if we get rid of all these categories, right, if there's no way to tell kind of what gender somebody is, then there's going to be no sort of affirmation of that self-schema as other people recognizing your self-schema and treating you the way that you would expect to be.
That was actually pretty good. They just described cultural evolution, and without any kind of feedback from society, you don't have cultural evolution.
Yeah, so it sounded, I mean, I could misunderstand. It sounded like they were saying that you'd have to have gender in order to have your gender affirmed when you transition, right?
There you go. Exactly.
So, yeah. So gender abolition would actually be a terrible thing for people with gender dysphoria. Not a good thing.
It would give everyone dysphoria.
Yes. Well, I mean, let's be clear.
Which I think is the goal, actually.
Well, maybe that could be. Like... But neither of us believe that that's even possible, that just gender abolition is possible.
No.
At least in the way that they're conceptualizing it.
Yeah, well, I'm in favor of gender abolition if you're talking about prescriptive gender norms.
Sure.
Yes. Definitely, I'm in favor of that. No. Gone. Be gone.
Could I weigh in very briefly?
Yes, and then I'll go to Jack.
I just want to say, I think people have ideas about who they are, gender, gamer, anything, and people get happy when they're treated in ways that conform with those ideas. I don't think that assigning roles to people based on their birth sex is the best way to procure those positive feelings. I think that even in a world where we assigned no inherent expectations to behavior, there are still ways for people to find categories, to make categories for themselves, ones based on their choices, and then to feel euphoric or happy or otherwise when they're affirmed in those ways. I mean, our concept of gender euphoria.
Typical transphobe. Wow.
Oh no. What did he do?
He's belittling gender dysphoria because he's relating it to basically saying, well, people fit in any category, right? Like I identify as a gamer, and if other people also identify me as a gamer positively, then that makes me happy. Which, first of all, I don't know what he's talking about. I don't have this experience. I don't know if you have this experience.
Gamer euphoria. I don't know.
Where I have some category I want to identify as, and if other people identify me as that category, I become happy. This is not an experience that I've ever had.
PhD, maybe.
Yeah, but that's different because that's
Totally
like,
different.
People are acknowledging an accomplishment.
Yeah, totally.
Something that you worked hard. Like I understand this in terms of like, oh, I'm successful at my job and people acknowledge that and that makes me happy. It's like, yeah, but that's different. That's you working towards something. That's not just you identifying as some category. It's completely different.
Well, this is where the passing stuff comes in because it can be a difficult.
Well, but I don't even think it's related to that. I think it's if gender dysphoria, is real, which I imagine it is, and it's biologically based for the most part, then yes, obviously if your brain can get to a point, or think about it this way, maybe this is how to conceptualize it. Do you know about phantom limb syndrome?
Hell yeah. I have a phantom monkey tail.
I don't know if you're serious. I could actually literally believe that this entire time Adam actually has a phantom monkey tail.
I do.
And I just never knew about this.
I do, yeah.
I don't believe you.
I do.
You
Every
do,
time I go on a roller coaster, I go up on a tall building, my monkey tail tries to strangle my leg. It's trying to grab onto a branch or something, so it will. so I don't fall to my death.
There you go, guys. You didn't know. We're learning
You don't have
something.
this?
Wait
You
a
don't
minute.
have this? You don't have a phantom monkey tail?
Wait a minute. This makes so much sense. I should have picked this out from like the way that your hair is cut and the fact that you have a phantom monkey tail. Adam Friended confirmed Saiyan. That's right. Adam Friended. Saiyan crash landed on Earth as a baby, had his tail removed, and then he's so confused he never understood why he has this feeling. It's because he's a proud warrior member of the Saiyan race.
There you go.
There you go.
I don't know. Vaguely racist, but I'll let it pass. Anyway, let's move on.
Well, wait a minute. I just want
Phantom limb syndrome, yes.
to clarify. Okay. So phantom limb
I
syndrome.
have not had my monkey tail removed because obviously
Right.
it never
So,
was there. But
real phantom limb syndrome, not
Yes.
ever whatever the fuck Adam is experiencing.
why can't you not have a phantom? Listen, in my evolutionary past,
I see.
I had a tail. There are some neurons left in my brain that still attached to that phantom tail, even though
You know
the
how
tail
people
no
have,
longer
like-
exists.
You know how people have like past life regressions? They have dreams
Yeah.
or memories from their past lives.
Yeah.
Adam's past life was being a monkey. He just skipped.
Do you
He
not-
skipped being a human for many years. He just went straight from monkey to human.
Do
He
you
still
not-
remembers the ecstasy, the euphoria of swinging from treetop to treetop with his tail grabbing onto limbs and branches.
Have you not been on a high building, on a
Yes.
tall building, and felt as if you had a tail wanting to grab onto something?
No, I've never had that in my entire.
Really?
I've had where you feel like that's feeling in the pit of your stomach, like if you're like looking over the edge, but I don't feel like I have a tail suddenly manifesting.
Oh,
No.
really? Oh, okay.
Wait,
Maybe I'm
Maybe-
special.
maybe Adam is really an otherkin. He's a monkeykin.
Oh
this
yeah,
whole
yeah,
time.
yeah.
There you go.
Didn't I tell you I like to dress up as a monkey? It's very terrible in these woke times. I'm
I know
telling you.
it's- I know
Like,
people
it's-
keep thinking he's racist, and he's like,
I
no,
know.
really an otherkin.
I know if you dress up like a wolf or a fox, you usually get away with it. When I dress up like a chimpanzee, everybody
Look,
gets on my.
I kept telling him, like, Adam, look, if you just put on the chimp costume, it's fine, but you just leave off the face paint. That's too.
I know it's too far, isn't it? Yeah.
People are gonna misunderstand. Okay.
Okay.
Anyway, what I was trying to say before we learn this deep lore about Adam, which is
Mhm.
I'm very amazed. I'm glad I brought this up. Is that phantom limb syndrome is when someone loses a limb, they get their arm or leg blown off or something.
Sure. Yes.
And there's a process where some people will still they'll feel the limb. They'll still feel like
Yes.
the limb exists, and it will be in extreme pain.
Yeah.
They'll feel like it's clenching super hard, and it's just awful.
Yeah. Well, because
And
they still have the part of their brain that attaches to that limb, obviously. So
Right.
that's
That's
the source of it.
That's the current medical explanation, is that there's some rewiring process going in the brain that is not fully there yet.
Mhm.
But here's what's interesting about that, and why it can't just be that purely strict biological reason, is because one of the treatments, something that will alleviate the pain, is something called the mirror box.
Mhm.
And so what they'll do is, like, if
Oh,
say you
yeah,
lost an
yeah.
arm and you have phantom pain in that arm, if you stand in front of a mirror box, where what it does is it creates the illusion where it basically mirrors your remaining arm onto your other limb,
You get the
and it just
arm
creates
back.
this illusion for your brain.
Yep.
It will make the pain stop.
Yep. You're like, I see my arm. It's right there. It's fine.
Right. It's super weird. Right.
Yeah.
And so that's what
I
I'm
might
saying is that
try this with my monkey tail. We'll have to see.
But so I'm saying that's why I wouldn't conceptualize gender euphoria that simply, because I would imagine that it's probably a similar process,
Yeah.
like the mirror box. It's like finally your brain is getting that feedback that you're recognized as the feeling that it has on the inside, and thus it gives you that sense of relief instead of
It's so sad because there are all these other things that could be going on that are creating false positives.
course,
It's so
of course.
sad that none of this stuff is explored because these people don't give a fuck about false positives. They don't seem to care whatsoever. But
Right.
if you have, like, if you go to the doctor and your doctor mistakenly diagnoses you with cancer, you're pretty fucked. Like, you're fucked.
I know.
I don't know why they don't make that determination here. Why they're not saying, okay, well, this gender dysphoria could be the same as like a cancer diagnosis. This gender dysphoria diagnosis, if incorrect, could be pretty problematic, right? I mean, why is nobody saying that? They treat it like, oh, you know, it's not a big deal. If, you know, they just...
Because just mentioning that is transphobic, Adam.
Listen. If a doctor diagnosed you with cancer, okay, and sent you on your way, you went home all weekend long thinking, I have fucking cancer, I'm going to die. And your doctor calls you back on Monday morning and said, oh, we fucked up. It was the wrong test results. You don't have cancer. You're fine.
Mm-hmm.
Guaranteed that doctor's going to get sued. Just over emotional damage.
I don't think they're gonna get. I would hope they wouldn't get sued.
Someone is gonna sue that doctor.
Yeah, someone might, but
like
I don't know,
someone on this panel is gonna argue that person's the damage, the emotional damage done to this person is just uncompensatable.
Well, I have a better example, because I had this happen to me in real life.
Mm-hmm.
Was that there was a period of time where I was having really bad acid reflux.
Mm-hmm.
And so I went to a gastroenterologist, and they did some tests, and they said, you have a hiatal hernia,
mm-hmm.
which is basically a condition where your stomach, part of your stomach, the top of your stomach, goes into your diaphragm.
Wow.
Okay.
That sucks.
And they said like the treatment for this is like this surgery.
Mm-hmm. Oh my God. Oh no, this is a horror story.
And so, but I was in like high school at the time. And my mom was like, I don't want to subject my son to go through like intensive surgery without a second opinion. And so we go to another doctor, and he's like, oh no, you don't have a hiatal hernia. You're just lactose intolerant. You need to stop eating dairy.
Mm.
And guess what? He was fucking right.
Yeah.
That guy was right. I was lactose intolerant, and I stopped eating dairy, and the problem went away. And
you should sue that doctor. You should...
But here's what's and I looked into it, and I was looking to, if you get the hiatal hernia surgery and you don't need it, it can have completely devastating, lifelong repercussions on you. I could be totally fucked right now because some doctor gave me a bad.
So let's take the analogy. So you're saying you wouldn't sue for the if they got it right over the weekend, but let's say they give you the cancer diagnosis and you actually go like 4 weeks of chemo, and then that's
when you sue, because that's when you have tangible damage.
Well, what's the difference with this trans regret stuff? I mean, obviously the first cases come out in the UK, and they did sue, and thank goodness they were awarded like a shit ton of money.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the UK the UK person sued because they were like some conveyor belt. Look up what they were awarded. That's going to change things really quick, because I think honestly, and it's funny again, another irony here, we got a bunch of people who are anti-capitalist, and they're not bringing up the fact that the medical industry is making a bunch of money off of all these cosmetic surgeries and stuff like that. Nobody's saying anything about that. These double mastectomies aren't cheap.
Right. That's a good point.
Yeah. Where we need some anti-capitalists to speak up against. If I was looking for a place where capitalism goes wrong, this is the place I would target. Right?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Easy, soft target here.
Their name is Kiera Bell.
Mm-hmm.
Born female, was referred to Tavistock Center in London. She was prescribed puberty blockers at 16. She now regrets transitioning. Argues the center should have challenged her more in her decision to transition to male. After hearing her case, the High Court ruled that children under 16 were unlikely to be able to give informed consent to receive puberty blocking drugs.
Yeah. Still
say
should be able to vote, but anyway. That's
look, you know what? You're right. I can't believe I didn't even think about that, but you're 100% right. You know, I was predicting the shift's going to be 15 to 20 years. It might even be sooner than that, because that's really what's going to kill the movement, is that as soon as there are people that are starting to come out with trans regret, you're right. I didn't even think about that. They're all going to sue the doctors.
They're all going to sue huge. Yeah, exactly.
And all those gender transition clinics are going to go out of business.
Hell yeah.
Which is bad because it's gonna completely destroy it for people who actually have gender dysphoria. So,
Well, they're just using those people anyway, so they don't give a fuck.
well, yeah, maybe the doctors don't give a crap, but I mean, I'm sure there are some doctors that actually do.
Well, no,
give a crap.
I'm
I don't wanna
talking
make
about the
generalizations,
activists.
but-
I'm talking about the activists that are just using the
Right,
people.
but I'm not talking about the activists. I'm talking about the people. But
yeah, everyone's using everyone in this.
yeah,
It's
that's
awful.
totally gonna kill the movement. Is when all these people get sued into oblivion by hundreds or thousands, of people. So
Yeah, hundreds of thousands, millions,
billions of
gajillions.
people. We know billions of people are going to transition and then get transgrade. Yes.
That's going to be great. I can't wait.
Is usually framed around the fact that prior to them experiencing it, they were denied something, either a sense of recognition, self-identification, or in the cases for, like transition, like biological transition, sometimes it's actually like a bodily change. But all of those.
If this was true, then that would mean that someone had gender dysphoria would only have to socially transition. They wouldn't have to actually be on hormones or get surgeries or anything like that.
Yeah, totally. That would make life much easier for everyone concerned.
That's not true. Sure, if someone had gender dysphoria and they transition socially and are accepted socially for the transition, yes, that will make them feel better. But that's not going to solve the problem the way that Vosh seems to be conceptualizing that it would solve the problem.
Right.
Those things, the underlying criteria can still be achieved without gender needing exist. It's really just a matter of allowing people to be happy and to be who they are.
Okay.
So
Jack, please.
The idea of gender euphoria can come at you can get gender euphoria from any number of different places, whether it's people that you care about in your life treating you the way you want to be treated after having been denied such treatment for a long period of time, or just looking the way you want to be able to look. And for a lot of trans people, that would be a struggle regardless,
Why do they want to look the way that they want to look? That's my big question.
Because gender is only a social construct, Adam.
Well, why do they feel good? Like these women are dressing up very feminine.
Yes.
Why?
I know.
What's the motivation? Explain that to me.
Why are they growing their hair long?
Yeah.
It's hard to physically transition. Look, going through puberty 2 times, not great, especially when the second time you have like a job and adult responsibilities. Not ideal. And so it can be a struggle, and achieving something even for like a little bit of time. Yeah, your brain's like, good job. And you feel nice about it. It's your brain patting you on the back a little bit. Bringing your identity and your body into somewhat.
When people have these conversations, I've never heard this from whenever I've heard conversations. They don't understand that the entire medical reason for why American society says people can transition is to prevent them from killing themselves. That's the entire medical reason. It's saying, hey, you have this extreme feeling of gender dysphoria, which we consider a mental illness. Okay. So in order to prevent these horrible feelings that make you want to kill yourself, or just even if you don't want to kill yourself, even if it's not that extreme, if it just makes you feel awful, okay, it's so much so that you can't function in life. That's why our medicine today in America says that you can transition. That's it. That's the only reason. Okay.
Yeah, suicide is the one that they commonly use to get the parents on board.
From a medical community perspective, they don't care about all this gender abolitionist nonsense. They don't care about any of this gender role nonsense. It's all because it's to make you be able to exist in life without feeling awful and also possibly killing yourself. Okay.
Yeah.
And so for people to then make arguments that quote unquote gender euphoria is just the same as accomplishing some goal in life is dismissing the entire idea of gender dysphoria. It's dismissing the entire idea of transitioning. Because if it's just like, oh, am I equating like beating a video game with associate with identifying as my gender? Like, it just seems like it's such a dismissive comparison to me.
Mhm.
And it's weird to hear a trans woman kind of make this comparison.
A bit of heart, and at least that's how I interpret it anyway.
In order for that to happen, there would have to be some kind of like inherent thing about you, right? That means
Yeah,
that-
harmony implies that there's like a match between two things, and it seems like we're denying the existence of that internal thing, which is some gender identity. And yeah, I guess the
What is
problem
the
I'm having,
internal thing?
the internal thing, it seems to be that we have some feeling, some internal feeling of like gender.
Yeah.
Well, we
I
have
mean-
some internal. Well, gender means a million things.
Do you think that? I don't think that.
You
I
don't
disagree
think
with that conceptualization.
With I 100% agree with that. That people have a self-identity for gender that's biological inside of them. Sure. You disagree with it?
I think it's completely sussed out by the social environment, that it's a product of interacting with other individuals. It's not something that emits from inside.
But that means that you're saying gender is a purely social construct then, which you've argued against the whole time we've been talking.
Well, I mean, it can have a biological component that's not like language. We don't like the gender. It all depends upon how you're actually defining it. Because if you're talking about the gender acquisition device in the brain that plays in the social community, obviously males and females play differently, but then they establish a gender role that is related to those interactions. But that gender role could be, I mean, there's a lot of malleability to that gender role. Like we said about male bonding there being some sort of biological component in this, because we can see that same kind of behavior in chimpanzees or lower primates.
Right.
The
let me-
expression of that male bonding, though, could be any kind of social construct.
Right. Okay. So let me see if I can reword this, what you're saying. So, like, for example, we associate blue with boys and pink with girls, right?
Yeah, that's completely malleable.
Right. And that would be, we're assuming that was entirely a social construct.
Social, yeah. Nothing biological.
Right. There's no biological predisposition to colors in that regard. We assume.
Correct.
Okay. But as you just said, there are certain gendered behaviors that we assume are biological.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But then that means you can't. But what you said made it sound like you were saying that there are no, that gender only manifests through social roles, which those two concepts don't go together. That's not true.
Gender. Well, this is the trick of defining gender, though. How are we defining gender?
Well, we said it was
like social,
social. Okay. Things are typically associated with being masculine, and things generally associated with being feminine. Is how we're defining gender.
Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, masculine and femininity are tough because those are like other separate categories. But how, like, different behavior, like you could pick any kind of behavior that could be conceptualized as masculine if the society said that was masculine. Like, you could make ballet masculine.
There are certain things that could probably be associated with masculinity or femininity that could be social, but there are things that are biological too.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, so then we would say that gender is a combination of biology and social pressures, right?
Right. Yes.
Okay. So, okay.
But I don't think they're conceptualizing gender that way, though.
No. But wait a minute. But you asked, so the question was, is your gender identity innate and biological? And I said yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So and you said no. Now, do you still say no, or have you changed your...
Well, I perceive of gender being so much of it is like a mating performance.
Right. but a lot of that mating performance is going to be rooted in biology. Okay.
True. Yes.
Now some of the ways that mating behavior manifests specifically is cultural, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I agree with that. So, okay, let's give some concrete examples to make this more tangible for our audience. So we'll use birds as an example, because birds often have very intricate mating behaviors. You know, you've seen the video of like the bird that looks like the weird green and black face, and it does like the weird dance to attract
I love
the mate.
that bird. Yeah.
Okay. So that's obviously when it comes to non-human animals, we tend to think of all of their behaviors as mostly biological. We're assuming there's no social construction that's getting the bird to do the dance to attract the other bird.
I don't know about that, because that particular bird, I believe, has understudies that also males and aid him in the dance. And then once he captures a mate, like the lower status one actually moves to the top of the pecking order and tries to get a mate himself. So that could actually be cultural.
Yeah, but how did the bird learn to do or figure out how to do the intricate dances in the first place? There had to be some biological instinct rooted in there.
I don't know. It could have been accidental. It could be like this behavior gets me attention from females. Maybe I'll do a little more of it. Hey, let me try this. Maybe a little more. How much attention? I want maximum attention here.
Yeah, but like it can't be that way, because the shape of the coloration of the wings and all that stuff, it creates like a specific pattern in a face. So it had to have been an evolved, it had to be evolution via sexual.
The driving force, though, and this is what I'm getting at, is the opposite sex. The opposite sex is the one that's driving your biological evolution. And everyone's talking about how it emanates from within you.
Right. But as Brett Weinstein often talks about, is that the mate choosing that the female does is also biological and is passed down genetically through your genes.
Sure. Yes. This is what the difference between sexual selection. Yeah.
Right. That's where,
this is why you get all the crazy colors and stuff like that. It's like, what's fashionable to the birds? Well, I like peacocks with 1,000 peacock feather tails.
So, okay.
Well, I guess they've narrowed it down to the number of eyes is what really gets the peahens going crazy.
I think I have a good example for where the hang up is occurring. Okay. They did this study with these kinds of fish where they would put the fish in some environment with predator fish. And when they did that, they found that the generations of fish that spawned would be kind of brownish, and they would match the coloration of the rocks underneath it because they were being selected for by predation. Okay. So whichever fish could survive not being eaten would be the ones that would produce offspring. But when they had the same fish and they removed all the predators and they had them breed for generation after generation after generation, they found that the fish would start to develop all sorts of bright colors.
Yeah.
That would make them stand out and not match the rocks below.
Right.
And so they said, okay, well, these fish are being chosen via sexual selection and sexual pressures, and the female fish are obviously attracted to the pretty colors. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, it sounds like you're saying because the female fish are selecting the male fish based on colors, that you're conceptualizing that as a societal pressure as opposed to a biological pressure.
Yeah, I guess it could be. I mean, it's weird in our context because like there could be a social pressure within the females that's not biological, because the social norm is that you go after guys that look a certain way. So it's not necessarily that the person finds that attractive. They just know that this is like a high status mate.
So to be clear, there could be, we imagine there's a biological pressure in women to seek out high status males.
Okay, so that would be the biological pressure.
But the social aspect, the social constructed aspect to that
is what makes high status.
Or not necessarily what makes high status, but how does a male signify that they have high status? Okay, what do they look like? What do they dress You know,
Right.
is if you're in a
A lot
time of
of
famine,
negging.
you know, is being a fat guy might be a sign of status. If you're not, maybe it's being muscular because it shows you take care of your body. You know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So.
Am I getting this right? I don't know. I feel.
Yeah, you're getting this right. But so we just go back to the original point, which is that gender identity, how you identify your gender, must have a biological component.
Mm-hmm.
Because how could nature produce animals that have all these rules and ideas about gender if the identification part of it was not also biological and inherent?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're in agreement.
Well, I don't the agreement, disagreement.
Well, I'm pulling you. I think I don't know. I don't know if you just worded it very poorly.
You're like, oh my God, Adam's a gender essentialist. First I find out he has a monkey tail. Now he's a gender essentialist.
Well, this seems weird because we've been talking for like the last 4 hours, and it seemed like you just suddenly took a U-turn into gender as a purely social construct.
Am I
land, and I'm just
contradicting
confused.
myself? Am I contradicting myself?
It seemed like you were. It seemed like you were.
Gender is there is a huge social constructionist component to gender.
Of course.
I mean, all of the arguments that we're having here and they're having are about changing the social aspect of gender.
Right,
like
but
the
they're
whole debate is about that. We can't
Right.
debate changing the biological aspect.
No, but that's the problem, is that you can have an argument about wanting to change the social aspects. That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
But most of the people, not all of them, but most of the people on this panel are denying that the biological aspects exist in the first place.
Well, obviously, you know that I'm not doing that.
I understand that.
Yeah.
But right, but so that's why I just thought it was
But
weird.
the biological components, it's difficult to say which has the bigger sway. I mean, so much of the biological components are in temperament.
Sure.
Yeah.
But I'm
Which
saying
is
with
yeah.
gender identity, it would have to have a strong biological component. I don't think people can just choose to change their gender. I don't think, not even that. I don't think people can be socialized to be the opposite gender. I just don't think it's possible.
I mean, I'm a little confused by what exactly we're talking about here. Like men in the 1600s commonly wore wigs. Men today do not commonly wear wigs. So is that a gender? Would you think of that as a gender expression, or
that would be a gender expression? But they're still identifying as men. They're just changing some of the rules associated with it.
Right. Yeah.
But this is the John Money.
But that doesn't come out of biology. Like men don't biologically crave wigs.
No, but I understand. But but we're talking about gender identity.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
Specifically, and so this is the John Money experiment where they.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it was terrible.
The kid botched circumcision.
Right.
They try to raise him as a girl,
mm-hmm.
and it doesn't work.
Yeah,
because gender identity is innate. It's not something you can just change.
Correct, but
right.
That's such a weird case because I don't know. Were they trying to? So much of the aspect of your identity is wrapped up in trying to pursue a family and a relationship and stuff like that. I don't know. Don't you think? Am I wrong about that?
It could be. It could be.
Maybe it's just me. I don't know. Maybe I'm just normie. Whatever.
I don't know. Maybe you're just a normie, but it's just the idea. Do you think that you could socialize any male or female to be the opposite gender?
Well, the first thing that comes to mind is the attraction element. Like, if they're not attracted to the opposite sex, and they're not going to form a stable family, you're probably not going to be happy. Not going to have normal relationship.
But that's completely not related to what I just asked you. Okay. So if you have a boy, do you think that you could give that boy female clothing, tell him that he's a girl?
No, obviously not. No.
And John Money experiment
failed. Failed. They tried this with John Money and it failed.
Right. Okay, so that means obviously, that gender. Okay, So that must mean that you agree that gender identity has some innate component to it. Because you can't do that.
Yes, correct.
Okay. That's all I was trying to establish this whole time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
But so we can agree that they're not talking about it at all in the realm of biology, right? They're only talking about it in the realm of social constructionism, right?
Well, Destiny's trying to say, and so it seems like is Vivian is trying to say, is that there must be some biological component to gender, and people must have some innate sense of their gender identity. And everyone else is saying, no, it's all social.
Mm-hmm. Right. Okay.
We have some internal feelings about
I don't
ourselves.
I think we have an internal, like, I think that there is like some internal feeling of gender that we seem to understand. And as
What
to
do you
the
mean when you
In a
say that?
practical sense, what is gender there? Like, are we talking about how we want to be treated? Are we talking about the names we would prefer to be called? Are we talking about how our body should look? What specifically?
Yeah, I think that all of those things are encompassed under the concept of gender.
So before you do, because once you do, it's going to take a while.
When people are talking about how they want their bodies to look, don't you think they're talking about that in the context of like sexual attraction?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Because you don't describe someone who's like thinks they should work out more, right? To attract mates. You know, they don't conceptualize as having dysphoria about it, right?
Well, I'm only saying like someone who wants to work out more wants to work out more because they want their body to be more sexually attractive.
Right, but I'm saying you wouldn't conceptualize them as having dysphoria.
No, I'm not. Just leave dysphoria out of the whole thing. I'm just talking about when they're talking about how you want your body to look, how you want to be treated. I feel like they're dancing around the issue of sexual attractiveness.
You can't, but they're talking about it in terms of people that have gender dysphoria. So you can't leave that part of the equation out.
Oh, okay.
And I don't think people with gender dysphoria,
euphoria?
What?
What is gender euphoria?
Well, that would be
used it
people,
a couple times in here.
That would be people experiencing extreme happiness over being identified by others in society as the gender they're transitioning to.
Okay, gotcha.
And I don't think most people that transition. First of all, I think a lot of people that transition are attracted to the same, what would be the same sex to the church that you're transitioning to.
I actually found the stat on this, and it bugs me that I can't remember right now, but yeah, there was some study, and I was like, oh my God, they have it in there. They had the trans people and their sexual, whether or not they were gay, straight, or bi. Because they never mentioned that kind of stuff. Yeah. But
I don't know,
seems to me like 50% of them were 50% of them were same-sex attracted.
Let's see.
50% of the trans people were same-sex
2015
attracted.
survey of roughly 3,000 American trans women showed that at least 60% were attracted to women.
Yeah, so same-sex attraction in 60% of them. Yes.
Right. So yeah, but exactly. So I don't think that would completely go against mate selection. Because presumably they wouldn't really transition to attract a woman.
Well, I mean, if they're transitioning into a man and women are generally attracted to men, then
no. But I'm saying a man transitioning to a woman would not be doing that for mate selection to attract another woman.
60% of them are attracted to men, though. Which
no.
is it?
60% of trans women, men. Okay. So that's men who transition to be women. Are attracted to women.
Right. Okay. Yes. So it's only 40% then.
Right.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Well, actually, no, it was less than that because 20% said they're bisexual.
Right. Yeah. So. You're probably looking at the same study as me.
Yeah, I am.
Yes. So there's more to gender for these people than just being attracted to the
right.
Attracting a mate. Yes.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
So, I just want Red Charlie, who had her hand up, want to make sure I can get something from her. Go ahead.
Yeah, so like I was thinking of something like, what does everyone here think? So we're talking about gender abolition, right? And like this intersects obviously with gender euphoria, gender dysphoria. If we put someone like a baby on like an island and they have no society, right? Would gender dysphoria be possible? Like if there is no gender in society, could someone feel gender dysphoria, or would it just be body dysphoria?
I think that
Adam.
Yeah, this is kind of my question.
Yeah.
Whether or not
what do you think?
No, of course not. No, I don't think they could. I don't think they would experience anything. No.
Really?
That's just my own take. Yeah.
Okay, so that's their
the
social
social
construction
model.
take.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly. Yeah.
Wow, I'm very surprised to hear you say that. No, I completely disagree. Completely disagree.
Well, I mean, there's an
They would-
expression component to this too, because I mean, even if they, what would you even be? I mean,
if you had
what would be going on?
if you had a child with gender dysphoria who grew up on an island alone, no other humans, okay, they would still have the feeling of dysphoria. They just would have no understanding of what it is or why they're experiencing it.
So they just feel like unmitigated shit all the time for no reason.
Right. They wouldn't understand why, but they would still have the experience. Yes.
I guess it's just impossible for me to comprehend any of this stuff because I can't conceptualize it at all. What is this? So what's the difference between that and just being depressed?
Well, the difference is what's caused. If it's depression being caused by a very specific instance, really.
Right.
It could be the big, the difference.
Well, you're alone on a desert island,
right?
All by yourself. Of course, you're going to be fucking depressed.
Okay, well, yeah, but it's a hypothetical. We're removing the fact that you'd be depressed because you're alone on an island, right? You don't know that you're alone on the island because you've never met other people, so you don't know that other people even exist. Okay, it's just to tease out this idea of whether gender dysphoria has an innate biological concept or just purely a social one. And I don't see how you can say it can't be purely social. It cannot be, because then it wouldn't make sense that the prevalence for people with gender dysphoria in identical twins is hundreds of times greater than if fraternal twins.
God, I love the fact that Sich is totally protecting me from making contradictions here. I feel John Smith sums it up best here in the chat. When John Smith says, Adam is too high for this conversation, just move on already. Unfortunately, I'm not high for this conversation.
No, you see, Adam has spent too much time getting high that it's become his
I
standard.
know. Oh my God. Yesterday was a very special day for me. Oh my God. Oh, come on.
I mean, obviously, gender being a social construct would rely on existing within some sort of social construct, but you would still have like body dysmorphia. I think that's definitely a thing that would still occur.
Also, it's weird. They keep saying you still have body dysmorphia. If you talk to a trans person and say, oh, you don't have gender dysphoria, you just have body dysmorphia, they're like, that's so offensive. That's transphobic. They get really mad at you. Yes. It's considered very bad to do that. So it's very strange that in this conversation, they're saying, oh, yeah, without society, you just have body dysmorphia. That's very bizarre to hear this. I've never heard this argument.
It's so bizarre to me because who doesn't want to change something about their body? What's body dysmorphia?
That's not what body dysmorphia is.
Okay, what is body dysmorphia?
So body dysmorphia is, here's the example I remember they would always use in my psych classes. There's a guy who had extreme body dysmorphia for his nose. He didn't like the way his nose looked.
Right.
And he was, as long as he could remember, even as a child, and he was begging his parents to get a nose job, and they refused to do it. Or they would say, we're going to wait till you're 18, then you can do whatever you want. Okay?
Yeah.
So you know what he did in high school?
He cut his nose off.
He took a hammer and he smashed his own nose in.
Oh my God.
To force his parents to get plastic surgery on his nose.
Smart kid. I like this guy.
That is an extreme. Okay. Yeah. People want to change their bodies, people don't do that, right? Normally people don't do that. Right? Another one is weird is there are people who they have this about limbs. They look at their arm and they say, this arm doesn't belong to me.
But that you're not, hold on. In the nose case, that's not any different than how I'm conceptualizing it. The guy,
no,
you're just, it's the level, the extremeness of it is all you're saying.
But that's all mental illnesses.
Well, okay.
Adam, do you hear voices in your head?
One, thankfully.
No, you do. If you close your
my
eyes
own.
and
yours nagging me when sometimes when our streams go too long.
If I say, Adam, imagine your wife telling you something. Do you you hear her voice in your head?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
But you know it's not real. You don't.
No, I'm not going to do the bookshelf already. God damn
exactly.
it! I told
you don't physically hear it, right? So the difference between that and schizophrenia is a level of extremes. Okay, everyone can hear voice in their head. Everyone can see pictures in their mind, but they're not hallucinating. They're not seeing them tangible. It's a level of extremes here. Okay.
Well, when you do mushrooms, though, you can, sometimes you're like, okay, just let go. Let the voices take over.
And I haven't looked deep into body dysmorphia, so I don't know if there's been new research in this. When I went to school, it was thought to be related to OCD, that you have some OCD type anxiety disorder about fixating on some specific part of your body. And so
the tail.
The tail, right. And so it was always considered a very bad, a big faux pas to equate that with gender dysphoria, which is interesting is still that they're doing it in this conversation to me.
Oh, they're doing the faux pas?
They're doing the faux pas, yes.
Oh, well, good. I won't get in trouble. I'm sure I've committed several faux pas already in this live stream. I'm a dumb normie, okay? I'm just trying to figure this stuff out. No one's explaining it. If they just explained it in biological terms, I would understand. Even cultural evolution terms I could understand.
Right.
None of this talk is touching on stuff that I'm familiar with.
You can look at the case of like intersex people, for example.
Oh, no.
Disproportionately high rate of body dysmorphia.
Make it stop.
Especially if their parents choose what they want their child to have in their downstairs department or whatever. So that would still exist.
So let's go to Demon Mama. Let's go to Demon Mama, then Vivian, then Destiny. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think that gender euphoria is just another.
See what Destiny did? Did you catch that?
I wasn't looking. What did he do?
He held up his hand and patiently waited.
There you go.
Soy boy. Soy boy right there.
Typical female behavior.
Look at that. Yeah. Terrible.
Terrible.
Term for the joy that comes from self-realization and self-actualization. I don't really see like gender. I think that when we talk about gender euphoria, there's obviously a lot of personalization. And if gender is a huge issue in your life that has stood in the way of you being able to express yourself or in one way or another to varying degrees, I think it is absolutely natural that we would have a term for like, hey, this shit is fixed and I feel great about being able to self-realize and self-actualize. Like those are things we already acknowledge as concepts for all kinds of other things. I don't think that it's any different when it comes to gender. Now, I acknowledge that gender is a really, really hazy subject, and that's why there's some confusion and unclearness or whatever on some of these terms. But the reality is that there's all kinds of examples in our life where we achieve something that is important to us as an individual, and we receive euphoria as a result of that. I don't think that's any different for.
This is so weird to hear trans people making this argument. They're like, oh, PSA Sich, when you did your Game of Thrones video and it got 1 million views, that feeling you had of success is the same as gender dysphoria persons transitioning. Like, doesn't that just feel like such a huge belittlement to trans people and their experiences?
Sure. I mean, I don't understand the experiences. So.
No, but they're saying like you've experienced success and the feeling of happiness.
Hell
because
yeah!
You succeeded
Oh my
something,
God,
right?
you get so high, it's the greatest. That's all all you want is success. Success is euphoric.
Yeah, but and that's a fleeting feeling though. Right.
Yeah, totally. It sucks, man.
Right.
And you got to like double dose next time. You're like, holy shit.
That's part of the
Fuck.
problem. But to equate that to people having gender dysphoria, to me, that just seems like a really belittling of the experience of trans people. In my opinion.
They got to feel like at some level success though. They've discovered what's wrong. I mean, like, how could you not, if you had cancer and you became and you beat the cancer, you'd feel success. You'd feel euphoria.
Yeah, so but to me, there's a difference between saying you succeed in some goal, you feel happy for a set period of time, and you feel that you finally achieved a positive mental body image that matches whatever your brain's telling you.
Right.
Because to me, that's more like you're achieving a level of like peace that most people don't have to achieve because they naturally fit it.
Yeah.
Like, I would say there's a big difference in conceptualizing being at peace and being happy.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how I would conceptualize.
That's a huge difference. Right. But they've only used the term euphoria. Which one are you using euphoria for?
But I would imagine that when someone has a feeling of gender euphoria, okay, yeah, it's a high that turns into a lasting peace, at least with their gender.
So you're saying they're categorizing euphoria as peace, and you don't like that categorization?
I'm saying they're categorizing it as happiness when they should be categorizing it as peace.
Right. So it's not euphoria. It should be more something like gender okayness.
Right. Well, I'm sure when it first happens, there's a euphoric feeling that goes beyond okayness, that goes beyond peace. But I'm just saying it seems weird to me to equate this to just succeeding in a life goal. I don't know. It seems very strange to me.
According to the research, that testosterone gives you euphoria. So
that's true. But I can understand comparing it to beating cancer, maybe, because that's like a very extreme situation.
Yeah. I would feel euphoric if I beat cancer.
Sure.
And then I'd be, oh shit, I have to go back to work. God damn it. The euphoria wouldn't last.
Right.
I'd be like, Jesus, now I'm just human again.
You'd be happy to work. You'd be happy that you have the opportunity to work.
But I feel like that's the same thing with trans people. They feel like, okay, they have that euphoria if they've finally gotten past this, but then real life kicks in and they're like, okay, and well now
I don't know. To me, it seems like they're equating the things much more minor than beating cancer. It could just be my impression. It could be my reading, but that's how it reads to me when they're using this language.
This euphoria language.
Yes.
Yeah. It's very disrespectful what they're doing.
Gender. And I don't think that would disappear in a in a gender abolitionist or gender ascensionist, as I'm going to use from now on, society.
Essentialist is the word.
Maybe I mean ascension, like we're ascending beyond gender.
Oh, okay. Ascensionist.
I don't know. Who knows?
Because I think it would just be understood slightly differently. I think that there would still be people who are like, oh yeah, oh my God, this like dress feels great, being seen as.
But see, this person is making a bullshit argument.
Euphoria.
Because they're saying even if we had no gender, if we live in a society beyond gender, a person who transitions would still feel gender euphoric. That makes no sense.
It doesn't. I know. The whole idea of gender expression is about attracting, maybe it's not. Maybe someone just feels special in that dress. I mean, most people that talk about how does this dress look, they mean the implied thing is this attractive?
Right.
Right?
Right.
Yeah.
Awesome. I love this shit. They just wouldn't necessarily call it gender euphoria. That's just a term that exists as a product of our current environment, in my opinion. And it's very, very similar to many other types of euphoria that we receive.
Let's go to Vivian and then Destiny.
Yeah, so as to the desert island question, I think like what Jack said about like...
What do you think of that voice?
How dare you?
What? No, I like it.
How what? Dare you?
What are you talking about?
How dare you?
I like it.
Oh my God. I've got a bigot as my co-host.
What are you talking about? I'm not allowed to like voices now.
No, you're not allowed.
Oh, okay. Well, I used to like your voice. Now I don't.
Well, you're a little crazy for that one. Okay. You have bad taste, I guess.
Yeah, she is. Sorry.
Like,
You were thinking it. I just actually said it aloud.
I was not thinking that. Oh my God, you're terrible.
I'm not. It's unique. That's what I like about it. It's very unique.
So I think a couple of different kinds of dysphoria. There's like body dysphoria where like it's, you know, you look in the mirror or you look down at yourself and you're like, this shit just doesn't fit, right? That's probably closer to like dysmorphia. And then there's a kind of social dysphoria that exists, right? When your internal schema doesn't match with the
You're not pausing there?
About what?
When you look down in the mirror, you're like, this shit just doesn't fit. It's like, oh yeah.
Right.
Never mind.
way other
Let us
people perceive you, and maybe you're treated differently. Somebody uses the wrong pronouns or like misgenders you, whatever, right? In the desert island equation, like that's really difficult to happen because you're not fucking interacting with anybody else, right? It could be possible that you could experience a kind of social gender euphoria in such a situation because you might find that
Stug for $5 says, "That's right, Sich. You're not dealing with a normal gender anymore. I have ascended beyond the limits of normal gender into the realm of legend. I am super gendered."
There you go. Yes.
Thank you, Stug. Thank you, Stug.
Awesome.
Adam should know all about that since he was born with a tail, apparently.
Super gendered, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
2 penises.
Could you imagine when Goku goes Super Saiyan for the first time, he just grows an extra penis?
There you go. Exactly.
That's terrible.
Why was Dr. Manhattan gendered?
Because he's a man.
Very transphobic.
Danimal the Bruce for 1999. Thank you very much. Danimal says, Adam said earlier he doesn't know what it feels like to be a man inside, but I know what men feel like inside. So maybe I can help explain. DM me happy face.
Danimal. No. You're awful. Hilarious.
Adam, I think you need to approach this offer. Have Danimal really, explain it to you, or you can get firsthand experience.
I don't know if I could. I don't know if I'm ready for that explanation. I mean, I can pretty much postulate the explanation already. I'm not sure I need the gory details.
Nigel Savoy for $20. Thank you very much, Nigel. Take my money, you enlightened centrist. I'm taking note from Adam's book and recording some talks between my Trump supporter friends and my LGBT liberal friends, going over debates and videos over various different topics.
Cool. That's awesome. Yeah.
That is interesting. Yeah.
Isaac is gone for 3 weeks, but we're definitely going to come back. So, and he's looking forward to it. We're actually going to talk to Danimal one of these days. So,
ooh, interesting. Yeah. Interesting. Allard K for 1999. Thank you very much. Allard says, I'll have to revisit this later, but A-Team reign.
A-Team supreme. Perfect.
There you go. He just says reign though, so maybe he means A-Team reigns is over. A-Team reign sucks.
I'm going with A-Team supreme now. Like why? I'm just simplifying.
A-Team
it.
supreme.
A-Team supreme. Yeah.
So you're like a Taco Bell item.
A-Team. Oh my God, you're such a little bitch. You such a little bitch. I thought we had it worked out. I thought we had this worked out, but it does have a little bit of a Taco Bell. People love Taco Bell.
It's 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm starving. What's
A-Team
I'm gonna
supreme.
Pull to the Taco Bell and be like, sir, can I get some A-Team supreme?
You little bastard.
With the extra fire sauce, please.
A-Team. We can't change A-Team. A-Team is the shit. Anyway. Little bastard.
J-Mac for $20. Thank you very much, J-Mac. Says, so it's style or interest, how utterly useless. That would make it very utterly useless. True. Duperda for $20. Thank you very much, Duper. Says, I'm betting $100 they're not going to say anything about biology, the risk of transition surgery, and the insane suicide rates. I wish people actually cared about trans people instead of their politics. No.
I agree.
I don't think that's going to come up at all. It's going to come up at all. Gemini for $2 says, Adam, I want to see your monkey tail for research.
It's phantom. It's invisible. Did you read JMac?
The $50 one. I was about to get to it.
Okay.
JMac for $50. JMac always so amazingly generous with the super chats. Thank you so much, JMac. Says OCD is a fairly wide category. True. I have intrusive thoughts, OCD, and it's worse. It was extremely debilitating. I personally believe the gaps in our understanding of the human brain / consciousness can lead to gaps in understanding of mental illness. I agree with that completely.
I have experienced OCD before in my life, and kind of realized that it was just that I could get over it myself if I just break the chain of, thinking about something, worrying about something, or I could make it 10 times worse if I really wanted to. I could just completely dive into those thoughts and just never let go. So I guess it's difficult for me, but obviously maybe I'm in a certain position mentally
but you
that
understand,
other people aren't in.
Since you've experienced that.
Yes.
That there's this is the trap people make, is that since they experience some minor form of it, they say I can experience OCD thoughts, but I can get over it. They assume that means other people can get over it, or that
no,
their
and
ability.
I wasn't saying that.
No, I know that you're not saying that, right? But the assumption that often can happen is that the ability to get over the OCD thoughts is some sort of like learned behavior, or they're strong enough or something. When it's more likely that there's just a physiological mechanism in your brain that allows you to turn off the cycle that other people don't have, or other people are just unfortunately born with that ability being weaker.
Yeah, no, and I feel bad for those people, obviously, because I know that if I just let it go and dive into those OCD thoughts, that you could ruin your life doing that. Definitely.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely. Right. But that would be the difference when we're talking about how mental illness is generally conceptualized as things that people can have, but two more extreme versions. Like you wouldn't consider yourself necessarily as having OCD because it hasn't, I'm assuming, hasn't negatively impacted your life.
Yeah. But I could see how it would.
Right.
There are like certain activities that you like doing by yourself that fit with this internal schema, and you could be like, well, this is a job or a thing.
You really don't like that voice, Sich? So unique. I'm serious. Sich.
That is meant for me. Like I'm more in tune with this kind of activity, perhaps. But I don't think that the social dysphoria could exist because there's nobody to sort of enforce upon you that your internal schema doesn't match their person schema of you.
Destiny.
Okay, so two things. So one, gender euphoria. My understanding.
So, and this isn't what Vivian said, but people fall into this trap very often, which is that if you remove the biological aspect of gender dysphoria and of transitioning, then you're basically removing the argument for why you shouldn't just have conversion therapy for people with gender dysphoria. Because if it was purely social, you just say, well, just socialize them to identify with their birth sex.
Yeah.
Why would you ever transition? It doesn't make any sense.
Well, even if it's biological, you could treat them with the hormones that match their biological sex. So
someone said, if someone has any studies on this, because to my knowledge, I'm unaware of any studies that are actually being done, because I would assume it'd be very unethical to do so. But someone said that they had tried to do that. There were studies of them doing that, and that they all failed and actually made them worse.
Fascinating.
So yeah, if anyone knows what those studies are, just send it to me on Twitter or something, because I'd love to see it.
It strikes me as odd that it's completely unethical to do that test, but to give them the opposite hormones that go with their body. That is the ethical thing to do.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying.
Boy, ethics have this. Ethics are weird, guys.
Sometimes. Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Castrating them. That's the ethical thing to do.
Well, but that's another reason why them comparing gender dysphoria to body dysmorphia is so weird, is that usually when someone has body dysmorphia, the treatment is never to affirm the body dysmorphia. So like if someone has an idea that their arm is not their arm and that it's wrong and needs to be removed, they generally don't amputate it as treatment.
Exactly.
That's generally not what they do, which is the complete opposite with gender dysphoria, where generally they want to have affirmative
Amputate it.
treatment.
Yeah.
Which is
Gender
weird. It's why,
affirming treatment.
again, it's very strange to me that they're comparing the two as if they're the same. But I don't know.
Body dysmorphia and gender dysmorphia. Yeah, totally.
Is it doesn't refer to just like, oh, I'm being treated how I want to be treated, or oh, like I'm happy that I'm getting to do something I wanted to do. My understanding is that it specifically refers to the idea that you are being treated in society as the gender that you identify as. That feeling of like doing something or being treated in a way such that it closely like harmonizes with your gender identity is supposed to present like a special feeling that feels euphoric, as opposed to the dysphoria that one might feel when there's a massive mismatch between their expression and their identity, or the perceived gender and their gender identity.
See, all the euphoria comes from external forces, being treated in a way that
but that's not true though.
Okay,
that's not true.
But that's the way he's categorized.
Yeah, but I disagree with that completely.
Okay.
Because that is the everything social idea.
Okay. Well, that could be true without everything being social, obviously.
Well,
like the euphoria component could be completely social, even though there is some kind of biological component going on. I mean, if we all feel better when society treats us the way we want to be treated, regardless of gender.
Yeah, like, I mean, I guess that's true.
Being disrespected is the worst thing. People hate to be disrespected. And all those are around social norms that are irregardless. Like,
gotcha.
Right. Yeah.
Well, this is such I hate to say this. It's complicated. It's such a complicated.
Yeah. Okay, Tim. Where's my Tim Pool hat?
Where's the beanie? Yes.
I know you super sticking. I guess you're just. This is why these conversations are always difficult, because there's a huge social component and there's a huge biological component, and both components are often conflated. During one sentence.
The biology shapes the social, and then the social, I would argue, molds to fit whatever the biology is.
Yes,
generally,
the gender norms around vocation came out of the biology, because men do jobs with a higher risk profile because men have a higher risk profile than women.
Right.
So they are attracted to those jobs more than women are.
Right.
Yeah. Women are attracted to writing jobs because they're more social.
Or and they're also generally, women have better developed language centers in their brains than men.
Because they're more social. Yeah.
Right. Well, that would be the assumed evolutionary reason for why that happened. Yes.
Yeah. Women taught the kids how to talk. Yes. For
the first thing, and then for the second thing, I guess like for this idea that like gender is just 1,000,000% socially constructed and like there is no internal gender anything at all. I guess like how do we deal conceptually with the with the intersex experiments where somebody's born intersex and the doctor just makes a call like, oh well, we're just going to make this person this sex, we're going to do the surgery, and then boom, and then some of these people end up growing up and they like kill themselves because they experience such dysphoria throughout their lives, nothing ever feels right. Like if it was all just socially programming, like shouldn't we be able to just say, oh well, they should have been, they were treated as a male, they should have just grown up as a male and everything would have been fine.
Well, we're conflating here. I think we're conflating.
Look at Jack and then Vosh, okay?
First off, there are multiple types of gender euphoria. One can be related to social stuff. Another can be related to body stuff, essentially. And as far as like intersex people, like it's very, 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 very rare that any intersex person is born with like a life-threatening condition where like the doctor's like, the genitals, I need to operate. That never happens. Like almost never happens.
There's one really famous case for it though, right?
But just don't operate on the kid's genitals. Like just wait until they're an adult and they can make their own choice.
Well, I
completely didn't answer the question, but
punt.
Okay. Total punt.
There is a really famous experiment that he was referencing, though, that like is often cited in like conversations around being trans and so on. I forget what it was called, but
John Money.
Absolute.
David Reimer was the kid's name.
Yeah.
Reimer. I don't know how to pronounce it, but it's interesting because not only was this not only did this horrifying live unethical experiment, kind of disprove the notion that gender is a social construct and you can just socialize anyone to be any gender, but John Money, the guy who did this, he's the first person to come up with this idea.
Yep.
He was the person that literally came up with the idea that there is this difference between gender and sex, and that gender is this purely social thing and you can just socialize it. So the guy who came up with the very concept and then did the very unethical experiment showed it was wrong.
Well, he
and
never
yet for some
abandoned it.
reason, this idea persists.
He proved himself wrong with the experiment, but always claimed it was a huge success.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
He did.
Never mind the fact that the Rimmer guy died of suicide, and I believe his brother killed himself too.
They both killed themselves.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Oh my God.
Medical monstrosity should have never fucking happened.
It wasn't intersex though. It was a botched circumcision, so he decided to do SRS on a kid.
Yeah. That was right.
So,
Look, the conflation between physiological and sociological criteria here is really, really important. So with regards to the intersex thing, yeah, I would say that would probably be an instance of like a body dysmorphia, where there's the incompatibility there isn't necessarily, though it often can be, social rules, but it's your body not being the way you have some internal feeling it should be. And I think that very often is biological, but I wouldn't argue that's like necessarily a component of gender, or at the very least it wouldn't have to be. We can easily imagine a gender abolished world. So, kid's born, kid can have XY, XX, whatever genitals, doesn't really matter, treated all the same. And we can imagine in such a world, even if people don't really have a conceptualization of what a man or a woman is, that some people would still be uncomfortable with their body, would still want to change it through, hormone surgery, that sort of thing. And that would be fine. That'd be good. I don't know if that needs to be a component of gender, because without gender, such a thing would still take place. And I do think, and this varies from person to person, but I think a lot of dysphoria and euphoria also come from a set of feelings people have about the way given gender should look, even if...
So, it's interesting because you have all these people talking about this stuff they don't understand. If you type in body dysmorphia and you look up like treatment options, nowhere for treatment of body dysmorphia does it say affirmative care where the body limb is removed or that they do surgery. Nowhere does it say this stuff. It always says, it says cognitive behavioral therapy. It says, selective serotonin.
Oh, can you imagine? Can you imagine
inhibitors.
cognitive behavioral therapy for gender dysphoria?
That's why I'm saying it's
CBT.
It's so bizarre to hear people conflate this with gender dysphoria. When the advocates, the original trans advocates, had to fight so hard to disassociate them. And it's what's so weird about a lot of the gender abolition movement is that it seems like a lot of people fighting for trans rights and women's rights and gay rights, they had to fight so hard to say this is biological, and they would say that, and I think they're right in terms of that it ended up lining up with science, but they were saying it because it makes their arguments easier. It says why you shouldn't have conversion therapy, because if you're born that way, obviously it's like, well, you can't really, it's kind of more difficult to expect someone to convert something that they're born a specific way. And yet it's so weird to hear people make the exact opposite argument now. They just want to destroy all the work that's been gained by the LGBT community.
Yeah. Sad.
If that's not an inherent component of the gender identity itself. So an example of this would be that there are plenty of woke feminist trans women who are perfectly aware of the fact that cisgender women grow hair on their arms and legs and armpits. It just, everyone does. I mean, almost everyone. Some people are naturally hairless, but almost everyone does. And in spite of a perfectly consistent, rational understanding that that is in fact the case, these trans women will often do everything in their power to make themselves as hairless as possible. And in doing so, they're not so much trying to look like a cis woman in a biological sense. They're trying to conform to expectations. But if we didn't have those gendered expectations about how cis women should groom themselves and wax their armpits or what have you, would that be a component of dysphoria for trans women? Or if we lived in a world without that expectation, would trans women be okay all of them. I mean, having hairy armpits and going, oh yeah, fine, this is fine.
I think this is kind of a bad example, because obviously some amount of hairstyling and grooming is social, like shaving armpits or whatever, right?
Well,
but
I don't know, because
But-
it seems biological though. Isn't that like a standard discuss mechanism, and that's why?
well, no, but in terms of a gender difference, I was going to say that it's my understanding that men on average are hairier than women.
Right. Yes.
And so, yeah, you could say, well, the social aspect is deciding to take that line even further, but it's still rooted in biology.
Well,
There's a reason-
if women are attracted to hair and men are disgusted by it, that seems like something evolution would seize on or even use to like
Well,
drive.
I wouldn't
them.
even say it could be more just that men are attracted on average to women and women are attracted on average to men, and therefore if you want to emulate being a man or a woman, you're going to go after looking like those gender roles. And so if women on average have less hair than men, then women can sort of game the system by removing even more hair, to some extent, obviously, to seem even more feminine, to seem even more woman-like to men.
I'm pointing out that the attraction and the repulsion is driven by the opposite sex and to some extent by biology.
Right. But that's why I'm saying I think hair is a bad example, because
Hair's a great example.
If people take testosterone, they grow more facial hair. So it has to be related to biology.
Yes. Yeah.
Like, I know there's been these,
but Vosh is advocating for changing the biology because he's saying.
Well, no, he's saying no. He's not. He's saying that the hair stuff has no biological basis in it whatsoever.
Which is wrong.
Which I completely disagree with.
Yeah.
There's a reason that when people point to women with mustaches and beards existing in certain cultures, that's the rare exception.
Yes. Yeah.
The reason for that.
It's interesting. I mean, there's no hard line to split these two
It
concepts.
feels like we literally are
psychological.
making. Feels like basically the argument is that like nobody in here believes that trans people would exist if like we didn't have gendered roles in society.
Could you make a society though where men are attracted to women with mustaches though? That's like the question. That's the big question. Like,
yeah, I think you could.
I don't think you could. I think that's
think
the biological component.
When you say could you, could you? People, you've seen. When we talk about this, the line experiment, or did Aiden talk about this last week? Where, you have the experiment where people look at the lines, and then the
they go with the
instructor says,
social, yeah.
Yeah, and the instructor says, what's the
you're
tallest
right.
line?
Oh my God, you're right.
And then what's really testing is that there's like 6. Okay, so let me back up and explain this. So there's an experiment, which I can't remember, where you have like 6 people in a room, and there's an instructor, and there are a tester, and they're like, okay, I want everyone in the group to tell me what's the longest line. But the thing is that all the people in the group are in on the experiment except for one person.
Yes.
Yes, they're all Confederates in the study. And so what they'll do is for the first 2 or 3, everyone who's part of it will all accurately point out which is the longest line. But then they'll start pointing out the incorrect line as being the longest line. Okay. And so they're testing to see the social pressure, and they find, I think it was 2/3 of the people will cave the social pressures, and they'll say that the line that's not the longest is actually the longest to conform with the group.
This is not an accurate test though, of what I'm saying, because there's absolutely no discussed mechanism working in this situation.
That's true.
I'm very curious if they did this experiment where there was some like discussed repulsion that the other people were, trying to get the person to agree to, if that would increase their or decrease their willingness to agree.
Well, what I was going to say is, if you had complete control over society, like authoritarian control, okay, I believe, yes, you could shape a society where at least for a couple generations, the norm would be that women with mustaches or beards would be considered more attractive. If you could have it, if you can construct it so that this idea is being like reinforced and shoved down everyone's throat. But I agree. But I agree that I don't think that that's a model that could maintain itself, because as soon as the extreme social pressures, which are artificial, subside, then yes, that would go away very quickly.
Yeah, you'd revert back to the old biology taking over.
Right.
Yeah. You'd be fighting your disgust you'd be like, really? We're supposed to like your natural disgust you'd be fighting.
There's no hard line to split these two
It
concepts.
feels like we
It's
literally
a
are
lot-
making. It feels like basically the argument is that like nobody in here believes that trans people would exist if like we didn't have gendered roles in society. Does everyone in here believe that? Because that's what it sounds like I'm hearing.
There would still be people with sexual.
Wait, why would
dysphoria.
you be trans at all if there were no gender roles in society, unless there was some
Wait a
underlying
second,
fact of the matter?
I think that basically everyone would probably fit what we currently recognize as trans. People would express themselves in ways that we currently do not allow people to express themselves, in ways that we clinicalize and call deviant and whatnot. I think is actually we talked about this earlier. I talked about
if we abolish gender, everyone would be trans.
I told you that's the way we were going. I knew it. I knew
You
this.
did.
DSM-6, man. They're trying to get cis people categorized as mentally ill.
Everyone would be trans. I love the idea that's like, this is like wishful thinking times 1,000. It's like everyone, all these cis people, they're all just waiting to express themselves. And they just feel like they can't because of the societal pressures are so strong. Oh, we're freeing them. Free.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, not really. I mean, I've never lacked for expressing myself. Have you, Sich? I mean,
no.
I feel like I've expressed myself in the ways that I want to express.
It makes sense that that someone who I imagine is very involved in a lot of these critical theories would think that, because they conceptualize the world as like, we live in these worlds of oppressive power hierarchies where there's some sort of like elite group that is, dictating the behavior of the masses and controlling them, as opposed to gender norms and gender behaviors sort of just coming out naturally through various incarnations of societies and cultures, and that there's no mustache twirling elite that's sort of like creating them and forcing people to follow them.
Mm-hmm.
Emergent, that's the word I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
A lot of the gender norms and culture around them are all emergent properties of humans.
Yeah, exactly. Biology and culture mixes too.
Right.
And often there's a feedback. Yeah. That's why when I'm talking about the social component, I'm cool. I know it's social and biological. I know there's two things. I'm not abandoning the biological component.
Adam's gone native. He's a bad man now. Everyone shame him. Social pressure him into believing that biology is important.
It's a mix. It's like the that yin yang thing. It really is. It's like biology and culture. It's yin yang. That's very
offensive. You just culturally appropriated Asians, okay?
What are you talking about? I love
Don't you know
Asians.
that we're experiencing a wave of Asian hate? How dare you?
I love Asians.
Are you like Lindsay Ellis now? Oh my God, we're gonna have to cancel Adam.
No. God, who cares? No one. I'm not cancelable because no one cares about me.
That's true, and you don't really
perfect.
care enough to be canceled. So
it's perfect. I have just the amount of attention that I like. I can say offensive things and nobody freaks out.
Yeah, but you know what's gonna happen? When our comic becomes a Netflix show.
Oh my God, that'd be
great. They're gonna cancel us. They're gonna. What do you mean? They're gonna cancel us? They're gonna look into every stream. There's gonna be some asshole going through all 20 hours of every stream we've ever done, and they're gonna pick out all the times you said something a little problematic. Like, look at this person.
Wait a second. Maybe we can lean on my body dysmorphia. What do I get for my phantom tail? My phantom monkey tail. Tell me what. How many impression points is that worth?
Look, you guys can't attack Adam. Adam is trans.
I have body dysmorphia.
He identifies as a Saiyajin.
Exactly. Yeah.
There you go. Actually, now I think about it, didn't Joy Boy draw a picture of you as like a Saiyan? Now I
Really?
think about it.
Maybe I
I'll
have
have
my.
to find this picture.
I'll have to check it out.
I have a vague recollection of this. He knew. He somehow knew intrinsically. He could feel your sayingness coming out.
Tons of people who, like for me, not transitioning was ridiculously painful, enough that it pushed me like to aggressively pursue transition. Not everyone's to that degree, but many people do chafe against the roles that they're put into, just to different degrees. I think that we would have a society where maybe we wouldn't have the concept of trans people, but there would probably be all kinds of people that if we were to map their expression onto our currently existing society as like a side-by-side analysis, they would probably be identified as trans in this society, but in the future society, they would be freely to do whatever they wanted.
If you eliminated all of that, then let's say we eliminate all of our gender roles. It sounds like what you've done is you've just like conveniently like recreated gender roles, like or you've recreated some internal gender expression. So we said, let's say that we eliminate all gender roles and all gender expression from society and all that stuff. Well, there's still going to be some people that feel dysphoria based upon their primary and secondary sexual characteristics that might require sex reassignment surgery or hormone replacement therapy.
That'll always
Like,
happen.
well, it sounds like, well, yeah, but when you say that, it sounds like you actually are saying that there is some underlying fact of the matter. Even if we eliminated the whole concepts entirely, there necessarily must be some underlying fact of the matter.
I think,
If
wait,
people
but
still
again,
need to
we're
live in the
physiological
we
thing
don't-
that you
we
could
don't
do on a
think
medical
that-
level if you need to.
Yeah, we don't think that the social components of transness or of gender are things that need exist, but there are still going to be people who, for biological reasons, want their bodies to look and behave differently than how they do.
How
But
do they
that
want them
isn't
to look and behave,
inherently-
though?
I mean,
Because some
look,
people
it's
who
like
are born with a given set of genitals want a different
people
one.
here.
Yeah.
We have a bunch of trans people here.
Look at your
I
ass.
transitioned because I wanted to look and feel different than what I did before. And like
Hmm.
that was definitely a component of it. It wasn't all entirely how people look at me.
Yeah, but like, is it just by chance that like all of those feelings tend to conform with like the Western understanding of like
No,
how?
but wait,
I-
that's what I wait.
N-
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
People, I just talked
Uh-oh.
about that though with the shaving
Uh-oh.
example. So people's understanding of what a given body looks like or what a sex looks like is influenced by social rules surrounding that sex, a la waxing armpits. But that
How can he not just completely ignore the disgust factor? Like that's such a huge component of all of this.
No one's thinking about this in terms of evolution whatsoever.
Yeah, it's awful.
Well, but that's
my God.
why there's so much pushback on a lot of the trans stuff, is because if you have this biological mechanism that's making you want to see people's gender instantly,
Mhm.
so that you know who's potential to be, the mate with or
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah.
So if people who are just controlled by their elephant, just controlled
Mhm.
by their biology, they see someone that they think is a potential mate, but then they realize it's not because it's male,
Mhm.
that upsets them, and it
Yeah.
fires that disgust mechanism.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, but they're not addressing any of this stuff.
That's the hugest problem. That's the biggest
Right.
problem right there.
That is the problem.
Yeah.
that's not an inherent thing. We're taught that. I believe that in a world without gender,
He thinks we're taught that. Listen to this. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Well, he buys all that critical theory nonsense.
You don't like every single emotion you have. I mean, you're taught to control them.
Right.
But yeah. Oh.
or people who experience sexual dysphoria would still want to get corrective surgery for that, and that's good.
What
and
would
they
the
should.
dysphoria be though if there was
We
no
see, look,
expectation? Where does that
So,
dysphoria
let's
He snuck in something there that's not scientific whatsoever.
Sneaky
He's now saying
premise.
sexual dysphoria.
Mhm.
There's no such thing. That's
That's
not
not
a
a
classification in DSM. There's no such thing as sexual dysphoria. It's called gender dysphoria for a very specific reason.
Mhm.
Okay. So if you're going to make the argument that it should be renamed and reconceptualized as sexual dysphoria, you're going to have to explain why you're going against the current understanding of science
Mhm.
and medicine.
Exactly. Yeah. Why you're disagreeing with the DSM.
That's right.
Let's let a trans individual in to help answer these. But let's go to Alice, and then Vivian, and then Demon. Okay.
just to address that, Destiny. So, if the roles were removed, I don't care. I'm not. I would have done. I would have expressed myself however the hell I wanted to express myself, regardless, and I still do. Like, if you see me on streams, there's many times where I am not presenting femininely. But I have primarily sexual characteristics. Dysphoria based on sexual characteristics. I still would have had that dysphoria regardless of what the social expectations were, because it's based purely on the sexual characteristic component, not the societal expectation. Now, maybe I would have, like Vosh said,
like what, you said, that you're having a dysphoria that's based on some like biological characteristic. That dysphoria, like, what is that characteristic? Like, what is it?
I don't like having a dick. I don't like not having boobs. I don't like. There's like literal physical components. I don't like the way that.
There's literally, we have a category that's like created to describe dicks and boobs, and it's sex, right? Like, these are all like primary or secondary sexual characteristics.
Yes, I have dysphoria based on my sex, not my gender.
Sex, but that doesn't have to. I don't buy the argument that gender must exist because there are people who have problems with their sexual characteristics.
I'm not saying. I'm not arguing whether or not gender exists or whatever in some like broad category. What I'm getting at is that the concept of sex or gender, even gender being abstracted of sex, but we'll say sex even as a category, that there seems to be some underlying fact of the matter that's not just like an agreement that we have with each other. There seems to be some underlying fact of the matter there.
Yeah, of course there are underlying.
I think what Destiny is trying to say is that it seems like sex goes beyond just your physical genitalia, that there's some sense of it, there's some behavioral sense, to some internal sense of sex that goes beyond that is not being recognized in this conversation.
No, really?
Well, but see, I think where you get into trouble is that I would not conceptualize that as sex. I would conceptualize that as your gender identity.
Oh, really?
Is that innateness?
So you think that feeling that comes from within it is your gender identity?
Well, okay. I guess this is as good a time as any to go over this.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's dig in. We have to understand this.
So there's two APAs. There's the American Psychiatric Association and the American Psychological Association. Okay. The Psychiatric Association is the organization that writes the DSM.
Prescriptions and
they're psychiatric doctors. They involve more with medicine, writing prescriptions, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Brain chemistry and shit.
Right. Okay. Their definition of gender is completely different from the other APAs. Their definition is that their definition of gender is more colloquial. Okay. It's the one that we've been kind of using in this conversation. That gender is that sex is like your genitals and your internal sexual reproductive organs, and gender is, things that are considered masculine, feminine, certain gendered traits in terms of behavior in your brain, and gender norms associated with culture and biology. Okay. So the American Psychiatric Association uses a definition of gender, which is the one that we all generally think of when we hear gender. Okay. Does that make sense?
It's interchangeable with sex?
No. What?
Okay. No? Oh, okay.
Okay. You're not with me. Okay. The APA. Let me start one more time.
Psychiatry. Yeah.
The Psychiatric Association of
I
America.
followed you that far. Yeah.
Okay. They say sex is basically just your genitals and your sexual reproductive organs.
Right.
Okay.
Which
and
is
that
crazy
gender,
because there's like your eyes and your parasympathetic nervous system and your pain receptors and like all this other stuff.
But they consider all the things you're talking about. The APA, the psychiatric one, considers those as gender differences, not sex differences, but as gender differences.
Okay, so that's bonkers. But anyway,
okay,
I can take
it.
But
that's the more colloquial way in which people use the term gender.
Right.
Okay, so they're more aligned with the way people generally use the term.
Right. Okay. Men like sports. That's gender.
Right. But also that men on average are more aggressive.
Yeah, there you go. That's aggression.
Yes. Okay. So they would say, let me see if I actually can find the actual. I have the actual definition saved on my computer. I've looked at it so many times.
Isn't that funny that men are more aggressive seems like a super gendered thing, and Vosh, who's probably one of the most aggressive people
I know.
on YouTube.
So actually, no. Okay.
Is a gender abolitionist.
So I'm explaining this a little incorrectly. So let me read you the actual. Let me read you their literal definition.
I was right. You were wrong.
No, you were not right. So they say gender is used to denote the public and usually legally recognized lived role as a boy or girl, man or woman, but in contrast to certain social constructionist theories, biological factors are seen as contributing and in interaction with social and psychological factors to gender development.
Bang! That's basically my definition.
That is not your definition, but that's fine.
Okay.
Okay.
Why is it not my definition?
What was your definition? I already forgot your definition.
No, go ahead. Continue.
I already forgot your definition.
I'm just saying that there's a biological component and a social component.
Sure, I've never denied that.
The social component is not as elastic as the social constructionists believe.
Right.
And the biological component is not as inelastic as many gender traditionalists believe.
What the American Psychiatric Association, they basically say, like, okay, gender is, I guess it does more align with part of what you're saying.
Yeah.
Gender aligns with how society views you as a man or a woman.
Yeah, totally.
But that a lot of that is based in biology, not just the social construction. Okay. And things that are considered manly or female. So as you said, liking sports, right? Considered manly. Okay.
God,
right?
I hate sports.
I know. We're both, I guess neither of us are very manly in that regard.
I know.
Okay. Anyway. So that's the American Psychiatric Association definition. It's more confusing. It's more vague, but I believe that is usually more how other people conceptualize gender, the average person. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The American Psychological Association has a completely different definition.
Mm-hmm.
They say that gender only applies to gender differences that are socially constructed.
Gender differences that are socially constructed.
Are categorized as gender.
So they're taking the biological component off the table completely.
Right, but this is where it gets very confusing. This is where it gets super confusing for people. They don't deny that there are not sex differences in terms of the way people behave or act. They just classify them as sex differences.
Oh my God. Well, that's convenient.
So, for example, right now we would say that men liking or boys supposedly liking the color blue and girls liking the color pink is a social construct. There's no biological evidence that that's innate. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So the psychological APA would say that that's a gender difference. But if tomorrow they do an experiment and they find out, no, actually, there's some innate predisposition for boys to like the color blue based on the cones in their eyes.
Yeah, whatever.
And there's some predisposition for girls to like the color pink because of the cones in their eyes.
Mm-hmm.
They would suddenly say, oh, well, that color difference is no longer a gender difference. It's now a sex difference.
Okay.
Okay.
I could see that. That works.
Right. So, but that's why part of this conversation is so confusing. Is that all these different organizations have very different ways of conceptualizing and defining the term gender.
Well, the first time I encountered this stuff, talking about this with feminists, they separated very clearly that sex was the biological component and gender was the social component, which made sense. I'm like, okay, if we're going to go down that path, I'm here. I'm ready.
Right.
Let's have our conversation.
Right.
Yeah. The problem is they keep conflating this shit.
Well, the problem is I'm fine with adapting the APA psychological definition of having gender only mean the social aspects. The problem is that the people who are pushing for this in these sorts of conversations want to throw everything into the social.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That makes it difficult. Yeah.
That's the problem that's happening here in these conversations.
They want to say, why you feel disgusted? That's that's social.
Right. And so it feels like the argument they're making is not one that's good faith.
No one taught Sich to be disgusted by pineapple on pizza, okay? It's innate.
That's true. It is.
Nobody,
that's 100%
nobody came out and taught him that.
Pineapple on pizza, disgusting.
Yeah. I
Pickle
love
on
it.
pizza, even more disgusting.
Well, we're in agreement on that one. The pineapple, no way. I'm not. Pizza's not even worth having if it doesn't have pineapple on it.
Oh my God.
Yeah, see? That's disgust. That's the biological component right there.
Horrible.
Yeah, you obviously were not treated with sweet, sugary cereals when you were a kid. You weren't socialized that everything should be sweet like I was.
Well, actually, that's a quote unquote gender/sex difference. That's believed to be biological. Men are more likely to want savory, salty foods, and women are more likely to want sweet foods.
Really?
Yep.
Interesting.
You're losing your masculinity every second, Adam.
All that soy milk I've been drinking.
That soy milk is getting to you. It's changing you.
You know what? I like some sweet Lucky Charms with some soy milk all over it. Nom, nom, nom. How about that?
There you go.
Guess what? I don't even care if you know.
Components of aren't exclusively. So wait,
you're asking why people want. Wait, you're asking why people want things. Why does somebody want? Why do you think that the only reason that say like somebody could want to get ripped as fuck is only social, or do you think they could just be like, hey, I think I look good this way, and I want
Look good how?
Why would you think you look good?
Look good look good. Sure. What's the purpose of looking? You're getting so close. You're getting so close. You're so close to just saying it. Just say it. Say it.
Want to be ripped as fuck, and I want other people to see me ripped as fuck. There's no, I mean, like, that is yeah, there's probably some weird process in our mind that determines why we want that thing, but we don't need to even try.
That weird process. I wonder what it is. You're getting close. You're getting
some
warmer.
Weird process that's probably not biological. It's just some weird process in your brain, right?
The process ends in gender euphoria. a very hard, like, distinct euphoria that you feel comes right after the orgasm. Come on, you're so close.
Try and categorize that. That's separate from somebody's ability to identify as who they are. That's what I think we're trying to get at here. There's a consistent complaint.
It's not the same.
All of this.
Imagine if you could get as much sex as you wanted just by becoming a big, fat, disgusting pig.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't that be great? Wouldn't life would be so much more meaningful?
I mean, you can if you're like super rich, I guess.
Yeah, but then you got to work to get the money. What if you were poor and disgusting? Sich.
Then you're screwed.
We need to change the social construct.
Yep.
We need to change the social construct. Come on. Disgusting poor losers need to get lots of play. How do we change the entire structure of reality? Sich, please help me.
We say it's all social construct, and we call people bigots for not having sex with fat blobs.
What were you talking about? About like
that's how you do it.
How it has to be like you have to have some sort of authoritarian dictator enforcing this stuff, just to get to that level.
But that's with a lot of that's with the whole fat shaming, body positivity nonsense. It's all like this trying to shoehorn this idea in it that everyone knows is bullshit.
Body positivity, exactly.
When my doctor looks at me and I'm obese and tells me it's unhealthy, they're just being fat phobic, okay?
Yeah.
I can be super obese and still healthy. Like, science is created by white, cisgendered empiricism that are also empirical and Western centric.
Yeah, crazy.
Something that I've been playing around with for a while and trying to like work out whether it's like congruent or makes sense. And you know what? There's a lot of big brains on this panel, so maybe I can just float something, right? I said this to Destiny before, but like probably not really that open otherwise. I think there is a good argument to be made for a component of gender being like a secondary sexual characteristic, a neurophysiological or trait or set of traits that map onto sort of a social schema a social framework, right? And like I said earlier, they sort of like feed into each other. So there's like this internal component, which is something that's like inherent and almost essential, possibly fluid, can change over time, but is part of the sort of like lens through which we view society, which is informed by actual physical, like neurophysiological construct within the brain.
I don't think I disagree with you, but the arguments that the other people are making are in complete contrast to that, where it seems to be, and I might be misunderstanding, but it seems like the other arguments is that there's no underlying like fact of the matter at all.
Wait, there is sex
on the arms and stuff like does nothing to address that. Obviously, this would be like a societal expectation that is like pushed upon people, and they use their internal map, right, where they're like, okay, so I identify as this gender, blah blah blah, and this is what society expects of me because of that, and then they will engage in those kinds of actions. But there's still something internal going on there that informs them that they ought to identify as this gender, and then they see other people who also identify as that gender behaving in certain ways and are sort of pressured to match that.
I guess I'm really I want to know what the confusion is, Destiny. I feel like this has been like we're talking in circles at this point. So like are you saying like you think that there's like an underlying thing that's making people want to transition?
Yeah, so my problem is that it seems like there are I actually can't even keep track of this point because it's hard to keep track. No, I'm not blaming you guys. It's just in terms of understanding what people are saying. It feels like a lot of people on this panel, or some people on this panel, believe that gender and sex are wholly arbitrary things that are like, not only are they ill-defined, you actually can't define them. That the concept of sex or gender literally escapes definition because there might be some exception to the rule or whatever, that these things are indefinable. And my challenge to that is it feels like there does seem to be some sort of internal identification with this concept that makes it so that you can't just simply say, oh, well, sex and gender are just totally not real things. We can abolish them and they could just be names we give ourselves. It seems that would be contrary to what most people feel internally. And then my example for that is that one is you get kids that have like botched sex reassignment surgeries at birth. They go through life feeling miserable, even if they're socialized a certain way, and then they end up killing themselves. The one example that Vivian brought up, I wish I could remember the name of this case, really popular. Or the idea that people, even in a society where there are no gender expectations, would still feel like a trans person. They would still feel like there's some fundamental mismatch between their body's characteristics and the gender that they identify with internally, or the sex even they identify with internally.
I'm sorry if I missed the opening of this, but when has anyone said that sex is undefinable? Everything that you just described is sexual.
At the very least, Demon Mama was saying that. Or am I wrong on that, Demon Mama? You're not saying that?
Oh my God.
So someone did say, I don't remember who, in the beginning of this conversation, like right in the beginning before Destiny joined, someone did say that sex is a social construct.
Okay.
Not just gender, but also sex.
Bonkers.
This is what Riley Dennis was saying, remember?
Yeah.
Sex is a social construct because I could find people who are considered women,
intersex,
but have a Y chromosome. That means that sex is a social construct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Throw away the biology textbooks. We have to start over. We've got this completely wrong.
It's also annoying too because, and you guys can find this out. If you try to find if you try to look into like the origin and definition of the term social construct, which these people use this word so much, you'd assume it's like some widely used, very solidly defined term. But if you research it, you'll find out it's not at all widely used, not at all finely defined or strictly defined by anyone, because this isn't a term that people use a lot outside of very select fields. And among the social constructionists, none of them can agree what the fuck a definition of a social construct is.
Oh, really?
Yes, they all have different definitions. There's like 6 different sects of social constructionism. They all have different definitions of what a social construct is, and they have different ideas about what is a social construct and what isn't a social construct. And I've noticed in these conversations, whenever you start talking about it, people tend to jump between all the different definitions.
Oh my God, that's awful.
Because they don't know. They don't know.
Well, I always think of social construct as learned behavior versus I think of biology as innate behavior.
Right. That is the general consensus. But then the problem is if you start to argue with someone about this, they say, oh no, a social construct is just simply any category that is a human creation. That's always the Mott and Bailey. They fall back onto that.
Oh, I got you. So they're
and
like words are a social construct.
Right.
But
then
but
it's
words
like, okay,
fall under that because you have to learn words.
Right. and it's like under that definition, the difference between a bird and a dog is a social construct, because human beings decided to group birds.
I gotcha.
Yeah, because human beings have decided to categorize all whatever the biological things that make up a bird is a bird, and all the biological things that make up a dog. And then they sort of conflate that.
Oh, that's awful.
It is awful. And then they sort of they conflate that to mean that therefore the things that you use to define a bird or a dog are not objective in nature, which they are obviously objective.
So sad.
It's a total Mott and Bailey with a social construct argument.
So here we go.
Talk about these things. Don't you think talking about these things clearly is just so much easier, so much better? Maybe.
It's weird because, I'm always a big horseshoe guy, but I can't think of an example of people on the right making these sorts of linguistic word game arguments the way I see the left doing it. And so I wonder why this is very specifically seems to be a left tactic.
A word game thing, changing the definitions to make your argument?
Yeah, to either change the definitions or to specifically to do this Mott and Bailey thing where you say something and then you kind of retreat back and say, oh, it's not really...
They played word games with marriage like crazy. Marriage is about a man and a woman. Marriage is a sacred word. We cannot... When we were talking about same-sex marriage.
Yeah, but do they do a Mott and Bailey approach with same-sex marriage?
I'm not sure what the Mott and Bailey would be.
I mean, I guess the argument would be that
civil unions.
I guess the argument would be that the right does do a Mott and Bailey because they're only saying it should be between a man and woman, but in actuality they want it to be a religious institution because in actuality they want religion back in people's private lives. But even that feels different. I don't know. That feels like more like a conceptual Mott and Bailey where maybe it's the same. I don't know.
People get really particular about their words for sure.
It just, I don't know why. It just seems like this Mott and Bailey tactic is way more happening on the left than it is on the right, in my experience.
Yeah. I don't know. None of this shit even matters. It doesn't. None of this shit matters. What the fuck? It's all made up, just nonsense.
Heroes Drummond, let me talk. It's my turn, right? It's my turn.
Okay, fine. Go, and then we'll get you in Jackson.
Okay. Listen, so okay.
I keep wondering, like, is it every person has the desire to seek out like sexual gratification or some sort of intimate relationship, right? I mean, I understand homosexuality. It's like you want to seek out sexual gratification or an intimate relationship with the same sex, but you still have that desire, that drive. And cis hetero people, obviously, same thing, right? But right. That's an innate. I mean, there are people now that come out and say they're asexual. They don't have that desire, that drive. I guess that can be the case.
I mean, I'm sure. Well, look, I'm sure there are definitely some people that fit that, right? Yeah. That are just asexual. Sure. I don't think it's the majority of people by any extent. But.
Yeah, it seems like the drive to have some sort of meaningful relationship with another human being is probably the strongest drive that we have.
Right. I would imagine.
Seems that way. Yeah. So I don't understand how these conversations take place in this it just seems noticeably absent that nobody's talking about that drive. That's like the central drive that governs most people's entire conscious life.
Well, the entire conversation is built around everything, let's only focus on the social, because if something's social, then it's easy for me to advocate that we change it, right? They don't want to talk about or conceptualize any of this stuff as being evolutionary pressures, because that would mean it's either impossible to change or very difficult to change.
Well, even in the context of making big sweeping social change, that still can be traced back to evolution. Like that's a status seeking move. And the reason people seek status is because it's a reproductive advantage. It's like,
Right.
yeah, I just like even that move relates back to the thing that no one in this conversation is even talking about. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird to me. It's like so noticeably absent. I don't know.
God.
Is it wrong for me to say that?
To say what?
That it's noticeably absent?
No, it's. I
Let
think
us
it's
continue.
Like,
I think it's important that you pointed out because it's such, as you said, it's such a huge piece of the puzzle that no one is addressing. They're all just ignoring this.
Yeah,
But it's for
I don't
ideological
know.
reasons. It's for entirely ideological reasons.
I mean, I've seen. I mean, oh man, it just seems like a standard thing that women get together and talk about what kind of guys they're gonna marry, and like they're so fixated on it. Like
That's all a social construct,
it's like a regular thing, and guys
no,
get
that's
together,
social.
and
They learn
guys
that
get
behavior.
together. Guys get together and they talk about what kind of girls they find attractive. I mean, it's
What
just,
girls they want to bang? Yes.
yeah. I mean, geez. I mean, this all seems. This is
But
so
Adam,
simple.
they're taught that by society. Okay.
Ugh.
That's not evolution. That's society.
I just feel like it's like a central thing. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's
You're
just
just look. The
It's a
fact that you're
day- it's
making
like
arguments that about evolution and biology means you must be saying that prescriptively they're moral. So therefore, you're
No,
advocating
no,
for eugenics and
no,
Nazis.
no.
Therefore, ergo vis-a-vis, we have undeniable
No,
proof that
no,
Adam
no.
friended is a
No,
Nazi.
no. It's Sargon who is advocating for polygamy. That's the natural state of affairs. I'm the one that says, no, we can't make the naturalistic fallacy here. Polygamy is awful. It's a terrible society. It leaves a lot of people, creates a lot of incels. We don't want incels in our society. We want
Right.
people happily married.
Right.
We want people having happy, productive lives. That's what
The
we
nuclear family is a Western white oppressive
want. The nuclear
system
family.
created, okay, to oppress people of color and women.
I thought it was created so we'd have things to post on Facebook.
That too.
What are you
Mark
talking about?
Zuckerberg went back in time and he established the nuclear
totally.
family just to help Facebook grow in popularity.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Hey, we passed our 6:00 deadline.
Uh-oh.
We made it considerably further. Let me refresh this really quick. We're up on my screen.
Mhm.
We're up to $43,745, which is, man, this campaign is a huge success regardless of where we end up. Just automatically, it's been a huge success already. It's been totally fun working on it with Sich. We can't wait to deliver you guys a great looking book. So, but we do thank you for the effort. I might try to go to midnight though. Just the campaign.
Well, we're going to go till we're done. I mean, look, this whole stream is 7 hours. We're not doing the whole stream. We're going to stop. There's a point that Destiny leaves, but then there's a point after that where Vosh says something that's super interesting, and then we'll probably stop around that point. So,
Well, our campaign closes out in 6 hours from now, so I might run out till the campaign closes.
you're going to go another 6 hours.
I could go. You can cuck out or whatever they call that when. What do they call it? What do they call it when people cuck out? What's it called? I
Being a
can't remember. I
Being
can't
a
remember.
sissy.
I can't remember what it's called when people cuck out. God, that's such a powerful. It's so funny.
I know.
That men have realized the power of the word cuck. Why does cuck have so much power? Oh wait, it's evolution.
Yeah, I
again.
know, it's funny.
Motherfuck.
It's funny.
How do these people? I don't understand how you can have productive conversations like this if you don't know anything about fucking biology. God, you're so much more informed. You're so
can't.
much more informed about everything.
Right.
Yeah.
But you understand that most people in this conversation, they're not seeking to be informed.
No. Yeah.
They're
Not
seeking
only
to
are they-
promote their ideology.
No, they're seeking to feel good. They're seeking to feel
Right.
good.
They're seeking to
Yeah.
feel good. They're seeking to promote their ideology. And of course, we're not going to talk about evolutionary forces because that destroys their ideology, that destroys their argument, and it makes them feel bad.
Bad. The bad feelings come back.
Right.
We only want good feelings here.
That's true.
Yeah.
Here at PSA Sich and Adam, we only want good feelings.
Love and acceptance. Yes.
This world is made of love and peace. Vash
Peace,
the
love.
Stampedo,
Yeah. Peace, love, and
not
understanding.
Vosh. Vash
What's so
the
funny?
Stampede.
What's so funny about peace, love, and understanding? Once somebody sang, and I listened to and loved it. I did. Are you an Elvis Costello fan? I don't know.
No.
It's so funny. We've known each other for so long, and there are so many things we still don't know about each
No.
other. Not an Elvis Costello fan.
No. No.
I can forgive you for that, but it might take me at least a week. Why would you
Mister,
not?
I don't like any musicals is now like, well, you don't like this musician I like? Ugh.
Well, you're supposed to. Liz, I'm here to mentor you. I'm here to teach you that Elvis Costello is good.
Uh-huh.
Elvis Costello is right. What's that
I'm
movie?
not
That
anti Elvis Costello. I just not pro Elvis Costello. Okay.
have you seen the movie Cherry 2000?
No.
Elvis Costello is in the movie Cherry 2000. Actually, I think Lawrence Fishburne is in the movie Cherry 2000. Cherry 2000 is an amazing movie.
Is there
It's about
singing in this movie? Is this a musical?
No. Cherry 2000 is about a guy whose Cherry 2000 robot wife malfunctions. And he has to basically get her a new brain.
Wow,
It's
what a
an
misogynist.
It's an
No
amazing.
wonder you like this movie.
Back when misogynistic movies were
Yes.
loved by everyone, this movie was
So
made.
what
yeah.
what is like the best Elvis Costello song that I should look up right
Oh
now
my God.
and be like, oh, this is good music. But if it's not,
Yeah.
then I get to say, Adam, you suck.
I would maybe Beyond Belief, I think, is probably my favorite. Elvis
Beyond
Costello song.
belief. I don't know if I've heard that one.
Beyond Belief is pretty good. What's so funny about Peace, Love, and Understanding is a great song too. Yeah. Lipstick Vogue. Yeah. Lipstick Vogue. That's the one. Dive
It's
into
funny
Lipstick Vogue.
that you like this song
Mm-hmm.
because the guy has such an ASMR voice and you hate ASMR.
Oh, Elvis Costello?
Yes.
Some songs.
He's like doing the whispering sing-song voice.
Yeah.
The
yeah.
breathy, airy ASMR whisper voice.
What's
You
what,
hate so much.
I honestly don't know what kind of music you even like. What do you like? The Pixies? What music do you like?
Oh my
Nirvana?
God, I hate this question. hate this question.
What is your favorite? What was
listen
your
to- 'cause
favorite band at one time?
I listen to a lot of soundtracks. I
Mm.
don't listen to like bands necessarily.
Oh, okay. Soundtrack guy, huh?
Yeah.
Some people drink soy milk too.
Yeah, you. You.
Only occasionally though.
I don't drink soy milk. Not only do I not drink soy milk, my doctor told me, he said, Sich, whatever you do, don't drink soy milk. Okay.
Yeah.
He said, Sich, you're
big-
producing too much testosterone as it is.
No,
If you
no,
start
no.
drinking soy milk, your body's going to produce more testosterone to offset the fake estrogen.
Oh,
it's just gonna
really?
be
Is
So
that
you're going
how
to be
it
so
works?
toxically masculine. So you got to make sure you don't drink any soy milk.
Oh, my doctor gave me bad advice then.
Yeah, that's literally. You think I'm joking? That's actually what my doctor told me.
Hilarious. So you've never had a favorite band?
No, I used to. I used to really
Okay.
like The Offspring and like 90s rock.
Yeah, see.
But once all the rock basically died, I just switched to soundtracks.
You can see the generational divide here. We
Yes,
definitely
there is a
have
big generational
different
divide.
musical tastes.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, this is my problem. Oftentimes, I'll hear like one song from like a band. I'm like, this song's amazing, and I'll listen to the rest of their songs. I'm like, oh, I just like that one song. I didn't like the,
Yeah, that's a tough one.
you know.
That's tough. Yeah. My generation was sort of required to like Pixies. Like you couldn't get laid unless you liked the Pixies. So
Mhm.
that's a pretty powerful motivator. Okay, I like the Pixies.
First of
What?
all, no, I don't. I mean, I do believe that all things that we use that are linguistically are to some degree a social construct, to a certain degree. Obviously, there are very different parameters for those things. This is just a fact of
Wait a
like
minute.
we use that are.
And go, and then we'll get you in Jack soon.
Okay. Listen, so okay. God, like, first of all, no, I don't. I mean, I do believe that all things that we use that are linguistically are to some degree a social construct.
So that basically, so all things that we use that involve linguistics, which is everything,
Yeah.
are to some degree a social construct. So that's what I'm saying. They always fall back on this definition of social construct that's so broad, it's useless.
Yeah.
Meaningless.
I'm sensing a theme here. Isn't that
Yeah.
what they want to turn gender into? Something
Exactly.
so broad that it's totally useless.
Yes. Exactly.
Why are we even using words? Fuck
Right.
this words thing.
Yes, right. Why do it's very oppressive to me. I feel the oppression that I have to use words that everyone agrees upon and understands. Why can't I just use my own individual mouth sounds that are completely different and you just have to understand what I'm saying?
So oppressive. I
Big
feel
bad
oppressed.
goose back, Adam. Biz baz boo back.
Interesting.
What are you, some kind of linguistophobe? Huh?
Yeah, I don't
Some
like
kind
it.
of wordophobe? You can't appreciate my own words, you bigot?
Why are you being so angry?
Because I'm angry because I'm being oppressed. I'm being linguistically oppressed here, okay?
Just because I didn't understand your fucking nonsense words, okay?
Nonsense words? Did you just call my words nonsense? Oh,
Just because I didn't understand your made up nonsense words doesn't mean it.
Did you guys hear this? He said my words are
Yeah.
nonsense. He said they're made up. Well, guess what, Adam? Guess what? I'm about to blow your mind. I'm about to destroy your whole argument. Get this. All words are made up. Oh, get fucked. All words are made up, idiot. Oh, destroy. Boo.
Not individualistically, though. Socially, they're made up. Boom. There you go.
You shut the fuck up. You shut the fuck up, you bigot. You bigot.
Until you get someone
bigot.
until you get someone to socially agree on those words, you've made nothing. You made baby talk, gibberish,
That's
jibber
right.
jabber.
Oh, so we should appeal. So isn't this a fallacy? The ad populum fallacy?
Oh yeah, it is.
Yeah.
All words are the ad populum fallacy. We have to make them illegal now.
I thought America was all about individual rights, Adam. Therefore, vis-a-vis ergo, I want individual language.
Ergo procto, yeah.
Ergo procto ad hom sopto.
Individual language would be about as useful as individual genders.
Yes.
Which means
It would make me
one
feel
be-
better.
No one be communicating anything. Well, some of the people that make these arguments, I feel like they would feel like it would make them feel better if just everyone else fucked off and died. Like, that's really what they want to say. They want to say it'll make me feel better if everyone else is just having a really shitty time. Yeah. Debbie Downers, all of them.
Well, look, when in the future that Sargon's so afraid of, when we all have robot waifus,
Cherry
we're never going to leave the
2000s.
house. So we'll have our robot waifu that takes care of us, and we'll just have everything ordered through Amazon.
Pretty. Oh my God.
Remember, we showed that comic, right? The
Which
MILFbot invasion comic.
The MILFbot invasion comic?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Yep, that's the future.
My heaven.
Everyone thinks that the robots are going to take over via Terminators, but it's actually going to be through waifu bots. Get ready.
Yeah.
Get ready.
Certain degree. Obviously, there are very different parameters for those things. This is just a fact of language. Humans communicate by making constructs and transmitting them to one
language.
Right. Well,
we have to
clearly
be
are,
if we're
but-
talking, though.
No,
right?
we're not. I'm
So,
talking about the
okay,
concept
can you
of gender,
you're
if that
clearly
exists.
confused. Just let me explain. I'll make it clear. Like the fact of the matter is, like, I do believe that sex has sex is useful as a biological term to some degree. I think we can go back and forth about how we define that, and scientists have and are. But sex is a descriptor of biological processes, some of which we do not fully understand yet. Gender is, in my opinion, the social side, our self-perception, our expression, these sort of things. Right. Well, no, but there does seem to be. And I don't believe that there is as much of a connection as some people think. For example, our society has predominantly assumed that gender, and I don't believe the social side, our sex is a descriptor of.
What the fuck are you doing?
Wait, I gotta go back. I think they said something crazy.
Oh, okay.
Of biological processes, some of which we do not fully understand yet. Gender is, in my opinion, the social side. Our self.
So yeah, so they're making the gender of the gaps argument. There's all these biological processes. We don't understand them. Whatever. Don't think about it.
Yeah.
Don't ask
We
questions.
do understand them, though. If you just
think
read
about
a book for once, you'd understand.
Don't ask questions.
get
Just
it.
consume gender theory.
No. Read some science. Read some biology.
Perception, our
Yeah, no,
expression, these
disagreement.
sort of things. Right. Well, no, but there does seem to be. And I don't believe that there is as much of a connection as some people think. For example, our society has predominantly assumed that gender and sex are 100% one-to-one. If you're female, there is some essential femaleness that makes you like frilly dresses and blah, blah, blah. I don't think that's
Straw.
Yeah,
man.
total straw, man. Total straw, man. Weren't we talking about, like,
man.
reproduction? It's not about frilly dresses.
Adam's law.
Yeah. Totally. Straw man the other side. What's going on here?
the case. That many people have all of these different tastes and that we should move these things apart, that gender is better understood as a concept of identity, of social interaction, and that we don't really use it, like we don't really use gender like all that much in a meaningful way, that we should make it more useful by acknowledging that this is a part of identity.
We don't use gender in
I know,
any
it's so
meaningful
crazy.
way in our
So
society
crazy.
right now.
So crazy. Except for
Oh
like
my
every
God.
time I go shopping for clothes.
Oh
like-
my God.
Identity. Now, there
Okay,
are
how does that make
physio-
sense?
Wait,
I don't
hold on.
understand.
Wait, I'm not done yet. So, let me pull from personal experience, and I think this will make sense. When I first began my transition, I believed that I would probably someday get sexual
So-
reassignment surgery.
I want
am-
you to notice something.
What?
Okay, go back.
Pull from
What?
personal
Watch Destiny's Little Square. Okay.
Okay.
experience, and I think this will make sense. When I first began my transition, I believed that I would probably someday get sexual reassignment surgery. I am no longer interested.
You see, he's muted himself.
Yeah, because he's
If you-
talking to his audience.
Yeah, if you watch this from Destiny's perspective, he mutes himself and he mutes himself in the middle of the conversation and just starts saying, "Oh my God, all these people, they just go on and on and on. They can never get to this fucking point."
Yeah, totally. I feel the same way. I don't like it when
It's true.
people don't get to the point.
It's true. Or it's frustrating when you're having a conversation with someone, and it's like you're like, "Well, my disagreement's not with this. It's with it's not with X. It's with Y." And then they just keep repeating X, and you're like, "No."
Yeah, that's me.
stop."
That's me. We
Yeah.
did that for 4 hours with this 16-year-old stuff. Thank God you were there, though. You were like,
No,
answering
but you're
the
just wrong.
questions. Yes, but at least you know. At least you understand the argument.
I know.
Like you don't ask me the same question again
I know,
and
I know.
again
That's
because you
because
know the answer. I've already
I think-
answered this question.
What you're advocating for is so radical that people can't even wrap their mind around. Like
It's not
the
as
first-
radical as what these people are advocating for. They want to abolish all fucking gender.
I guess that's true.
Okay, what are you talking about?
I guess that,
there
maybe
are
radical's not
levels
the
of.
word. What
yeah.
the way you're trying to conceptualize voting is so different than what most people think that they can't even pause to like understand the first principle that you're trying to come at
Yes.
this with.
Totally. But I understand. I am attracted to things that are like counterintuitive, but correct. Yes.
Yeah, but you
That's
do the same.
fascinating
You
to
do
me.
the same thing in that voting conversation too, because I bring up a point and you would just kind of we go in circles because you weren't really addressing it. But
Your point?
yeah, that would
Yeah,
that
yeah.
happened in that conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your points are pointless. Really like totally pointless.
Says a guy who has the worst take on voting ever.
There is
okay?
hold on. There is
Okay.
one argument that I keep waiting for people to make, and nobody has made it. Maybe I'll say it because maybe I shouldn't say it because I am kind of hopeful. Like it's just going to be such a eureka moment when
I
somebody
feel like
actually
you're gonna
says
say
it.
it and it's gonna be really stupid. I'm gonna say that's why no one said it because it's a stupid argument.
Well, I think maybe people just intuitively know it, so it's like pointless for them to even say it. But I'm not going to say it. So anyway,
You have to
we'll
say
move
it
on.
now.
No, I'm waiting for someone to say it. You say it, and then I'll go, yes, you were
What?
right. That was correct.
You say what I'm thinking.
It is the
Sich.
best. It is the best
What
argument.
number am I thinking of?
It is the best argument about against lowering the voting age, but nobody has actually made it. Yeah.
Because it's probably a stupid argument. It's probably a terrible, stupid, dumb argument. That's only persuasive to terrible, stupid, dumb people.
Maybe. I don't know. No, it's a good argument.
They'll tell me in private. Okay.
Best argument. No, I'm not going to tell you. Big fucking
won't
big
blab
mouth.
it.
Big
won't
mouth
blab it.
here. Big mouth here.
I will look.
I'll
Here's
tell
what we'll
big
do.
mouth.
Here's what you do. Here's what we do. Okay. And on Twitter DM, you're gonna tweet. You're gonna DM me this argument. Okay. I'm not gonna tell the chat, so they can get very upset. But I'll tell you whether it's a good argument or not.
Really?
Okay. This will either motivate or not motivate
It'll be
people.
tantalizing to
Yes,
them. They'll be like,
exactly,
"Oh my god!"
Exactly.
Well, we could do that. That might
Yeah,
be
okay.
interesting. Yeah. People are throwing themselves at me to debate lowering the voting age now. God, I get so many DMs about it. It's like I ask them every time, just tell me what my argument is really quick. And they always say, "Oh, it's a completely different argument. I got a completely different argument for you." It's the same fucking argument. No, stop. Okay. Let's continue.
Well, to be
this.
fair, though, if someone says, and this is what John Smith was doing, John Smith was saying, well, they didn't say this directly, but this is what they're actually arguing for, is that your conceptualization of voting is wrong. That's the argument they're making. So they're not, that's why they're not arguing on your terms. They're saying the way you're conceptualizing this is incorrect already.
Right. How should voting be conceptualized?
Oh, I don't know.
What is the
I don't
correct
really
way to conceptualize voting?
Well, we talked about this for 4 hours last week.
Their position is completely contradictory, though. Like everyone, if you ask, oh, never mind. Let's move on.
I'll move on. It's going to be a long conversation. DM me the thing.
I'll DM you.
Because I realized over
Maybe I'll DM.
time that was not something that was causing dysphoria for me for whatever reason. Now, previously, there was a social expectation in my mind about what a woman is, and that
Automatically goes to personal experience, which is exactly here. You want to have a conversation about personal experience? I want to talk about my monkey tail for fucking 20 minutes here. Let me tell you about my personal experience over here, which is completely meaningless.
That's right.
Completely meaningless. God, can't you just say anecdotal and move on? Why do people do this? Why?
Or start referring to you as son Adam now from now on.
Why, Sich? Why? Don't you understand? Your personal experience means diddly fucking squat. You can't go in there and say, "Oh, the science is on our side. Let me tell you about my monkey tail." You can't do that. No, wrong.
Let me tell you about my monkey tail.
It drives you insane. It drives you insane. Please. We want to have an informative
That's gonna be our new catchphrase. Whenever someone brings up a personal anecdote, we're gonna say, "Well, let me tell you about my monkey tail."
Yeah, let me tell you about my monkey tail here. You want to talk personal anecdotes? Here, sit down. I got a yarn for you.
definition included needing to have a vagina or a vulva or however you want to use the terminology. Okay.
Monkey tail.
I no longer believe that. And
still wanted to be a woman, right?
Oh, wait,
of course,
but I don't understand is we're specifically saying that anybody can call themselves any gender they want. How can you? How does that view matching what you're saying now? You're saying so earlier you said anybody can call themselves any gender they want or anybody can identify as anything, but now you're saying, well, hold on, maybe there is some underlying fact of the matter. How are these two definitions congruent?
Destiny, you're missing the difference between sex and gender. Like this is the core problem that's happening here.
I'm
You're
only
not
talking
acknowledging
about. Hold on. Stop. First of all, I'm only talking about sex right now, okay? We'll just exclusively talk about sex. Do you agree that like sex exists as some like actual like definable category that people understand?
Yeah, to some degree, yes, of course. All like obviously it is a real thing. Like
okay, do you think that gender is somewhat like causally abstracted off of sex or no?
No,
I
not
would say
really.
it's correlative.
I mean, I think there's. I
So
think
the fact that like 98% of people are cisgender.
Hold on
like,
a second.
doesn't-
You asked me a question. I want to answer the question. So,
Okay, please do it without anecdotes and analogies and just answer the question.
Oh, quit whining. When did you become such a whining bitch?
It's so boring because you guys take like 3 minutes to answer your questions.
Oh,
I'm just
you're
like giving the
asking-
answer. It's so annoying.
I'm sorry. Oh, sorry. I couldn't give you a one-sentence definition of
I don't.
gender.
You can give me as many sentences you want. I just don't need like 50 analogies to bodybuilding or anecdotes. Just like give the answer.
There you go. Sex or gender is only correlated to sex. It's just a coincidence that
That's a
99
coinky dink?
point, et cetera, generally align with their sex. That's just a coincidence, you know, complete coincidence.
Wow. That's one hell of an argument there.
I'll take
If you
longer
could-
than both you
and,
combined.
And if you could just answer the question so we can move on to Jack, because Jack also wants to jump in this,
Can you
please.
state the question for me again so I can get the
Okay, so it felt like earlier all of us were saying because I think Joe was arguing that there must be some definition of woman, whether we're talking gender or sex. I think earlier you guys were talking sex, but I guess we can say sex or gender, right? For either of these, it seemed like Joe was arguing that there was some underlying definition that people seemed to understood internally, but then it felt like Demon Mama. Your argument was like, well, no, literally anybody could call themselves any gender they want and it would be okay. It should be a descriptor like a name. That was the comparison.
Yeah.
But
For
now it sounds like you're saying,
gender,
well, there is some underlying fact of the matter related to gender.
For gender, I don't believe that sex and gender. I think that in our society right now, we erroneously ascribe gender as something that like grows out of sex. I don't think that's the case, actually.
Okay, if that's not the case, then how do we deal with the kids?
Okay.
I
know.
How do we deal with the kids that get the surgery and are intersex to somebody else and then end up killing themselves?
Wait, that's a sex thing. Wait, I'm sorry. Hold on. We really need to split this line right here, okay? Sex is real. It is, to an extent, arbitrary. It is not binary. There's a bimodal component.
You just said it like 3 times. We understand. Go. Okay.
Okay, so yeah.
How can sex be real but also arbitrary?
Yeah, I
I'm
was thinking the
confused by that.
same
Does
thing.
that make any sense?
I was thinking the
Do you understand
same thing.
the
yeah.
distinction there?
Yeah.
Just to hammer it in, because it keeps coming up again, gender, well, that's a lot more complicated. I think that gender is broadly just another social category that allows us to express who we are. Most people are okay with the category that's...
It's really weird. So you just said gender is a social category, right? I'm not hallucinating. That's what he said, right?
Yeah.
Because later in this conversation, when Destiny leaves, he seems to say the exact opposite.
Oh, really? Wow.
This in mind. Okay. Very confused.
I'm so glad Sich is on my side. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. I've been like contradicting myself 3 times a day.
That's true. You know, Adam calls me up randomly the other day. He's like, Sich, I
I
want to do this. Am I contradicting myself?
Please,
I'm
I don't
like,
want to
"Wow."
contradict myself.
And I go, okay, hold on, Adam. I bring out the big binder of Adam's behaviors and I flip through the pages. And I'm like, well, actually, at 3 p.m. Last Tuesday, you actually said the opposite. So no, you'd be contradicting yourself.
Oh my God. This is consistency bias, which is another huge problem. People are so afraid to contradict themselves that they actually do engage in the wrong behavior because they have been engaging in an incorrect strategy. And the only thing you can do is contradict yourself to get back on the right track.
And,
All
you
of
know,
these people would have to
example of that?
contradict themselves. What's that?
You know what the
12-year-olds
perfect example
voting?
that was?
Fuck you. What?
No, what? You're so defensive now.
I know.
Kyle Rittenhouse.
Oh yeah, perfect
example of
example.
that.
Yeah.
Perfect example.
Yes. Everyone would have to contradict themselves.
Yep.
And they're not going to do it. They're so worried about being consistent. And you know, they trace that back to evolution too.
Of course.
Yeah. You want to be a good teammate, obviously. Otherwise
and also your brain is basically wants to always find consistent patterns. That's how you perceive
Sure,
the world,
yeah,
is by understanding
yeah.
consistent patterns. So it makes people uncomfortable to be inconsistent to some extent.
Not me. I don't give a fuck, to be honest with you.
Well, you have to learn to push past it, push through it.
They don't. I've argued with the presuppositionalist Christians, and their whole argument is to get you to admit that your worldview is incoherent. It's because it's inconsistent.
This is the Darth Dawkins argument,
Darth
which
Dawkins,
is so
yeah, exactly.
mind-numbingly stupid.
It is completely stupid. Yeah. Yes.
This is my
Thrown at them.
question. This is my question.
Okay.
I want to hear an answer to this. Wait, I need to hear an answer.
Okay, okay,
Question. Yes, no.
I'm
Yes,
sure,
no,
and
and
I'm
then
sure
move on.
Jack will have. I'm sure Jack will have an answer.
Okay, then for Jack, I'll shut up for the rest of the panel. Because we keep dancing around this so much, and people want to like hop to every definition to avoid answering this question. Okay,
So performatively angry
if you
right
were to take somebody, please don't call me performative. Okay, your entire everything is a performance.
I just want to hear the
Okay, hold on.
Oh man, that's so good.
Wow,
So
that's
good.
pretty transphobic, Destiny.
I
Can't believe
know.
You just said a trans woman's entire performance is performative. Oh,
No, he was safe though. He said everything is a performance.
I know.
I'm gonna
sorry,
have to start
Oh, you
muting
think
people.
everything you do?
Holy shit,
My
don't worry. I'm gonna
understanding-
start muting people. Don't worry. I'm gonna mute people.
My understanding is that if you were to take a kid at birth, okay, and you were to just arrest them to another sex, okay, and they were to grow up, that gender, that's not just a performative thing. That's not just a social thing. That there is some internal content there related to gender, and that person will grow up with dysphoria and kill themselves. It wasn't just a matter of having the right sex parts or whatever, that there's like some deeper gender content there.
Go ahead.
So I think
Wait, if
No,
there
no,
wasn't,
no.
Never mind.
No.
So the idea is that there is a correlation there, but it doesn't necessarily have to happen all the time because there are botched circumcisions. Okay, there are things that happen. There are intersex people.
There's a correlation there, but it doesn't have to happen all the time.
Yeah. Here we go. Here we
What a
go again.
useless,
Yeah.
What a uselessly vague sentence.
Well, they're making the same argument. The outliers destroy
I
the
know.
category argument.
I know.
People who exist who grow up and they're perfectly fine. They never know. Or you can take a look at like how people are born with like.
Wait, is she saying that the John Money, that there were more successful John Moneys and?
No. She's saying that there are people who are outliers, who have intersex conditions, but don't realize it their entire life because it doesn't manifest in any way that they
In any
experience.
noticeable way that they would ever know.
Right. So therefore, the category is thrown in the trash can.
I mean, it is uncommon, but there are women that have XY chromosomes, but
Right.
present and fully functional women and don't realize
Right.
it. Well, they might be sterile. I'm not sure.
Some aren't, some aren't. There's certain.
Oh,
There's like
okay.
like 5 or
Interesting.
6 different intersex conditions that all have different things associated with them.
I guess if you were a woman with an XY and a man, the man gives you the X. Like the only infertility would be if it ended up being a YY chromosome. Obviously, that would be.
No, it's more. It's a lot more. No, it doesn't work that way. But
Oh, okay. Well, if they, interesting.
Chimerism and like you grow up to be like an 80-year-old grandpa and you go in for like stomach cramps to the hospital and it turns out you had ovaries the entire time. You didn't know. So like there are these ideas, but when you get down to it, we don't know what makes people trans and we don't know what makes people react the way they do because it's a complicated topic.
it's complicated.
The ultimate.
It's complicated. Look, it's the
ultimate
gender
punt.
of the gaps argument. We just don't know. We don't know, so let's just assume it's all social construct. And then we could just throw away these categories in the trash can because we just don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like there is. I feel like trans people know and they're just keeping it a secret. I feel like they all know. They all know. They look at each other. They're like, ha, we know the real reason. None of them know because none of us are talking.
There you go, Adam. We've heard about the global homo conspiracy, but now we have the trans.
Oh, yeah.
The global
yeah.
trans conspiracy.
They all want to keep it a secret from us.
That's
Look
right.
at this. They're
That's right.
they're teasing us. They could all just come clean. They could all tell us right here. Right here. They got 2 hours left on this
What are you
video.
hiding? What are you hiding?
Yeah, they could come on. What do we have to do? Let's organize a GoFundMe. Let's bribe one of them to
There
tell
you
us
go.
their
There
secret.
you go.
Please, we want to know. We're so curious.
There you
Our
go, guys.
curiosity. Our curiosity is
Adam is
killing us.
Adam is very trans curious. Any trans people that know the secrets, any trans people that are willing to share
I'll do anything.
your global control secrets, please. Adam is
I'll
willing to
do-
do anything. Just
I'll do
DM him.
anything.
Just
Within
DM him
reason.
and share the global trans conspiracy.
Within
secrets.
reason. Within reason. Anything affordable.
There you go.
And it's kind of trying to get at when I talked to you earlier and was just like, the more you know about somebody, the more complicated it gets. And
if gender doesn't map onto sex, why is it that why wouldn't we advocate then at this point for literally just like mental transition for trans people? Like, just think about your gender differently.
Because that doesn't work for all trans people.
But why not?
Some
my question is why not?
Some trans
Because there are
people
physiological
have like issues with their bodies that they need to change, and we
What
know
kind of
that
sexual
has
issues, though?
we know that has better medical outcomes. Like even if you want to throw,
but why?
What are I don't understand. I don't know about that. I don't know the medical outcomes. They always want to talk about the medical outcomes, and I'm not really researched enough to know the medical outcomes. Have you studied any of that stuff? You probably have, because you made a video on this.
Right. Well, the current medical, well, there's some contention here, but the current medical thought is that yes, people who actually have gender dysphoria
have better outcomes.
However, there was one famous study, if I recall correctly, that I'm trying to remember where it was. I don't think it was in America. I think it was in Europe. That they tracked people had transitioned over like 30 or 40 years, and they determined that the majority of them actually didn't feel like they had better feelings about themselves psychologically after they transitioned.
Wow.
And that's the one
a
that
long
people,
study, 30, 40 years.
Yeah, and that's the one that people, I don't remember what the name of it. That's the one people usually point to in terms of saying that transition doesn't work. I don't know if that study has been replicated anywhere else or repeated with similar results or not.
Was there a lot of people in the study?
I don't remember, honestly. I don't remember. It's been a while since I looked into any of this stuff.
Wow.
If you want to throw, I know not all trans people have dysphoria. I was getting to that.
No, I'm not saying that. Like, look, to get something, so they don't have body dysphoria, right? Like, that's not an issue. So they
sexual
just encourage
dysphoria.
them to think about their gender differently, and then surely it would go away if it was completely fucking like socially constructed.
So in order to square this circle, people are making up all sorts of terms. Body dysphoria, that's not a thing. Sexual dysphoria, that's not a thing.
Yeah, why are they trying to square the circle?
Because they want to create this distinction.
Right.
They can't answer the question that Destiny's posing, which is what I posed repeatedly in my YouTube videos many years ago, back when I still made videos, which is, how can people be born with gender dysphoria if gender is a social construct? So they want to create this fake, or not fake, but this made up distinction that, well, there's actually gender dysphoria, which only is about social. There's sexual dysphoria or sexual dysmorphia or whatever, and that relates to the biological sex characteristics. That's not real. There's nothing in the DSM that says sexual dysphoria. That's not a real thing. That's made up. Totally made up just for this conversation.
Doesn't exist.
Doesn't exist.
Made up on the fly.
Right.
Obviously, there's some kind of inherent fucking that is informing the way that they think about their gender within society, like regardless of any kind of like body thing going on at all.
So the issue being,
and to be even more clear, if tomorrow or next year the DSM-6 comes out, okay, and they create a distinction between gender dysphoria and sex dysphoria, I can almost guarantee you that for the people that have just gender dysphoria, they will not advocate taking hormones or surgery or any of that other stuff. Because why would you if it's just your gender?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Being that for some trans people, you can't be taught to think differently about your body. That like
why?
that's literally part of look, Destiny, it's literally in the example you gave of somebody who's raised after a botched circumcision and like got like an SRS surgery, whatever, never knew that they were trans. That person was completely taught to think about their gender in a certain way. It still made them miserable.
Yeah,
so you
then
can't
why?
do it.
Wait,
That's
because,
like we
because
don't
your
know.
brain-
We're
your
not
brain has-
scientists.
your
the
brain
question
has an
seems to-
internal- Wait, please.
I know, it's hilarious. It's totally hilarious.
Wait, we're having this whole conversation about, gender, transgender issues, and all that stuff, and then the answer is, well, I don't know because I'm not a scientist.
But it's worse than
What?
that, because she's implying not only we don't know, but we could never possibly know, seems to be
Right.
the implication, which it's like, no, we're curious little bitches here. We want to know shit. Curiosity.
Well, I mean, and if you're gonna make all these prescriptive
Declarations, yeah.
claims, you got to know the information, right?
Yeah, yes.
I mean, come on.
Why even have the conversation if the whole answer is we don't know, we can never know?
Right.
It's a big nothing burger. I thought we were having this conversation to learn something.
No, we were having this conversation to have the, the gender of the gaps argument.
Yeah, I don't, man, this is such a fascinating topic to me because I am super libertarian about all of this stuff, basically. It's like, if you want to do this knock yourself out. Like, if you feel compelled to do something, like just the fact that you feel compelled to, like, this is the direction I want to move. I want to take my biological sex and I want to totally reimagine it. I'm down with that. I'm totally down with that. But it seems like a lot of this is being pursued by maybe people who, that's just not a compelling enough argument for the people around them, that this is something I want to do for me. So they want to, am I getting in trouble?
No, you're right.
here?
But the reason is because you can't, if it's just something you want to do, then that's not a medical procedure. It's cosmetic surgery.
Right. Well, also you run into the problems with, like, people are going to say you're mentally ill the same way with body dysmorphia, the cutting off the arm situation.
Or
right?
yeah, but we don't have to get it extreme. People that have engaged in extreme body modification, they want to look like a snake or something.
Right. Or they
I would
put some computer chip in their head.
Right. I would say that's probably a mental illness. If you want to look like a snake and you're going to go through all this cosmetic surgery to look like that, it's probably a mental illness.
Yeah, but they should be allowed to do that, you think?
I don't know.
Really?
Maybe.
You want to stop the snake guy from, like, cutting off his nose and tattooing up his face?
Should we stop the person with body dysmorphia from
From
cutting
cutting off the arm?
Yeah. The answer to the question is yes, we do stop them. Okay.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. I'm not sure that I answer yes on that, to be quite honest with you. Yeah. Yes.
Well,
the only reason I brought it up was because it feels like they're just not.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think it's right for someone to get drunk, very drunk, or very high?
Yes.
And then to sign a contract, a legally binding contract.
Right. So you're saying they couldn't get informed consent on that content because they were
but that's
inebriated.
sort of the way mental illness is conceptualized to some extent, is that if you're suffering from a mental illness, you're not operating from a headspace that is considered.
Yeah, but that's completely dependent upon the definition of mental illness. You're defining mental illness as someone who wants to cut off their arm. Maybe.
No. I'm saying the way that this is generally conceptualized, to my understanding. Okay. Someone has body dysmorphia or body dysmorphia. Okay. Not body dysphoria. That's not a real thing. Body dysmorphia. Okay. And they want to cut off their arm. And you say, well, why don't you let them cut off their arm? Why don't you let an adult who wants to cut off their arm cut off their arm? And the idea is, well, if someone wants to just randomly cut off their arm, it must be because they're not operating in a space of what we would call rationality. They must have some chemical imbalance, some process in their brain that's messed up and making them think about this in a not clear manner. The same way we would ascribe that same thinking to someone who is temporarily
Inebriated.
intoxicated.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Well, what if we make them sign a paper that says you will regret this? We are 100% certain that you will regret this in the future. You must sign here. Sign here if you want to lose the arm.
The thing with the people that look like a snake is that there's not enough people there's not enough people engaging that behavior for anyone to really, for society to care enough about it to step in.
This is another part of the conversation, because always society is like this dance between the needs of society and the needs of the individual, and they're basically conceptualizing all this as, the individual should have ultimate say, like to the point where they're ready to abolish gender.
But
it's
but it's interesting because that's the ultimate libertarian argument. Is the individual always has total agency, and then but then it seems like most people or most societies they have the dance between the individual liberty and also the fact that if you're doing something that's self-destructive and you're not really in complete control of your facilities, that it's okay for society to step in and prevent you from harming yourself. Right. This is why generally we try to prevent people from committing suicide and things of that nature. Right.
It's weird too on the biological component aspect of it, because I understand why the gay movement wanted it to be a biological component, because then they could say somehow this is out of our hands.
You can't really advocate for conversion therapy.
Correct. Yeah. And the trans people are saying kind of the same thing. They want to say that it's some kind of biological component.
Well, they want it both ways.
Which completely ruins their argument. But why don't we say that it's some kind of biological component in the guy that wants to lose his arm?
Well, it is. It obviously is.
Right. But yet we say, okay, it's a biological component, go with it in the trans person, but not in the arm person, even though
I know. It's a very interesting contradiction.
I know. It's killing me here.
That's why I'm saying. That's why I thought it was so strange for them to bring up body dysmorphia, because usually that's like the third rail of talking about gender dysphoria. Is mentioning anything related to body dysmorphia, body dysmorphic.
Because you're making the trans people will say you're comparing us to the guy that wants to lose his arm, and that's totally repugnant.
But also because it poses that strange philosophical question that you just posed.
Right.
Which is that, well, why don't we let the guy cut off his arm? Why do we let the person, cut off their penis and and change their sex organs and gender? Mm-hmm. And there isn't really, to my knowledge, there isn't a real solid answer to that question.
Yeah. It's so much weird. I think society would be so much more comfortable with it if there weren't these invasive procedures attached to it.
Mm-hmm.
Like if it was all performative and like you weren't going to change your body in any way, shape, or form, I think you'd get 100% buy-in from society. I think we're there.
I agree. Well, you wouldn't get 100% buy-in. There would still be a lot of
people.
Yeah,
obviously. Like
that would be very against this who want strict gender rules. But I agree with you.
Sargon's not going to agree with us. He's not going to buy in any of this.
But I agree with you that if people who were transitioning were doing purely social transitions, okay, no surgery, no hormones, then yes, there would be a lot less pushback. People wouldn't really care. They'd say, well, whatever. As long as the only concern for most people would be like, well, if you're like dating someone, you should tell them. Like, obviously,
right.
That would be like the only issue. Because the issue is that it'd be 100% reversible. You just stop dressing up like the opposite sex or whatever. You wouldn't be creating a potential lasting harm on your body.
If there is some kind of biological component to it, though, you do get more acceptance.
Yes.
If there's no biological component to it, the acceptance falls off dramatically.
If there was no biological component to gender dysphoria, there would be no reason for the medical community to advocate for a transition surgery.
Right, because they would just say, take care of it socially. Like they'd say, what's going on? Get John Money in here. We'll fix this.
They'd say go
we'll
get
fix this
cognitive.
right up.
They'd say go get cognitive behavioral therapy. Go get
Yeah.
on SRIs or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Get some antidepressants in you. We'll
Right.
have you.
Yeah, they wouldn't.
We'll have you
right.
singing Dixie in no time.
But
here.
that's why it's so weird. Like a lot of the trans activists are basically making arguments that they don't realize would destroy the entire justification for them being able to transition in the first place.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's
Inadvertently.
right. And it's because they're operating under this weird idea that the medical community gives a fuck about, you know, your gender identity in terms of this like metaphysical, complicated discussion. And they don't care about that.
Yeah.
at all.
Nobody. Nah. The normies don't care. The normies spend zero
Well, not even the
time
normies.
on
The
this
medical
stuff.
community doesn't care. The medical community doesn't say you can transition. The medical community is not saying you can transition because we want you to feel like your true self.
No.
Okay, that's not why this
Yeah.
transitioning is available to people.
They say we're transitioning because you're threatening to kill yourself.
Right, because we think that you have a biological condition that's going to make you very likely to kill yourself if
Yeah.
you don't do this. That's the
Yes.
reason.
Preventative medicine.
Right.
Exactly.
Right. That's it.
Ah, it's so strange.
Well, but this is the danger
Mhm.
of associating things like a mental illness to an identity. Because when you create an identity, you associate
I
all sorts
know.
of baggage attached to it.
Yeah, that's the problem right there. How do we
Because
make that
people-
illegal?
Right. Because people always want to be defensive of their identity and they always want to transform perceived weaknesses into strengths. So there's two perfect examples of this. One of them is in the deaf community. The
Oh,
deaf-
I know. Oh my
some
God.
people, not all,
Painful.
probably not even most, but there's some percentage of the deaf community that's very against lip reading and very against cochlear implants.
Yeah.
And it's because they've sort of associated deafness as an identity instead of a disability, which I understand the psychological reasons why you'd want to do that, but so they would be against the idea. Say you could do a test when you're pregnant and they could say, oh, your baby's going to be born deaf, but we can inject them with this thing and it'll make them not born deaf.
Mhm.
They would be against that. They'd say you're
Yeah.
erasing the deaf identity from the world by doing that.
Mhm. Yeah. Good riddance.
Yeah, and we look at that and we're like, well, that's insane. Of course you'd want to do that. Being deaf's a literal disability. And they're like, no. It's an identity. You're like,
Yeah.
well, what are you talking about? Are you
Yeah.
crazy? Are you out of your mind?
Yeah.
And there's the same thing.
Okay, I guess you don't want the super hearing injection then, do you? My God, no, give them both to me. What are you doing? X-ray vision? Hell yes.
Hell
sign me
yes.
up.
And it's the same thing. It's funny because William Shatner got into a bunch of trouble with this too, in terms of autism, because there's the same movement in the autism
I
group
remember.
that they're against people trying to cure autism.
Well, autism is kind of a superpower, though. So I'm conflicted.
So
now.
yeah, but when they say autism, curing autism, they don't mean
They mean like the people who can't speak and stuff.
yeah, they're not talking about people with
Severe.
Asperger's.
Right. Gotcha.
They're talking about the kids that are screaming and can't speak and have like very little control over themselves and
Yeah.
are hitting themselves, and that's what they're talking about when they say curing autism.
hmm
They're not talking about curing. They're not talking about curing Eric Weinstein.
Yeah. Well,
They're
we
fine
do
with
need
it. Eric's
we
fine.
do need to cure Eric Weinstein, but we'll get to that.
Eric Weinstein is a national treasure. How dare you? Okay,
No, I love Eric, of course.
wouldn't have him any other way. But yeah, and it's the same thing. Because they associate autism with an identity, it becomes a protected class. It's not a disability; it's an identity. And people do this because psychologically, it's comforting. First, psychologically, it's bad. Like people don't want to have to deal with the fact that they have like a disability. It makes them feel bad, which I understand. Totally understand. And so it can be comforting to transform your disability into an identity, so you don't have to conceptualize it as if you're disabled. I get it.
hmm
But it leads to some problems where then people get too attached to their identity. And we've talked about this, that culture is self-perpetuating, and it's the same thing with identities. Identities can be self-perpetuating, and you want them to spread. And if someone says, well, hey, I can cure deafness, then you get the people who push back against that, and that's fucking insane.
Yeah. How do you get rid of those people? So
Your
sad.
brain has a map as to what your body is supposed to look like. There's a physiological understanding that people have. As far as I can tell, it has to do with hormone washes. When you're
Hey, my map is like, wait, I'm not supposed to be a
There's a tail.
6-foot Adonis. What's going on here? My map is wrong. What
It's
the fuck?
interesting that he said this. There is, you look in your intro psych books, and there's a little diagram. You guys probably all seen this. There's a little
I've seen
diagram of
that
your
one.
brain, and it shows you like where it's associated with the body parts and all that stuff.
The hands are gigantic. The feet are gigantic. Is that the one you're
Yeah,
talking
yeah,
about?
that's right. It shows the thumb is like really
Right.
big. The tips of your fingers are really big.
The maps are so off.
Right. To my understanding, there is no evidence that that they could look at a person with gender dysphoria's brain and look at their brain map and say, "Oh, well, here's the problem. They have a vagina instead of a penis." Like, I don't think that's a thing.
Yeah.
I'm not aware of that. I'm not aware of that.
Yes.
You're
Sure,
still
I understand what you're saying. I
embryo or
agree with you,
whatever.
Vosh, but that's
So,
the
right, no,
argument
no,
that I'm
so-
making.
Wait, hold on. Wait, please. Okay. So,
So the problem is Vosh is saying that there is some biological map there, but it only applies to your sex organs. It doesn't apply to gender or anything that we consider gendered behaviors or blah 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 blah.
Interesting. Wow.
Which is
not a good
absurd.
not a good map.
Not a good map. No.
Not very detailed.
what we're talking about right now is if there's some mismatch, either because of a botched surgery or because of some the things didn't pan out as they should have, perhaps, and there is some physiological discomfort with the way one's body is organized. That is a purely biological and sexual phenomena. Now, because our society associates gender with sex, it will remain the case that people who experience that phenomena, that physiological phenomena, one completely divorced inherently from social factors, may still feel as though there are other correlative social factors that tie into that. That a person who is a trans woman who wants to change the way their body looks might also think that they want to wear frilly dresses or what have you. But I don't believe, and as I understand it, the literature doesn't support the idea that this is inherent or biological. Instead, people grow up learning what women are supposed to look like, what men are supposed to look like. And that's a large component of the social dysphoria. That
See, that's how the learned behavior happens, I think, is important, and it's something that they always ignore, because there's two ways to learn behavior. There is trial and error, and there's, Pappy comes in and sits me down on his lap and says, "This is what women like." And I've always found the latter more effective, the trial and error method, more effective than...
You mean the former?
The former, yeah, than Pappy sitting me down and trying to tell me what women like, right? Because there's like the generational thing.
There's a third way of learning information, which maybe is even more so than trial and error, which is just observation of your social group.
Sure, totally.
Go out on the playground, you see how people are behaving, and you sort of just emulate that.
Yes, but there's a trial and error factor in there too, because you don't necessarily know if your emulation of what's working for someone is correct. Is going to work for you. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
So
right.
But the fact that that's when I'm talking about the social aspect of it, the social, what you keep calling me out on, the social constructionist aspect of it, that's what I'm talking about, the trial and error. And the biological component is really what works, because the feedback is from the opposite sex. Who knows what's going on in their heads?
Let's look at sports. Sports is a perfect example of this. Okay. I would not say that it's a social construct that men generally like team sports more than women. See, that's completely biological.
Right. But these people on the panel, I would argue, would say that.
I would imagine they would say that, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's the same thing when you look at when they break down what video games boys and girls like on average.
Oh, I know.
And you see that like a lot of boys will play competitive first-person shooters.
Totally.
And that's like a tiny amount of girls play that.
Yep.
That's biological.
Yes.
And so, but the problem is, since they don't conceptualize as that being biological, they don't conceptualize as that being because of evolutionary pressures, they say, oh, well, if there's any difference between female and male participation, it must be because of sexism.
Yeah.
And that's why they say, oh, well, the reason girls aren't playing first-person shooters is because for some magical reason, that one genre's ultra super toxic, masculine misogyny, and that's their gatekeeping, and they're preventing women from playing. And we have to go do something and change something in order to shove women into that field. This is what we saw with the James Damore situation.
Sure.
Where they're saying, well, there's not enough women doing programming. And this is what's so interesting with your conversation with Isaac, is that he obviously has never read the James Damore memo.
No, he hates James Damore.
Yeah. Or if you just read it, he's literally just saying, oh, well, there's probably non-sexist reasons, non-social pressure sexist reasons for why women are not attracted to this specific level of programming. And if you want to make it more attractive to them, here are some suggestions, as opposed to just shoving them into the role so that they'll be unhappy or whatever. But no, that gets you labeled as a horrible sexist.
The I thing that they talk about in Why Gender Matters kind of made the sports thing click for me, because if you have a competitive advantage in seeing movement, obviously you're going to be attracted to anything you have a competitive advantage in.
Yeah, and that's really important to remember, is that every individual person is biased in favor of things they're good at.
They're good at. Yeah, exactly. Yes. Right. Yeah. So in Why Gender Matter, he lays out that on average, and obviously, there can be women that have more man-like eyes and men that have more women-like eyes, but on average, men have more of the cells that detect motion in their eyes.
Yep.
And women have more of the cells that detect texture and color. And it's like noticeable. It's like a big difference. Even they can detect it in the thickness of the thing. As soon as I read that, I thought, oh, well, this makes perfect sense. Like if you're better at detecting motion, you're probably better at football. Right?
Yeah, not only and that also goes into the brain, because men on average, again, are not only better at detecting motion with their eyes, but they're better at conceptualizing motion, conceptualizing an object moving through space.
Yes, yeah, because they've been seeing it better their entire lives. Their brain's been learning. Yeah, no, it makes perfect sense. So when this is the annoying thing too, because you have Vosh here talking about how, it's just their map is only connected to your Peter. It's like, no, dude, if you want to truly transition, get me some female eyes. I'm going all the way, man. I want to see like a woman.
Well, it's annoying because a lot of these gender differences, or sex differences, if you want to call them that.
Yeah. No, they're more sex differences, I think, is the proper term.
Well, we already had the conversation about the differences. To make it easier to understand, I'll call it sex differences in the brain. Is that all these behaviors, for the most part, obviously there are the exceptions that prove the rule, but for the most part, all these sex behavior differences map onto every other animal that has sex differences.
Yes.
In the animal kingdom.
Yes. Same. It's the eye difference is through every single species. Yeah.
With the male birds being the ones that are trying to go after and attract the female birds or the female animals by doing whatever intricate thing is required of them, with the females being more attracted to colors than the men.
Hilarious.
It's like it's so dumb about it, is that it just maps so perfectly that it's like, it's so obvious. And
it makes logical sense.
Well, that's where the problem is. Not only does it make logical sense, but then you get to because obviously there are things you can fall into traps where things seem very common sense and logical, and then you find out that they're not true scientifically.
Yeah,
but this one, they look into the brains, they look into the eyes, say, "Oh no, it makes sense. It's staring us in the face. Completely makes sense."
In the book they talk about the pain receptors. They talk about the parasympathetic nervous system. They talk about men. They only studied men. The old what is it? It's tend and befriend as opposed to kill, or what is it? Fight or flight. So men have a fight or flight, but they only ever studied it in men. And evidently women don't have fight or flight. They have tend and befriend, which is a different sort of stress response. Right. There's all these different things that they've studied. Like I don't understand how these people, I guess because they're just reading this feminist literature, which is all basically based on, yeah, I sat around and thought about this for a long time, and I think this is probably how it works.
Well, not just feminist literature, but like gender sociology literature, which is not based on biology or science or any of these things.
It's so sad that they destroyed sociology, because sociology is important. Like the woman who went out and from Why Gender Matters, who studied kids on playgrounds. I think she was a sociologist. So it seemed like at one point they were going in the right direction, right?
It's weird because sociology spawned from like Marx, and then it kind of found its own legs, and then it's sort of being sucked back in again.
Oh my God, yeah. The Durkheim is the father of the sociology, so, but I don't know that Durkheim was Marxist.
There was some relation, I thought.
Durkheim wrote suicide.
We looked it up.
Durkheim wrote suicide. You think they could read some Durkheim?
Suicide is painless.
What?
It comes in many faces.
Oh yeah, that's MASH, right?
Yes. I don't know. I remember we looked it up and that there was some connection there.
The pain studies are interesting. How guys get high off of pain.
Really?
You remember the pain game that they created? The guys created this game where it would shock you or burn you, or.
Oh yeah.
Guys were totally into it. Girls were like, "What the fuck? What are you doing?"
That's always been like not that guys are getting high off it, but that it's more like a prove your manliness to the tribe.
Totally.
It's like how much pain you can take.
Totally.
Right?
Yeah.
Sure.
Ice bucket challenge.
It says
not only
personalities such as Karl Marx, Max Weber, Friedrich Engels, and Durkheim are placed as the founders of sociology as a discipline.
Durkheim and Weber, huh? Okay.
So there you go.
It's Max Weber and Durkheim. But
whatever.
Anyway, yeah, whatever. It's just a guy who can read.
is your body not what you want it to, but then you realize, oh God, well, people with the kind of body that I want to have, they also do X, Y, Z, and what have you. And that can conflate the sociological and the psychological characteristics. But what you're describing, botched surgeries and what have you, sexual dysphoria, this is a physiological phenomenon. This would happen on a desert island.
Yeah, but I know, but I'm going a step further. I'm saying it seems like gender is physiological as well. It seems to be the case that it does trace to some part of the brain. And if we talk about like
what is gender? What do you mean by gender?
One at a time. Sorry. So, Destiny, finish whatever point you're trying to make, and then I'm going to go to Vivian, then I'm going to go to Demon Mama, then back to Jack. All right?
Sure. So when I talk about the gender that you experience, the term that I'm using here is gender identity. So the gender that you identify as. It seems like that maps onto something in the brain that's not just your sexual characteristics. My understanding is that when people do like the brain scans and they look at the white matter and everything of people who identify as transgender, and they look at their brains, they actually see they're like, oh wow, this trans woman, their brain actually more resembles that of a cisgender woman than a cisgender male, pointing to like some like that there might be some what. Everything is going to be for some. When you say for some to obfuscate, it doesn't get anywhere close.
Well, there are trans women who don't experience sexual dysphoria.
I'm not necessarily, I'm just saying like it does seem to be that there is some underlying experience of gender that is independent from just what society tells you.
What experience?
So, no, Vivian, she can answer the question. Maybe, I'm sure. Vivian, go ahead.
Destiny's right. There are like the literature doesn't necessarily support Vosh's position. It is inconclusive. The study that Destiny is talking about.
Look how chapped Vosh is right there. What the fuck?
Inconclusive. How dare
the literature doesn't support my position? What? Rawr! Right there.
I think was done in like fucking Sweden or something, where they like measured a whole load of trans women's brains and said there are certain markers that are like similar to cis women's brains, right? But it's all very wishy-washy and fucking inconclusive. The reason I brought up like people who have like dysphoria or want to change their gender or whatever, but don't have like sexual dysphoria, right? Don't have like body dysphoria, is that this indicates that there's something beyond like simply, the.
This is why it's so dumb that like people without gender dysphoria are considered trans. Because in this conversation, whenever someone says transgender, they're referring to someone with gender dysphoria. And yet we get to obfuscate the conversation by saying, well, technically there are trans people who don't have XYZ dysphoria because the category is so broad. It's like, okay, no one's talking about those people. We don't give a fuck about those people. Fuck those people.
What? You can't say that. That's
Get out of here.
transphobic.
I am going to say that.
No.
I'm going to be a fucking true scum. Get out of here. People who are trans that don't have gender dysphoria, I don't fucking care about you. Get out.
Well,
Get out of the conversation. I
What
don't
if
care
there's
about you.
more people that are trans that don't have gender dysphoria than people who are trans that do have gender dysphoria?
They shouldn't, but I'm saying they shouldn't be considered or conceptualized as being trans at
As
all.
part of the conversation?
They should have a completely different category.
Right. Yeah.
You
what
can't-
would that category be?
I don't know, but you shouldn't put people that have a mental illness or a medical condition, whatever you want to call it, that requires transitioning in the same category as someone who wants to be fucking special, right?
Well, yeah, that's the thing though. So if like, aren't we just having a conversation about the level of desire?
Not necessarily.
At some point, you know, wanting to avoid pain is desire, right? I desire to feel normal.
No, okay, yeah, I guess we are. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I guess we are in some degree. But the idea is that the person who doesn't actually have gender dysphoria, if they were to transition, they would have trans regret because they don't actually, like, they're just going through a phase.
So
or something.
you think? Yeah, I guess you're right, man.
Right.
I don't know. I would gamble on them far more likely to have trans regret.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly.
The false
that's the
positive.
point. Right.
I mean, that's the argument.
But that's why it makes these conversations so annoying and difficult, is because everything's labeled is lumped under transgender. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, here's part of the problem. Okay. So transgender is an adjective. Okay. Gender dysphoria
is
a
verb.
noun.
A noun.
No, it's a noun. Okay. Right? Yeah, it's a noun.
Sure.
Okay.
It's
There's
an
no-
active noun.
Yeah.
I'm just
Okay,
kidding.
whatever.
I'm
Shut
screwing
the fuck up.
around. I don't know
Okay.
any of this grammar shit.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'm really terrible at the grammar stuff. But what I'm saying is, what I'm getting at is that there's no adjective to describe a person with gender dysphoria. So that's why people fall back on saying transgender, because it's more comfortable to say a transgender person as opposed to a person who has gender dysphoria. That's like a mouthful to say that every time you're talking about this. Say a person with gender dysphoria, person with gender
Can't you
dysphoria,
just say
person with
gender
dysphoria.
dysphoric? A gender dysphoric?
Gender dysphoric person. But even that, it's a mouthful.
A
to keep
gender
saying that.
dysphoric?
Well, it's not really. I don't even think that's really a word. But
A gender dysphoric.
a
I just
gender
made it
dysphoric.
up.
That does not sound grammatically correct, does it?
They're a gender dysphoric.
Yeah, they're gender dysphoric.
Yeah.
But I'm saying no one wants to say a person with gender dysphoria or a gender dysphoric person every time when they can just say trans.
Trans. I know. It's
Right?
so easy.
It's
One
short.
word. Trans.
It's simple. It's half a word. Okay. And so that's part of the problem, is that in this conversation, whenever someone says trans, they're talking about a person with gender dysphoria.
Right.
But then you get the Mon Bailey effect where someone says, well, but technically those trans people that don't have gender dysphoria. It's like, well, fuck those people.
Which is like, I don't know. It's so weird. The numbers are off the charts now. The cases are like 4,000% and up 4,000% in Great Britain. That makes you think, well, they're getting a lot of false positives.
Right. Right.
Or who knows? God, I hope it's not a lot of false
for
positives.
30 Aussie dollars. Thank you very much, Yonkers. Yonkers says, I identify with people who have hair growing halfway up their shaft. Don't discriminate.
Oh
It's a
my God.
valid identity.
Oh my God, that's
Yeah.
that's awesome.
You got the hairy shaft represent.
Wow.
There you go. The
Only
brotherhood of the
halfway
hairy
though.
shafts.
Why not go all the way to the tip? I'm wondering. Why?
That's a different brotherhood, Adam.
Why stop at half? Why?
That's a different brotherhood. Okay.
Can you imagine trying to shave your shaft? Oh my, God.
That's bad.
Pain.
That's bad.
Oh, pain. Oh.
What Vosh was talking about with the hormone washes and women, whatever, and your body doesn't match, blah, blah, blah. You have the sexual dysphoria. But there are people who also have like a social dysphoria, right? Without experiencing the body dysphoria. And so there has to be some sort of...
What's a social dysphoria?
That's they're trying to separate this like this idea of there's a social and a sexual dysphoria.
Right. One is from inside, and one is just you don't like the way people treat you when you're in your male form.
Sure.
Okay. I don't like the way people treat me anyway. I wonder if it's.
Do you have social dysphoria, Adam? You don't like the way people are treating you?
I always have an angry scowl on my face. So
you know, I think you might be on something. When I think people should treat me like a king. I think whenever I walk by, people should just bow randomly. Okay.
I think so too.
And people should just buy shit for me. They should just open the door for me, buy stuff for me, do whatever I want, whatever I say.
Yeah.
I have a social dysphoria.
Yeah. It's called "Be My Servant or Else." That's what I call it.
It's like psychological process.
That is not. Wait, hold on. That is absolutely incorrect. Just because people chafe at social expectations given to them because of the biology they were born with, does not mean there is an inherent biological characteristic to those desires. This happens to people all the time. There are people who chafe at social expectations that are thrown their way without their consent in non-gendered contexts as well. And you said earlier that I was incorrect about a piece of literature that I cited. Could you tell me what exactly I was incorrect on, Vivian?
Sorry? No, you said that I believe the literature overwhelmingly supports blah, blah, blah. And
wait, what did I say? What was I wrong about?
Sorry? About there being an inherent component to gender identity, a biological component to gender identity, or a neurophysiological component to gender identity.
What did I say that was incorrect?
Sorry? You said I believe the literature supports that there is no inherent...
You said worker co-ops are more functional than standard capitalist businesses. That's what you said, Vosh. That was incorrect. Doesn't match the studies. Not in this conversation. It was another one, but
inherent thing to like.
As in, it hasn't been found. As in, there's no indication that the physiological characteristics that are associated with being.
Actually indicates.
I think I can cut through this issue a little bit, which is.
Oh my God!
First of all, when you have brain studies, it is not so easy for us to associate what spots in the brain go to what societal features. So, for example, if you compare a brain scan of a trans woman to that of a cis female, and you come up with similar structures, we don't know why is that. There could be many things. There could be similarities because
here's the gaps again. Actually,
the gaps argument.
Yeah, totally. But they have there is this study that they did with stroke patients where if the stroke is on one hemisphere, I can't remember if it's the right or the left. I think it's the right. When men have a stroke on the right hemisphere, they suffer language problems in far higher rates than women do. Like they postulate that women have their language faculties, whatever, more evenly distributed throughout the brain, and the men localize in one area of the
if
brain.
I recall correctly, it's not just language, it's all functions. It's believed that men have more localized brain functions and women have more generalized.
There you go.
So I think, if I recall correctly, all men have harder times recovering from strokes than women do in terms of regaining functionality.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Oh, yeah. So, I mean, but that's stroke. I mean, that's stroke data's. I mean, those are facts.
Adam, we don't know how the brain works, Adam. There's a bunch of goo and wrinkles. You don't really know what does
stroke
anything.
cases.
I mean,
this is thousands of stroke cases.
We're just throwing darts on a board. We're just guessing. We don't know.
Well, we know.
I mean, look.
I
It
guess
could just be
technically you're
correlation. Adam, why are you assuming the stroke made that person act that way? Because it's just a correlation, okay? It's not
I
causation.
know. Consider this too. These stroke patients were all I mean, they were all assigned a gender at birth by some dumbass doctor
right,
who probably
that's
didn't know
right,
what the
who
fuck
knows?
he was doing.
There could
Like,
be some trans people in there that are being counted as the wrong gender. You don't know.
yeah. Oh, I
There
guess
was-
you're right. Let me forget.
I don't know if you remember, this was kind of funny. There was a while, I think this was like 2014, 2015. There was some study that came out that said, we're totally debunking that there's a male brain and a female brain. Totally debunked. We looked at like thousands of brain scans and there's no difference. Blah, 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 blah. It's all the same. It's all the same.
Mhm.
And everyone was promoting this study for like years. And then at some point, a female neurologist created like a machine learning algorithm,
Mhm.
and she put all the same samples of brains through. And of course, the machine learning algorithm figured out how to very quickly separate the male and female brains.
Really?
Yes.
I
And
saw a
so
thing. Oh, go ahead.
It turned out that the person who did the original study who said there's no difference. I don't know if it was the person who did the study or the press around the study, because oftentimes the study is fine if the press around it is very dishonest. So I don't want to associate or attribute bad intentions to the researcher. But it turned out that the press around it was incredibly wrong and misleading, because what the study was saying wasn't that there weren't differences. They were just saying that there's more similarities than differences
Oh, okay. So the
between
study's been
brains. Right.
the study's been misquoted the whole time.
Yeah, the study had been completely misquoted.
I think I told you before, there was a study that I saw that did the same thing with a machine learning algorithm with human irises, and the machine could tell the difference between male and female irises.
Really?
Which it's like, what the fuck? For real?
That's crazy. I didn't even know there
Yes.
was a difference. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
super interesting.
Yes. Evidently, there's some pattern in our fucking irises
Wow.
that's beyond our detection. But a machine can figure out whether or not you have a male or a female by the iris 100% of the time.
Right.
That's crazy.
That is insane.
Because that trans has been living as a woman for 10 years and interacting as a typical woman in her society is interacting, and that causes your brain to shape. Obviously, we all acknowledge that. Wait, the brain. No, I'm not done yet. Hold on. The brain is obviously how we interact with the world. So I'm not saying that there isn't like that gender is just a magical thing or whatever. I just think
You gonna let that pass? Some of us, the brain is how we interact with the world. Some of us,
Wait, go
some
back.
of us,
What
we
did they
actually
say?
use our brain.
for
Not
10
not
years
all.
and interacting similar structures. If you compare a brain scan of a trans woman to that of a cis female, and you come up with similar structures, we don't know why is that. There could be many things. There could be similarities because that trans person has been living as a woman for 10 years and interacting as a typical woman in her society is interacting, and that causes your brain to shape. Obviously, we all acknowledge that. Wait, the brain. No, I'm not done yet. Hold on. The brain.
That would prove that there's a biological component there. If you're saying literally acting as a woman's reshaping your
Reshape
brain,
your brain. Yeah,
that just proves the point.
basically.
Oh my god.
Is obviously how we interact with the world. So I'm not saying that there isn't like that gender is just a magical thing or whatever. I just think that gender, the social side of it, we in our society currently try to map it onto sex all the time so that we can have these weird projections about who should be what based on what they're born as. It's a very outdated way of looking at things, and it doesn't map correctly. Yes, is there research that
Okay, so Demon Mama.
Mhm.
Whoops, I fucked it up.
not even argue? I didn't even
Trying to argue against.
want and do certain your brain. They don't know if it's because of something that happened in your utero that causes similar to cis women's brain. Yeah, but we don't know fucking why. We have no fucking clue, and they don't know fucking why either. They don't know if it's because the HRT reshapes your brain. They don't know.
Whatever. Anyway,
Yeah, who cares?
it doesn't matter. But no, but this is like kind of the bullshit argument, because now she's retreated to this. Well, I'm just saying that I think it's wrong that people try to create prescriptive gender roles based on your sex. It's like, that's not what you were saying. What the fuck are you
Yeah.
talking about? That's an entirely different argument.
Yeah.
You can make that argument without destroying the concept of gender.
We're making that argument without
right, we're making
destroying
that
the
argument.
concept of gender. Yeah,
Right.
exactly. Yeah,
Without
we
destroying
shouldn't
the
have
concept of
rigid
gender.
gender norms. Yeah,
Yes. Congratulations. You can make that argument.
yeah.
But this is the problem, is that they always retreat and feint and kind of change and twist in these conversations.
Yeah, I feel like they're trying to attach some sort of biological component for expedience purposes, because they don't
doing.
They don't want to say,
right.
This is something I want to do, something I have the deep desire to do, and fuck you, I'm going to do it.
That's what's happening. That's what the activists are doing. But then the problem is all the literature that they read about this is all wishful thinking and not science.
Oh, yeah, totally.
About this nonsense.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Or it's from like the 70s when, there was no
science. Yeah, when
science
nobody
about
had
this stuff,
actually studied any of it.
Right.
I don't know if it's because of something that happened in your utero that causes development. I don't think that necessarily matters, because we don't really know exactly what causes us to want and do certain things. That is a very complicated question. I don't think we need
We don't know.
Hold on.
Well, the whole point of having the conversation is to try to know. So, I mean,
we don't know.
The conversation in and of itself is evidence that we want to know.
And if something's too complicated, I'm just going to say it's a social contract and we can get rid of it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because it's too complicated, right? That's a good method of operating through the world, right?
Why are we talking about gender? Let's talk about calculus. That shit's way too fucking complicated.
I'm looking at this computer that I'm talking to you through.
Yeah.
And I don't understand how it works.
It's too complicated. Too damn complicated.
This computer is a social construct. Why do the chips have to be arranged in this specific way? I don't like that. They should just completely reorder the way the chips are shaped.
So many things I'd like to get rid of on grounds of complication. Algebra. Fuck algebra.
That's right.
Well, actually, there's probably some people out there that are using algebra in effective ways that are helping make my life better.
Adam,
maybe I'll shut the fuck up now.
Math is very complicated, and I don't really understand how it works.
Yes.
And I don't think anyone really understands how it works. So I'm going to say it's a social construct, and we can just get rid of it.
I changed my mind right here. Okay. In real time, I changed my mind. God bless the people out there with their algebra, with their devil math. God bless them for engaging in it.
That black magic.
Yes.
Algebra.
Yes.
I'm not done yet. I know.
You're just trying to argue against something that I didn't fucking say, Demon.
I'm not arguing. I'm not even arguing against you. I'm just trying to have my turn talking, Viv. That's it.
Okay, well.
I did not even argue. I didn't even necessarily disagree with you. I don't
even know what
I'm
we're
also.
arguing
Oh my God. I want you to know that 50% of the sexist jokes I can make, I am letting go. I am letting go for you, Sich.
You can. I think. Look, if you make a sexist joke about a trans woman engaging in a stereotypical female behavior, that's not wrong. That's what they want, right?
Oh, it is. Oh, I was gonna say she's got the naggy girlfriend thing down, man. She's got that one licked.
She does. It's like, I'm not arguing with you. I just want to be heard. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly. Oh my God. Perfect.
Perfect. There you go.
There's
obviously a biological root there.
I know. I was gonna say that's the thing about it. I feel like there may be just a little bit of biology in
There's some biology going on there. Look, I don't understand why you're giving me solutions to my problems. That's not what I'm asking. I just want you to empathize and hear my problems, okay? And say, oh, that sucks. That's all I want. I don't want solutions.
I'm not finished here. I'm not finished. Empathize with me. Oh, maybe.
See?
Okay. Well, what I'm trying to say is that yes, these studies do exist. I don't think anybody here is contesting that these studies exist. We just don't know exactly what these things map to. It's interesting for sure that cis women and trans women have some similar brain function and or brain structure. That's great, but we don't know what causes that. We don't know if it's the socialization. We don't know if it's in utero. There's a hormone bath. We don't know if it's.
Now I know that the old way of thinking was that your brain was basically static, and not static, but like it didn't change because of behaviors. And they now realize that your brain is a lot more
dynamic,
has a lot more plasticity to it, and will actually change to certain behaviors.
Yeah.
But it does seem absurd to me to think that your brain would reshape itself so dramatically to match the opposite gender or sex's brain just because you're behaving like them.
Yeah.
That seems pretty extreme to me.
Yeah, that's bonkers.
It's
Plus,
being on
there's
HR
like
changes
all
the
kinds
structure.
of, hold on. There's all kinds of unconscious shit that's going on that
Right.
is obviously gendered.
Well, right, that's definitely true. But also, so she's giving
Like
two-
menstruation, you don't fucking think about.
Right.
Unless I'm not a woman, so let us know in the chat, girls, if like
But when you say
that's
you don't
something
think about
you
it,
focus on.
When you say
That's
you don't think about it-
involuntary, right?
Right, it's involuntary. You think about it when it's happening, but you're not like
Right, yeah.
physically making it happen within your body.
You're not scheduling on the time. Oh, when do I want to have my period this month?
Right,
Let me concentrate. Right.
No, but
there are all these gendered activities that are going on. Well, I'm careful with sex and gender. Right.
think of.
Go ahead.
Think of how terrible the argument she made. She made two awful arguments. Okay, if you really think about them. She said, "We don't know if the brains are different because the people are behaving as the opposite sex, or because of the hormones that they're taking."
Right.
Okay, those both would
Terrible.
imply that you're not born that way, and that behavior is shaping you to be that way.
Yeah.
So the counterpoint would be, well, wait a minute. Why are we affirming people's gender identity then? Why don't we just go back to conversion therapy if you can simply change someone's brain structures via behavior or hormones?
Well, you could even take the blame too. You could say, "Listen, society fucked up and we socialized you wrong. Here, we'll fix it. We'll re-socialize you the right way."
Right. Like, that's a terrible argument.
Terrible take. Yeah.
And it's all because for some reason they're so attached to this social gender as a social construct nonsense.
Yeah. Yeah, there's man. The brain. I'm guessing the brain controls those gendered, those sex different biological behaviors, right? Like
Yeah,
we don't have
definitely.
we don't have a spot in our brain that controls our menstruation, right? That would be totally inefficient. Well, I'm just curious if if there's the same spot but it's like dormant in men. Like we
No.
have nipples, right? We don't use them.
That's true.
We have pointless nipples.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Of
I'm
your
just
brain.
wondering. I'm
There's all
curious.
these things.
Okay.
And what I'm saying is that sex, the biological structure of how sex expresses itself in our bodies and brains is one thing, and gender, how we interact with society, how we identify with others, are different things. In our society, they're conflated frequently, which leads to imperfect answers. And what
Okay, can I ask a question? Just real quick question on Demon just on that particular.
Well, to be clear, the reason they're conflated is because the original definition of gender was it was just a nice way of saying sex because people didn't want to say the word sex.
Yeah.
Like, let's
it
be
was.
real here. Okay.
You can go back to old scientific papers where they literally sex and gender is like interchangeable, and they're not even talking about humans; they're talking about animals. So
When gender was first created as a term, it was used first of all, it was used for like now, like linguistically. But when it became beyond a linguistic gendered language, it was used completely interchangeable with sex. And it's actually the more recent incarnation to say that there's some difference.
sure, yeah, I learned this when I started doing YouTube. I was like on the old pattern.
Particular topic. Can you socialize somebody out of their gender?
What? What do you mean?
What? Oh
Could
my
you
God.
socialize somebody out of their gender?
Can you explain like what you mean by that? Like how?
Sure.
can
So
you-
let's
my
say that you
God.
take a person and you raise them in a certain way. Could you take
You
somebody?
just spent half this video saying sex is a social construct that we teach. Sex
Or
is
gender,
a
yeah.
performance. Yeah.
Right. Right.
Yes.
I know,
That's
it's
like 5,
absurd.
6, 7 years old or whatever, and just socialize them in a different way such that their gender identity changes.
Probably to some degree. In
I
that,
would say
like,
almost
if
certainly.
Yeah,
You would have
historical
okay.
examples.
Why
no, no,
can't
no,
you
no,
just
wait,
say-
wait.
They're
So,
totally.
okay.
They're okay
So-
with the John Money experiment now.
So Demon Mama and Vosh just said, yes, you can
John Money was right.
change someone's gender identity.
Yeah. Yes.
There is zero evidence. Not only is there zero evidence, all the evidence is the
Is
opposite.
against it. Yes.
No
Exactly.
evidence of this.
Opposite. Yes.
Absurd. It's absurd.
Wait, you answer. You asked me a question. Let me.
Yeah, but
Not only is it crazy,
Oh my God.
but it's actually detrimental to the LGBT cause to make that
Totally.
argument.
Totally. Yes. Because then you're signing off on like conversion therapy.
Yeah,
and all
sure.
kinds of
Conversion therapy.
shit.
Let's go for it. Let's do it.
Yeah.
you didn't answer. Like,
Wait,
dancing around because it was another question that you're too scared to answer because you know it's going to commit you to an answer.
Excuse me. Oh my God.
Okay. All right. Great.
Yeah, I don't think she'd said enough for you to
try
arrive
to
at
answer
that
the question.
No, she does because every time
You
I
have
ask
a
her question, she
fantasy.
dances around. It's like,
You
well,
live in a
tell
fantasy.
me.
All right, don't worry. I'm gonna meet everyone. I'm gonna meet everyone. So look, dear mama, try to answer the question in a short amount of time. Then I'm gonna go to Jack, and I'm gonna go to Alice. She had her hand up as well. All right. So finish like seriously, like 30 seconds. I'm fucking time you.
With regard to gender, almost certainly. I would say that almost certainly you could do that. Now, would that be a good thing? Probably.
Almost certainly.
Almost
God, I love
certainly.
all these.
Almost
Like,
certainly.
hold on, let me think. Certainly and almost. Wait, that's an oxymoron. Like, what the fuck? Isn't certainly from like certain?
In most cases, not. But if you
Why
had
not?
a kid, hold on.
What?
If you had a kid that was raised in like say a random like white kid who was raised by Native Americans who believe in two-spirit, maybe that child would understand themselves as a two-spirit instead of
Oh
as
my
a man or a woman.
Now you're
God.
now completely conflating like cultural norms with
They love this stupid
Yeah.
two-spirit thing. It's like, oh my God, did you know that there was like some specific group of indigenous people somewhere that had extra genders? Therefore,
really?
you know, it's like, okay, so no one cares. No one
They're in
cares about
love with
these
the extra
exceptions.
gender.
Okay, these one-off exceptions.
Don't we? I mean, you can conceptualize tomboy as like an extra gender, and you
Right.
don't blow the
You could.
entire fucking
You could,
binary out.
right?
Yeah, it's not a big
And I
deal.
would argue that it would be stupid to do so. It would be bad to do such. But you could. and it
Sure,
wouldn't
totally.
destroy the binary genders.
But how these things evolve? I mean, people came up with the term tomboy. We know what you're talking about.
Right.
You're not talking about a boy named Tom, okay?
Woman. That is how you could like how we socially construct gender is super important. Now, does that mean that that would directly affect their understanding of sex? Not necessarily. Maybe. It depends on the society and the words that we use.
Okay, so Jack and then Alice, all right, and then we can let the men back in if you want, but Jack and Alice, please.
to build on Demon Mama's point a little bit, and to kind of get at what I was talking about at the very beginning of this conversation, is that we have like anthropological evidence of both past and current societies across the world that have more than two gender identities, and like it definitely makes it a lot harder to say that, well, like sex maps onto gender identity, and like or gender identity maps on.
We have evidence of societies who've engaged in cannibalism, Sich. Did you know
Mhm.
that?
I did.
Yeah.
I saw Reza Aslan eat that human brain.
Well, is that like, what exactly are you saying? Like, is that a good thing?
I'm saying Reza Aslan maybe has some mad human.
Oh yeah, yeah.
disease from eating that brain.
Reza Aslan lost his mind long ago. What the fuck happened to Reza Aslan?
When
Jeez.
you're, I don't know, do you give credit for that, or is
Someone.
that bad? If you're interviewing the cannibal tribe and they hand you the little piece of brain to eat, I
No.
don't know.
No. You say fuck off. You're like, listen, cut that camera off. Get that fucking
The
human.
fuck out of here.
Oh my god. Can you imagine? I would. Oh no. I'm not eating people. Okay, that's fucking weird.
Well, it's funny because it's not even just people. It's literally the worst part of a person to eat would be their brain.
Oh. Yeah.
Onto sex when you have more than two and your understanding of sex is bimodal. So like this is definitely a giant issue that I think someone would have to explain if they're trying to conflate this thing, sex and gender. And also there are even fringe cases around the world where like through biological processes third sexes have been created. That is something that exists in the world, like heritable
This bitch is totally high. What's she smoking? What's going on here? That can't be true.
Mm-hmm.
A third sex? How do they participate
I don't
in
know.
reproduction?
She talking
Will
about?
they throw some extra sperm in there or something? I don't know. What's happening?
It's
There
funny
is-
because I'm like looking over this Wikipedia article about two-spirit,
Mhm.
and if you actually look into this, a lot of this is like they're talking about how all these different Native American tribes have terms for like people that are existing outside of the gender norm,
Mhm.
but when they're translated, they just mean like acts like woman, male
Oh, okay.
homosexual,
Tomboy,
man who wears
sissy
dresses,
boy.
you know, like
Yeah.
woman who dresses as man. Like these are not
Yeah.
magic special third
Right.
sexes or this is not anything.
They don't have a
outside of our
three-way
culture.
marriage.
Yeah, we just have exactly. It's really stupid.
We have some similar person in our culture as well. We just have different names for them.
Right.
Yeah.
But
That
this
makes
is not a
sense.
validation for the fact that there's some other, all these magic non-binary genders that are somehow should be conceptualized as being rooted in biology.
There's been
Or not
all
even,
kinds
or
of
should be conceptualized as being valid because they don't actually root in biology. That should be conceptualized as being super valid or something.
they found all kinds of different ways that like cultural expressions of sex and pair bonding and stuff like that. I mean, there was some tribe that believed babies were made by the accumulation of semen and that women should have like sex with many different men because they would get many different aspects of the children.
God.
Yeah, totally. So, but all the children became raised like communally because the fathers didn't know, you know.
Right. Who
They
was their
thought,
children?
well, no, they thought they were that kid was part mine. Like,
Right.
I'm like a third father on this kid.
Well, there's, that's interesting because I wonder if everyone was at the same level of technology, which would be the more cooperative group, that group or the more standard grouping?
Yeah, see, but I feel like since that's such a rarity that the other one obviously outcompeted the monogamous understanding of sex.
Not just I don't know if it's that. It's a rarity because it goes against the biological drive of animals, which is to pass on your genetic offspring and to not let someone else, cuck you.
Yeah, totally. And there's a lot of cucking going on in that society, obviously.
Right. That society would be a good example of extreme social cultural conditions overriding the biological disposition.
Yeah, no jealousy exists in that culture. Like jealousy's been completely weeded out. Yeah.
So yes, you can. So as I'm saying, I do think you can, with strong social pressures, override a lot of biological predispositions. It's just those are going to be the rare circumstances.
Yeah.
There's going to have to be some unique environmental pressure that sort of allowed that circumstance to happen.
Yeah. Yeah, no, there's all kinds of these weird groupings, but when they come out and talk about like the third sex, I'm always just like, oh, you've jumped the crazy train here. This is like not even close to what's...
There's a perfect example of this. And this was what's funny too, is because the wokies are always like, we want to tear down the oppressive hierarchies, social conditioning. Where that tribe that you mentioned, that would be the oppressive social norms that are basically instilling a specific value in people. And if you removed the babies from that society and you left them on an island to figure it out themselves, do you think that they would go back to that behavior, or do you think they'd all go back to being jealous and to, wanting to protect their mate from having sex with everyone else?
Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say.
They would go back.
I wonder if there's because the bonobos are supposedly in that, because the feminists always want to point to bonobos.
Right, but that's that's the entire species is like that.
The bonobo species.
That's obviously biological.
Well, the bonobos, the alpha, the females tend to be the alphas,
right,
in bonobo culture.
Right, but what I'm saying is that's obviously biological because all bonobos are like that. It's not like there's just one bonobo tribe that's like that.
Yeah.
Like, I was going to compare it to when they look at a lot of third world countries, they'll find that the job distribution is fairly equal in terms of what jobs men and women will do. But then when you look at first world countries, you'll see that the job distribution becomes very different in certain areas, with men doing specific jobs in some areas and women doing jobs in some other areas that men don't do. And it's because in the third world countries, there's these extra environmental pressures where people just take whatever job they can
Oh,
find
hell yeah.
that
Totally.
pays money. But when you remove these pressures, when you move the oppression,
Yeah.
right, that the wokies want to remove, what happens? People start to settle back into more gender-specific norms that are biological.
Yep. The biology takes over.
Yes.
So fun.
Traits that are a third sex. So like it is a way more complicated issue than a lot of people on this panel are trying.
Because you made it more complicated by bringing up the fictitious third sex.
Two
Like,
spirits. I got
it's
two
not-
spirits inside of me.
It's not complicated at all.
Dos spiritos.
Here, let's simplify things. Let's take away all the imaginary stuff and just get to the root of the issue, right?
Trying to make it. And I'm just gonna leave it at that.
Okay. Alice, and then we'll let other people back in.
Okay, all I really want to question is right now. First off, third sex. I want a source for that because I have researched that. and never
Nice,
found that before.
Alice.
Any biological,
Yes.
biologically heritable third sex? Please do send me that. Second off, somebody talked about socialization and whether that could change. We literally went over this. So John to Joan, it was the John Money case. So that literally proves that socialization is not sufficient for gender. You can literally sexually reassign someone, raise them as a woman, and have them still not identify with that identity. You literally can't put it down purely to socialization.
We're doing it again.
Yeah,
What are we doing?
But
No one is
wait,
complaining
this
sex
is
and
I have
gender
to I have to
stuff.
wait.
Hold on, wait. This is
Just-
more
just-
complicated.
Wait, just
Okay,
May
wait.
I please?
Okay, go ahead, Vosh.
Please.
Okay, so just because sex and gender are correlative in the sense that we are taught that characteristics associated with sex are also associated with the gender that we assign to people born of that sex. So with that being said, there are a plethora of social factors that could cause a person to chafe at social expectations that are given to them if those social expectations are somehow in conflict with those that are generally associated with the sex that their body wants them to be. That is to say, the sexual dysphoria that they feel is magnified because there are social characteristics that deviate from that which they're being taught. Now, if you were to raise some kid on a farm or on the moon, and that kid was born XY, like you call him a boy here, okay? And you were to raise that kid, and you were to say, hey, yo, you're a woman, and you like dresses, and you do housework. I think that if you were to do that, and you were to do that, say, with many young boys and girls in the reverse sense, you would produce a social order about as arbitrary and about as stable as the one we have today.
Wrong. Oh my God. If that was true, why are we not seeing a bunch of societies like that?
Who knows?
Why does almost every human society are all patriarchal? Why are there so many patriarchs everywhere in society?
Paternity uncertainty.
Why is that? If it's just social, why are there not all these matriarchal societies everywhere? Shouldn't it be 50-50?
Nope.
If it's just chance, what's happening here?
It's purely based on technical challenges in the environment.
I mean, could it be? I don't know. Testosterone makes people more aggressive, like the proven fact that's the case, and it makes sense that the more aggressive sex, which also happens to be the stronger sex, is more likely to be the one that's going to be dominant in terms of trying to control behaviors and control people. Maybe.
Yep.
I don't know. Is that it? How does this work with other animals? How come all these other non-human animals have very rigid sex roles?
Depends on the animal. Really does. Birds and
most animals
dolphins reproduce very differently.
Okay, but I'm saying most animals, to my knowledge, have sex roles. At least animals that engage in have some sort of child rearing instinct, that don't just like fuck off their children. And
those
maybe
reptiles.
that's related.
Fuck those reptiles.
Yeah, right. But maybe that's an important part of this, and that'd be interesting to see. is it only primarily animals that rear their young that have the sex differences? Because that would make sense. You'd say, well, then there has to be a shared distribution of work in some capacity.
Yeah. Interesting. Well, you gotta have some sex differences just so you can. In
terms of behavior, I mean.
Yeah. Only behavior.
Right.
You don't mean biological sex differences.
I do mean biological sex differences.
I raised mantids for a long time. The male and female mantids are always very different.
Well, there you go.
Yeah. Males can fly. How badass is that? Got you there, ladies. Can you imagine if the differences between men and women and humans was
so that men could fly?
Men can fly and women can't.
Oh my God.
How patriarchal would society be?
We have a very oppressive patriarchal society.
Fuck yeah. Be like, bitch.
Later, bitches.
I'm flying. I'm out.
Fucking flies away.
I'm off. Lift off. I mean.
Adam, you need to get a job and raise our kid.
I can fly. Fuck you.
Flies away.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to New York for the weekend. Bye.
You know, I think that's what our society needs. I think men should get jetpacks and only men.
Yeah. Yes.
No jetpacks for the women. Okay.
Yes.
Sorry,
and
women.
It's got to be the jetpacks have to lock unless there's a Y chromosome. There has to be a Y chromosome present in the thumb pad.
Mm-hmm.
So only men can fly them. It'd be perfect. How do we do that? Oh, wait, they have the machine learning. They just have a retinal scan that only takes men's retinas. Only men's retinas.
No, you see, to start the jetpack, you have to open a jar that's like really tight.
Oh, perfect. They'll never get it open. They'll never get it open. Oh, it'll be perfect.
So I'm looking at, I just checked my DMs. I see the argument.
Oh no. Oh no.
I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it.
Right. But tell us. It's a good argument, right?
It's a stupid argument.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
The stupid argument.
We'll be arguing about this after the stream then. Probably for an extra hour.
Oh,
after
terrible argument.
After 11 hours of streaming with you,
God.
I have to stream for another hour just to set you straight on this.
Oh my God.
Why is it a terrible? Well, I guess you can't really. Never mind.
Well, I'll just say this. It seems like that argument is kind of related. It's a piece of an argument I was making last week.
Mm-hmm. Oh, really?
So, yeah, it seemed like
I think intuitively people, they just don't make the argument explicitly, which I think it's a good argument.
Well, I don't even know if I agree, but whatever.
Oh, you don't agree that it's a good argument? Oh, yeah, you already said you didn't.
No, I don't agree that it's necessarily what you said is true.
You're constantly
a true thing.
Oh, you don't think it? Hold on. You don't think that it would actually?
No,
you don't think that would happen?
No, I don't.
Oh, okay. Well, fuck. That's the only argument I was worried about. I'm cool now. Never mind.
That the roles are arbitrary, but the group identifiers inform our placement within those roles. Now, if you were to take a person born XY, like a boy or whatever, and then raise them as a woman here in America today, there might be some agitation or dysphoria caused by the fact that they recognize there's a pretty significant difference between how they look and how they're treated relative to other people. And that might magnify issues. That might lead to them developing sexual or social dysphoria, depending on the ways in which they were raised, quote unquote, as a woman. So these factors, they conflate and they overlap significantly. But I reject the idea that people who kill themselves because of botched SRS surgery or the intersex issues at birth or because of circumcision necessarily means that gender is an inherent biological concept or that there's a causal relationship between the two. That needn't be the case. There are social explanations for those presences.
So Alice,
what is social dysphoria? Do we know that?
It would be well, they're kind of making up a term, but
social
I assume
dysphoria. What the fuck?
I assume what they're referring to is the social aspect of gender dysphoria, which is that you get extreme feelings of dysphoria when people in society are not identifying you as the gender you want to be identified as.
Right. Yeah.
I assume
people
that's
are,
what they're referring to.
yeah. People are being cruel.
Well, not necessarily cruel, but you just don't pass very well, so people just assume you're just kind of a weird looking dude, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sad.
Respond, and then I'm wanting to hear from Red Charlotte, who hasn't been able to say anything.
Okay. Also, I love you very much. I have to sleep though. Okay.
All right,
Go ahead.
I agree with you that
Wait.
it doesn't necessitate that there is some sort of essential, gender internally or.
Destiny just pieced the fuck out. He's like, I'm done with this conversation. I'm not getting an answer.
Good for him, man. They were all. No one's answering any real questions here. Yeah.
I know. Well, to be clear, I don't think Destiny's wording the question very effectively either. And it might be because this is the first time I've ever heard him make this argument that there's some aspect of gender that is biological. So I don't
probably
think he
read
doesn't
Why
have any
Gender
of the-
Matters. He's probably listening to our
Right.
streams.
He doesn't have he should read Why Gender Matters, because then he could say, if he read Why Gender Matters, he could be like, boom, here's a
Eyes,
concrete
brain,
example.
ears.
Right. Here's a concrete example of something that we conceptualize as a gender difference that is biological. But if you don't do that, Vosh can keep falling back on this, sex, gender difference thing.
Or whatever, that it's by necessity, that it's biological, but it also shows that it's not purely social. I don't know if you read the Moni case, but it was not a matter of just raising somebody who is XY and otherwise biologically visibly male as a woman. It's somebody who was, given female genitalia to the extent that medical science was able to, as well as hormones, and raised as a woman. It was a total sex change, essentially, what you would end up doing with somebody who is a trans woman post-op. So it's not a matter of just a social change. That was a sex change. And that didn't do anything
led
either.
to sexual dysphoria. Yeah.
Except that the problem is they were raised, he was raised as
There's no such thing as sexual dysphoria.
A woman with the sexual parts that make someone a woman, with the hormone balance that makes someone a woman.
But that's the.
None of these people know about the John Money case, which is
Alice does. She just keeps falling into the same trap. That's the conversation is just repeating.
Yeah, Alice is the one talking. She knows.
Right.
Yeah. But none of these other people who are just not really answering questions know about that. Obviously, because it blows their whole thing away.
No, but it's not that. It's because Vosh can keep making the same argument, saying, well, the reason that David Remmer killed himself was because he had sexual dysphoria, because he had a sex change, even though he was, a boy.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, well, there's no such thing as sexual dysphoria.
Yeah.
You're making a
God.
categorical distinction that the DSM does not recognize. That's not real.
Oh my God.
And that would be the response, not just to repeat the David Remmer story.
And he's actually conceptualizing his natural biological sense of himself as dysphoria because of the sex change. So weird.
Right. Well, that's what he says. He says he thinks that if you took a boy, or you took a group of boys, because you'd have to get a group to this experiment. You took a group of boys and you isolated them from the rest of society, and you tried to raise them all according to classical female gender norms.
Mm-hmm.
He thinks that would work. Which is that's absurd. That's completely ridiculous.
Totally absurd. Yeah.
It's the same thing with girls. If you had a bunch of group of girls and you tried to socialize them to all be classical gendered male behavior, it's preposterous that would be effective.
Yeah.
That's the brain-body divide right there. That's the sexual dysphoria that I'm describing. Their brain had an imprint, had a map for what their body was supposed to look like, and it wasn't. And that was what caused the problem. Even if you're raised in a given way, I mean, if there's that fundamental mismatch, that's what causes it. We have a seemingly intuitive rejection of bodily characteristics that our brain doesn't seem to want to be a part of us. So I don't think that necessarily refers to any biological characteristic of gender. That's just a component of the
But that's a
sex.
biological component. You just claimed a biological component.
Yeah, but
Wait,
it's not
wait,
gender.
hold on. This is something
Victoria.
so much.
Hold on,
This is-
hold on, before you do
But it's not a
before you do-
gender thing.
Obviously,
hold on,
everything.
before you do that, Red Charlotte, and then I will let you the rest in. But I gotta let. She hasn't talked at all.
So like I want something to Alice, right? So I don't think, except maybe Vosh, I don't think most people think, both in academia and colloquially in like culture, nobody thinks that biology plays like no role in what your identity is, what your preferences are, and who you are as a person. As like anyone who knows what they're talking about, all you are is your genes expressed in an environment, right? There are some parts about you that are like not predetermined, but they will influence how stimuli and socialization affects you, right? So like I posted some studies in chat in text VC or whatever, where like it's like a mixed bag of stuff, like that socialization can change like your hormone production, that like hormone production and like your hormone levels like literally affect your preferences, and this can be like measured like genetically and like biologically. While it's not the whole picture, obviously socialization has like a huge component. To deny that there is any sort of biological component is just sort of there's no point. That's all I had to say.
Mm-hmm. What's up?
Why didn't
All
they
you
say
gotta
that
do.
like the last hour? There was like when everyone's having this conversation, they could have made that point.
Well, no, there are people who think it's all social construction.
I know they're in
Yeah.
that conversation. They're in that
Yeah.
call.
Yeah.
Vosh made that point. Demon Mama made that point.
Yeah. But then you're saying
Why didn't they say that earlier?
nobody's saying that.
They're saying nobody's saying that. You're in the conversation. People are saying that.
Yeah, I know, it's crazy.
Okay, all right. So
I don't think.
you can respond, and then I'm going to Vivian, then Jack. Okay.
Okay, I don't think, and I literally don't think any single person on this panel, maybe Destiny, has claimed that like no, actually not even Destiny, that there's like no biological. We all recognize, like I think everyone here is like believes that the brain is where the mind is generated, correct? Obviously everything is there, but what we were
I
trying
believe
to
in God. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I know. Where's the gender particle, right? Yeah, we got 51% female gender particles makes you.
So
you know,
there's something biological about gender, is what you're
Well,
saying, Demon Mama. So we
there's
all
something,
agree.
but wait, in the same way that there's there's something
Very
bio.
much
Wait,
disagree.
oh my God, is like, are people allergic to my voice? I'm really sorry. Maybe I,
finish your point,
yeah,
and then Vivian can jump in.
what I'm trying to say is that yes, obviously there is a biological component to everything, to every part of our identity. Obviously.
Oh my God. Well, actually, I don't know. Maybe they're
Yeah.
going to fall back and say there's a biological component, but you can't categorize it statistically as being associated with gender. Maybe that's the exit path they'll take here.
Obviously, but we don't know to what degree. And also, there are clearly some things about our identities and about who we are that are more rooted and more heavily determined by biology, by rote biology. Like, this is what it is. Your body is growing an arm. That you can't change that. You can't socialize your way out of an arm. It's just that's how our genetics are. But there are other parts of our genetics that are specifically designed to be flexible and vague. And gender and identity in general is one of those things. These are very, very.
Do you agree with that?
No, not at all.
No.
Yeah. There is some flexibility, obviously.
But it's
but
not
you can't have
genetic
infinite.
flexibility.
Well, yeah, you can't have infinite flexibility because of the technical aspects of reproduction. That's why that's why most these societies are patriarchal, because it's the men that have the paternity uncertainty.
I'm saying that I think that she's conceptualizing this incorrectly. It's not that your genes allow certain gendered behaviors flexibility. It's that the way in which society sublimates or maps a behavior onto a biological predisposed gendered behavior, that's this flexibility. That's the social construct element.
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, here's a good example of this, okay? Using our sports example, is a social construct to associate sports to some extent, even though I said the exact opposite of this, you have to sit, you have to wait with it. You have to sit with me.
You contradicted yourself.
It is a social construct for society to say that sports are associated with masculinity and men because it's a social choice. However, you say, but wait a minute, that's rooted in biology because men are more likely to be aggressive. Men are more likely to be attracted because of their aggression, because of their biology. They're more attracted to high contact sports. They're more attracted to watching things related to motion, as you said. They're more attracted to watching competitive team sports. But the specific sport, that's the social construct, right? The specific activity is the socially constructed aspect of it. But the predisposition to wanting to watch or participate
Physical
in an activity
behavior,
like that would be the biological aspect of it.
True. Yep.
And, you know, it's funny because they've done this not only with humans, but they've done this with chimpanzees.
Yeah, with the trucks and the dolls.
Right. If they find that male chimps are more attracted to toys related to motion that have moving parts, and female chimpanzees are more attracted to toys that have faces and are colorful.
All of parenting. They're practicing being the babysitter.
Right.
Yeah.
Very
terrible
abstract
gender oppression in those
oppressive
monkey troops.
Gender, yes. Oppressive social gender norms.
Yeah.
Responsive, highly influenced systems. Now, to tie this back to the whole John Money thing, which I really feel like people need to go reread that and see how unscientific and bullshit it was, how it didn't actually learn anything. They weren't able, there's not much learning that can be pulled from it because it was so unscientific. It was so...
The guy who created the entire concept that gender is a social construct and then didn't experiment on it and it failed, but you know, you can't gain any knowledge from that.
Yeah.
Of course.
Just a botched experiment.
Yeah, nothing.
Yeah.
Bad. But
Mama, like
if the experiment worked, she'd be saying something completely different.
Right. Of course.
I also forgot to say this to Alice with the John Money thing. So like I wouldn't say that it was unscientific. The problem with it is that like it doesn't prove what Alice said it proved, that gender can't be socialized into someone, right? Well, you did say that, right? Like because like the John Money thing is a case study. Case studies are useful because they can indicate that there might be something there which we should investigate further, right? But just one case study from the 1980s won't tell you whether or not you can or cannot socialize someone into a gender category, because it just could have been that one person, who is just a one-person sample, was just not receptive to that socialization. And also the fact that there's like one case study from 1993 where like transphobes will cite all the time, where one person, a single case study, they took antipsychotics and their gender's dysphoria was gone, right?
So
well, there you go. Look, we just need to John Money more kids, and then we'll get to the bottom.
Oh my God. Can you
I know that's not what they were saying, but
can you socialize someone into being gay? I mean,
No.
they're the ones that are
Well-
sitting here saying you can socialize people into things. I'm like, I don't necessarily know about that.
I don't think you can socialize people into being gay. I think you can socialize people into behaviors that we would associate with homosexuality.
Oh my God.
If that makes sense. You can socialize someone into a behavior, but not the attraction.
Yeah, see?
Because
That's evil.
I know, because there have been bizarre cultures and societies where they have socialized young males into behavior that we would consider super duper gay.
Yeah, no, I know that culture.
Yeah,
that's like,
you know
that's
which
a
one I'm talking
Sambian
about.
tribe, right?
Yes, right.
Which is your your rite of passage is to perform homosexual
Fellatio.
acts on the elders.
Right.
Which it's
Right.
like, whose idea was this?
Whose idea was this indeed? Right.
Yeah.
And you have the Greeks, you know, with the pedantry
Oh
or
my
whatever it's called.
God. Yeah.
Agogity, whatever those creepy pedos would do.
Yeah. That's what happens when pedos get power right there.
Right there. Yeah.
Like there's a whole new social construct now.
Pedistry. That was what it was called. I don't know. But anyway. So I think, yeah, I do think you could socialize specific behaviors. I don't think you could socialize the attraction. I don't think you can make someone attracted to the same sex or the opposite sex for that matter, if they're not.
Yeah. You're basically doing some fucked up shit.
Except for women. All women are bisexual. Oh, bah, 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 bah.
Sexist.
I'm trying to say here.
Finish your point, then we got to move
There's
on.
like so much that could be attributed to this John Money thing. You have an intersex individual who's forcibly given genitalia that could cause a body dysmorphia.
He wasn't intersex, but okay.
Issue, which could be identified because our society conflates sex and gender as gender dysphoria. However, you also have a child who, in addition to having undergone forcible...
It wasn't society. It was John Money. He's the one that did the conflation. He doesn't think that there are sex differences except for the actual physical organs.
Sexual reassignment surgery is having a gender impressed upon them. You are going to be raised as a female, as a woman in our society, and that means you got to do these things. Maybe by pure chance they like the things they got to do, but they hate their body. These are different things, and like I feel like this entire conversation has been refusing to acknowledge that these are different things.
Okay.
That there are numerous factors. So I think that's important to acknowledge.
So we'll go to Vivian, then we'll go to Jack, and then Alice if she wants to respond to anything, and Vosh we'll get to you as well. Go ahead.
Isn't all this just rationalization?
Of course,
it all seems like rationalization.
Of course,
it's like, why can't they just be like, "This is me. Fuck off"? That's such a much stronger position.
Well, it's so stupid that they waste so much time and energy with this gender as a social construct nonsense.
Yeah, it's rational. It's rationalizing.
It doesn't even help. The only people this helps is the non-binary crowd.
Mm-hmm.
Well, fuck those people.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't help the people who want to transition.
How does it help the non-binary crowd?
Because then they can say, well, I don't have a mental illness. I don't want to transition, but I can still identify as whatever fucking gender I want.
They want to.
Because it's a social construct.
Right. But they're I thought they were identifying as non-gender. I thought non-binary.
They're identifying as some third, fourth, fifth, sixth gender.
Oh, really? Okay. I thought it was just genderless. I thought it was.
No, there's some specific asexual non-binary, but that's not most of them.
I thought it was most of them.
No.
I thought non-binary was asexual.
I don't think so.
I mean, wouldn't it have to be asexual though? Because as soon as you start exhibiting anything that's towards one end of the binary,
no, because what they do is they carve out they take the bimodal spectrum that is gendered behavior, and they want to carve out as many little niches as possible, and then just rename them as being their own genders. And that's why I said that non-binary genders just reinforce gender stereotypes, because they're basically saying, if I'm not the most masculine male or I'm not the most feminine female, I'm not male or female. I'm this other thing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fascinating. I know in Abigail Schreier's book, she says there are a lot of non-binary people that are getting double mastectomies, which, I mean, that means they're women, right?
Right.
Yeah. Interesting.
Thanks.
I don't know why we keep going to the John Money thing, because obviously, like, the bodily dysphoria is going to be a massive fucking component of that. The reason I keep bringing up people who don't have like body dysphoria but still have social dysphoria is because that seems to that seems to imply, right?
Are either of those terms in any of the DSM? Body dysphoria and social dysphoria?
Not to my knowledge.
So they're separating the thing.
They're separate. Yeah, the DSM just says gender dysphoria, and it encompasses all these things.
Yeah.
And there's a reason it's called gender dysphoria. They don't call it sex dysphoria.
Social dysphoria.
There's a reason.
That's the one that's freaking me out. What is social dysphoria? I
don't like hanging out with people.
I know. I think I might be socially dysphoric.
That's why it's bothering you. You're like, am I socially dysphoric?
I need to figure this out.
I ain't
that
go to a
even if you're
shrink.
socialized to believe that you should fit this role of man within society, even if you are perfectly comfortable with having what we commonly perceive as a male body, it might be that you want to occupy a space of like woman in society, right? And so just as there must be some sort of internal map for like what your body is supposed to look like, there must be some kind of internal map as to like what your gender is supposed to be. And I'm not saying for a second that there isn't like that this isn't fed into by societal factors and societal pressures. Like I said that multiple times, but I do think that there has to be like a biological component, a biological map, what I was calling a self schema or a framework, right, onto which we map the societal expectations. I think that is like an inherent psychological component, and I think that it can change over time. I don't know whether it's influenced by society or not. I would imagine that it's probably not, because people know their gender by like as young as like 2 years old, I think, in some studies, right? I imagine Charlotte will have those on hand because she's great.
What do you mean by their gender?
Sorry, that people can identify themselves as like boy or girl by the age of about 2 to 4, I think it is, right?
Well, they're told that, aren't they?
Really fucking early on. Sorry.
Well, they're told that, aren't they? I mean, when you have a little boy, you call them a boy. Well, most people do. Little girl, you call them a girl.
Some of them might say, actually, no, I'm a girl.
Well, if you asked me when I was 2, I would have had a very different answer than if you asked me when I was 18.
Let's go.
The idea is that people at that young, they're able to communicate.
I'm not saying everybody has a good idea of their gender by that time, but I'm saying some people can have a good idea of their gender by that young, right? And I think that seems to indicate that there is some sort of like inherent thing that's there. I can't say for sure that it's not like socially influenced.
Somebody told them they didn't notice mommy and daddy were different at all. They only the words that mommy and daddy said made any difference to them.
If you remember what it's like to be a small child, or if you've ever interacted with a small child, you'll notice
they're taking everything in.
That around the ages of like 2.5 to 3 to 4, they become hyper conscious of their gender.
Oh, really?
And they're like, boys do this, girls do this. Like all of a sudden, like it comes out of nowhere. They're just very like fixated on trying to establish like the gender differences.
Fascinating. No, I didn't know this. I just think it's funny that they're talking about, oh, they were told that. You don't think they like just sitting there, not, you think like mom and dad come in and give a lesson about this is men, this is women. No, they see mom and dad behaving.
Right, exactly. Yeah,
every like 24 hours a day. They're like, mommy's the one always changing my diaper. And daddy's always running away.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. That's when they start to conceptualize things as like boys do X or girls do Y. I mean, this isn't because no one's telling them that. It's because they're watching these behaviors. Right?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
And look, someone that is social. I know when I was like 4, I thought Michael Jackson was a girl because he had long hair, and I didn't understand. I was like, well, he's got long hair. He's got to be a girl.
There you go. Well, what Vosh is conceptualizing this as sitting down and having the talk, when I'm like, do you understand like how people work? Like people learn from watching other people do things.
Right. Well, listen here, little Jimmy. Let me tell you something.
Yeah, exactly.
Pull your pants down. See that thing right there?
Oh my God.
We call that a penis. That means you're a boy.
Make it stop. If any crazy loony tells you to pull your pants down, fucking kick him in the nuts and run.
But it's definitely a biological component. It's definitely something that's inherent.
No,
wait, hold on.
Jack,
I think I realized why we're talking past each other. I'll try to remember it. I'll try to keep it.
No. You can say it fine then, because Jack's letting you in. But then we go to Jack.
I think I realized what the problem we keep having is. Okay, can I ask an honest question, Vivian? You can answer. I don't care. Somebody who disagrees with me. Okay. Do you think that being a fan of rugby is biological in some sense?
Yes.
That maybe there's some biological affinity for contact sports or for the adrenaline, that there's something you could argue maybe there are genes associated with the likelihood of a person playing rugby. Maybe not 100%, but you could get a good guess. Do you think that's the case?
Oh my God, the silence is deafening.
Yeah.
Did you have those desires? Because I was like a super small kid. I was a late bloomer. So, but I had the desires to play contact sports, but I just was so small. I would fucking get pummeled.
No.
Yeah.
I was very, unlike now, I'm lazy shit. I was very athletic.
Yeah. See, I think even if the desire was still in me, even though just I was not good at it. So that's why that's why the desire kind of got kicked out of me pretty quickly.
My first favorite sport, wall ball. Did you ever play wall ball?
Maybe some version
It's
of
where
it, where you
you
like hit the ball against the wall and back and forth.
You have a bunch of people and you're throwing a ball against a wall, and it can only bounce on the floor once before.
Yeah, I played that.
Okay,
we don't call it wall ball here, though. I can't.
Right, I'm sure there's a different name. But the way it worked is that if you either bounced more than once, or you tried to catch it and you didn't catch it, then you had to run and touch the wall before someone else picked up the ball and bounced and hit the wall.
Yeah. Crazy.
Yeah, and I remember we used to play the shit out in elementary school. We always get yelled at because the side of the school, it wasn't just like a flat concrete wall. It had like all these like little rocks in it, and we would slowly knock off rocks out because we're throwing a tennis
entire
ball.
Wall. Hilarious.
So they would always get yelled at.
Yeah.
Okay.
The longest period of silence we've had.
I guess I'll answer.
Oh wait, was I Vivian or?
I think that it maybe.
Wait, did she mute me? Okay.
The brain is a really complicated thing. Like, and that's kind of what
it's complicated. When did Tim Pool get
around?
In here?
Like we might have these like straightforward answers, and the reality is, if you dive into like what a lot of biologists think about, like the brain or the human body,
I will say I have to applaud Vosh for finally posing a question, getting to the bottom.
Yeah,
of the
totally.
conversation.
Yeah, the question nobody wants to answer.
I know.
Genome is incredibly complicated. It's real wild stuff going on over there. And then you mix in hormones, then you mix in neurons, then you mix in all this stuff. And when we talk about like a lot of these brain studies, right? And Demon Mama kind of talked about this a little bit earlier. And I interviewed a neuroscientist the other day, so I can talk about this a little bit.
You know the question I really want to ask is like what configuration of the world would make you feel most comfortable? Like if the science could prove anything, like in particular, what would it be? What would you most want to find out?
Well, you know
about
the answer
the
to that.
social,
What's the point of asking
biological? I just want to hear it. I want to hear him say it.
You want to hear him say it?
I want to hear him say it. Yeah. I want to hear him say it.
I mean,
it.
I guess it's a good question in terms of really showing where the biases are.
Totally. Yeah, exactly.
You know,
what would be the best possible outcome? Yeah.
Because I don't give a fuck. It makes that if I don't care, it makes no difference to me. I mean, in fact, I could make the argument, and it's probably true. Our society now probably could be better if there was no biological predisposition to gendered behaviors. But that's not the way it is.
Yeah.
That's not the way it is.
Yes.
You have to acknowledge that.
That's true. Yeah, I don't know which way I'd be scared of making radical changes that might be detrimental.
Well, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
But we're not asking to make radical changes.
Yeah,
what would the science? What would you prefer the science say?
Yes.
You know?
What would you prefer reality to be? And maybe you're right.
Right. You're not. Well, it's a different question. You're not asking, would you press a button that changes this? You're asking, what would you want science to figure out the answer to the question is?
Yeah, totally.
And so it wouldn't actually change the outcomes.
It also takes this whole, it's complicated, we'll never know off the table. It's like,
right.
Okay, well, let's say we will never know, but what would you want to know? What would you sleep better at night finding out? What's your hunch? What do you think it is? None of
Right.
that stuff is being. It's like, we don't know, nobody knows.
Because they don't want to commit to a position.
Oh my God, is that it? It's all political? My God. Politics fucks everything up.
Well, not politics,
Jesus.
but just if you commit to a position, it's easier to be wrong. And I think they all know to some sense that there obviously is science backing the concept that yes, there is a
Backing
biological
the other
basis for a
team.
lot of gender preferences, or what we call
Right.
gender preferences.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it can be based in biology, and you could have some rare biology that doesn't
Sure,
fit the norm. I mean, that's
of
not
course.
beyond the realm.
But the problem is that there are all these critical theorists and nonsense stuff. It's all based around the concept, as I said, that there's like the conspiratorial, oppressive group of people that are oppressing you, and we have to dismantle these oppression hierarchies.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't really
Boring.
do that if it's all innate, or if it's
Boring.
based in innateness, because then you say, well, you can dismantle it, but it's just gonna come back out
Come
in
right
another
back
form.
again.
And
Yeah.
this is what we talked about, is the genius of capitalism versus communism, is that capitalism can sublimate negative innate behaviors and sort of channel them to be productive, where communism has no way of dealing with them whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
You would agree then there's a biological component?
Sure. I
Right.
see no reason why that isn't like reasonable.
Okay, if that is the case,
It took how long to get to this fucking point?
I know.
Where everyone either agrees or is too scared to
Sure, I'll
take a
agree.
position?
Why?
Oh
What the
my
hell?
God.
What do I got to lose? I'll agree. What? Just we're just here for having fun.
then I could argue that there is a biological component to gender, in the sense that there are categories we associate with gender that have biological correspondences. So, for example, an affinity for house cleaning or child rearing, as opposed to whatever it is men do, fighting bears, I don't know. Maybe there are patterns of genomes that could be associated with that. They could be mapped onto that. You could make those arguments. But if that's the case, and I agree with that, by the way, that any characteristic you can associate with gender, even social ones, like wearing a dress versus wearing a suit, maybe you could find some biological root for those. And you could argue those biological roots correlate very, very heavily with sex in many cases. But I would argue...
Okay, so before we get to the butt, because I don't even remember what the butt is here.
Mm-hmm.
Is it just, am I out of my mind? Did he just 180 his entire position in
Pretty
this
much,
conversation?
yeah. That's what's fascinating.
Right? Is that what just,
Now he's
like,
now he's taking our position.
what's happening here? That's why I heard this. I'm like, what the fuck just happened?
Yeah.
I'm so
Destiny left.
confused.
Now I can just give my regular opinion.
Yeah, it's like that's the whole conversation. You basically just said everything. You said 180, the exact opposite of what you've been saying this entire conversation. What's happening here? What's happening?
It's rhetorically effective.
I guess.
Things needn't be called gender. If we're to consider gender to be the social element of our behavioral expectations associated with sex, then we would need to distance them from the potential biological roots of being involved in those systems. So it may well be the case that even if we were to abolish gender, that people who are born XX and people who are born XY might deviate in some social ways. There still may be differences generally in how they would prefer to be treated or talked to, or what they would want to do. But my argument is that that grouping is no more descriptive and provides us no more utility than any other social grouping that you might find that might have a genealogical component, whether that be an affinity.
Wait,
That's so ridiculous.
what did he just say? That's where I'm totally lost me again.
Yeah, he jumped the shark.
Did he just say that it could all be biological, but that it doesn't have utility?
It still doesn't have utility, yeah, which is crazy. That's
in
crazy.
some social ways. There still may be differences generally in how they would prefer to be treated or talked to, or what they would want to do. But my argument is that that grouping is no more descriptive and provides us no more utility than any other social grouping that you might find that might have a genealogical component, whether that be an affinity for...
It's so weird, too.
But wait a
because
minute.
it's
He
just
said
like-
it wouldn't have any more utility than any other grouping based in biology. Well, what are the other groupings based in biology he's talking about?
I mean, isn't race the only other one that's some grouping? And there's even an argument that it's not really based in biology. Because it's superficial. It's just based on skin color.
Well, it's not race is obviously based on biology, and that it's based on your biological skin color, but it doesn't seem to map on anything beyond that.
Yeah.
Which is why you'd say it doesn't have the utility where gender has all these gendered behaviors in it specifically.
Well, even beyond the gendered behaviors, it's just like,
well,
a single woman feels uncomfortable in a group of like 20 guys. It's
right,
like,
but if there were no gendered behaviors, right? So if behaviors were completely randomly distributed between the sexes 50-50, okay, then yeah, we wouldn't need to conceptualize gender. It would be a completely useless category. Because all you'd have to know is, can I put my dick in this? And that'd be the only category that would matter in terms of mate selection.
this toaster. Is this toaster on?
Exactly. This toaster female or male? Right. That's all that would matter. But we don't live in that world, and that's why the gender categories do have utility.
That's the thing. That's where he jumped the shark. It's like,
right.
What are you talking about? The gender categories have no utility. Like, if they had no utility, they would have never fucking evolved.
Right.
They wouldn't exist. Cultures
Right.
wouldn't. They would be not. They would be
Humans
irrelevant.
would have discarded them. They wouldn't. They wouldn't be so prevalent in human societies throughout history.
Yeah. Does language have zero utility? I'm curious. What's your take on language? Is that useful or not? Is that
contact sports over pacifism, whether that be an affinity for being antisocial versus pro-social? Hell, we could make introvert and extrovert two genders, couldn't we? I mean, if you really wanted to file it down, there are genealogical components.
My God, this is
this is okay.
crazy.
No, okay,
this is
this
crazy.
doesn't make sense.
This is the introvert bathroom. Please, go to the extrovert bathroom.
Right. You look.
Everyone's talking in there.
It would, and this is a stupid argument. Okay. It would be useful, first of all, if people knew that they were introverted, extroverted, and then everyone else knew that, because then it would shape like, oh, if this person doesn't want to hang out with you, you wouldn't be offended, like, oh, that they're introverted. Like, it's not like they don't like me. That's just who they are. That would actually be a very useful categorization. Okay, of understanding things, but it just wouldn't be a gender categorization. Just because you can create multiple categories that have utility or don't doesn't mean that the gender category becomes useless.
Yeah, it doesn't have any use. It's such a prominent category. This whole gender abolitionism thing is basically just a new religion.
Yes.
It's like, yeah, this crazy idea.
But see, this is what's so weird is, as I said, at the end of this entire conversation, it seems like Vosh gets there. He finally gets to the finish line, but then he just fumbles at the last second.
Oh, no.
Because he was right there. He's like, oh, all these behaviors. But here's what I'm wondering. Because he's like, all these behaviors could have a genetic or biological predisposition, and that could be mapped onto gender statistically. Okay. Do you think he always thought that? Or do you think he was researching in the middle of this conversation and realized that he was wrong and now has changed his opinion?
Really? Oh my God!
I'm asking you. I don't know.
I wasn't paying attention, but he could have been typing pistolly and be like,
he could have been typing this. Well, I don't know. Just it could be. It could be. Who knows?
He seems to adopt opinions on the fly. Most of his opinions seem to come straight from Google, not really any kind of deep research. I have stumbled over his channel a couple times, and he's like, "I'm going to learn macroeconomics here, guys. Let's start Googling." It's like, well, okay. That's not really an effective way to learn things. You kind of I mean, my way of learning things is just, I read massively whenever.
Yeah, your way of learning something is to listen to an audiobook and then you just believe whatever they sell you.
No. I dig in and listen to multiple sources on different things. But I'm not looking. Vosh's problem is he has an opinion that he wants to prove to the world that it's correct. And me, I'm just kind of like interested in a bunch of different stuff. So I'm just kind of always looking for new information, new stuff to learn.
So here's my question. Have you listened to any audiobooks that are like destroying MMT? Why MMT is stupid and wrong?
Yeah. I listened to the Mises. A bunch of the guys sent me the book by the Mises guy, and I listened to it on YouTube, and I didn't finish it. I only got about halfway through it, and it seemed completely irrelevant.
I see.
the thing. But yeah, no, people send me contradictory stuff all the time. That's how I got into it with those economists about the fucking Jackson thing.
Mhm.
Like, come on, I dig in. I try to see the other side of the case. People always send me that Curry guy's stuff to say Haidt doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. I'm like, he agrees with Haidt. They disagree on which moral foundations are important, but they agree on the whole foundation of moral foundations theory.
So they agree that there are these moral foundations. They just disagree on what they are specifically.
Listen, I've been going back and forth
Because I haven't read
one of the
Curry, so
guys
I
I
don't know
talked to on
anything
MMT,
Mhm.
who this is interesting. Okay, so you know about the Laffer curve, right? The
You
Laffer
talked about it
curve,
last.
yeah, that all the Republicans like. The Laffer curve is not that different than MMT, but it's the way that they conceptualize it. Like Laffer curve correct, MMT incorrect. It's the same fucking thing. What the fuck? You gotta you gotta understand these things. So many people are just they're completely moved by the buzzwords. Like if you use a buzzword that's incorrect, they're like, oh, that's nonsense bullshit. Have you I'm curious, once you read the book, because there's tons of stuff in that book that I completely disagree with.
The MMT book?
Yeah, obviously.
I haven't started reading it yet.
Well,
Or
there's
listening to it. I guess,
the
to be
biggest
clear.
thing is, okay, they pitch a jobs bill, and I like immediately I thought, how the fuck is the government going to add productivity to the economy? That just doesn't seem. I can't imagine the government doing anything that adds productivity to the economy. Like if they're going to take a bunch of unemployed people that are basically unproductive and somehow magically turn them into producing goods and services that the community, that people actually want, I mean, that's a tough sell for me. So there are things about MMT that I think kind of crazy, but the macroeconomic stuff is not crazy and I believe is 100% correct, completely 100% correct. And it actually has pointed out many of the things that I think the Austrian economists have wrong, have completely incorrect. And they have it incorrect for moral reasons, because any coercion gives them psychological reactance and they can't think straight. They're like, oh my God, be coerced, society's coercing me. It's like, okay, I don't have that kind of, I don't get that. I'm calm, cool, and collected, unless there's a dentist that's close by, and then I say, fuck it. What's going on over there? What are you doing?
Why don't you agree with Oliver Scott Curry's moral foundations instead of Haidt's moral foundations, Adam?
First of all, Oliver Scott Curry, I've talked to Oliver Scott Curry about doing an interview, talking with him. He's got a bunch of stuff going on. I have a bunch of stuff going on, but he agrees with Haidt. Like Oliver Scott Curry could be completely correct. I don't think Haidt would be upset if he was, if his moral foundations are correct as opposed to Haidt's. That doesn't change anything, does it?
Well, it doesn't change what you're focused on, which is your focus is that there are these intrinsic moral categories that people kind of regulate people's behavior, and that's different for different people.
Yes. Do you know Oliver Scott Curry's categories?
Yeah, I'm looking at them right now.
What are they? Can you read them for us?
Yeah, he has 7.
Right. Okay.
Family, group, reciprocity, heroism, deference, fairness, and property.
Oh, he's got property. Well, I do like that,
so to expand them, it's kin selection explains why we feel special duty of care for our families and why we abhor incest.
So that's loyalty.
Mutualism explains why we form groups and coalitions, their strength and safety in numbers, and hence why we value unity, solidarity, and loyalty.
Okay, that's loyalty again.
Then he's got reciprocity, which is social exchange, explains why we trust others.
That's
we return favors feel gratitude and guilt, make amends and forgive. And conflict resolution explains why we, number 4, heroism, engage in costly displays of prowess such as bravery and generosity.
So that would be a new one for the height doesn't have anything like heroism.
Right. Number 5, which is deference, is express humility
Authority,
and defer
subversion. Yeah.
to our superiors.
Height has that one.
Fairness, which obviously has, which is divide disputed resources fairly and equitably.
Yeah.
And number 7,
fairness cheating.
which is property, is respect others' property and refrain from stealing.
And the Heights Moral Foundations Working Group has been arguing about property rights for like 2 years.
Right. No, I agree that a lot of those feel like they could map into the Heights.
Yeah. Yeah, totally. I mean, they're not that far off. Come on, we're not talking about like a third gender or anything here. This is this is like we're pretty close to the mark.
It seems like his. Well, I guess probably no one cares, so I'm not going to keep going. The argument for why he thinks his categories are better than Heights categories, but
yeah. Well, I am curious. I'm kind of in the same position as Warren Mosler on the MMT stuff. Warren Mosler is saying, I just keep waiting for anyone to prove me wrong, and nobody seems to be doing that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of the position I usually take. Like, I'm not. If I'm wrong, I'll gladly change my position.
MMT debunked.
But I don't.
Oh, here we go. Modern Monetary Theory, a critique by the Cato Institute.
Oh, really? Well, that's got to be right on the money. Academic Agent made a video on it too that was complete garbage.
Ooh.
Yeah.
You hear that, Academic Agent?
Garbage tier content.
Calling you out. Garbage tier
I called him out to his face. I told him it was garbage. Yeah. Yeah, it was weird. He was like, look, and inflation is real, so MMT is wrong. MMT buys into inflation. What are you talking about? Inflation's the real constraint on the economy, not the deficit. That's that's the difference between MMT and they always want to talk about debt. And I went back and I reread that chapter because I guess Japan has like massive debt. Like they make our debt look like chump change. They've got so much debt. It's like gazillions, cajillions. It's like way past trillion. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Debt to GDP is like 1 billion%, right? So they're the test case that everybody keeps waiting for the inflation to get crazy out of control. And they have a trade where they were betting against Japanese bonds, and they call it the Widowmaker trade because it drove so many of these Austrian economists out of business because, they kept waiting for the inflation to come, and the inflation never came.
So, wait, what is the U.S.'s debt to GDP?
I think it's like not that bad, maybe 1-to-1. Debt. It's not the debt that matters; it's the inflation that matters. That's the thing.
So, okay, so the U.S.'s. Well, I just want to compare it to Japan. U.S.'s debt to GDP is 104%.
Mm-hmm.
Japan's debt to GDP is 266%.
Okay.
So more than double.
Yeah.
And so the argument is that even though Japan's debt is so much higher, they haven't experienced massive inflation. Is that the argument?
Well, I went back and I reread the chapter because we were talking about paying off the debt, and she in the book talks about how you could do that. It would be easy to do. And a lot of this, and I don't understand why the Austrian guys don't talk about the motivation, the incentives. They talk about all this stuff very abstractly, so you can't really understand it. The MMT guys talk about it like you get it. You're like, oh, that makes sense. That totally makes sense. But so they say you could get rid of the debt, and Japan could do this overnight. Some guy wrote a paper about it, and she talks about it in the book. And we could do the exact same thing. So the U.S. debt is treasury bonds, T-bills, that are a financial instrument that allows whoever holds them to earn interest. She's basically saying that when those treasury bills come due, all we have to do is pay them off in currency, right? American dollars. That's the whole thing.
Right.
So we pay them off with the interest, and we don't sell any more treasuries. We actually sell what we do in the United States when we spend a certain amount of money and we tax a certain amount of money, whatever the difference of that is, called the deficit, right? And we sell bonds, treasury bonds, in the amount of whatever the deficit is. But we don't have to do that.
Yeah, I know.
There's nothing saying we have to sell those treasury bonds in the open market. We don't have to do that. Why? The reason that they are incentivized to do that is because they want to control interest rates. And this is a way that they control interest rates, which they decide by voting. There's no fucking market forces at all involved there. Well, I guess voting is kind of a market force, but I mean, how big a market force can it be if it's like, I don't know, how many guys are in the Federal Reserve? 10 guys, 15 guys? God, this is probably so boring. We should move on from the economic stuff is definitely boring.
I found a website that compares the U.S. inflation rate and Japan's inflation rate. And it doesn't seem like there's some wildly divergent inflation going on between the two countries.
Yeah, no, there's not. They talk about that all the time. They actually have had trouble with deflation. They're trying to stabilize her. The whole purpose of the Federal Reserve is to guarantee like employment. Full employment, they call it, because they want to fudge on the numbers. Like full employment to me would be 100% employment, right? They're saying full employment is about 5% unemployment is full employment. So, and price stability. So prices aren't bouncing all over the place. Like, I don't know, the crypto guys want to talk about crypto being this like super revolutionary thing, but how do you use a currency that fluctuates so wildly
that you can't create more of on demand too?
Right, but the whole purpose of a currency is, well, the purpose of a currency is I got paid and I know that I can like buy milk at the store before the milk is so expensive or my currency is worthless, right?
What I'm saying is, first of all, crypto isn't backed by anything at all, except for psychology. Like all currencies are backed by psychology, but they're also backed by the country's military might, exports, blah, 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 blah,
Totally.
blah, blah.
Yes. Yeah.
A lot more solid. But also the fact that, you know, as MMT people are saying, the government can print out more money, can change interest rates, blah, do all this other stuff. There isn't a central, to my knowledge, unless I don't understand how crypto works. Like with Bitcoin, there's no central mechanism controlling the amount of Bitcoin, right? Isn't it just there's some set number of like a percentage chance that you can find it when you're mining it, and that's it? Or is there, I don't know, I guess, is there some central
Bitcoin
mechanism?
No, Bitcoin, the price of Bitcoin is strictly driven
Well, I'm not talking
by
about the price. I'm
supply
talking
and
about
demand.
I'm not talking about the price. I'm talking about the supply of Bitcoin.
Right. Well, the supply is fixed at 21 million Bitcoins. They have not
Oh, you
all
can't
been
mine any
mined
more
yet.
Bitcoins anymore now?
Well, you can. They're still mining Bitcoins. I think, I don't know when the 21 million
Oh, they're not there
is
yet.
over. Yeah, they're not there yet. Yeah.
But
Which
see,
will be
but
an interesting point when they do get
that
there.
would be, because you could say the price is so high right now because they're approaching the point of limited supply.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing is, though, the Bitcoin is the underlying asset of Bitcoin is the United States dollar.
Well, I mean, I guess that's true.
Yeah. What are you talking about? You
That is
can't,
true.
until you can
That is
pay your
true.
taxes with Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Like you literally have to turn your Bitcoin into United
US
States dollars
yeah. That's
to
a good
pay your
point. That's a good
taxes.
point. Right.
Taxes are what give the dollar value.
Right.
Yeah. Yes. Well, if you could go to the grocery store and buy milk and bread and stuff like that with Bitcoin, then, I mean,
Then you're onto something.
Well, how's that different than a credit card, though? Because
But again, as I said, you still have a huge problem. Is that, as you said, if the Bitcoins can only, if there can only be so much Bitcoins, if you can't control the supply of Bitcoins, then you're going to run into all these fluctuation problems that the Fed can fix with the dollar, because they can adjust interest rates and the amount of money that exists. But you can't do that with Bitcoin.
Michael Goonsnot for $4.99 says, Adam, the idea that interest rates aren't set by the market is completely wrong. The Fed sets one short-term interest rate. Everything else is market-based. Yes, I know that. Yes, that's true. But all of the other interest rates are based on the Fed's short, like the Fed's short-term interest rate. Overnight, what do they call it? The discount window, overnight lending rate. Like all other interest rates flow out of that interest rate. And not only that, they talk about this in the book, and a bunch of historians have talked about it as well. If you don't support, if the Fed doesn't come out and sell treasury bills at an interest rates drop to zero. Yeah.
Wasn't when Mark Blythe talks about this, he says that was part of the big difference in the changeover of handling the economy, is that the Fed became a lot more involved, or I guess powerful to some extent, after the 70s in terms of managing the economy.
Did you listen to the Mark Blythe, Stephanie Kelton talk?
I did.
Oh, it was great. Stephanie Kelton is friends with Marianne Williamson too. I probably shouldn't say that, but I don't.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
She's friends with Sailor Moon, my favorite politician.
Yeah. I knew you would like that. Yeah.
Anyway, let's finish this video. We're almost done here.
What? We're almost done? Really? I've had.
Well, I just want to hear this weird, as I told you, this weird backtrack. They go on for only 2 hours about this shit.
I have one more thing to say about that. So conceptualizing the debt, right? You have a bunch of cash, right? And your cash is susceptible to inflation, right?
Woo!
So let's say you have $10,000 in cash, right?
Woo!
I come to you and I give you an opportunity. I'm like, how about instead of your $10,000 cash, I give you the opportunity to turn that into $10,000 that earns 2% interest on your.
That will match the inflation rate.
What do you want to? What do you want to do, Sich?
Right.
Am I twisting your arm to fucking? What is the better deal here?
Adam, I would kill for 2% savings. Are you kidding me? You know what my savings account gets? It's not a single-digit % interest rate. Okay.
Yeah, totally.
Putting money in savings accounts is worthless for the most part.
I hope you're moving some of that money into the market, Sich. Maybe we should.
I am. Savings accounts are fucking worthless right now.
Yeah, maybe we should talk. This is why the market's going up so crazy, because of the zero interest rates. But so okay, so you get your 2%. We've done this forever. We've had a good relationship going, 10 years, 20 years. You realize, okay, Adam's trustworthy. He's going to give me my 2%. Everything's going great. And I come to you one day and I say, listen, everyone's freaking out about the debt, the United States debt. So instead of giving you the 2% interest rate, turning your cash into a treasury bill, I'm going to have to stop doing that, Sich. So here's your cash, and we're not doing that anymore. So now you've got your cash. What are you going to do?
What?
Well, we're not doing the treasury. People don't like the debt, so we're getting rid of the debt.
We're getting rid of treasury
bonds.
Right.
So now you've got your cash in your savings account, right? What are you going to do?
Go find somewhere else to invest.
Yeah, exactly. You're immediately going to go start looking for some other instrument, right?
Right.
And then the next thing you know, fucking China's ruling the world. They're the ones that say, oh, well, why don't you turn your $10,000 into yen? And we will give you 2%, Sich. And
it's not yen. Isn't it yuans or something?
Well, whatever it is. Like whoever steps up.
Yen is Japan.
Yeah. Maybe Mexico will step up. Hey.
Turn your 10,000 US into whatever pesos. There you go.
But it does. If you conceptualize it that way, it doesn't seem like a stupid thing that we're doing, does it?
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't sound dumb at all. It sounds very smart.
Alexander Hamilton was a very intelligent man.
It sounds like the thing we probably should be doing. It's so weird.
Yeah,
it's so weird. Everybody just like loses their shit. You start talking about this stuff. And it's so much of it is social conditioning.
Anyways.
As well. So I don't think that gender is biological. I do think that many of the things that we call gender are associated with biological influences.
Oh my God. We have to go all the way back now.
I thought we're almost done.
I don't understand. Oh, wait. We got to go back like 30 seconds. I'm so fucking confused by this position.
Is no more differences generally in how they would prefer to be treated or talked to or what they would want to do. But my argument is that that grouping is no more descriptive and provides us no more utility than any other social grouping that you might find that might have a genealogical component, whether that be an affinity for contact sports over pacifism, whether that be an affinity for being antisocial versus pro-social. Hell, we could make introvert and extrovert two genders, couldn't we? I mean, if you really wanted to file it down, there are genealogical components to those as well. So I don't think that gender...
This guy was calling you dumb, Sich. This is the guy that called you an idiot. The level of mental retardation going on here is crazy.
I know.
Is biological. I do think that many of the things that we call gender are associated with biological influences. But if you were to get rid of gender, those influences may still remain, but we wouldn't need to categorize people by them. Does that make sense? We call gender are associated with biological genealogical components to those as well. So I don't think that gender is biological. I do think that many of the things that we call gender are associated with biological influences.
Okay, this is like the dumbest pedantic argument. We're talking about being pedantic here. He's like, gender isn't biological, but there's all these things and behaviors that we associate with sex or gender that has a biological basis. But it's not biological because I'm making this very bizarre, strange, hyper-specific definitional difference here. Like, what is happening? What the fuck is happening? I don't know anymore.
Well, they've had so much success just redefining words that they're like, let's do this strategy. She's really working out for us.
It's midnight, and I don't understand anymore what's happening. It's been 8 hours. I'm just so lost.
Oh my God, it's only been 8 hours?
It's been 8 hours.
Do you need a nappy wappy?
I do need a nappy. But to me, this is why I got the impression. It's like, did he just realize in the middle of this conversation that his argument was wrong, and now he's sort of trying to twist it to be like, well, no, I'm actually still right, and here's some like nonsense of why I'm still right.
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
Because this seems completely nonsensical to me. I don't know, maybe, I mean, I'm hearing that you're saying it seems completely nonsensical. Maybe someone in the chat understands this. I don't know. This is beyond my comprehension. I'm too much of a dumb fuck, Adam. I just don't understand.
Why would you turn gender into like fandom? Why would a fandom become a gender? It's so weird.
Because he's just saying it's like a random category that is used to group people, like any other category.
Not true. It's a super category that groups every single society around the world through all of time.
Wait a minute. Are you saying
this isn't fandom? This isn't.
Are you
like
saying anime
Star
fandoms hasn't grouped? Isn't not the basis of culture and society for all time? Adam, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
That is. I cannot believe you just said that.
With prejudice, I'm saying it.
Okay.
Yes.
The question of who's your best waifu is a question that has dominated all human history and all human thought from the beginning to the very end.
No. Rihoko hasn't been with us.
Who is best girl? That's the most important
Rihoko
question.
hasn't been with us that long.
Tifa or Eris, who is best girl? That is the most important question of all human history and all societies.
No.
The answer is obviously Tifa. If you choose Eris, you're a fucking psycho.
Really?
Yes.
Must see pics first.
Oh, don't worry. You'll agree with you'll agree based on pics.
Okay, good.
But if you were to get rid of gender, those influences may still remain, but we wouldn't need to categorize people by them. Does that make sense? This feels semantic, but I feel like that's why we keep talking past each other.
Oh, okay. So he agrees it feels semantic because it is semantic. It's insanely semantic.
This is what I was trying to get at with bringing up the complexity of what we call biology. The thing is that when people tend to say biologically, or when they tend to say intrinsically, or whatever, these are like pretty essentialist terms, and I think it can lead to some confusion, right? Like, I think that at the end of the day, all things are biological. Humans are machines with a brain in them. Obviously, our thoughts are generated by organic machine, but that doesn't necessarily mean that when we refer to them as biological, it's the same thing like we would say like your biological predisposition towards heart disease or something like that. There are different levels of complexity to these biological traits. And that was what I was maybe failing at trying to communicate.
My God, did Michael Jackson just get revived from the dead and enter this conversation? Because that's some impressive moonwalking, motherfucker.
Oh, there you go. Backpedaling, backpedal,
Yes.
backpedal, backpedal.
That's some backpedaling if I've ever seen it.
Communicate was the idea that, like, hey, like, we can say yes, all things are biological, just like being a fan of chocolate chip cookies or rugby is technically biological on some level, but it's not how we use. That's not what we usually mean when we're talking about biological. When we say something is biological or predetermined, that's pretty stringent. That's saying, like, this is a thing. And then we end up in, you know, if you take that further, you end up in the Jordan Peterson area of, like, well,
oh my God.
Gotta bring in the JBP.
We got a straw man some Jordan Peterson real
Yeah,
quick
straw man
here.
some Jordan Peterson.
Does biological mean predetermined? I'm not sure it does, but
No, this is ridiculous.
yeah, totally ridiculous.
well, feminine essentials make you like these things, and I think we don't want to get there, right?
So I just want to interject a little bit. In that, like, yeah, the brain's super complicated. We take brain scans, but really approach all of those studies with a whole lot of skepticism, because generally we don't have like the resolution that we would need to actually.
We're talking about the stroke data, baby. Come on.
The gender, look, it's the gender of the gaps. It's too complicated. We don't have technology yet, you know, it's just.
Stroke data is not complicated. Come on.
Look. When the science says what I want to say, it's well experimented, thought out, and researched. And when it says what I don't want to say, you should be skeptical, because we just don't have the technology yet.
Oh my God.
Come to reasonable conclusions. We can just be like, oh, that section of the brain, it lit up, and that correlates to something, and then we jump to conclusions about it. That's basically the state of neuroscience right now.
You could argue.
Oh my God, there's a big giant blood clot right here, and now he can't talk anymore. Jeez, it's a completely different scenario.
Everything's biological, right? I mean, even people who like StarCraft may have some affinities which are right.
Look, gender.
So we've gone from everything's a social construct to, of course, everything's biological.
Yeah, wow, running the gamut here.
What the fuck happened to this conversation?
Yeah.
You're like, is Destiny gone? Of course everything's biological.
Oh my God, I know. I wonder if Destiny's still listening.
What the hell? I hope someone clipped the end of the conversation and sent it to
For Destiny? Nah, he
just
doesn't care about
melt.
that. He's like, I'm out of here.
Oh my God.
Probably isn't like, oh, there's a gender gene, right? Like, it's probably way more complicated than that. The same way, like...
Yeah, there's a whole fucking chromosome. It's way more complicated.
Right. Or there's a lot of genes working in tandem to, you know, do a bunch of different things. Yeah, it's complicated. We all agree. It's complicated.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a whole...
We all put on our Tim Pool beanies and agree that it's complicated.
But she said there's not a gender gene.
Right.
Wouldn't you, I mean, I would kind of assume that a lot of those genes that have to do with gendered behavior are on the Y chromosome. Like, why wouldn't they be?
Sure.
Right?
Well, I'm not scientifically literate enough to understand exactly how that all plays out, but I would imagine so.
There is a package of genes.
Yeah.
That women do not possess. It's called the Y chromosome. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Of course it's gone the Y chromosome. Come on. Come on now.
Hey, you know, there's no weeb gene, but, you know, we got a lot of weebs running around, okay?
Exactly.
We need to do
but
something
nobody
about it.
This is what I was trying to get at. Yes, because
That's not gender.
But
gender, it is more helpful. It is more useful, in my opinion, to consider gender, the concept of gender, how we interact with on a social level, and say, listen, we really don't have the evidence to understand this from a perspective of biology. We don't. We just do not. We do not have it as like it makes no sense for us
There's no
to go.
evidence that this is a social construct. What are you fucking talking about?
Yeah.
There's a lot more evidence that there's a biological predisposition for a lot of these behaviors and processes. Mountains of it compared to these, everything's just a social construct. There's no evidence for that. We debunked all this blank slate nonsense long ago.
Yeah. Yeah. There's that video Steven Pinker from like a million years ago talking about the sex differences.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've moved on. That's the problem
Yeah.
is that all these theories were created and are perpetually stuck in like the 70s.
Yeah.
We've moved beyond the 70s, guys. Okay.
Yeah.
It's 50 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah.
Go forward and argue for whether it's policy or philosophy or whatever with the understanding of gender as some kind of biology. Well, yeah, sure, probably in the same way that maybe someday in the future you will be able to use what was his fucking name? Professor X, you'll be able to put on a hat and identify all of the chocolate chip cookie lovers on the planet instantly by some certain categorization in their brain. We are not even close to that. And maybe someday if we get there, we can have a different discussion. But for now, I think it is most useful for us to recognize that gender is super, super messy, and it's most useful to us if we use gender to talk about social stuff, and if we use sex to talk about things that are really actually...
Well, they don't really even know how far along we are because they're not familiar with any of the actual science that's going on.
Right.
Yeah.
And look, if her only conclusion was, well, when we use the word gender, we should apply it to social things, and when we use sex, we should apply it to biological things, like the American Psychological Association does.
Mm-hmm.
I would say, okay, fine. I'm fine with that argument. That's not the argument that anyone has made in this conversation until this point.
Yeah, completely irrelevant to the actual argument.
Completely,
they're working on different painkillers for men and women that they've discovered. Men and women have different pain receptors. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Boy, when that thing gets FDA approval, I can't wait to hear the news stream on that. It must be a social construct, right?
It's funny
actually relevant to...
That was something feminists were complaining about, and it turned out they were right, that all these medicines were tested only on men.
You know why?
Because men have a higher tolerance for risk-seeking behavior, and they would sign up for drug trials?
No, because men don't menstruate, and the menstruation would completely throw all the trials off.
There you go.
They're like, what? We've got women. They're like constantly new biology every time they come in.
You women are too confusing. You constantly keep bleeding every month. Oh,
well,
my
it's
God.
complicated. It's complicated.
How are we supposed to do these experiments? So that would be, but wait a minute. That would be the perfect example, okay, of gender blindness failing women.
Totally.
Because the assumption was that obviously men and women, there's no difference in how genders...
Exactly the same.
Right.
Exactly.
There's no difference in how the genders or sexes experience pain. So it's just easier to test on men for this reason. So we're just going to test men.
Yeah. I think they were actually testing on male and female rats, though. I think the ovulation cycle still blows it for rats.
Well, I'm assuming they've done drug pain medicine tests.
Oh, yes, I'm sure.
Humans, not just for...
Humans are the last level. Yes. Yeah.
Final boss.
Funny.
The chromosomes you have. That's what I've been trying to talk about this entire time.
And critically, it means that you no longer refute the gender abolitionist talking point. Because if you say that all human behavior is biologically rooted, which, I mean, sure, there's always some element of that to varying extents, then nobody would get...
Whoa, really? Oh my God. Making progress here. All human behavior is biologically related.
Oh my God.
Yes.
I know.
Yes.
This is
That's
so dumb.
true.
This is so dumb.
Nobody would say, for example, that society needs the existence of the gamer-weeb dichotomy or the PC gamer versus mobile gamer dichotomy. You could maybe argue that genetically there are some traits that associate with tick-a-tap and little Skinner box games in your phone as compared to playing something substantive and cool on your computer. But nobody would say like society needs these. If we get rid of the binary between gamer on PC and mobile, then
this is so weird. They've now all basically given up on the actual conversation and now saying, well, we just shouldn't make prescriptive moral claims about this. It's like, why didn't you say that 3 hours ago?
Well, I wish they would stop making they're the ones that are making the prescriptive moral claims. Yeah.
Well,
I'm the one that's saying do whatever you want to do. I'm cool.
No, they're fighting previous prescriptive moral claims, and they want to replace them with their own prescriptive moral claims about gender.
Yeah.
But and we're
the ones that want. Yeah, we're the ones that want to abolish the whole idea of the prescriptive claims about gender. Yeah.
That we don't know what to do. I think that's fairly ridiculous. So the biological association there is incidental.
I don't think anybody disagrees. sorry, Prime, did you want somebody else?
I wanted to get Red Charlotte in because she seemed to want to say something, and then I want to get to you and Vivian. All right, after
it was basically a point that, like, right before.
Are we done with this conversation? I feel
yeah,
like
we're done. Let's read some super chats.
I think we're done with this conversation. We got through it long enough, and they totally circled back.
Yeah. All trans everything is a good title. So we made it to 4,400, 165, 44,165. What am I talking about? I'm obviously so glad we don't have to do that 24-hour live stream. So, but we do thank you for contributing to our campaign. So we're up to 707. Yeah.
This is going to be a long one. We haven't even started super chats yet.
Well, I know, yeah. Well, we have 3 hours left on the campaign. I was thinking, I don't know. Can we do another 3 hours?
Can we do it? I don't know. We'll find out.
Too delirious? I mean, I could I get my second wind as soon as you start coming at me with MMT. Like, we'll invite some of these people on. I'm down. Are we going to do another? We did 3 live streams last week on my channel, and I gotta tell you, I mean, they were a lot of fun, and they seemed like fucking easy because it was like in and out in 2 hours. When we do these all day Sunday streams, it's like, I mean, this is like marathon level.
Well, I guess I don't know. The question would be, and we have to see what the views would be like and how people felt about this. Is would people prefer we keep doing this where we have these 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 hour super long streams on Sunday? Or would they prefer if we do like a 2-hour stream 4 times a week?
Yeah.
During the week.
We don't want the fear of missing out thing. I know a lot of people listen to like everything that we do. Right. So we don't want to make it, I don't know. It's like the long people won.
Well, no, it would be the same. So like, for example, like say instead of doing this video that we did all in one day, we would break it into pieces and just do 2 hours every day until we finished it. Okay. And the question is, would people prefer that, or would they prefer just doing it all at once like we're doing right now?
Oh, I was talking about like, interesting. I wasn't really thinking of doing that.
People are saying do both.
Doing a couple. Well, that's what I was thinking. I was like, maybe jumping on. I don't know. I mean, the informal aspect of the streams that we did on my channel were kind of fun because we just kind of like, I don't know. We're on my channel. I'm just fucking around anyway. So.
Yeah, everyone wants us to do. I see the chat. Everyone in the chat's like, do the call-in streams during the week, you fucks.
Do the call-in streams. I know.
Yeah.
People got mad because John Smith. Stanton High's been trying to get me to argue about MMT with him forever, and then Stanton High comes on. Listen to this. So not Stanton High, but John Smith. So Stanton High wants me to argue with him about MMT, and then I invite John Smith on because John Smith is just like fucking in my face. Let me on. Let me on. Let me on. Let me on.
He just happened to be there at the right time.
But no, John Smith comes on. Turns out to be a girl, and now they say I'm simping. What the fuck? How am I supposed to know?
You knew John Smith was a girl. That's why you invited her on.
No fucking way. No way.
That's it.
I knew John Smith was crazy. I didn't know it was a girl.
Wow, can we just call a girl crazy? That is very offensive. Okay.
Well, I didn't know if it was an act to get on. I mean, come on. You thought that was going to be much different.
Right.
It was fun. It's fun as hell. You guys should go listen to it. It's at the tail end of the stream.
That's right. Sasquatch says John Smith used her female privilege to get in. That's true.
Bullshit. Bullshit.
I know. It's totally the opposite. It's funny because when John Smith first started talking, I know
none of us knew what to do. We were like, I don't know.
Is this a girl or a very young boy?
Yeah, or like a 7-year-old. I was like, oh shit. We're gonna have to go easy.
See, but Adam, you had like the most tactful. I would never have thought of this. This is why Adam is so much more socially competent than I am. You have a very tactful.
I try
to circumvent this. You're like, why don't you tell us about yourself?
Yeah.
Well, I was like, that's so smart. I would have not. I should have been like, so are you a boy or do you have a penis or a vagina?
No, she obviously seemed super nervous too. So I just wanted to break the break the tension a bit, you know. Anyway,
I'm too autistic. Adam is a lot more socially competent than I am. In
I
these
try.
matters.
I do my
Yes.
best. Yes.
Yes. Anyways,
Super chats. What do we got going?
we got some super chats. Anonymous Coward for $2 says Walrus Vosh says trans rights are mammal rights.
Yeah.
Did you see that
Huh.
great picture that David Aragon?
I did. I was going to bring it up.
Yeah.
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 I was definitely going to bring it up. Let me get my
The
super
Butter
chat
Anvil for
thing up here.
$5 says 6 days in Fallujah shows how much culture has shifted. It got canceled by the right in 2009, and now the left is trying to cancel the same game. Hi, Rags. I didn't know that. That's interesting.
What? For real? That's crazy. So I didn't notice something when I looked at this on Twitter, but I didn't notice that it was Walrus Vosh, and David's even got the clams running away.
Yeah. What you? Oh, you didn't. You didn't realize.
Yeah. It looks great. Once
is
I made
great.
the connection, I was like, that's awesome.
That's right. I like that my misremembering and misappropriation of the Alice in Wonderland story was now used as a meme.
That's great.
But it's fine because look, I think the way I was interpreting the Walrus and the Carpenter story is better than the way the original author did. And you know what? Death of the author. Fuck them. I'm just
Yeah,
going to
of
pretend like
course.
my interpretation is the correct one. Fuck everyone
Yeah.
else. Yeah.
Change history.
So I like that we got the oysters running away. This was from
It's clams. You
The-
know the difference, right?
whatever.
What do you mean, whatever?
In Alice in Wonderland, isn't it oysters?
Oh, is it?
What is the difference? I don't even know what the difference is.
Between a clam and an oyster?
Yeah.
The taste.
Okay, shut the fuck up. So this picture was this was in relation to when we had Mara on, and it was the Vosh saying it's okay for leftist YouTubers to basically be huge hypocrites. And so I referred to him as the walrus in the Walrus and Carpenter story from Alice in Wonderland.
Yep.
So I like that you got Adam with the lasers, you got Fringy with like the hatchet. You got
Oh,
you
nice.
got Mahler, the long man, who's got the long arms
That's perfect.
around the arms. And I'm like blocking the punch.
Yeah.
Very funny. Very funny.
I wonder if clams and oysters can do it.
Difference between clam and oyster.
Is that like a donkey? You know, a donkey is a mule and a horse. Mules and horses get freaky sometimes.
Yeah.
And they produce a donkey.
Right. And donkeys
Or is it a donkey and a horse that produce a mule?
I don't know. I always confuse which one's which.
Yeah.
But yeah, that the offspring is sterile, right? Yeah, the mule is the combination. A mule is a male donkey and a female horse. But what happens if it's the inverse? Is it something different?
Here is the
Is it a duel?
depiction. Oh, a mule, a donkey, and a horse.
Anyway. Oh my God!
Here's
this
a
picture,
depiction of
this
our
awful
debate.
picture.
This is a depiction of our debate when Sargon came on. Although you were on my side in that debate. What's going on here? Well, I guess A-Team beat both of you.
No, I guess this is your making your voting age debate.
Oh, this is the voting age?
I guess.
This is Strike Lives. L-V-S-T. Lust, maybe? Spelled incorrectly.
Wow, Adam doesn't even know
It's
who made the picture.
Strike.
Terrible.
S-T-R-Y-K-E L-V-S-T.
Terrible.
2 words.
Yeah.
Why?
Strike
I know.
LVST. Their name on Twitter is Mika Misstrike. So there you go. I hate this
like it.
picture.
Why?
I hate this picture. Fuck you, Strike. Because you're
Why?
wrong about the voting age. It is
Look.
funny.
Look at these abs. Could these abs ever be wrong?
I do like the little Sargon, like, it looks like a relic, like that you found in the desert.
God, I miss my abs. I need to work out again.
You should. You got to take your shirt off on stream.
Nah, can't.
Yeah.
We'll lose all of our fans. We'll immediately lose all.
You gotta work out enough so that you can take it off, your shirt off on stream and go, bam, check out these abs.
Have you
Boom,
seen all these
boom.
articles about dad bods being in fashion? I'm like, there's hope.
Check out these guns.
There's hope. This one, what is this one? This one's really cool. Oh my God, I just realized you can see through it.
What?
This meme of us selling free will. We got a little free will.
Oh,
stand.
that's a good. Yeah, it's a good. It's like a
Charlie Brown.
Charlie Brown reference, yes, or maybe even a Calvin reference. See,
Free
a
will,
couple of those.
$5. The rider is on. That's right.
That's right.
You guys got to control you got to turn your rider on.
Yep. Yeah, that's a great
Vosh's
picture.
rider's like passed out drunk for a month now. Oh,
That is a great picture. I feel like I should change that. That should be our channel banner.
yeah, do it up.
I'm gonna
It's
do
great.
that. That's a good.
Free
That's such
will
a good
for
picture.
$5.
Who did that picture?
This was Joseph K.
Nice, nice, beautiful Joseph. The butter anvil for another $2 says late team swallows ween. Very offensive. Very offensive.
Were we late?
We're a little late. We're a little late.
Oh, okay.
John Smith for $1.99 says,
John
now have
Smith.
Stanton debate, Adam. There you go.
I'm gonna do I like streaming during the week on my channel, so yeah, I'm into it. I like arguing with people. I'm not I mean, maybe I am completely wrong about the MMT stuff. It's interesting that people have these super contradictory positions, that they're so like 100% certain that they're absolutely right. How can you be that certain about that shit? I don't get it. So much of it feels like confirmation bias to me. Like, this is the first answer to this problem that someone told me, and I've just stuck with it. It's like, yeah, I don't know.
That's true. David Aragon, he made a free will. We were selling free will picture too, if you remember.
Oh, he did?
Like little Sich in the Boy Scout uniform.
Oh, yeah. Love it.
Derek Drummond for $5 says, Adam has a better hey now because A-Team reigns supreme. Wow.
Hell yeah.
Terrible. Fuck you. Fuck you, Derek.
My hey nows. Can't get off. My hey now is unparalleled.
Dr. Diddler for $5. Dr. Diddler says, A-Team writes their name weak-wristed.
What?
A-Team writes their name weak-wristedly and always drinks their coffee with frilly marshmallows. S-class is best class.
Oh my God. I can't stand marshmallow. I don't even put whipped cream on my vanilla shake, okay? Come on.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't like
Bad
whipped cream.
news. No marshmallows in
whipped
my
cream.
coffee. Because I drink tea. I'm just kidding.
There's Monkey Adam. Wow,
I know, it's
CT banged
great.
that out super quick.
Yeah.
That's a really good Monkey Adam.
Is that a tail, or
That's the tail.
are you sure?
What else would it be? What are you saying?
Well, I
What are
don't
you
know.
trying to say,
I don't
Adam?
know. I don't know.
What are you trying to say? If you're a dolphin now, you're saying you have prehensile junk? Is that what's
oh
happening
my
in this
God.
conversation? And you see what you
Yeah.
have in your behind your ear?
Yeah, cilantro.
Cilantro. Yeah,
Do you not like cilantro?
it's okay.
It's okay. Okay.
You know, there's a genetic. Speaking of genes, you know, genetically, there's a proportion of the population that thinks cilantro doesn't think.
Bitter.
Cilantro tastes like soap to a certain percentage of the population
Yeah.
genetically.
Yes, I knew that.
So, right.
Yeah, there's something. There's something that tastes funny to me, but I can't remember what it is. It's not cilantro though. I love cilantro. Cilantro is great.
It's all that dick. Alex for 20
Oh my
Donkey Kong dollars. Speaking of Adam as a monkey, says, why no digital version of the comic?
Well, because we want to sell physical versions, and we don't want to undermine selling the physical versions. So a lot of Comicsgate doesn't really do digital versions of their books.
Alter
What is
Void.
this?
What?
What is this?
What is what?
David
Can't see
Aragon
it yet.
said something else, and I don't. Is this? What's going on here?
I don't know. I'll have to wait till I can actually see whatever you're looking at. Alter Void for $5 says, wait, but haven't we been told it's fine to lie as long as it helps you get what your side wants? So is there really any point to listening to Vosh? Not persuasively.
Well, it's entertaining as fuck.
It is entertaining.
Yeah. There's nothing. There's something magical about someone who's so goddamn condescending and totally wrong. Totally wrong about everything.
That's right. Who is this hot lady?
I don't know. I don't know.
David Aragon drawing some hot lady. Is this from your comic? Unrelated art. There you go. Some unrelated art.
Who sent? I think CT sent me this. Or did you sent me this?
I didn't
Or did
send you this.
CT
I've never
send
seen this
to
picture
me?
before in my life.
Somebody sent me this.
Some hot waifu. She's got the handcuffs on the bed. You know, things are happening. Things are going
Maybe
on.
this is unrelated. I don't know. I feel like
Unrelated.
someone sent this to me.
There you go. I think Adam was just looking at porn and he's like, "Oh, I recognize this artist."
David Aragon. Not true. I'm gonna figure out who sent it to me.
Lil AJ for $5 says, Can you guys look into one of Destiny's videos where he was on a panel talking about doxing lists? It was genuinely insane. Yeah, we discussed in that
saw
video.
one.
I'm kind of against doing it because I mean, it is insane. It is insane.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think it's that interesting, even though it's insane. I don't know. Maybe we'll do it. I don't want this. We're doing too many Destiny Vosh videos recently. We need to take a break.
Yeah, we're
Take a
getting
break.
tired.
Yeah.
Got to do some MMT.
There we go. That's what everyone wants. They want fucking MMT videos. That's exactly it.
No, they don't. They don't. Just
John Masters for $5 says, I always get a confused, strange sense of amusement and irritation that comes from left-leaning people that I like getting labeled as conservative. Yes. Me too. Me too.
You don't mind it?
I think it's funny. I think it's funny.
It is funny. It's just straight out tribalism.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think they know that tribalism is higher in males than females? Do you think they know that?
Is that true?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
The test, what was it? The Robbers Cave experiment, where they took all the boys out and made them form
It doesn't work
teams.
on
Yeah.
girls?
I don't believe. You know, maybe they
Interesting.
never tried it on girls. I wonder.
They got to try it on girls.
Yeah.
Got to find out.
They'd all get along in no time at all.
Disagree. Hard disagree.
Well, they would be pretending to get along. You agree with that at least.
The Butter Anvil for $2 says, Vosh calling people dumb is so painful. Irony. Yeah, well, you know, after this conversation, sure, I agree with that. 100%.
True.
We spend 20 hours arguing that gender is a social construct, only to say that it's actually biological, but then also that semantically, I'm going to keep saying it's a social construct for absolutely no reason. Yeah. This is great. This is wonderful.
Basically Vosh's position in like 5 minutes.
There he is. There he is, Adam. Adam. This was made by F-Mints. F-Mints.
Another monkey tail.
Mints. There you go. There it is, the legendary Super Saiyan 4 Adam. It's this monkey tail.
This one could get our stream. Here, how do I fix this?
What? Yeah, I sent Adam. I found it. Joy Boy did make an old picture of Adam as a Super Saiyan. So you can't see the tail in the picture, but
there's a tail.
There wasn't a tail in the picture, but you know, it's the thought that counts.
A level above super centrist. I like it.
Yes. A level above super centrist? So I was saying this just to
Is
mess
there
with you because
such
I
a
know you
thing?
have no clue what I'm referencing.
Mm-hmm.
In Dragon Ball Z,
Mm-hmm.
the main character Goku is
Mhm.
part of a warrior race of aliens known as Saiyans,
Mm-hmm.
and they all start with monkey tails.
Nice.
And there you go. But they all end up getting their tails removed at some point. So there you go.
Ouch.
Adam is one of the Saiyans, one of the remaining Saiyans on Earth.
The owners are like they like the Doberman look.
Yep.
So sad.
Cullivar for $5. Hey, Cullivar says, Adam, do you know what one thing general AI can never control? Do you know?
General AI could never.
Yeah. Do you know what general AI can never control?
Sich's libido.
Close. It's that S class is best class.
Oh wow. Yeah, you're right. Why would you want to control that?
That's right.
It's like
That's
uncontrollable.
Right. Ooh, thank you, Cullivar. Marty Sensei for 199 says, meme wars incoming on Facebook. Join the battles, boys. Really? I hate Facebook. I don't want to go on Facebook.
Facebook's great.
Oh, God.
It's amazing. No, I'm just kidding. I hardly ever go on Facebook.
Glib Facsimile. Hey, Glib. For $2 says, what kind of centrist votes for Joe Biden?
Yeah, I agree.
This kind? It's got two thumbs.
What kind of centrist vote?
There you go.
I agree.
This kind.
That's crazy. Look, it's a Lilo and Sich.
Oh, someone sent that to me a while ago, and I, like an asshole, for some reason, didn't. We didn't put it up for some reason.
It's crazy cool.
It's a great one. It looks so good.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it looks a little creepy without the nose, but that's pretty good. Who made that?
Taco Sunrise.
Taco Sunrise.
I'm using Ear Trick. I'll put the name with the JPEG file.
Yep. When you save the picture, you
gotta
title it
do
the
it.
name. Very smart.
You gotta do it.
That's the only way you'll know. Justin Hart for $10. How you doing, Justin? You're never extreme enough for the comment section. You know, a YouTube creator has gone from conservative to real racist when no one in the comments calls them a communist. That's very smart. I like that. We'll call that Justin's law.
There you go.
You know, someone has gone too far when no one in the comment section is either calling them racist or a communist. They've gone too far in either direction.
Yeah, off the deep end.
Yep. Render onto Caesar for $4.99 says, isn't Lindsay Ellis the chick with the killer limbo rings?
Yes. Yeah, amazing limbo rings, that's for sure. Pretty stellar.
Crack Croc for $10 says, keep on keeping on, conservative idiots. Thank you.
I laughed so hard when I saw that go by.
It's got a little heart emoji next to it.
Conservative idiots.
Thank you. I want to be a conservative idiot. Derek Drummond for $5 says, I feel like a millionaire, but society is prejudiced against me and holding me back. That's why everyone should give me money to respect my identity.
Oh my God, wouldn't it be great?
That would be good. Would be good. I identify as a millionaire. Stop disrespecting my identity.
Stop disrespecting me. Please. Please.
So Sasquatch sent us this meme. It says, Sich with drip. Oh, no, this is by Stanton. He says, it's by Stanton. Sich with drip. There you go.
Look at that. Player.
I'm so fly.
That's pretty
so
fancy
fly.
outfit you got on there.
Flyest ever. Oof.
My God.
I'm sorry. They don't say fly anymore. They say fire.
Fire, is that the new thing? I thought it was
I don't know.
Pog.
Actually, that's not. I'm sure that's already passe.
It's like Pog. Pog is a new one.
Pog. That's so Pog, champ. Yo.
Yo. Oh
there was like this meme picture. I think that is the picture that he just put the Sich head on. Is of Goku in the drip.
There you go.
I guess that's how it's related.
I can't imagine I can't imagine having to go for 24 hours. I'm so exhausted.
I know, right? You're like, I can do it. I can do it. Sich.
Can you imagine? Can you
I can do
imagine?
it.
Oh my God.
I can do it. Right. PSA drip. Drip, drip.
No way.
Drip, drip. Bob for $10 says, they always talk about the deep desire to transition to a different gender. But shouldn't we be skeptical of our desires? I have no control over my own desires. It seems spooky to submit to them. Oh my God. I can't believe you just said that, you horrible, bigoted transphobe. Oh,
Who? What?
Bob.
Why? Yeah, that's awful.
Terrible, Bob. Oh, disavow. What a horrible thing to say. Disavow.
Don't be transphobic.
Disavow.
I'm not transphobic. That's a line from Social Justice Detective, if you didn't know. I'm not transphobic. I could have done that line better, but I was like, fuck it.
Fuck it. Alex Rooney for $4.99 says, watched your entire backlog. Great stuff. Wow, that's impressive, Alex.
What?
I wish I could donate more, but I bought the book. Oh, thank you, Alex. Sorry, Adam, but Sich isn't a good enough sidekick. A-team. Ouch.
Yeah. Yeah,
Fuck
I know.
you, Alex.
We're
Terrible.
auditioning sidekicks on my channel right now, so we'll see what happens. I don't know. Aiden Paladin's pretty good. She might be my future sidekick. We'll see.
You know, if you had Aiden Paladin, if you streamed regularly with Aiden Paladin, you would very quickly become her sidekick. You are aware of this, right?
Oh, really? You think so?
Yes.
Aiden
I don't
is
think
cool.
so.
Aiden
I
is
know
super cool.
so. Chat
Aiden
knows.
is cool.
That chat knows.
Aiden is cool. The stream with you, me, and Aiden descended into madness about the 12-year-olds voting was pretty amazing.
It was. It was fun. It was very fun.
She was so just flustered. I can't. Why are you doing this, Adam? Why are you doing this? She's an ageist. She's a real ageist. So weird. I don't see why you guys got to. Rebels are cooler than normal people, just so you guys know.
Critters Bugging for 5 Canadian says, hey, I know that person in the top left-hand corner through a Discord server. Hang out, and she's good stuff. Oh, I assume that was Alice. Yeah, Alice seemed pretty on top of things.
Yeah,
Pretty
we
on
could
top of
probably
things.
we could probably interface with Alice rather easily.
That's right.
Sounds like she's actually read something on the actual topic.
Yeah, I know. Hunter Frost for $7 says, may I give you a book recommendation? Jakuz Elul, The New Demons. It's really good.
The New Demons. I'll look it up right now.
The New
Demons.
Demons.
Demon Mamas.
No.
The New Demons book.
Jello BC for $5 says, if genitals were unrelated to sex, wouldn't that totally preclude any need at all for transition surgery or HRT? You would think that, Jello B, but we got to create a bunch of bullshit terms and new words to say how it's all different. Okay. Get out of here with your proper points and logical consistencies. See, gender is rooted in biological mechanisms, but it's also entirely a social construct because words have lost all meaning.
Yeah. Subscribe to my Patreon.
Subscribe to my Patreon. I do not like to participate in capitalism. Subscribe to my Patreon. I am the sole owner and proprietor of. Idris Adelaide for £4.99 says, hey, Sich and Adam, I really like your stuff, even as someone who's trying to get away from this cesspool, which is partisan politics. Thank you.
Well, we are too. I mean, we're having some fun. We're not.
Right.
We're willing to yuck it up a little bit, make some fun of partisans, but yeah.
Right. Oh, they also said, S class is best class.
No, you added that on.
No, I did not. At the end of it, hashtag S class is best class.
Okay.
Marv Alice for $5 says, the fact that there is an Alice in this debate who isn't me is offensive. So sorry, Alice.
Hilarious.
Oh, it's Alice. Is this Alice? I assume it is. Alice for $5. Thank you, Alice. like most of what you said in the conversation. Says Destiny joined and we totally derailed, but nice to see this spreading around. LMAO. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
It did. Well, I felt like I got derailed beforehand because I watched the whole thing. But I bet. See, if I was Alice, I'd be very upset. Okay, because we didn't play the beginning. The beginning of the conversation, Alice is making descriptive arguments, and everyone on the panel is getting mad at her for not making prescriptive arguments about
really?
gender. Yes.
Interesting.
And then at the end of it, apparently now they've all gone back. Vosh and Demon have all basically conceded, and even I forget the other person's name, basically conceded descriptively that biology is important, and now they want to focus on only separating descriptive from the prescriptive argument. So if I was Alice, I'd be very upset. I'd be like, "That's what I was saying in the beginning, you fucks, you fucks."
There's a Destiny-ism. I don't know if you know it, where Destiny talks about right-wingers always making descriptive arguments, but never any prescriptive arguments.
I thought he only said that about Jordan Peterson. I don't know.
Well,
if
he says it
described
about
that to him.
right-wingers too. Yeah.
I see.
It's like a big thing. Like they're setting up all this stuff that you're supposed to infer racism from somehow. I don't know.
There was 2 more pictures that CT sent us.
Yeah. The TikTok,
put it-
it's a cult. Is that the one?
Yes.
It's a cult o'clock.
And someone sent me a picture, which I don't know where the hell I saved it. If you sent me a picture recently and you haven't seen it on this stream yet, oh, I see where it is. Okay. This is a good one. This is a good one. Enlightened Centrist for 229 pounds says, "Can you guys guess the gender of these people?" Wow, it's very offensive.
Yeah, that's
incredibly offensive.
that's a no-no.
Oh my god, I can't believe you just said that. Chris for $5. Well, I'm an actual pirate, and the fact that she embraced the stereotype really offended
Oh
me.
my God, cancellation.
I know. So sorry. So here, CTG's picture. TikTok, it's cult o'clock. So me, CT, and Harker are watching the Heaven's Gate documentary on HBO.
Ooh, fun. I think I've
there
seen
was
that.
You have seen that, or you?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Heaven's Gate was one they all wore the sneakers and like, didn't they castrate themselves?
I was about to say.
Yeah, I thought
So-
they did.
We got to the part where they talked about castrating themselves, and I just started freaking out. I'm like, no,
Yeah.
It's funny because CT and Harker, being women, are like, I don't understand what's the problem. They're
Why
like,
are
yeah, it's
you-
bad, but
yeah.
why are you freaking out so much? I'm like, no.
Yeah.
They didn't just castrate
Oh,
themselves.
man.
It was horrifying because it was like the first time they did it, they didn't want to go to like a medical professional. So they completely fucked it up.
They did it at home, a home.
Yeah, and it was a total disaster.
Oh my God.
It was so bad that the guy, I forget his name, it was like T or Doe or whatever, the main cult guy wanted to turn himself into the police. And then he was convinced by the other members not to do this.
Hold on. The main cult guy was going to turn himself into the police because of the castration.
Because it went
wrong,
so
or-
bad, since it went so
Right.
Poorly.
He felt bad. The
Yes,
guy's,
he's like, I've
bleeding to
gone
death.
too far, is what he said. I've gone
Right.
too far.
Well, yeah, cutting a guy's dick off pretty far.
No, they were just cutting his balls off, not his dick.
Oh, they didn't cut his dick off, huh?
No, why would you cut the
Oh.
dick off?
Well, I don't know. I thought they went like cock and balls. I thought they
Well,
went.
how do you
like,
pee? No.
You sit down. I don't
That's
know.
horrifying.
I'm not.
That's even
like-
more horrifying.
I
As bad
know.
as it is. But and it's
Jeez, why are
crazy
you
because
messing around with any of this
but
shit?
this is why when I was watching the HBO documentary, I was like losing my fucking mind. Whoever filmed this is like a genius, a narrative genius, because like they're having all these interviews from people who were in Heaven's Gate that didn't die,
Right.
or didn't commit suicide, and so the guy is explaining the story, and he's like the way he's telling the story and the way it's shot, it sounds like he was the one that was first castrated, and you're like, oh no, because he's talking about how when they start talking about castration, he wanted to do it, and you're like, oh no, no. And then he says what happened was basically the first person to be castrated, it was between him and this other person, and they did a coin flip.
Oh my God.
Did a fucking coin flip.
Oh my God.
He lost the coin flip.
Oh my God.
And I was like, oh my God. Has anyone ever been so happy in their entire life that they lost a coin flip? Oh no.
Well,
It
wait.
was horrifying.
Did he lost the coin flip so he wasn't getting castrated?
Yes, because the person who won the coin flip got to choose, and they chose themselves to be castrated. Because they wanted it. These fucking crazy people wanted to do it
This
themselves.
is crazy.
I know it was crazy. It's horrifying.
Flipping a coin to see who gets castrated first, and the winner gets to go first.
The winner gets to go first.
This is
Cults are
crazy.
bad, Adam. Okay.
Cults are bad. Yeah.
Cults
this
are
is
awful.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Oh God. I was like sick to my stomach hearing that part of the story. It was so horrifying. And then afterwards, even after that disaster, they started to still do it, but they actually went to medical professionals, so they still did it. It just wasn't like even more horrifying than it already was.
What did you tell the doctor to get your balls cut off?
I don't know. They found something that would do it for them.
Maybe. I don't know.
God, that story.
Because that's not really like a trend. Like, yes, maybe. I don't know.
And he just, like, the way they describe it was so gross. I'm not going to do it because it's like,
yeah, I'll pass
it puts
out.
that horrible mental image in your mind, which I will spare.
I'll die.
Chats,
I'll die. Yeah.
If it was just Adam, I would tell him because I want Adam to be in to share my pain and suffering. But I don't. I'll spare the chat.
It's true. It's true. We share all pain and suffering.
That's right. There you are. There's CT or someone. I don't know if she did it or she said someone on Discord did it.
Yeah.
There's the little Adam manted. And that's another one from F Mints. Yeah, there's the little Adam manted.
That is a male. That is a male praying mantis actually flying. Yeah. Yes, the female.
There was some video that you put on Twitter that was like you were like messing with this mantid. Was that old video? Or a new video?
Old video.
I see. What happened to them? What do you do with them?
That mantid? Well, they die. They don't live forever. They live for maybe 6 months.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. So you just have them for like 6 months, and then you're just like, okay, they're dead now.
Well, usually I mate them, and then they lay more eggs, and I got one going to 7 generations, but 7 generations is kind of the break off point where if you don't get new mantids, the inbreeding takes over.
Yeah. So they get fucking redneck mantids. Jeez.
You got to get some new mantids in there. Right. Otherwise, it's full redneck. They start having sex with their sisters, and actually, technically, I think
this is such a weird hobby. Like, how did you even get into this?
Well, it's cool as fuck. What are we talking about here?
Okay. If you were to be like, Sich, what hobby would you be interested in? I would never have even thought that breeding mantids would have never crossed my mind as like a potential thing to do.
That's crazy because it's one of the first things I thought of. I'm trying to figure out. Now I'm trying to remember how I did get into it because I guess I just saw them online and I was like, man, these are crazy. And then I think I stumbled onto a mantid forum, and people were selling them on the mantid forum, and I thought, fuck, I'm gonna buy some of these. This is crazy.
How does one stumble upon a mantid forum?
Well, I just saw the pictures that like somebody had some, probably the same way you stumbled onto the picture of the mantid because I posted it. Come on, I'm looking for it now on Twitter. I'll bring it up for you guys so you can see it. It's pretty badass.
I just think it's so funny. It's such a weird. To me, it's just such a random weird thing.
So I have raised probably 4 or 5 different species. I always wanted to do a orchid mantid. Orchid mantids look amazing, but these spiny flower, the one that I'm going to bring up here. These things are like the bulldogs of the mantid world. These things are like brawlers. I have videos of one, and when they're hatched, keep in mind they're as big as like an ant. You know, one of those red ants. About how big that is.
Like a carpenter ant or like a tiny little ant?
Not the tiny ants, the big red ants.
Like a carpenter ant.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know what red ant you're talking
So
about.
they're big for an ant, but they're pretty small still. Like
Yeah.
that is probably a fourth of the size of a housefly, right? One of those ants.
Oh, well, I don't know. That's a pretty big ass fly. Then I don't know what we're talking about here. But okay, whatever.
I don't. I'm
A fourth
measuring
of
this.
the size of a housefly.
Well, I just have those mantids. They're like the fourth of a size. Well, maybe they're half as big as a housefly, but they go after houseflies and they like fucking tear them apart.
Wait, do
But they're just
they fly
baby.
after them and they catch them? Is that what you're saying?
No, they hang
just-
out when the fly lands next to them. They're like,
Oh, I see. They go like
Uh,
snatch it.
I should post that video. I have a
I,
video.
don't know, I think praying mantises are kind of creepy looking. I would never raise them.
What?
They look creepy.
Why are you?
I don't like
What?
bugs. I don't like bugs, Adam.
Big anti-bug guy, I guess.
I'm anti-bugs, except for Hollow Knight. I like Hollow Knight. All the bugs are cute in that game, so it's okay.
Oh, here it is. I found it. You're not gonna. Well, I guess you see it on the thing.
I'll see it eventually. Utter Nonsense for $2.99 says identity is transactional within society and others. Identity is transactional. Do you agree with it?
To some extent.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Obviously. I mean, well, you get the reason you go to school and get your degree to become a doctor is because there's like a transaction
yeah.
between you and society.
Hell yeah,
Right.
that's a praying mantis. Look how
There's your little mantid. Say hello to my little friend.
Look at that. That's a she, by the way. You totally misgendered that.
Oh, I'm
mantis.
so
You
sorry.
get big
I'm so
trouble for
sorry.
that. Look at that.
That looks creepy. I don't want that thing near me.
That's a bulldog right there.
No,
That's some fierce shit.
I don't want that.
Take
Ew.
you down.
My disgust mechanism is triggering.
Really?
Yeah, it's gross.
Oh, such a baby. Look at that thing. What do you think? What do you think those eye spots evolved for? Oh shit! I gave it away.
I was gonna say anti-predation, obviously.
Look at that. Big old eyeballs staring at you there.
Mhm.
Look, I'm a big thing with eyes. Get away. I'm giant.
The thing that grossed me out is the butt. I don't know. The butt's gross.
Oh, all the spines on the.
It has a big,
Oh,
long,
God.
spiny butt. I don't like it.
Yeah.
Get away from me.
Looks edible. That's
Ew,
probably
no,
a
what?
delicacy. That's probably a delicacy
oh,
in some culture.
Oh, I'm gonna vomit. I'm gonna vomit.
Really?
Yes. Oh. You want to eat
man.
your mantids? Did you eat any of your mantids, Adam?
Never. No.
Okay.
Look at that. Straight.
What'd you do
oh,
with the dead
man.
ones? Did you bury them, or you just kind of throw them away?
We had a little funeral in the backyard.
Oh, you mantid.
Put little
funeral, okay.
crosses. Up. No, I froze them and flushed them down the toilet.
Ew! Wait, what?
Yeah. I got
Really?
rid of them. Yeah, I threw them away.
Wait, why did you flush
Threw 'em
them
in the
down the
garbage.
toilet?
Well, some I flushed. Some I just got rid of.
Why
in the
would you
trash.
flush them? Wait, why would you ever flush it down the toilet? Just throw it away.
Well, it's hold on a second here. It's
Why
not
would you
any-
flush it down the
it's-
toilet?
It's not any worse than anything else you flush down the toilet.
Yes, it is. First of all, you don't want to fuck up your pipes. You're putting fucking bugs in your pipes. What are you doing?
Listen to you.
Why would you wait? Why would you freeze it first? I don't.
Well, sometimes they die slow. Sometimes they die really slow, and it seems like they're in a lot of pain. So you.
I see. So you're saying
Put
you
'em
would
out of
kill
their
them by
misery,
freezing
yeah.
them. So you didn't even know if it was dead. You could have been flushing half dead, half alive, frozen
Nah,
mantids down
once
your
you-
toilet
once you
like a
freeze 'em.
psycho.
Once you freeze them, you know they're pretty much dead.
Oh my god. This is the dark side of mantid raising. Well, you freeze them and you flush them down. Just throw it in the trash.
The dark side.
Just throw it in the trash if you're gonna do that.
Nah, you
Just
turn them
fucking-
into a sandwich and you feed them to Sich. That's what you
like,
do.
just chop its head off and just throw it in the trash.
mantis.
I can't believe you didn't even bury them. I would have buried my mantids if I raised them.
Well, that's
Or
why
you know what I
told-
would have done?
That's why I told you I buried them, so you would
Yeah.
believe that I buried them.
I thought, or you just throw it outside somewhere. Let something eat it.
Oh my god!
Recycle. Okay. Flush it down the toilet.
Something did eat it, just so you know. Something eventually ate it. I guarantee you, something ate
I
it.
don't think
No
so. If
no
it went
matter
to your-
what
Wait,
I did with it, something.
do you
ate
have
it.
a septic tank or a sewer system?
sewer system?
Oh, okay.
It's
Well,
California.
then maybe something did eat
septic
it then. I
tank.
don't know.
Well, we're not in the boondocks here.
We have septic tanks for the most part in Miami.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Fascinating.
Let's see. Dr. Diddler for $5 says, I tell these people, identify people that I identify as crowd. Wait, what? This is
You're
confusing.
delirious.
It's 1 o'clock in the morning, and you wrote like the most confusing sentence ever, Dr. Diddler. I tell these quote, I identify people, end quote, that I identify as correct. And about half the time they just accept that. It's fantastic. Oh, I got you.
Oh, identify as correct. That makes sense.
That's funny.
Gotcha. That's good. I like it.
Bjorn Kazark. Hello, my fellow Artstokian for $5. Says they believe that gender is as an individual as a name, which means it's pointless since we already have names that identify us as individuals. True. Completely true.
My gender's so unique. It's only mine. Only me.
And my categorization of gender is so unique that it's utterly pointless.
Yeah.
It defies the entire reason and purpose of a category existing in the first place.
I'm so unique that you should mate with me.
Yeah. There you go. John Smith for $2 says, Adam, fight Stanton. I simp for Stanton now. Ooh, John Smith. There you go, Stanton. Look, you've made a simp. John Smith is simping for Stanton.
Really? Oh, nice.
There you go.
Sweet.
Love is in the air at the Discord.
Love is in the air.
Landtron for $10 says, I live in New York City. AOC comes on over the subway intercom and says not to jump onto the tracks. Wait.
Oh, well, that's good. That's
I live in New York City, and AOC's voice would come on over the subway intercom and say not to jump on the tracks, even if it's something important like an engagement ring, and that maybe it wasn't meant to be. No sarcasm.
Really?
That's so weird.
No, you're kidding me. That's for real?
That's for real.
That's crazy. Record that. I want to hear it.
Yeah, you gotta record that and post it.
Why would you do such a thing?
That's bizarre. That is bizarre. Hitch Wagster for $10 says, Adam, is your voting age argument implying that all information is equally valuable? I'm trying so hard to engage with this nonsense, but still a team for life, though.
Well, say it like you mean it, Sich.
Well, while you address this question, I'm going to go to the bathroom.
A team for life.
Is your voting age argument implying that all information is equally valuable?
Well, you don't know how. No, obviously, all information isn't equally valuable. Some information is completely useless. But the idea behind the wisdom of crowds is there are certain people that will have certain information that will be valuable. And you don't necessarily know who it is. So the more people that you include in the survey, the more likely you are to capture information that is valuable. So that's the key. So, yeah. And the idea behind the wisdom of crowds is the information that is not valuable in the least bit, in the slightest, least tiny little bit, cancels each other out because those people don't know what they're doing. They vote for, half the people vote for Trump, half the people vote for Biden. They cancel each other out. They cancel each other. Got it? Get it? Got it? No, it's good. Who wants it? Who wants a piece of me for MMT now? We're taking over the stream. We're standing high. I'm sending out the link. Wait a second. Literature Double here says for $2. What if all the kids vote S-Class? Oh my God. You're right. Why didn't I think of this argument? Why didn't I think of this terrible argument? No, we have to get rid of the kids. Yeah, the kids that are going to vote S-Class are obviously voting incorrect. My guess is half the kids are going to vote S-Class. Half the kids are going to vote A-Team. And obviously, the people with the superior knowledge know that A-Team is...
Obviously.
The people with the superior knowledge know that A-Team is better. So they all align. So obviously, they're going to outnumber the other people.
There's another picture I sent you.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. From Canvas Infinitum.
Mm-hmm.
I sent it to you. I sent it to him, Canvas. Okay, Adam just hasn't posted it yet.
Really? Oh, I was looking for pictures.
A bad
I'm
side
delirious.
He's a bad co-host. I sent him the picture.
I'm delirious.
I sent it to him.
I blame the delirium.
Actually, I love this picture, and the fact that he must have drawn this, or he or she. I don't want to misgender you. That fact that they drew this, they must have drawn this entirely during the stream is so impressive to me. Someone who cannot draw for crap.
Oh my god!
As we showed when we showed my little Sich drawings.
Oh, you sent me the Japan inflation rate too. You want to now? You want to talk more about
no one cares about that.
you?
No.
Why'd you send it to me?
I just wanted you to see it. I didn't want you to post it on stream. No one cares about it.
I'm posting
Lord
a picture.
Gaga for
This
$10.
is great. Oh my god, this picture's amazing.
It's a great picture. Lord Gaga for $10 says, at Adam from the other day, politicians already promised the equivalent of abolish nap time and free jelly beans for all. Think of how gullible and naive most adults are. Children are way worse.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That makes my argument, though. What are you talking about?
There you go.
Why aren't we prohibiting all gullible people from not voting?
There you go.
Because you'd lose the entire Democratic Party. What are you thinking?
I think you lose the entire voting base for the most part. But...
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
This is vaguely racist. I mean,
the picture? No, it's not. What are you? How is it vaguely racist?
I don't. There's like a monkey and a like a blackface dude.
Whoa. Person of shadow. It's
okay.
racist that you would associate. Okay.
Well, you're blue, so it's okay.
That's true. That's true. It's like a bluish purple hue in the picture.
Look at this. God, it's beautiful.
This is from Canvas Infinitum.
Right.
I love it. See, look, there I am, like holding Monkey Adam. I'm just confused. Right. Like, there's the tail. I found the tail.
You sure?
What are you trying to say?
You sure?
Unless you have a prehensile dick growing out your butt, I'm a little confused.
This might be it still from the Heaven's Gate documentary.
There you go. It could be. It could be.
A medical professional getting
That's
ready
right.
to perform
Medical
the
professional getting ready.
castration.
Getting ready. I really do like the Adam monkey with the little red shorts. I really like the Adam monkey. It looks like you. That's how Adam looks like. That's how I should change the banner to just be the little Adam monkey. God. You should make that your Twitter avatar, the little monkey thing.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I'd be canceled in a week. What are you talking about?
Say no, because you're like, look, I identify as a monkey. Okay?
No.
You're being bigoted against otherkins.
That's funny.
I love that picture.
So wrong.
That's such a good picture. Frosty LaForge for $2 says the baby's voting stream reminded me why I'm A team. So you go. So look. Some people agree. Some people agree.
We're the rebels. We are the rebels. Right. It's us against the universe, A team. A team supreme. Don't think of Taco Bell. A team supreme.
That's right. Don't think of a red elephant. A team supreme. Don't
Although I'm so hungry right now, Taco Bell actually sounds pretty good. I'm thinking A team supreme. I would eat an A team supreme right now.
That's right. You want some sour cream on your A team supreme?
No. That does.
You don't like sour cream on your taco?
The sour cream is warm. What's going on here?
Oh well, yeah. I mean, I guess that's true. That's true. There's a difference between not wanting it and not trusting Taco Bell. Like that's a very different issue, right?
I guess so.
Malcolm McKee for 5 Canadian says, good book on the topic is Introduction of Objectivist Epistemology by Ayn Rand. She details how concepts are formed and integrated with questions and answers at the end.
Wow. I've never read an Ayn Rand book. An Ayn Rand book.
Malcolm's trying to trick me into reading an Ayn Rand book. You can't trick me.
Oh, really?
I'm not going to do that.
Why?
I don't like Ayn Rand.
I want to read.
I've never read any of her books, and I've decided that I don't like her because I'm such an enlightened centrist.
David Sloan Wilson did a book called Atlas Hugged. Have you heard that?
Really?
Yeah.
No, that's pretty funny though.
Atlas Hugged, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't like Ayn Rand because he says objectivism is hooey. You can't even understand morality. It's funny that they want to build a morality on the thing that morality evolved to get rid of. Selfishness.
Right.
Yeah. Selfishness evolved to morality evolved to suppress selfishness so we could cooperate and take over the world. But to make your morality revolve around selfish, I mean, that's so self-defeating.
Seems very counter productive, yes.
Doesn't make any sense at all, yeah.
No. Doesn't make a lot of sense.
But David Sloan Wilson wrote a book to illustrate this called Atlas Hugged. But I think it's a novel. I don't think it's a non-fiction book.
Mm-hmm.
I should check it out sometime. Sounds like you're trying to send me stuff.
I'm just making sure I'm not missing any other art. Scrolling through Twitter.
Atlas Hugged. It's got to be an audiobook though. You know how I roll.
I know how you roll.
Oh my god.
We all know how Adam rolls, okay?
Atlas Hugged. The Atlas Hugged on Goodreads only got 1.7 stars out of 6 votes. That's not a lot of votes, but that's pretty bad.
Enlightened centrist for €2 says even dogs can determine your gender. Some fear men. Interesting. There you go.
Even who? What?
Even dogs can determine your gender.
Wow, how they sniff your butt? Wow. So there's
I don't know. Stacking damage for $5 says, whatever happened to the exception proves the rule? People argue that the exception removes the rule. I know. It's ludicrous.
Yeah, that is ridiculous.
It's insane. Makes absolutely no sense.
The exception proves the rule, right? That's the thing. Yeah.
That's the whole thing. That's the whole point.
That removes the rule.
I know. Stupid.
Yeah.
It's stupid. Gabbles for 50 knock says, reject the Platonic form and Diogenes cynicism. Embrace the enlightened centrism. 1% on the border on both sides can't define the 99% center. True.
Exactly.
True.
Yeah.
Also, Sex Adam.
We are legend. Is that Sex Adam with a question mark?
No, it's just a period.
Oh.
I think that means they want to sex you, you know.
Oh. I thought they were asking me my gender.
Mountain Man Chuck for $5 says, intersex is hardly, if ever, discussed. Seems to me that it's the flip side of gender dysphoria. Men transitioning to female versus women with testes? Dots? I don't think I would conceptualize it as the flip side of gender dysphoria. It is hardly ever discussed because until people wanted to abolish the gender binary, no one gave a fuck about intersex people at all. And now that there's suddenly a political use for them by certain advocacy groups, then suddenly we got to talk about them all the time, even though they themselves generally don't want to identify as non-binary.
That's so fucking evil.
It's sad.
It drives me insane how evil that is.
I know.
Talk about cultural appropriation. Jesus fucking Christ. That's the worst kind of cultural appropriation right there.
Well, it's not even cultural appropriation. It's like, it's objectification. It's let me use
there you go. Yeah, even
as
worse.
A political object. Okay.
That's my God, we could hit 4.
Ooh, 4.
Crazy. $44,435. 774 backers. Oh my God. This is crazy. You think people will like the book, Sich? What do you think?
I think they do.
Nah, they're not going to like it. They're going to love it. Oh my God. It's amazing.
Lord Gaga for $10 says, I can't tell if D-Mama is dishonest or just stupid. Parents choose our names. Doctors tell us things about our bodies, etc. You can't identify yourself out of heart disease, diabetes, or cancer.
Yeah.
Oh. How do you know? Have you ever tried? Maybe if you
Yeah.
just believed hard enough, you could, okay?
A lot of wishful thinking going on in those arguments.
Right. Don't you remember what Jesus said?
Yeah.
Prayer can move mountains. Okay.
Right.
There
Yeah.
you go.
Mm.
Just pray to the God of gender.
You can't pray for things, though, that God doesn't want to give you.
How do you know God doesn't want to change your gender?
Well, I mean, you'd think that would have been taken care of ahead of time, right? I mean, I just
Fake
saying.
name. Fake name
Just
for 50 Mega Man X dollars. Thank you, fake name.
Mega Man X.
Mega Man X dollars, my favorite.
Yeah, I like it.
Have you two watched Veritasium's video on planned obsolescence? Do you guys think it's a fair practice or a scummy one? I have not seen his view on it, but I do think that it's an entirely scummy, shitty, awful, should be illegal practice.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Hmm.
Do you disagree? I mean, you're in favor of fucking what's it called? You know, raising the prices of things during a natural disaster because you're evil. So maybe you're.
I don't necessarily. You want to incentivize people to bring stuff to a natural disaster area. I was just saying, understanding.
I know.
those
I'm just
yeah,
messing with you.
The yeah, planned obsolescence. I don't know. That's a tough one. That
How
is
is
a
that
tough
tough?
one. Well, I mean, you're basically planned obsolescence is the idea that you're building something that will only last a certain period of time.
Right. You're forcing someone to buy another version of the product because whatever you're buying is going to eventually wear out.
Right. But I mean, they go in and they like manipulate things so it definitely breaks in 5 years. Like,
right.
Yeah. When it could potentially, like, they know the weakest link.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But I mean, if that's kind of, if we all understand that, we know that we're buying the product for a particular amount of time, and we know,
Yeah, but you don't know.
this
It's not
gonna
like
expire. It's
it's not
bad
like-
for the environment. I mean, it would be better if they made microwaves that lasted longer.
But it's not like when
they're-
you buy a new microwave that in the instruction booklet it says this microwave will only last 2 to 3 years because we've decided that you have to buy a new one at that point. Enjoy. Like, it doesn't say that in the instruction booklet, so people aren't aware of this.
Now they put chips in them that are like, they just communicate to quit working at a certain time. Oh,
I mean, I don't know if it's
working.
that on the nose, but
Oh, it wouldn't surprise me. I read something about how they put a chemical in some plastic that they use to make cars. It makes the dash crack in a certain, like, 25 years on the dot. You start getting cracks.
really, that's interesting.
Yeah. Yes.
That's interesting.
That's the ultimate form of planned obsolescence, right?
That is the
Yeah.
ultimate planned obsolescence.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't see how. I think that's completely wrong. I think it's 100% wrong and dishonest.
dishonest?
Because you don't know. So again, when you're buying a product, it doesn't tell you that the product's going to break in some set period of time.
Have I told you the story about the thing the toy companies do around Christmas time?
You
Where
did. You did.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, there's some evil shit that goes on.
Well, it's like I think they found this out with Apple. Wasn't Apple doing something where they would like intentionally make it so that their products would slow down after like 3 or 4 years? So you had to buy a new Apple
yeah,
product.
they were doing it too. Yes, they
Yeah.
were. Yes.
Yep.
Apple was doing it. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm
Run
against.
slower, phone. Oh my God. I just got a new phone and it's so lightning fast. It's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, someone in the chat said, like, if the planned obsolescence is like 20 years for a phone, then it doesn't matter because obviously people are going to replace their phone in 20 years. But it's with phones and things of that nature, it generally seems to be faster.
Oh, it's bullshit. I'm still using my old phone. So.
I used to have an iPhone like I don't know 3 or 4, whatever number it was, and I used it for years and years and years, and it was like I basically couldn't use any new apps anymore because they're like, oh well, you need to update your iPhone operating system. But then iPhone said, well, we're making it so you literally cannot operate. You can literally not update your operating software anymore. So they just forced me to buy a new phone, and I was like, oh fuck this. That's how I ended up with a Samsung.
Oh, you got off the iPhone.
So I was very pissed off by that. I was like, fuck this.
Oh my god,
It's stupid.
That's so hilarious.
I'm not gonna reward them for I'm not gonna reward
them
for making me buy another version of their product. Fuck that. What do they think? I'm a simp? They think I'm a simp, Adam? I ain't no fucking simp.
I can be pushed around like that. Fuck that.
Fuck that.
All right, now I have to run to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Straw Man for 5 Aussie says some people like women that look like Hulk Hogan. Why? I don't know. Look, we're all special snowflakes, Straw Man. I like your name, by the way. Apt name. We're all special snowflakes, Straw Man, and sometimes people just, they like women that look like Hulk Hogan. And look, it's weird because there is a fine line. There's some like you've all seen, like there's like some powerful woman out there. They're like, that woman is hot because they still retain some of their feminine features, but sometimes they lose all their feminine features. And you're like, I don't like it. No, sir, I don't like it. Jay for $5 says saw John Doyle on the debate say that the female brain thing was just neuroplasticity, though I doubt it would be that drastic. John Doyle said that? I don't remember. I would be very surprised. John Doyle, if I recall correctly, was the guy who was the religious conservative guy in the Blair White Karlin Poroshenko debate. Right, that was John Doyle. I would be very surprised if he was making female brain is a neuroplasticity argument, because that would kind of go against most of the religious right's prescriptive moral argument about there being prescriptive biological gender roles. So that'd be weird for him to make that argument.
Jesus brought the gender roles down from the heavens to tell how to live our lives.
No. He actually brought
prosperity.
That was a translation error. He brought down like challah rolls. Okay, there's actually bread rolls. It wasn't gender rolls.
Oh my!
They just got confused because of the name.
Terrible. All this time, this miscommunication.
All time, I know.
Women could have been rocket scientists forever ago.
That story they say in the beginning of Snatch is true.
I haven't seen that movie in forever. It's a great movie though.
So in the beginning of Snatch, Benicio del Toro and some other people dress up like Hasidic Jews in an attempt to rob a diamond place. And they tell the story about how in some older texts of the New Testament, there is a translation problem in that Mary, mother of Jesus, she's called the Virgin Mary, that the word for virgin and young could be easily confused.
Oh my God.
And so there's some contention as to whether that's a mistranslation, that she was actually a virgin or not.
Wow.
Wow. Though I will say, from a metaphorical truth perspective, I don't think this story would be as catching to people if it was just some young lady.
Yeah.
The virgin thing is kind of what sells it. So
yeah, definitely. That gives it the kick.
Metalhead Martyr for $6.66. 666 says, there are many people named John Smith, but how many can paint with all colors of the wind? Checkmate. Look at this. John Smith has created a simp army for herself.
Is that a dog? Is that a Doctor Who reference? Feels like it might be.
I don't know. She said John Smith was a doctor.
Doctor Who reference, yeah.
Yes. That's a Pocahontas reference, which is what I thought it was.
Oh, really?
Right? Colors of the Wind, isn't that a Pocahontas song?
I don't know. Pocahontas is never my jam.
That's right. It's a musical. It's a Disney movie. Adam's never seen it.
Of course. Of course.
That's
It's
right.
not
We've got
Wall-E.
plot holes in the Bible. Okay, I should do like a film review video, like a film review style video of the Bible. Let's talk about the plot holes in the Bible. How do you think that would go over?
Nah, it'd be super unpopular.
You don't think people would like that?
No, of course not. They'd hate your
That would be
guts.
hilarious,
It'd be
actually.
terrible.
That would actually be hilarious to do it like the style of Cinema Sins or something. Not Cinema Sins, but like, some film review. Johnny Stoffel for $1.99 says non-racism was just 2 days from retirement. Tragic. That's true. Non-racism was like, this is my last job. Then I'm gonna go off with my wife and kids. Then he got shot. So sad. So sad.
Poor thing.
Noel Campbell. Hey, Noel. Said for $5 says I've been saying for years, like Camilla Pagilla. How do you say her name?
Camilla Pagilla.
I feel like that's not how you say her name.
Kamala Harris, is that it?
Camilla Paglia.
Oh, Camilla Paglia. Yeah.
She's that feminist lady.
Is she trans?
No.
Okay.
Feminists can't accept the win. Same with progressives. Visit secondlifedolls.com. So this is a tax deduct.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. That's funny. So Noelle sells these like little dolls that she makes. They're very cool. She made a Sich one a while back. So check it out. Secondlifedolls.com. Check it out.
You're still playing with that, aren't you? That Sich doll?
No, I'm playing with Hummers. I actually haven't had her send me the Sich one yet because it was in the middle of COVID and I didn't want to go check a PO box during COVID. But
you haven't given it away?
No. Feminists can't accept the win. Yeah, they're always pushing. There's always extremists pushing for further change. John Smith for another $2. Thank you, John Smith. Says happy Passover, Sich. Thank you, John Smith. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Passover.
Thank you. That's right. It was Passover on Saturday.
Just like we did Stanton High. Passed over.
Oh my God.
Sorry, couldn't resist. Sorry, Stanton.
Oh my God,
resist.
Stanton. Oh my God.
I'm sorry. I'm just joking around.
Destroyed.
We'll get you in there, Stanton. We'll get you in there. I know you want to talk about MMT. I want to talk about MMT. It's gonna be fun. We'll do it next week. Guaranteed.
Yes. Bjorn Krazarkazark for $5. Glory to Art Stoka.
Okay. Gotcha.
Glory to Art Stoka says Mama is actually backwards bigot. She believes that a woman filling male gender roles in any capacity is no longer usefully categorized as a woman. True. That is part of the problem with this whole conceptualization.
Oh,
that's what the woman or the girl who was a feminist, and looking at this from a feminist perspective, seem to have an issue with that.
Yeah, it's crazy. You make one sandwich and the next thing you know.
Frieza for $5 Canadian says, just contribute to your Indiegogo 24-hour streamer We Riot. Thanks for the entertainment. PS got the A-Team cover. There you go.
Nice.
PS S-Class is best class. What was that?
It's my alarm.
Nice.
That's to remind me to go to bed.
The Unknown Otaku for $2 says, invite me on. We need to do 2-hour tangents.
Hell yeah.
God. We're already so late. John Smith for another $5. John Smith just giving us lots of money today. Says, Adam, the minute I got off stream, I realized I should have told you that I was a 12-year-old from the future instead of a girl.
Oh my God.
That would have been so clever. Oh my God.
That would have been funny. That would have been
That would've been
totally
funny.
funny. People are hitting.
LOL.
That's like everyone hits me with that now. But are they from the future is like a meme. Like I get
Yes.
that on Twitter all the time. But wait, are they from the future?
They also said, LOL, hashtag simp for Stanton. There you go.
There you go.
You gotta have this conversation with Stanton. Oh my God. Oh my God. Someone said your ringtone is Sting and the Police. Is that accurate?
That was Sting, yeah.
There you go.
Walking on the Moon.
you go.
That
There
was
you
the
go.
song, yeah. Hopefully we won't get copyright struck for it.
I doubt it was like. It's like
Well,
a
they
quarter
got it.
second.
They got it.
The
God, I love
crappy
that song.
robot for £2 says S Club. Ain't no party like an S Club party. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Sausage
Yes.
party. Sausage party. That's what we call it. Old S Club.
There you go. There you go. Savage Sharpshooter 93 for $5 says, guess it's that time of the week to replenish my free will stock. Well, there you go. 5 free units of free will just for you, Savage. Just for you. Also, time to remind everyone that S class is the best class.
Let's see. I got my free will up. There. There's our free will. Riders on. Oh my God. We achieved 777 backers.
Bam.
Oh my God.
777.
You know what we're up to?
Oh, someone said that they were waiting all day because they wanted to be 777.
Really? Oh, shit.
That's unfortunate.
$44,605. You know, we might hit 45,000. Which would be crazy cool. That means we made like $5,000 in one stream.
I know. It's amazing.
Yeah. Painful and amazing.
JMac for $10 says, don't forget, griller and tire changer. This will be the
Oh,
genders.
yeah. Totally.
Griller and tire changer. Yes.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. You want to hear my last tire changing experience?
What was your last tire changing experience?
Well, the tire blew out on the fucking freeway. Oh,
Of
my
course,
God.
as it does. As it always does. Right?
Oh, I know. No, it gets better than that, right?
Okay.
Because there's a huge, like, bolt sticking out of it. And so I changed the tire on the side of the freeway, cars buzzing by me, all this stuff.
Mm-hmm. This recent?
Maybe, I don't know, 6 months ago.
Okay.
And my wife tells me, oh, yeah, there was this thing in the road that I ran up. You couldn't have told me that when the car was at the house?
That's funny.
I know. Oh,
That's
my
funny.
God. Oh, my God. Yeah. So my wife left me with something.
Take my wife, please.
No. I love her to death, but obviously, you know, you might want to mention that.
Eric Anderson for $5 says, gender is just your job title, like last names were. Also, I don't kill spiders. My policy is you stay cool and I'll stay cool.
There you go. Stay over there.
Gender is just your job title, like last names. I don't know. Don't agree with that one. Dr. Cataclysm for $5 says Adam doesn't kill spiders because he doesn't live in the United States version of Australia.
True.
We don't get like, or at least where I live, there's no, it's not like we get crazy spiders or anything. They're just like normal spiders.
Yeah. I think the mantid raising experience has made me more sympathetic to insects than most.
That's interesting
people,
because
so,
spiders aren't insects, Adam. You fucking nub.
Yeah. Yeah, they are. What are you talking
No,
about? They're
they're not.
arachnids, but they're
Yeah, that's not an insect. Yeah.
What? Really?
Arachnids are not insects. Did you not know this?
They're related to like crabs or something?
Something like that.
Come on. Give me the truth. They're insects, right?
Arachnids are not insects.
No,
How did you
it's a
not know
type
this?
of insect. It is.
No,
a
it's
type of
not.
insect.
Guys.
Next thing you're going to tell me termites aren't insects.
Guys.
Are spiders insects? You better be right about
Right,
this.
ready to be so ready to have your mind blown.
Our friendship is on the line here. Myth.
Yep.
Spiders are insects. What? Why spiders are not insects?
Told you.
Well, fuck. Now I can kill them.
There you go.
I'm still not going to kill the spiders.
It says arachnids are as distant from insects as birds are from fish.
Oh, wow.
That's how different they are. I told you.
Yeah,
How did you not know this? I thought everyone knew this. I thought
all
this
insects have 6 legs, right? And
I thought so.
They have 8 legs,
right?
Which is completely different. Yeah,
I thought this. I remember this.
They're related to octopus.
Yeah, like I remember this being taught to us in like kindergarten. So.
Oh really? You must have went to the smart kindergarten.
I guess.
They were teaching us not to eat the glue.
See, I see Tyler McDonald in the chat. He has like my exact same philosophy here. Fuck insects, fuck arachnids, fuck tiny things that are ugly and come into my house. That is my philosophy, 100%.
Man, not mine.
I don't like these ugly things. If bugs were cute, like look, if it's like a little moth, like I don't care. That's fine. Moths are cute, right? Little moths are fine.
Maybe.
That's about it though. I think that's the only insect I don't try to kill on sight are moths. I can't think of any other one. I like lizards, but I would put them outside if they ever get insects. I don't want to like accidentally step on them or for them to poop in the house.
I'm wondering if
David Hussfelt for 100 sexy dollars. Thank you for your 100 sexes. Yes. It was the Phoenicians, a Semitic maritime people from modern-day Lebanon, who invented the first phonetic alphabet. Oh, why did I think it was like the Syrians? I don't know. The Greeks copied it to make it theirs, which was in turn copied by the Romans.
Interesting.
There you go.
What happened?
There you go. Did you know that some lizards eat their own poop?
No. Interesting.
Well, now you know.
Didn't know that happened.
Dr. Cataclysm for $5 says, so Adam is saying that gender is a spectrum. He's mostly spider slayer / pickle jar opener, but he admits that he also exhibits sandwich maker aspects.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. I told you, I'm like 20% soy, just 20%.
Yep. Millipedes eat other bad bugs, really? I didn't know that. There's like this weird, this is so weird. There's like waves of like, there was a time period where a bunch of like millipedes somehow would like, and it wasn't just me, it's like my friends, I guess it was all of where I lived. They would like somehow crawl into the house. They get in the house somehow. You didn't understand how they got in. They'd come into your house and then they'd dry out and just shrivel up and die.
Yeah, those are annoying. Those
and you're like, what the fuck, like, where are these fucking assholes coming from? Like, what is this? Yeah, maybe I was confusing Semitic with Jews or something.
Semantics with Semitics.
Well, we tend to, for some reason I thought it had to do with the Hebrew alphabet, but whatever. Go Phoenicians. It would be funny because Phoenician, phonetic, that would make sense. That's why we call it phonetic. That would make sense. Now that you say that. One-armed biker for $10 says, gotta save up these hours for tomorrow. Driving for probably around 4 hours. Want to shout out some Florida parks. Fort Deseto, Okeechobee, I've never been there, and Payne's Prairie. The last one as a wild bison and horses. Cool.
I like me some wild bison.
Very neat. Glad to be your driving entertainment, one-armed biker. Gingermus Prime for $7.99. Aussies.
Oh my god, that's a great name.
Says,
Gingermus
when
Prime.
you deconstruct gender and you don't know how to put it back together.
Oh yeah, totally.
Wait, what is this video we're watching?
This is a video I shot of
Oh, okay. We're not gonna get copyright strike.
a mantis. Yeah.
This is disgusting.
the mantis transforming from one instar to another instar.
Yeah, this is disgusting. Oh,
Why is it
I'm gonna
disgusting?
vomit.
Look, he peeled out of his skin. It's amazing.
Oh my god.
You didn't see that? They double in
Disgusting.
size when they do that. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's horrible. It's horrifying.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if people did that? Oh.
It'd be great.
Oh.
Yeah. We'd get big faster. Overnight, we'd double in size. It'd be crazy. Can't believe you're not fascinated by these things.
No, it's gross. Metalworks 41190 for $5 says, is it possible some asexual people think they are non-binary by accident? Sure. Well, they're asexual is considered a non-binary gender by these people, so yes. Yes. If there's that would be the only group of people. There'd only be two people. There'd only be two groups of people that'd be okay with non-binary genders. And that'd be intersex people and asexual people. If they really felt they needed some special gender, I'd say fine, whatever.
Listen.
Say look, whatever, fine.
No one's gonna freak out if you just like the people freak out because you're announcing that I'm non-binary. Like just being non-binary or like genderless or gender ambiguous. None of that's gonna affect anything.
Get rid of this bug shit. No one wants to see this.
What wait.
Take it away.
This
Take
ghost
it away.
man's pretty cool.
It's like instantly like 40 people stop watching.
What? For real?
Yeah.
No, you're kidding me.
I'm not.
Really?
People don't like bugs, Adam. You don't understand.
Oh my god.
People don't like bugs.
I didn't
Don't like it.
realize. Well, it's the end of the stream anyway, so
That's right.
people
Bring
you
the
don't
fan
know.
art back.
You don't
Bring
know
the
that
fan
it's
art back.
bug related.
I know. I can feel it intuitively.
You're like super low energy. We need to fight about something.
Get the fan art back. We don't need to see
No,
the
it's
all
right
trans
here.
everything people. We don't need these people anymore.
Look, it's done. I've finished.
Okay.
I've changed.
Brian K for
transformed.
$5 says the abstract nature of one's personality on the internet has resulted in conceptual indignation. Conceptual indignance that gender and sex is concept oppression in reality.
Yeah, that was my argument
That
about
was
doing the profile thing first
Right.
that you thought people didn't do.
No, I don't know. Wolfenbach for 50 Donkey Kong says, shout out to Sargon. He says you're in denial, Sich. Wink face.
True.
Well, the thing is, Sargon is in denial about me being in denial, which means that he's really the one in denial.
Oh yeah.
Hence,
I guess that's
ergo,
true.
vis-a-vis, ad proct, ad hom.
Mhm.
There you go. Proof.
What is he in denial about?
I don't know.
Who cares?
Who knows?
We're-
John Smith for $10. John Smith says, girls who experience their sexual awakening via gay fanfic because they have no male attention, don't know how to think of themselves physically as girls, go to AO3. 50% are M/M-. Schreier overlooks this.
Oh, interesting.
Interesting.
Yeah, the book. So Abigail Schreier, she's saying in the book, what's the argument there?
Girls who experience their sexual awakenings via gay fan fiction because they have no male attention don't know how to think of themselves physically as girls.
Gay fan fiction. Like gay as in gay girls or gay guys?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Was that in the book? Or no, she's saying Schreier overlooks this, right?
Abigail
So I guess
Schreier
not.
doesn't mention that though.
What's
No,
go to AO3 50%? What's AO3?
I don't know. AO3.
Is there an A? Wait, is this an app? What is this? Oh, this is like a fan fiction website.
Okay. Archive of our own.
I see. Gotcha. I do know that there's like a weird thing with it's like the field, I don't know, the interest level for sexual fan fiction for girls is like so much more than guys.
Mm-hmm.
Like overwhelmingly, it's mostly women that read like sex stories. Guys are like, whatever, I'm gonna look at porn. I don't want to read a
True.
story.
True. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Yeah.
Michael Gunot for $4.99 says French has no word for gender, and as a result, the idea that sex and gender are different concepts is completely absurd in France.
Is fan fiction
There you go.
a sex stories?
Some of it is, not all of it.
Oh, okay. Not all.
Oh, okay. I understand that. It says go to AO3 and 50% are M/M. So yeah, 50% she's saying are male, are gay fanfic male on male, and that a lot of young girls might have their sexual awakening via reading that.
Mm-hmm.
So they don't know how to think of themselves physically as girls. I don't know. I can't think that's a huge amount of girls, right? Reading gay fanfic, and that's why they want to transition. I don't know. I have to see some studies on that.
Girls want to transition because they want to be a gay man.
That seems to be the implication. Because if she's saying
interesting, it's an interesting thesis.
Right.
Like you're just crazy. I mean, I got to admit, I'd kind of like to be a robot. And I think my robot awakening came from science fiction.
Have you seen that episode of C-Lab?
I've seen a lot of episodes of C-Lab, but I don't know the one that you're...
Where all they do is they debate whether they put their brain in a robot's body.
Oh, yeah, I have seen it. It's super good. Yeah.
Would you put your brain in a robot's body? But
yes,
you could only be 5 feet tall.
Oh, yeah. I do remember that.
Why? Because that's as big as they come. I love that show.
C-Lab is great. Yeah, C-Lab is great. Is really good.
Zara Richards for $5 says, get Aiden on to verbally throat chop this panel of very totally intelligent people.
Oh, yeah.
I know.
Sad.
Stacking Damage for $5 says, male bullying is a form of group evolution. The male social group that internally polices weak behavior will be more successful than those who don't.
Well, I wouldn't call that bullying, though.
Right.
Yeah, we called it male bonding.
Well, because that's part of the issue, is that there's a line. You have to draw that line between bonding, between hazing, which can often turn into bullying.
Yeah.
And people obviously take it too far sometimes.
Yeah. Male bullies tend to be the outcast. Who don't really
male bullies tend to be the outcast, female bullies tend to be the popular.
Yeah.
So I mean, I don't know. Well, I don't know. It's so weird because like the stereotype of people's like school experiences with like the bullies and the jocks, like that's so divorced from my own experience that I don't know how any of that is real anymore.
Yeah.
Like maybe that was real back in the day.
Yeah.
That was so divorced from my experience.
I mean, I cut the tail end of that experience, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
We had bullies in school, definitely. And
we had bullies, but I mean, it wasn't
always
like
the outcast, always the like.
Right. It wasn't like the conception of like, it's the jock or the rich kid. They're coming to like be like, hey, loser, you can't come to my house party. Like that's, you know.
That was
nothing like any of that ever happened that I saw.
No, I never saw any of that either.
No. Marv Alice for $5 says gender euphoria is when I'm happy to be called a dumb hoe online. Thank you.
That's gender euphoria or gender dysphoria?
Gender euphoria.
Oh.
Thank you, Marv.
Dumb hoe. I like that.
Gemini Semini says for $2 says, Adam, I want to see your monkey tail for research.
You already read that one.
I know.
I had that twice. Why are you doing yours? What are you doing?
Show us your monkey tail, Adam.
No, Sich.
Show us.
Not. It's Phantom.
Show us your monkey bone.
No.
Remember that movie?
Monkey Bone?
Yeah. Brendan Fraser in a coma. He's like trapped in his own imagination with clay mated figures. You remember this? Monkey Bone? It's very weird. Seems like an Adam movie. You like all that weird stuff.
Didn't Brendan Fraser have some breakdown, some
He
nervous
did.
breakdown?
He did. He has that meme picture.
Yeah.
Contrast for two Aussies says it's Saiyajin, you dubbing pleb. Excuse me. So sorry, contrast.
Dubbing pleb.
Saiyajin instead of Saiyan.
What's wrong with dubbing? Come on, guys. There are people here who can't read.
Adam literally can't read. Okay, you're
don't dyslexia shame me.
You're being very ableist right now. That's the word. Very ableist.
Terrible.
Very Dead Horse for $4.99 says when Adam gets scared, he returns to monkey.
True.
See, for Adam, it's not an elephant and a rider; it's an elephant and a monkey.
I should have never told you guys about my monkey tail. This is
That's
terrible.
right. Adam's a monkey now.
All
He's a
I
little
thought,
monkey
I
riding an
thought I
elephant.
would get. I have a phantom limb. I thought I would get some sympathy here. Okay. No, all you guys do is make fun. All you do is poke fun.
That's right. We're gonna poke fun at your other
This
chin
is
monkey tail.
serious. This is serious. I'm having a. You guys are going like full Brendan Fraser. I'm gonna be in the meme soon here. Don't make fun of me. I'll cry. I will. I'll go full Jordan Peterson. I will cry on this stream.
Ivan Patrescu for $2.50 says, "Bring Aiden on and tell us about gender science."
Yeah.
Aiden said she was doing something today.
Oh, really?
Remember? Because we were like, if we do 24 hours, we're gonna be like, Aiden, you need to save us.
Yeah, she's probably in bed now.
That's right. Oh yeah, she's on England time.
Was she in the chat?
I don't know. I don't think so. Maybe.
What time is it in England?
Render into Caesar for $4.99 says Adam is a Saiyan. I know, it's crazy. We're learning new things.
Oh, it's 7 a.m. Get the
There you
fuck
go.
up.
She's awake. Wake the fuck up, Aiden. Come on.
Get up, Aiden.
Just kidding.
We need to learn.
Don't
We
bother
want to
Aiden.
know about science.
Albino Smurf for $5.69 says first time super chat. Just comicked it up. Oh, thank you, Albino Smurf. Would have got the S class is best class cover, but there are children here, and I don't want to have that conversation.
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
That's funny. Nice.
We have fans with kids.
That's right.
Oh my god, that's why they don't want to let them vote.
That's right.
They know what maniacs they are.
Stug for $5 says the way Heather Hyan and Brett Weinstein define gender is the behavioral manifestation of sex. Sex is defined by the gametes you produce.
The behavioral manifestation of sex. I like that.
I do like that. I do think that's the
That's a good
intuitive,
definition.
colloquial way people generally think of gender. If you would
Yeah.
ask like the average person.
They're pushing at gender norms, obviously. I mean,
Well, but I mean, they're evolutionary biologists. They're taking it from the most extreme biologist standpoint with their definitions.
right, but they don't. You can't say that they fall into traditional gender norms.
No, they
traditional gender
completely
roles, obviously.
Yes, they completely do not fall in traditional gender roles, and they don't advocate for prescriptive gender roles either.
Of course not.
No. Stug for $2 says disclaimer: behavioral may be the wrong word. Oh, whatever. Thanks, Stug. You tell us something, we're all like, yeah, and then you're like, oh, so I just could be completely wrong. Thanks, Stug. Jeez. Nerd Whiz for $5 says one's gender can also be stated to be one's sex stereotype. Trans people usually just want to have the stereotype of the other sex placed on them. There is that was part of the interesting feminist problem with a lot of transgender people, because they're like, oh, you're basically just enacting the same female stereotypes that we wanted to abolish. I think that's where a lot of like the TERFs problem with trans stuff comes from.
Hell yeah. Chappelle did that amazing bit on all of this, which completely spelled out how the LGBT community hates each other's guts. Like none of them get along.
The car ride. Yes.
Yeah.
The car ride. Yep.
Brilliant visualization
It
of
was.
the whole
It
thing.
was. Chappelle's a smart man. Lore of the Nerds for $5 says, identity is a biologically informed social construct. You are free to express yourself within the limits of your biology. That's why they need surgery.
Surgery. No. Don't worry. Be happy.
There you
Don't
go.
get
Don't worry, be
surgery.
happy. Contrast for 2 Aussies says, did Revolver Ocelot and Metal Gear Solid 2 have body dysphoria?
Who? What? Who has body dysmorphia?
Revolver Ocelot and Metal Gear Solid 2.
Oh, okay.
You don't know who Revolver Ocelot is, Adam? Jeez.
Probably somebody who's doing a lot of radical.
You know what his
body
name was?
modification. Adam.
Yeah. How'd you know? That's his name was Adam.
Popular name.
There you go. Digginies, Diogenes, Dio for $10 says, I talked to Counterpoints.
Counterpoints. Counterpoints.
Oh, that's the other guy. Yeah, Counterpoints. And he said he's willing to talk. Enlightened centrists need to link up like the radicals. He talked to Adam's conservative friend, Drew Welty, and I think y'all could do good works.
Sweet.
Sweet, maybe.
I think I watched a couple of his videos. I think he was an ex-cop, right?
Counterpoints?
Counterpoints, yes.
Yeah, I know Dio mentioned them last week or before.
Yeah, I believe. Yeah, ex-cop.
Cool. Baba for $10 says, it seems weird to me that they're so focused on changing their gender rather than curing the dysphoria itself. If you could cure the dysphoria without transitioning, wouldn't that be a good thing? Well, I mean, that's the million-dollar question, is that we don't know how to cure the dysphoria yet, right? Beyond transitioning.
It almost appears as something else is motivating it. If you don't want to be cured, then something else is motivating this, right?
Well, this is where you get into the sticky topic of
what? You're not going to talk about that, are you?
Well, no, I was going to say in terms of
the sticky topic,
the contentious topic of whether it should be conceptualized as an identity or a mental illness, and whether, if they ever did clearly figure out the cause of gender dysphoria and say they could quote unquote cure it through some process, would people be in favor of that or not? Obviously, I imagine a lot of the trans activists would be very much against this. But I think that, I don't know, it's hard to tell whether that could even be, until they know clearly what the process is that causes gender dysphoria, that's still up in the air, whether that's even remotely possible. Because it could be very likely that's not possible to quote unquote cure it.
To cure gender dysphoria?
Yeah, because if it's like a brain structure thing, like I don't think you can change that. Right?
Sure. Yeah, you can't change the brain at all.
Well,
totally
you can. I don't know.
Unplastic.
Well, you can't. Okay. Look at Adam saying things sarcastic.
Well, no, I'm saying, if there's a biological component to alcoholism, you're just going to be an alcoholic.
You know what the answer to this is?
What?
Psilocybin mushrooms.
Free alcohol?
Psilocybin mushrooms. Didn't they say that shrooms actually helped people kick drug addictions?
Yes,
like it resets your brain or something?
Yeah. Jordan Peterson brought that up in the debate with Matt Dillahunty, and Matt Dillahunty was like, what? Why are you talking about this? Oh my God, you think mushrooms make God real? You're insane. Yeah. But no, he's right. There were studies that showed people could kick their addiction if they did mushrooms and psychedelics.
Doug for $5 says, that's right, Sich. That's right, Stitch. You're not dealing with the normal gender anymore. I've ascended beyond the limits of a normal gender into the realm of legend.
Nice.
The legendary supergender.
What is it's pretty easy to say there is no hierarchy of genders if there's just two. But as soon as you introduce a third, immediately I feel like a hierarchy must exist.
That's right. Two can be a cooperative pair, but three, that someone's on
No.
top then.
Yeah, exactly. Someone's coming out on top. So I don't know about this third gender thing. Suddenly I feel like the war of the sexes just went totally nuclear.
Right. The Unona Taku for $2 says, want a trans person on to talk about this? We should have had a trans person on to talk about this. Probably would have been a smart idea.
You think so? I don't know.
Then we could have shielded ourselves from criticism. But the problem with that is that it's
no way. You can't.
It's already 2 o'clock in the morning. And if we had a third person on,
we'd never.
It would now be 5 o'clock in the morning.
Are we gonna go? We're officially 1 hour before the campaign closes.
Yeah.
You think you could do it, or how close are we to ending super chats here? We got to be pretty close to the end, right?
We'll see. We'll see. We'll make it to another hour. I don't know. Iverson Getrix for $5 says, you can't say shadow people anymore. Sich is a person of shadow American. This is the future your children voted for. Yep. As a person of shadow, okay, I dictate what I should be called. I don't like person of shadow American. Okay. I don't like it.
Person of shadow American?
Too much of a mouthful.
It has American in it.
It's too much of a mouthful.
Un-American. Just saying that you don't like it is un-American.
Oh my God, you're right. I take it all back. What are
you doing?
American's the best label ever. I take it all back. Mincy Piper for $5. Thank you very much, Mincy. Antbon for 10 Aussie says, all my euphoria comes from tipping my massive fedora. Also, I was A-team until the Contra episode. Sorry, Adam. All that book learning doesn't compare to weaponized S-class autism. Delicious.
Well, that part's true.
There you go.
Book learning. I have book, like, occasionally I remember something I read in a book. It's not organized learning in any way, shape, or form. Unless, of course, it's MMT, which I'm a full-on expert on.
Of course.
I am getting a lot of DMs from people who want to set me straight on interest rates, but interest rates are controversial. They are. People have differing ideas of what lowering interest rates are. And I know MMT thinks different things are going to happen with different interest rates. And there have been some studies over whether or not, the savers or the borrowers are more influential in the economy, because you got to understand, like, when you lower interest rates, all of a sudden the savers don't feel as rich. Like, it inspires the borrowers, but the savers stop spending. Boring, I know. Let's move on.
Orion, the above average for $10 says, gonna miss this episode, but I still need my free will points. Well, here you go, Orion. 10 free units of free will.
Free will.
10 free units.
Free Willy.
Okay. Also want to say that you're valid, beautiful, and smart, but only one of you. Fight it out. It'll be interesting when I watch this later.
Oh, yeah.
Uh-oh.
Wait.
Which one of us is valid, beautiful, and smart, Adam?
Let me see. Well, I don't care about being valid, so you can have that one.
There you go. I win. I'm valid, beautiful, and smart. Adam is invalid, ugly, and stupid.
Wait, I'm not smart either.
There you go.
Average looks, I'd say. This is terrible.
See, Orion, we didn't have to fight it out.
I don't like
Adam
any
just
of these.
conceded everything. You know why? You know why he conceded everything? From all the soy milk he's drinking. That low teas just knocked him down the hierarchy.
I'm so hungry. I should go get some soy milk and drink it right in front of you guys.
You gotta get something manly, okay? You gotta get a nice big steak that is filled with hormones, the fat in the cow.
Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna get a nice big glass of soy milk just for all of you.
With a big glass of soy milk.
Soy.
JJ Cheeger for $10 says there are two genders, S-class and A-team, but only one can be the best. Only one can reign supreme. I was born S-class, but I transitioned to A-team because it is supreme. Plus, we have Mr. T, so yeah. There you go.
Hell yeah, we got Mr. T. Did you see I did like kind of a Mr. T motif on the A-team cover?
I did see that.
Sich was
got
giving
that.
me a hard time the whole time when
I was.
as I did it. Yeah.
I don't remember doing this.
You
I think
said
you're
it
just
was
making this up.
racist. You were like, "This is racist."
I never said that. I would never say anything Adam has ever done is racist.
I think he was just giving me a hard time here.
Never say that. 95 Keat for $5 says, "Congratulations, Adam. We finally found a moderator worse than you."
Thank
He's got
you.
the-
Oh,
he's got the
I've
little
lost my
confetti
title.
emoji.
Second worst
There you go.
moderator,
There you go.
which means better, actually.
Also, S-Class es la mejor clase. Thank you.
Oh, what's that
Thank
mean?
you. I assume that means best class in Spanish or something.
See, look at this guy here.
There you go.
Look at that. That's Traffic Lord.
Nice. Traffic Lord. Bob for $10 says, "The fact that gender norms vary from no bearing on whether sexual/gender dimorphism is real or not." Wait.
What?
The fact that gender norms vary. Oh, okay. I read that. The fact that gender norms vary has no bearing on whether sexual/gender dimorphism is real.
True.
True. Congolese women sharpen their teeth as a sign of fertility. That doesn't mean they aren't women.
True.
Right.
That's also badass.
That's terrifying. I don't know what you're talking about.
Sharp teeth?
You want your women to sharpen their teeth? I don't know about that.
Well, usually
Yeah,
I'm
but that
looking a little lower than that, but anyway.
Levy Bellu for $5 says, "Everyone in the debate panel has not lived in the real world at all."
That's not true. Alice seemed to do a great job. So
That's right.
shout out to
And
Alice.
Destiny.
Actually, Alice is in the chat. So
Oh, awesome. Hi, Alice.
yeah.
Green God for £5 says, "I find it strange that people have started to attribute woke/SJW behavior to neoliberalism. Chris Reagan did in his new video. It's so bizarre."
What? Oh my God. Are we going to do a Chris Reagan video next week?
That is so bizarre.
That would be pretty
okay.
cool.
I can predict here that Chris Reagan doesn't know what neoliberalism means.
Oh, definitely not.
That he's
Yeah.
making the same mistake that everyone on the internet makes, where they think neoliberal is the left-wing version of neocon, when it's not at all. It's actually the exact opposite. So, yeah, it makes no sense to classify woke SJW related to neoliberalism at all.
Yeah.
Makes absolutely no sense whatsoever.
Laissez-faire economics.
Yeah, all those laissez-faire libertarian
libertarianism.
capitalists promoting
Yeah.
woke SJW behavior. I don't
Crazy,
know about
yeah.
that one. Lord of the Nerds for $5 says, Isn't astroturfing gender, which is etymologically identical to sex, into gender identity, just lazy, confusing, and pointless left-wing politics? Well, look, I would agree that there would be utility, definitionally, to separate gender and sex, to say, oh, well, we're going to call things that are purely not biological gender, and we're going to call things that are biological sex. I'm fine with that distinction. The problem is that people seem in this conversation to always want to say everything is a social construct. Everything is not rooted in biology. Everything is merely gender. That's where the contention lies. Because obviously there are things that we associate with sex or gender that are not biological. Like you were talking about the colors or whatever.
Yeah.
So, or the fashion,
biological.
of that nature, right?
Liking soy milk.
Liking soy milk. Yeah, exactly. So no, I mean, I don't. I think it has utility. I just think people use it completely incorrectly for their own ideological reasons, because they think it'd be easier to make their prescriptive moral claims if the science backed it up, which unfortunately science doesn't back up a lot of these blank slate gender claims. Brian K for $10 says, they take vengeance on Jesus Christ. What name is this? They take vengeance on Vygotsky's ZPD. I don't even know what that means, because they are internally frustrated. They can't understand gender/sex from their own development and must retreat to learn simple concept frameworks in arguments.
Well, that makes perfect sense.
Who's the zone of proximal development as defined by Vygotsky.
I thought I was delirious. I was wondering if it was me or if it was the
According to
super chat.
Vygotsky, the zone of proximal development is the distance between the actual development level as determined by independent problem solving and the level of potential development as determined through problem solving under adult guidance or in collaboration with more capable peers.
Mm. What's that have to do with gender?
What does that even mean? At 2 o'clock in the morning. I don't know what that sentence meant.
It's only 11. It's
My
only
brain
11.
isn't working anymore. Okay.
It's 11 p.m.
The distance between the actual development level is determined by independent problem solving, and the level of potential development is determined through problem solving under adult guidance or in collaboration with more capable peers.
So the adult is actually making a guesstimation of how much more problem solving you could get out of this kid if you were allowed to beat him.
It's the range in which someone can figure out how to do something on their own versus whether they can figure out doing something with peers or under adult guidance.
Oh, okay. Helpers.
Okay, I don't know what that has to do
with gender.
With the conversation that's being had.
That definitely sounds like a social construct.
I don't know. I'm too tired. Bob for $10 says the social construct idolatry seems to contradict their materialism. If we're all just determined by physics and genes, then the social constructs have to reflect material reality in some way.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, but that's why that's what was so weird about once Destiny left, and all of a sudden Vosh is like, "Oh yeah, of course everything is biologically based," and then Dima Mama and everyone just seemed to suddenly switch their position and say, "Of course everything's biologically based." So I don't know. That was such a weird turnaround. I was very confused by all that. Maybe this is a way to get out of that claim.
It is weird that Destiny has access to all these groups just by calling himself a lefty, but he challenges every single position any of them have.
Well, he's not a lefty. He's a liberal. He's a dirty libtard. Yeah. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're good about lefty means communist in your mind.
Well, okay, let's be clear. In America, lefty can mean liberal, but leftist generally means someone.
Yeah, but I said lefty.
Left of a liberal.
I could have met he was left-handed.
There you go. There you go. Vercingetorix for $5 says, when feminists say K-word all men, are trans men included or only real men? Ooh, interesting. And don't cross-genders get off on basically doing gendered cosplay? Maybe. Maybe some cross-genders do. That would be the thing you were talking about, Ed.
That's the theory.
Yeah.
That is the theory.
But conflating cross-gestures with people with gender dysphoria is a faux pas.
Yes, yeah. What's it
Gallum?
called? What's a cross-dressing thing called? Onogynephy. There was a guy that studied a lot of it. It's in the Abigail Shire book. She talks about how they kind of drove him out of. I mean, obviously, that's a fascinating thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Gallum bits. I mean, because I imagine there's lots of people that cross-dress that have no desire to transition at all. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So it seems, I don't know, it doesn't make sense to tie those categories together necessarily. Gallon Bits for $5 says, I just paid for the comic today. Can't wait to read it. If you guys could have one superpower, what would it be? Thank you for getting comic. What would be the one superpower you get, Adam?
Me? One superpower.
And it can't be something like stupidly overpowered. Like, I want to be able to warp reality or something like retarded like that.
How about immortal?
That's fine.
I'll take that.
That would be the power you'd want? Immortality?
Yeah, sure. I'm happy being. I'm fine as a human. Being immortal would be great. Oh my God. I'm just so curious. There's so much happening. I mean, imagine though getting your immortality. Like I sell my soul to the devil or whatever, and suddenly I'm immortal. And then the world falls apart like in a year.
Yeah, then you're fucked. It's like a Twilight Zone episode, yeah.
That's a perfect Twilight Zone
There you
episode,
go.
isn't it? Jeez, I just got immortality.
You just screwed yourself, Adam.
And I'm stuck on this rock.
Yep.
I'm taking immortality.
Okay,
away.
there you go.
I have high hopes. I'm an optimist at heart. Things are going to be great. Don't you worry.
Right. I would choose super speed. The most broken, overpowered. Beyond
super speed.
Yes, super speed is the best superpower.
Why?
Who can defeat you if you're faster than them? Nobody.
I don't know. Figure out a way.
No, impossible. Doesn't make any sense.
It's totally
The Flash
possible.
only loses in fights because of plot-induced stupidity. Okay, he would never lose in a fight otherwise.
I mean, can't you just put him in a cage?
No. How would you
Why?
ever get him in the cage in the first place?
You trick him into standing right where the cage is.
Yeah, but as soon as it started to fall or pop up, he would just move away. Also, the Flash
Sure.
can move so fast that he can vibrate through solid matter. So,
Oh, really? So he's got like a freebie, an extra power then.
well, that's just because it's his super speed makes him able to vibrate his
doesn't make
body so
sense.
quick.
That
It
doesn't
totally
make
makes sense. Don't think about it. It makes sense.
You know, it makes absolutely no sense. So are you telling me that the molecules in the wall and the molecules of him like pass? Like, how's that work?
I don't know. He
If they're-
moves so
if they're-
he vibrates
if-
so quickly.
Yeah, but so are the molecules in the wall. They're vibrating too.
Right.
That has to do with temperature.
Well, I guess the concept would be like he's
wouldn't the
vibrating so
vibrating
quickly he's
particles
like
in him-
becoming gaseous or something. I don't know. I don't know the science behind
Oh, so you're telling me gas travels through the walls now?
it.
That
Does
makes
it?
no
Well, I guess it
sense.
sort of can. I
Yeah.
don't know. How does let's look this up. How does the Flash
Yeah, that makes no sense. If the particles are moving, they're more likely to
Through-
bounce into each other.
walls?
Yes.
But he would vibrate his molecules at the same frequency as air.
Mm-hmm.
That would allow him to physically phase through solid objects. There you go.
But air doesn't move through solid objects. What the? No. Fire the writer. Fire the writer. This is nonsense. You know, first of all, you're not. So you get super speed, but I'm not. You're not.
You're not
going
giving me
through
the ability to
walls, yeah.
vibrate through solid matter.
Yeah, that's a bridge too far. Yeah, you don't get the freebie superpower just because they don't know how physics works. Okay, just because some writer doesn't understand basic physics doesn't mean you get to go through walls. No.
I think you're wrong. I think
Not
you just
gonna
don't
happen.
understand the physics. Okay, we're gonna have to get Neil deGrasse Tyson here to explain this.
This is terrible. I could
wait
be
a
put in a
minute.
cage and I'm immortal. That sounds like torture. Maybe I
This
should go
is-
with the super
You
speed.
should have gone with super speed. I'm telling you.
Hold
There's
on.
a whole video by the guy who does the superpower science thing called "How Superheroes Phase Through Walls Is All Wrong Because Science."
Oh yes. Okay, good. We need
There
to
you
watch
go.
that video.
I'll have to
That's
watch
it.
that afterwards.
That's exactly how I feel. I completely
go.
agree with that. How it's
There you
total
go.
bullshit. Wait a second here. According to Trump exercise, you would technically you would not live very long.
There you go. According to Donald Trump's theory of exercise, if you had super speed, you would die very quickly because
You would die very
zap all your
quickly.
life force
Exactly.
away.
All your
Yes.
life force would be gone like boom. You got like one run.
You got one.
Here I am immortal, and you've got like one run around the track and you're done.
Well,
Done,
it's a good thing
son.
Donald Trump doesn't know anything about science.
Done. No, but that theory's correct as far as the
No, it's not.
It is because the heartbeat
heartbeats
thing.
theory is not correct, Adam.
No. How
Oh my
fast does the
God.
flash? How fast
Oh
does
my
how
God.
fast does your heart beat when you're doing this fast
So
stuff?
stupid. But wait a minute, Adam.
You only get so many heartbeats.
Yeah, but if you had super speed, wouldn't you would also be immortal because you would heal super quickly.
That's not how healing works.
That's exactly how healing works. I don't know what you're talking about.
Then why don't runners heal faster? They're faster than most people.
No, but they just run. No.
That doesn't make any
Their
sense.
bodies don't move. The internal process of their bodies don't move faster.
You're an Olympic sprinter, but now you can heal faster because
That's not how it works, Adam.
you're the one saying that's how it works. I'm
That's
the one
not how it
saying
works.
it
That's
doesn't
not
work
how it
that way.
works. The Flash heals super fast, like Wolverine.
What? They're just stacking powers on. He can move through walls, and now he heals super fast too.
Of course he does.
What
His body can move faster.
I thought you had one power. I thought you got
there's a
one
bunch of
power
nestled powers within super speed.
that
That's why it's the
make
best power.
absolutely no sense. That's
right.
ridiculous. Oh, I'm super fast, so I heal faster.
Adams, he's regretting his stupid immortality power. He hadn't
No,
thought this
I'm
through.
sticking with immortality now. This is ridiculous. This is
Super
like
speed is
power
objectively
bingo.
superior. You get immortality.
Well, if you
get
get all the
phasing through
things that you
objects,
never, yeah, but things that you would not get with super speed.
you gain super healing.
This is all tacked on nonsense.
You know, you also gain super strength to some degree because if you were to punch someone moving like at that speed, it'd be like you'd blow up their entire like body.
Yeah, but
like,
you'd blow
like
up your
Saitama.
entire body too.
Well, there'd have to be some mechanism, obviously, that prevent you from exploding. Yes, obviously.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's like can you imagine the kick on that punch? Your arm would shatter.
If there was no, if you had like the genie that's going to screw you over, you would never wish for super speed, right? Because the second you ram super speed, your legs would just break. You know, your body would just instantly like fall apart.
Yeah.
Obviously, I'm saying there has to be some mechanism that protects you while you're doing all this nonsense.
If you punch a wall, you know, just as a normal human,
right,
you screw your hand up.
Sure.
If you punch a wall with super speed, you really screw your hand up.
Yeah, but that's why you have the speed force.
I mean, I'm just thinking you could probably hurt yourself with wind resistance.
Yeah, if you went fast enough, yeah, the wind.
Your
would just
skin would
shred
blow
you.
off.
The air would shred you up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Super speed does not seem good. Super speed's
the best. You just have to have some
like
magical bullshit that protects you while you're doing it.
It
like
seems
the
like
speed
a
force
death
or something.
sentence. Yeah. You got to throw some magic in there.
Yeah,
this is scientifically illiterate.
Well, I think any question of what superpower would you have is going to have some magic involved, right?
Well, not necessarily.
If we were to go pure, no magic, no comics bullshit, pure science, every superpower would probably be terrible.
Yeah, I agree.
Including immortality.
Except for immortality.
No. Wait, are you immortal or are you immortally young?
Oh my God. Of course I'm immortally young.
Okay, but doesn't that...
Don't even ask.
Immortally young... Wait a minute.
Why would you say that?
Wait a minute. But you just said immortal. You didn't say anything about, are you going to be healthy? Or can you still get sick?
No.
That's a different power.
I'm resetting at 25.
Because what if you're immortal and you're immortally young, but you get cancer? Because you're immortal. That's part of why they think people age, is to prevent them from getting cancer.
Interesting.
So you're going to be like Deadpool. You're just going to be filled with cancer, but you're going to be immortal.
Okay. Do I get the cool suit? Am I good with swords?
Sure, but you know what he looks like without the suit.
Yeah. So
yeah.
Chicks don't care. I'll be rich. I'll be totally rich though. If I'm immortal, trust me. I'll buy some Tesla stock and wait it out under the bridge.
Okay.
I'm good. I'm telling you. Get my bank account up. I'm gonna meet me some MMT. I'm gonna meet me some MMT economists. It's gonna be great.
I'm sure there'd be some horrifyingly terrible repercussions on someone if they were.
You're
actually
just
immortal.
jealous. You want to be immortal with me.
Psychologically. No, I don't.
You're just bummed that you picked super speed.
Super speed has
Lame.
immortality baked into it. You just didn't realize it because you're
Oh,
stupid.
evidently it has everything baked into
It does.
it.
That's why it's the best power.
It's immortality, but you're able to go through things. You're able to create universes. You get like a total harem.
You become Dr. Manhattan, yes.
Yeah.
Of course. Except without all the bad negative repercussions of being Dr.
Yeah.
Manhattan. Sure.
Boredom getting dressed. Hilarious.
Anyway, moving on.
Moving on
Sean's
already?
Story. Sean's story for 10 Canadian says, some people are colorblind, thus we should abolish definitions as color, as they serve no use. The sky is the color Z, and you're a bigot if you disagree.
I like that. That's a good idea right there.
I like that, yeah.
Yeah. Why even have color names?
I don't know.
So lame. It's totally useless concept that everyone
There you go.
uses
Shiro says
every day.
in the chat says, yeah, if I recall correctly, if you were immortal, you would likely have major telomere damage over time to the point where you'd have multiple genetic disorders.
God, you guys are such buzzkills.
There you go. What you were buzzkilling me, so it's only fair that you get buzzkilled back. Okay.
Okay. Touche.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I had that coming.
That's right. If you go fast enough, Adam, you can go through time, so you get time travel too.
What? Oh my God. No, I'm sorry. I just lost all respect for the Flash.
Flashpoint is like one of the best Flash arcs, I'll tell you. Terror Dome 3000 for £5 says, this debate is a reflection of how great society has become. They have no idea how lucky they are to be so free to sit at the computer and debate gender. True.
Oh, I know.
Very true.
I agree.
America is great. America. Western values in other non-American countries that should also be America because America.
Right. Get rid of your gendered language already before we invade you.
Right. Real Os 10 for $5 says, because Sich read my name wrong 3 weeks ago, A team for life.
There you go. I love it.
It's Austin. Well, if it's Austin, why didn't you write Austin? Why did you write Aus and the number 10? How am I supposed to know?
Aus 10. You don't know that? A team knows that.
Oh my God.
Yeah, A team is
That's
great.
not usually how people pronounce it.
A team is great with letters and numbers. We're like experts.
Austin. Okay.
Yeah, get it right.
Okay.
Austin.
Madness for $5 says, Sich is more right than Adam about voting, but I think we should raise the voting age to 21, so my proposition isn't popular either.
Oh, really?
There you go. All hail A team.
All out to disenfranchise more Americans.
There you go.
Cool.
Whale ears for $5 says, this conversation is a circus, and Destiny looks like the elephant that the clowns abused into performing.
What? Really?
That's funny. That's funny.
He got really sad and angry. And Vosh looked sad when Destiny left. Like, what, you're leaving already, bro? I just got here. Come on, we're hanging out.
Senpai. High Tech Alchemy for $5 says, I'm curious, how old are you guys exactly? Also,
Me?
S class is best class. After the A team, which reigns supreme.
Oh, nice.
That's why I didn't do it. That's why I didn't, he didn't trick me. He almost got me, but I read ahead. He almost got me.
You were so lucky to be able to do that. I don't like to tell people my age because it freaks them out. So
Adam's an old man.
Sich doesn't like to tell people his age because he feels older than me and he's like 20 years younger.
I know. I'm a millennial. That's all you need to know.
Oh, okay.
I'm a dirty millennial.
I'm Generation X. I'll let you guys.
I'm a 90s kid.
I'm an Xer. I'm an Xer.
No one.
X-Files.
X-Men. No one for $10 says, Adam, your voting age argument is so confounding to me that I really want to talk to you about it so I can understand your position, because at this point it's incomprehensible to me. There you go. Incomprehensible.
So simple too. So simple. Sich understands it.
I understand it.
Yeah. He doesn't agree with it, but he does
No,
understand
it's fucking stupid. You don't want to understand it because it'll just make your brain hurt more because it's so stupid.
Do you think that allowing students to vote in local elections about like school related stuff would be acceptable?
Oh, CT told me that she was giving you arguments and then you were trying to pass them off as your own argument.
She was giving me my arguments. What are you talking about? I'm the one that was on a stream arguing this for hours.
Stealing CT's arguments, trying to pass them off as your own.
That's bullshit.
Typical toxic man, okay?
She gave me an argument that
every man is a great woman.
She gave me an argument that I made on the literal stream. You can go listen to the stream.
Sure.
She's using my arguments, talking about my arguments in the Discord, and then thinking they're her arguments. Which I'm like, wait a second here. That's my argument. What was the argument? Because I did tweet it out.
I don't remember.
Let me see. If
I know
I
she
can
told me
find
that,
it
and
here.
I trust her because I
No.
believe all women.
Untrue. I
believe all women.
what?
So fuck you, bigot.
Listen
Sexist.
right here. Okay. I make these. I don't. This is the tweet. I think that she was claiming that I stole from her, but this is the argument. You were on a stream with me. You were on a stream with me. This is the root of my argument.
Okay, what was the argument that you stole from CT?
I literally brought up. I talked about selectorate theory on the live stream. Okay.
Yeah.
Leaders don't care about the people who can't vote. That's why public schools suck. Leaders bend over for the teachers' unions, voters, at the expense of the students, non-voters. Are you in public school? Are young people happy about this situation? Here's another reason.
I can't believe you stole that argument from CT.
I did not. It's my argument. One of the reasons why younger people started advocating for lowering the voting age was because of these school shooting things, which
she told me
affects them.
I thought she told me it was her idea to say that to have people under 16 or 16 to be not vote in federal elections, but to vote in local elections. And you just repeated that, which is why I accused you of stealing her ideas.
Does it sound like I talked about local elections in that?
This is what you just told me. You just said that. That's what started this whole tangent.
Oh, I just asked you about that.
Right. Because you stole it from CT.
No, I didn't. But wait a second. The tweet that I just read does not have anything to do with local elections.
It doesn't.
And that's the one
I'm
that
talking
she
about why
claims,
I got sidetracked on this.
that she claims I stole from her. What? I'm like,
Yes.
what?
Okay.
Stole what? Here, where? I'm gonna.
Whatever.
Nonsense.
Believe all women. Believe all women. Okay.
No.
I'm an ally. I believe all women.
Where's this? She did say something to me that was like, I was proud of her. I'm like, okay, yeah, you're using my arguments in this Discord server. That's great. Those are my arguments. And then I'm like, what? When did you start arguing for lowering the voting age?
Lee Birch for $5 says, hey guys, Amazon finally released me from my wage slavery and is now rewarding me with reparations. Take some place. Well, thank you, Lee Birch.
Why, thank you for sharing your reparations with us. That was
As a
very
person of
kind
shadow, I appreciate the sharing of reparations.
Yeah, we do. Let us all
Adam is
share
just a
our
white guy,
reparations.
though, so I don't think he should get any of this. I think
Let
I
us
think
all
I'm not gonna
share our reparations.
I'm not going to
together.
split that $5 super chat with Adam. I get that one purely.
Really?
It's all me.
Okay. Bastard.
Bob for $5 says the medical outcomes for people who transition are abysmal. We're talking like single-digit percentage less likelihood of suicide. Is that true? I feel like that's not true.
That's crazy if it is true.
If that was true, that would be totally bananas. Bonkers.
Destroyed.
I feel
and
like
these
that's
suicide
not true.
rates. How do you like everything that they're saying? Do they understand how statistics work? I mean, even if they're saying that the suicide rate statistic thing that they have is got to be from a long time ago, and now the transitioning is up like 2,000%. So I mean, it's going to be different statistics, right?
Send me whatever numbers you're talking about on Twitter, because I'd be curious to see that. Because that would change my opinion on a lot of this topic, if that was actually the case.
What would?
If it turned out that transitioning led to some minuscule change in likelihood of suicide, which I don't think is accurate. Right. It would be very surprising to me.
How do they get statistics on that?
Sanity Now for $5 says, I don't conform to the A-team or S-class binary because it's just a social construct. There you go.
No, you have to.
There you go.
You can't hear us unless you conform to the binary. What are you talking about? There is no, you can't get out of this. It's a binary for a reason. There's no spectrum here.
Zara Richards for $5 says, I'm triggered. I'm so goddamn triggered by their anti-science rhetoric. Please, dear Lord, save me from this.
Yeah.
There you go.
Science is powerful. Feel the power of our science.
Feel it. And you know what? A team, S class, that's not a binary. That's not a social construct. That's inherent. That's biological. Okay?
Yeah. I was born
deep-
A team.
That's right. And I was born S class. There's a deep biological drive and evolution that separates the S class from the A team. Okay. Yeah, it's deep.
Yeah.
Laura the Nerds for $5 says, does wanting your eyes and legs replaced with robot parts count as body dysmorphia? Can we say
Well,
Adam is a loon now? He wants
I
to
got
be a
that.
crippled person.
I got that. I do. I'm going to get my super speed.
Replacing
Wouldn't
your
it be
legs with
great?
robot parts, that doesn't make you crippled. That makes you like super, right? Doesn't make you crippled.
I just got my new robot legs, Sich.
Yeah.
And I tried the wall thing. You're never going to guess what happened.
And Madness for $5 says, imagine postmoderning yourself into a mental illness. Yeah, that wouldn't be good.
James Lindsay did it. Oh, dun.
Nice callback. Ofer for £2 says, leftism equals 8 men explain to a woman what a woman is. It's terrible.
Oh my God.
Disavow. Derek Drummond for $5 says, my deaf cousin started going to an all-deaf school a few years ago. Before then, she always wanted to wear her hearing aids. Now she's revolted by them. There it is. That's what I was talking about. Very interesting. Very interesting.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Oh my God. So the cultural norm set in.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Becomes an identity. Laura the Nerds $5 says, if gender is socially constructed, why would society need to construct more people that would exist and identify outside of useful social normativity?
Mm-hmm.
That's an interesting question. That's funny. I don't know. Well, when they say social contract, I don't mean, they're not saying that like you have no control over it and you're just the whim or puppet of society. That's a different topic. That's a different point, I think. So even though it's funny, I don't think that's necessarily accurate. Fadikajikis for $5 says, the difference is a cosmetic procedure and a medical prescription to address a specific condition. True. That's why I never understood people trying to remove the medical diagnosis aspect of it, because then you'd be regulating it to a cosmetic procedure, which has its own host of issues and problems. Bob Obb for another $5. Thank you, Bob. Says, I really hate the tone in the way Vosh speaks. It's this super condescending newscaster who enunciates way too hard and just speak normally.
Thus
we agree.
Who says thus? No one says thus, right?
I say thus. How dare you?
Do you really?
Thus.
Okay.
Thus, Hummer Eduardo Rodriguez Medrano for $5. Thank you very much, Hummer. As always, thank you, Hummer. Breaker for $5 says, did Vosh go full Adolf again?
Oh no.
Did Destiny go full ethical cheese pizza again? How much of a disaster is this?
Oh no.
Don't worry, no one goes Adolf, no one goes cheese pizza. Don't worry.
No.
Don't worry.
No. They do this stream was funny just for how little was said. How much was like, it's complicated.
It's complicated. Fuck
this
evolution.
This was like a gender centrism. Kind of a like dirty fence sitter.
Right. Well,
stream.
no, it wasn't. This is what was interesting. I mean, we didn't play it because we didn't play the beginning of the conversation, but it was very much like everything is a social construct. There is no gender and sex don't map onto biology. Gender doesn't map onto sex. It's all nonsense. And then that was so weird. Then at the end of it, it's like, well, actually everything's biological, but it doesn't matter. Like it's a total 180. It's like, what the hell is happening in this conversation?
I'm so confused now.
It's so confusing. It just happened on a dime. It's like, see, maybe this is it. maybe this is we talked about the line experiment. Which CT actually DM'd me the name of the line experiment.
Oh, really? Look at that. DMing you about me lying and stealing her stuff, and like you're full on assistant now.
That's right. Where is it? What was it called? What was the line experiment called?
There's an A-Team mutiny on.
The line experiment is called the Ask Conformity Experiment. I don't know how to say that word. I want to say the Ask Conformity Experiment.
If I'm ever in an experiment like that,
the Ash. I'm gonna say it's Ash.
I'm gonna know. I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna pick different size lines. I'm gonna be like, no, that's.
Adam's gonna be a rebel. He's gonna pick the smallest one. He's gonna pick the wrong one, but the different wrong one from the group.
Totally. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm a nonconformist.
So maybe it seems like that conversation was almost like the line experiment, because everyone's basically saying, oh, everything's social. There's no biology involved. And then one person said, the Red Cherokee guy or whatever his name was, or her name, I don't know how they gender themselves, said, they basically said, oh, well, of course things have biological component. And then that kind of stopped everyone. And then Vosh suddenly did a complete 180 and said, of course, there's all this biology associated with gender. And then everyone just sort of like conformed to his opinion.
Just agree, yeah.
So we just witnessed the line experiment, the line conformity experience in real time in this conversation. That's what happened. That's what happened.
With sex and gender. It was great.
Interesting.
Great fun. I love it.
Break Gear for $2 says, bonobos are a thing. Monkey culture be crazy, huh? that monkey culture, I know. Yeah, bonobos are very bizarre. Very bizarre.
You know why? You know why they're matriarchal?
Because they're banging all the time?
No, they live in an area where the food like falls on the ground in front of them. No one has to do any work or expend any effort to gain calories.
Is that true?
It's true, yeah. It's totally true.
Is that why bonobo culture is the way it is? That's interesting.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
If all the work is taken care of, the women take over.
Becomes,
what do you think's going on here? What do you think's going on?
Well, it's like the fish thing I talked about. It becomes a sexual selection.
Totally.
Completely sexual selection. That's interesting. That's interesting.
Yeah. Bonobos only exist in this one area that's like super abundant in food and.
So you're saying if we have super abundance, we're all going to become.
It's happening now.
We're all going to become bonobos.
That's exactly what's happening.
Adam, you know that we'd all be happier if we were all bonobo in a bonobo society.
Well, our society is transforming into bonobo.
Oh, I'm sorry. I stepped on your foot. Let me fuck you to make up for it. Adam's like, no, I'm all for monogamy here. No bonobo sex orgies for me.
CT says, for the record, I couldn't have given you your own argument because I didn't watch that stream. I only caught the very end.
CT calling you out.
No, because it doesn't matter if she listened to the stream. That was my argument. It doesn't matter.
I don't think it was.
Like she could have come up with my argument independently. It still doesn't change the fact that
so it's just a coincidence
argument.
That as soon as she DM'd it to you, the words just came out of your mouth. It's just a coincidence.
My argument is based on selectory theory, though. I have a few questions for CT, but I mean, I made a video about selectory theory 2 years ago. Jesus Christ.
Canyo for $20. Thank you very much, Canyo says, if you can lie to kids about their body, then why can't parents seem to convince their children that they can actually love the taste of vegetables? Despite the millions of times it's been destroyed.
Yeah.
There you go.
Parents everywhere have been trying to change the social construct around vegetables.
They've been trying to trick their children. That's right, for generations.
There's a way to do it. They just don't do it right.
What's the way to do it, Adam?
The way to do it is to say, oh no, this is adult food. This is for us.
I see. You reverse psychology them. Gotcha.
High status, yeah.
Right.
They did that with to get sailors to eat their vegetables. because they were all dying of scurvy. They made certain vegetables were like only for.
You mean fruits?
No, I think it was vegetables.
What vegetables are they eating to prevent scurvy?
I don't know. Just do carrots.
I thought they were eating
have
fruits
vitamin?
to prevent scurvy.
That's
why they called them
carrots have-
limeys.
Do carrots have vitamin C? I don't know.
Oh, I guess you're right.
Whatever it was,
Whatever
they
it
were
was.
like, no, these are for officers. You guys can't. What? Officers? Only officers? I'm getting some of them carrots.
All them redneck sailors from back.
I'm getting some of them carrots. That was my that's my impersonation.
That's your British sailor voice.
You don't like it? No, that's my Hassan. That's my Hassan impersonation.
I'm one of them damn limey bastards here. Give me my carrots. I need my vitamin C.
I need my officer treat.
Overseer's Log for $20 says, as someone who's discussed survivalist topics on my channel, attends simulated societal collapse scenarios, Jesus, and has simply read Lord of the Flies, people will revert to instinct and traditional gender roles for the sake of survival.
Hell yeah,
that
they
doesn't
will.
surprise me.
Can you imagine what the Lord of the... Were there any girls on the Lord of the Flies?
No, it was all boys.
Can you imagine if they encountered a girl? Oh my
It'd be
God.
terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
would've killed
gender
her.
norms. Yeah. The gender norms would take over relatively quickly. You'd think, run!
Well, they were too. Yeah, if they were older, it would have been
Boys, run!
but they were too young. They would have probably murdered her. The way they murdered poor Piggy.
Piggy had it coming.
Piggy had it coming. He was a whiner. He had it coming.
Totally.
They killed. I forget his name. They killed the only smart character, and that's
Oh,
why.
I forgot
Done
about
with this
that.
book. They killed these stupid morons. Killed the only intelligent character. The character who would have been PSA Sich in that situation. I'm like, I'm done with this book.
Like what?
I can't read books or watch movies where all the characters are fucking stupid. I can't.
Yeah,
root for
who are
any
you supposed to
stupid character.
follow?
Yeah, exactly. Everyone's a moron.
Yeah.
Dumb kids.
I can't remember what movie it was that I was watching. As soon as a character did something dumb, I was like,
tapping out.
I hate this. Yeah.
That's why I got so mad. I loved District 9 or whatever number it was
Oh
so
yeah.
much.
Don't let it go. Let it go.
Until he becomes like he does the dumbest thing ever. I'm like,
I know.
What the hell?
I let
How'd
it
you
go.
do
I
that?
let it go. I was too.
It was such a good movie till like the last 5 minutes. I was like,
How do you get as a writer though? How do you get around that? Because I mean,
he didn't need to do what he did. He could have just gone on the ship normally, and it didn't work because Christopher was lying to him. That's what I thought was going to go. Christopher was just lying to him that they could not reverse the process.
Right.
And was just using him.
Right.
Isn't that what you thought watching it? You're like, oh, he's just using him.
Yeah. Yeah. Totally. Well, you still don't know that though, because he could still be lying to him even as he gets away.
I know. It just seemed like they wanted to do this thing where like he's still an asshole. He didn't learn, or I don't know what the message there was. It just seemed like a total miscalculation.
God, I love that movie.
Yonkers OF for 30 Aussies. Thank you, Yonkers. It's very generous. For another huge super chat, says, how about instead of wings or jetpacks, men and only men get a front tail?
Oh yeah, I like this idea.
There you go. I think we're good on that one. I think we already got that one.
Problem solved.
Problem solved. That's right. Men don't get jetpacks or wings; they get front tails.
Oh man,
front trunks.
Tails can grab things though.
What did the elephant say to the naked man?
Oh no. What?
How the hell do you breathe out of that tiny thing? But there's your dad joke for the day.
I like it.
Contrast for 5. Aussie says, careful, Adam. Remember what the last pissed off Austrian did. Yeah, be careful, Adam. Be careful. You don't want to piss off the Austrians too much.
What did they do? Oh, that guy.
What do you mean, what did they do?
Yeah.
You horrible anti-Semite.
Oh, I thought you meant the Austrian economist. Who
Well, that's what he
a
was
lot of them
referring.
are in
Because you were
Austria.
pissing off the Austrian economists. So he's
Yeah,
So Contrast was being a bigot because he was
I
accusing all
know.
Austrians as basically being genocidal Hitlers. So there
The
you go.
thing about Austrian economists is, though,
What?
a lot of them aren't Austrian. It's
Oh my God.
yeah, it's like a school thing.
I know.
You know,
I
it's
get
like
it.
black feminism isn't really, you know, you don't have to be black.
That's true. Drew Malcolm for $5 says, Adam, you convinced me about the voting age this week, though the arguments against you like nap time were super lame. There you go. You convinced someone. That's 2 people you convinced, Adam. 2 people.
I got tons of. Hold on, everyone that's like 16 is on my side. I'm serious. They're all, what the fuck? Why am I being oppressed? I want to vote.
That's good. That's good. You're
Which-
pandering
which-
to a specific demographic. Okay.
I figured it out the other day,
Mm-hmm.
and I would have voted when I was 6 because I remember the election when I
remember?
was 6. Yeah.
Who was running when you were 6 years old?
I don't want to say because I
'Cause
don't
then
want
we'll know how old you
freaks people out. Yeah, it freaks people out. But
Okay, so when
do you
Adam was
remember
6,
which? Do you
and
remember
FDR was running for president.
Do you remember what? Do you remember any election
Mm-hmm.
that you were interested in before you could vote?
Yeah, but that's because my parents indoctrinated me with a lot of political liberal values.
So would your parents have been upset if you could have voted in those elections?
No, but I would have voted exactly as they wanted. They would have been very happy. Actually, that's not true. When I was very young, I was 5. I was a rebel. Okay, this is. Wait a minute. I
Listen,
can't believe I didn't bring
you-
this up. I should have brought this up because this is the perfect counter to your stupid argument. Okay, when I was 5 years old, there was an airplane that flew up in the sky over my elementary school, and it drew out in the clouds. It drew out Bush, with the air writing. Okay,
Bush
Bush
like
Senior.
a picture of a bush.
No, the name Bush Senior.
Oh,
This is
the
when Bush was
Bush.
running against Clinton.
Okay.
Okay.
Skywriting Bush.
Skywrote the name Bush, and that sold me. That was it. I said I want to vote for George Bush or for George Bush Senior.
Name in the clouds.
That was it. I said
Right.
that guy drew his name in the clouds over my school. I want Bush. That's who I want for president. And my parents were like, no, you don't want Bush. You want Clinton. I'm like, no. Don't tell me who I want. I want Bush. He wrote his name above my school. That guy, he's awesome.
That is awesome because like half the people probably would have looked up and said, dude, why is that guy mudding up the sky? I fucking hate Bush. See, and the dum-dums cancel each other out.
So
This is
imagine
perfect
how
select.
stupid.
This
that's
is
how
wisdom of crowds,
that's
exactly
how
like I said.
Wisdom of crowds. That's another name for mob rule. So imagine how stupid this concept is that 5-year-olds should be able to vote, because 5-year-old Sich literally was won over by watching skywriting, and that was his decision for his vote.
No.
This is who you want to vote, Adam?
Can't
This is who
be
you want to
done.
vote?
No.
Well,
Don't mess with my selectorate theory.
I can't believe I had the perfect personal anecdote to destroy your argument this whole time. I
Does it?
just never whipped it out. I
It's-
forgot.
No,
I
it
forgot
doesn't
about that.
destroy my argument.
It totally does. It totally
No,
does.
my anecdote beats your anecdote. There were a certain number of people on the beach that saw the skywriting, right? Half those people hated it. Half those people
Why
loved
do you?
it.
How? What do you say that? I'm sure
Those
all the
people-
every kid
those
I
people
knew
canceled it
thought
out.
that was amazing. They said, "Oh,
No.
that's so cool,"
No.
because I'd never seen that before. They never seen that before.
Well, because that was your friend group. You didn't see the friend group across the beach. You were
Uh-huh.
like, nah, that's lame.
It wasn't a beach. It was over our school, which was
Well,
not on a
lame.
beach. I know you're very biased against us Floridians, and you think we all live on beaches or something.
I've only ever seen skywriting on the beach. So,
I know but this wasn't on a beach. That's what made it even cooler.
oh my God, this is I don't know. It says 1 hour left, but is it going to click down to? I feel like there should be 5 minutes left, but it still
we'll see.
says 1 hour left.
We'll see. We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it.
Not if we have to go a whole nother hour.
No, we're not gonna make it a whole nother hour.
I don't-
We're gonna make it. This is our longest stream ever. We're breaking new records, guys.
Is it really?
I don't remember ever going to 3 a.m. before. Yeah, we're approaching 11 hours.
Oh, we are.
Yep.
Oh my God.
That's right.
11 hours.
So you said, look, this is a nice consolation. We're not gonna do the 24-hour stream. We didn't get enough,
But this is a nice consolation. Yeah,
11 hours.
stream.
That's pretty good.
Look at this.
That's pretty good.
$44,770, 782 backers. 1 hour left to go. But I honestly feel like Indiegogo's juking us around a little bit.
Well, no, but
here.
it probably doesn't do. It probably just does it in hour increments. It probably doesn't go lower than an hour.
Why? It should count down the seconds here.
I don't.
It says an hour left. Technically, it's lying to us.
Okay.
I mean, I feel like it's 5 minutes.
Michael Gunat for $4.99 says, Adam, the idea that interest rates aren't set by markets is completely wrong. Oh, you read this one. The Fed sets one short-term interest rate. Everything else is market-based.
How do they set that one short-term interest rate?
I don't know.
Listen, Sich, if I'm going to borrow money from the Fed at a certain interest rate, am I going to have to charge more money to loan when I loan that money? Can I charge
3 in the
less
morning.
money?
I don't know. I don't know.
Can I charge less money? If I
My brain doesn't work anymore.
if I borrow money from you at a certain interest rate, if I borrow money from you at 2%, and then I loan it out to somebody else at 1%, is that a good deal for me?
Well, okay, that depends on one thing. What number did the Skywriter put in the sky? Okay.
Oh my God.
That's the number I'm going with.
Oh my God.
You could put any percentage number in the sky. That's what I'll go.
All interest rates flow from the overnight interest rate.
They flow from the magic overnight Skywriter.
You want another? I'll give you another black pill, guys.
I don't want any of this.
No.
You
Black
stop.
pill.
Stop
Incoming
raping
black
me with
pill.
this. Adam is sexually assaulting me with math.
All prices.
Mathematical assault.
All prices are fixed.
Guys, why are you just standing there watching?
All
Someone needs to be a
prices.
hero.
All
Call
pricing is fixed
Call
by
her
the
out, make
minimum
us-
wage. The minimum wage. The minimum wage the government sets. That's where all price discovery comes from. There, I fucked it up from you. I totally fucked it up for you. Sorry, it's a fact.
It does not consent. No, I don't.
What do you mean? That was non-consensual, guys. You saw it here first.
It was not consensual. You guys just witnessed a crime.
Oh my God, you're such a crybaby.
Wow, look at that victim blaming. Oh, he just got assaulted. What a crybaby.
What a crybaby.
Oh my God, what a victim blaming asshole.
Crybaby. What, you need your soy milk now? Oh my God, I'm delirious.
Vagabond666 Gmail for 5 Aussie bucks says Bitcoin's current issue is the sheer power consumption because of the risk reward of mining and how bad that looks. And yeah, that's
Yeah. Supposedly Bitcoin's really bad for the environment. Wait till the environmentalists figure that out. Have you watched any of these crypto channels?
No, I don't. I have zero interest in crypto.
The sponsors are all like gambling sites. What the fuck? What do you think's happening here?
That makes sense.
Yeah, what's happening here? Oh, it's just a currency. Dude, it's a currency.
The Dark Conservatarian for $10 says, holy crap, you guys are still going this late? Well, here's some money as support for you guys. Hard work. Also, your weekly reminder that S-Class is best class.
Sich does need a weekly reminder for that because he knows he's under the thumb of a team which reigns supreme.
Nah. It's just nice to be reminded of what is objectively true. That S-Class is best class.
What is objectively true?
Duperda for $20 says, damn, you guys are still at it. Thank you for the $20. You've only gotten another hour into the video since I left. Have they mentioned biology yet? No.
No.
They knew at the very end, completely go back on all their stated positions. But
Look at this. We're so $44,905, so close to 45,000, and just it feels like if I hit refresh, maybe done. Look at that. Oh my God.
NFTs are super bad for the environment. CT says, is that true? Those non-fungible tokens, are they destroying the environment, Adam?
They are, technically. Technically.
Michael Ganote for $4.99 says, Adam, someday I'd love to have a talk with you about how interest rate markets work, clear up some misconceptions. It was my job for 11 years.
Oh my God.
Shit. You gotta talk to this guy.
God.
It was his job for 11 years.
Okay.
11 years, Adam. This was his job.
What's my misconception? I'm dying to hear it.
Yep. Dr. Diddler for $2 says 3 hours in and I don't know what any of them think. That's fine. That makes sense.
They got to have a stream like that with less people. I mean, I want to see Demon Mama just debate straight out.
There is some, I never watched it. Apparently there's some very contentious debate that's just her and Destiny about some topic
really? Perfect.
that exists somewhere out there.
We got to check that out.
Dr. Diddler for $2 says, oh, I read the one. Savage Sharpshooter for Savage Sharpshooter 93 for $5 says, Jesus Christ, how am I supposed to download the stream if you're all still going?
You're not.
Sorry about that.
We should mention there's a clips channel too. Nathan Margolis. Link in the description.
That's right. Nathan Margolis very kindly clips our streams. I don't know what he's gonna do with this one. He's got his work cut out for him.
Oh my God.
Poor Nathan. I mean, I guess he'll just stop at all the super chats nonsense, but
he's doing pretty good though. Our clip videos are getting almost 1,000 views a video, which is pretty respectable, I'd say. So he's picking good stuff, and I got to admit, Nathan's becoming like the clickbait king.
That's right.
My crown is being threatened here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the clickbait king, Nathan. Hold off. You can't put jizz in a title. You can't put jizz in a YouTube title. Sure you can.
Mr. Ubercross for $5. Mr. Ubercross says, Adam, you are mixing in concepts related to general economics and treating them as though they are MMT related.
Mm-hmm. I mean, not really. There's MMT is a lens, not something you do. Roses are red, violets are blue. MMT is a lens, not something you do. Yes.
Drunk Shovel for $10 says, I wanted to buy your Turds' book. But thank you. But I bought Jordan B. Peterson's new one and a few others. I'll get you next time. A-Team reigns supreme. Say it right, you owe me, Sich boy. I said it right. A-Team reigns supreme.
Oh,
I
there
said
you
it
go.
correctly. Yeah. There you go. I always say it correctly.
Supreme.
I like A-Team Supreme better. Get that nice Taco
Supreme,
Bell going on.
I'll take the A-Team Supreme. Can I get
some
that
A-Team
super
Supreme,
size?
please?
I'd like extra hot sauce on my A-Team.
That's right.
Supreme.
Can I get some extra hot sauce?
What A-Team is hot, hot, hot.
What sauce would you get from Taco Bell?
Taco Bell?
Yeah.
What do you mean? I like the Scorcher sauce.
Wasn't there three? I thought there was mild, hot, and fire.
Yeah, fire.
Yeah, right.
I like spicy.
I would always get the fire one.
I like the super spicy.
Yeah,
I mean, I want it to like put me in like heat coma.
I want like physical pain associated.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Look at that. We agree.
Andrew Clark, $5 says Maggie McMayfish. Oh, that was the crazy Fight Club lady. Says Robert Paulson is trans representation because of his enlarged chest. What? That's so stupid. Robert Paulson wasn't trans at all. Also, Fincher made Fight Club with a fascistic aesthetic. We gotta watch that video.
Terrible. Yeah, there's a
gotta
new
watch
that new Fight Club video. Yeah, we should do that one.
Well, it's old. It's from like 2 years ago.
Who cares?
But yeah, we gotta watch him. Have you guys seen the anime Special A Class? I have not.
Yeah, I haven't either.
And it's funny because when you look at the cover, it just says SA on it. So there you go.
All right, Super
So
Villains
that's us,
Anonymous.
Sich and Adam. There you go. We're gonna have to check out this anime.
Looks awesome.
Daily Dose for $2 says S class is best class. That's all I have to say. Thank you, Daily. Lord of the Nerds for $2 says, I have redneck family. What's the AOC in the Talmud? What? I don't even know what that means.
What's the AOC in the what?
The Talmud.
The Talmud?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I know what the Talmud is. Okay.
I don't know what it is.
That is like the Jewish collection of interpretations by the various
oh yeah,
scholars.
What's the AOC in the book?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know what Lord of the Nerds is getting at. Someone said the campaign just expired.
Yeah, it did. Yeah,
people can still
expired.
Sign up though,
like
right?
5 minutes ago.
People can still click to sign up, right?
They can still buy books. Yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
they can still buy books.
Totally. Oh my God.
Okay.
Hold on, we made it past 45. We made it past 45,000. Here, let me refresh. Refresh. Look at that. $45,125, 787 back.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
So is the only functional difference mean that we just can't add more stuff to this? Or
No.
is there no functional difference?
We can add more stuff. Yes, we can. The thing is, the reason why they do this is they don't. Well, we couldn't keep going unless we made our funding goal. So obviously we made our funding goal. So that's part of it. Yeah, no.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
We're going to
Gotcha,
get this baby up to 6 figures. We're going to keep going,
right.
man.
6 figures, motherfucker.
Yeah, it's actually 6 figures, young lady. There's a thing in Comics Gate they have, yeah. It's like
6 figures, young lady.
It's like 5 fingers, bitch, and then 6 figures, young lady, and then like 7 figures. Well, it might be 7 figures, bitch. I don't remember the full terminology. Let me know in the chat if you know. Ethan has a thing that he does.
Potato of Awesome for $5 Nazi dollars. Oh, disavow.
What? Nazi dollars? What the? What?
Oh, I'm
Those are
sorry. New Zealand dollars. I'm so
yeah.
sorry. New Zealand
Jeez, I
dollars.
can't believe you. My
Kiwi
God.
dollars. We
They're not
reavow.
These aren't Austrian dollars.
These are Kiwi dollars. We reavow. I started reading Why Nations Fail. Thank you for the recommendation, Adam.
Woo! Yeah, there we go. A-Team Supreme.
There you go. Lord of the
Lord of the Nerds is coming after us again.
Lord of the Nerds for $2 in a rare super chat that's not in all caps. Says Adam looks exactly like a guy that collects books.
Oh my God, Lord of the Nerds.
Got him. Got.
What does a guy who collects bugs look like?
Looks like you, apparently.
I was super obsessed by him. It was like a lot
you
of
look
work.
like it.
You're terrible. Terrible.
Lord of the Nerds. Always so brutal.
Terrible. Why am I putting up with this garbage? I think we can do another 12 hours. I think we should go for the 24 hours.
Like dying here.
Come on. Nut up.
Michael I gotta get some water too. Jesus. I'm like dying of thirst over here.
What's going on? I came prepared. I have 2 water bottles right here.
Well, I try not to drink a lot when we stream because I don't want to keep getting up there.
I know. I do the same thing. I'm like 1 glass. That's all I can allow.
Yeah, I know. I
myself.
basically drank 1 glass in this entire 11-hour period.
We're delirious.
I know. Like, delirious, dehydrated. Michael Pencock for $5 says
Pencock.
S-Team. Yes.
Sorry.
Says S-Team is best team. Sorry, Adam. Love you, bud. There you go. S-Team is best team. Take that.
A team is best team. Hey, I like it. A team is best team. Hey, it works. I can just do that. I can just copy yours. It works great.
Literature Devil for $2 says, "What if all the kids voted S class?" Ooh.
I know. I read that one.
Then
while
I
you
would
were
be
in
in
the
favor of
bathroom.
kids voting. There you go. There you go.
Really? You switch so easily.
If they voted for me, then yeah, totally.
Yeah. Well, we already established.
Mm-hmm.
Kids are too smart for that. They would vote A team.
Laura the Nerds for $5 says, "Schools should be prisons and kids not permitted to show their stupid faces until they learn something. Children are meant to be seen, not heard."
Oh, so oppressive.
There you go.
So oppressive.
There you go.
Why must you oppress the youngins? This is the I think a lot of people are against lowering the voting age because of the gun issue. Because I
don't think that's
really.
I don't think.
But you had David Hogg and like all those people coming out saying we need to do something about the gun laws and becoming like political activists,
Yeah, I
even though they
guess, I
couldn't
don't know.
vote.
Maybe.
I got to admit, with all this gun shit, I would be thinking, shit, I'm in a school all the time. And there were crazy people at my school that would totally shoot it up.
Mm-hmm. Great.
Yeah. Insane people.
Our favorite super chatter, Not Gay Ben.
Oh my God.
Not Gay Ben for $1.99 says, "My favorite N-word is Nigeria."
Okay.
Also, I'm not gay.
He's Not Gay Ben has done an excellent job of establishing a storyline here because I'm not sure. I think Not Gay Ben might actually not be gay.
I know he's at first we're like he's probably going to come out as gay, but now we're like I don't know, maybe he's just not gay.
Yeah.
Not Gay Ben knew who he was from the beginning.
Yeah,
we thought that this was a story.
Knew who he was not.
We thought all along that this was a story about self-discovery, but it actually turned out to be a story about self-discovery for the audience.
Yeah, I love it.
There you go.
I hope there's a twist ending here.
CT, you can go to bed. I feel bad. You don't have to stay up for us, CT.
CT cannot go to bed. What are you talking about?
CT, go to bed, CT.
Why are you letting CT go to bed?
Because, what do you mean? Why? What are you, her slave master? What is this?
Well, she's talking shit about me.
Oh, okay. I mean, you are stealing her arguments, so.
Oh my God, I'm not stealing anybody's argument.
Michael Pencock. I said Pencock. Michael Pennock.
I
Sorry,
know.
it's 3 o'clock. I can my eyes are like blurry. Everything's blurry. Michael Pennock for $10 says, "Love your content. Just some support. Thank you very much, Michael."
Thank you. Yes.
We
do try to go
10 free units of free will.
We do try to go above and beyond the Call of Duty when it comes to content. Yeah. Yes. New and original takes here. Not straight
Savage
from Google.
Sharp Shooter 93 for $5 says, "All right, you guys have been going 9 hours." Oh, this was a whole super chat. You're cutting into my flirt. You're cutting into my flirting time at some point. Where's Adam's skimpy red shorts?
What? Why flirting with me? God, you guys are terrible.
CT says she'll stay up forever if it means she gets to talk shit about Adam.
I've discovered something.
Nice. What did you discover?
I wonder if all of these people who are simping me just have male names, male screen names.
Like John Smith?
And really have a secret.
Mm-hmm.
Could it be?
They're all John Smiths?
Could it be?
I don't think it is B. I don't think it do be, but I think you can think it be if it makes you feel better.
Oh, it does make me feel better.
What a homophobe. Adam is such a homophobe.
I feel better.
God.
I'm not a homophobe. Jeez.
Accept the love. Okay?
I do. It's endearing. and just a little annoying, but still endearing.
Literature Devil for $2 says you should identify as immortal. True. Then when you die, you can call death out for being a transphobe.
Yes. Or when the doctor tells you you're dying, just call him a transphobe.
That's right. How dare.
Try to get him fired.
Doesn't that doctor know I identify as immortal? Jeez.
Yeah.
Mr. J for $10 says just paying my respects to the team that reigns supreme.
There we go.
S-Class.
Awesome.
Oh,
what?
Ooh, Mr. J snuck it right in. Oh my God, so dirty, so brutal.
After streaming for 11 hours for you bastards.
Got him.
Oh my God.
Got him. So delicious. Metalworks 41,190 for $5 says good night PDA Sich ass and Adam Soybrand LOL.
Yeah.
Thank you.
God, I think I have some nice sweet cold soy milk in the fridge too.
Andrew Clark for $2 says Adam is immortal but still ages. Sentient bones. Yes, that would be a problem.
Ooh, ouch. Yeah, that would be painful.
Contrast for $2 Aussie bucks says he vibrates so hard. He vibrates so hard that MMT becomes factual.
Oh yeah. Now I do like the Flash.
Kelson Glaski for $2 Canadian says luck is the best superpower.
Oh hell yeah.
You know, if you had to choose a superpower that would have, then you have to deal with whatever the like scientific ramifications of your superpower would be. Luck would probably be the best superpower to have.
Because there'd be no scientific ramifications.
Well, yeah. What would be the negative negative ramifications of being super lucky?
I don't know. Yeah.
I don't think there would be any.
Theoretically, none.
Theoretically, yeah.
I've always been super lucky, just so you know.
Yeah,
luck
me too.
Has always been, I've always been good with luck. Lots
The
of luck.
Ed Boy for $5 says, oh, dang, I missed the entire stream dying of the flu. Oh, nothing for. Sorry, Ed Boy. Oh, well, here's my $5 for free will. Well, you get 5 free units of free Ed Boy. Also, they said A-Team reigns supreme.
Yeah. I hope you, and thank you for the A-Team reign supreme. but also get well soon. I hope you,
Yes, get well.
Stay healthy. The flu sucks.
The Expert Layman for $10 says choose. Oh my God.
The Expert Layman. I like that.
Says choose one erection-based power.
Okay.
Flight, but you fall if you lose your erection, or turn your body invisible, but become visible if you gain an erection.
Oh man. What's the point of being invisible if you can't gain an erection?
I know. I was going to say that kind of defeats the whole point.
I know.
Obviously, that's the one you'd choose. Having to maintain an erection to fly would be terrible.
Well, it depends. What if you flew over like a nude beach or something? That'd be easy. You'd be
Try to fly cross country. You're popping your Viagra's.
Oh my God.
You land. You're like, oh.
I just need some more Cialis. I'm almost to New York.
God. Yeah. Yep. Trevor Nickel for $2 says Fire Punch manga paints immortality as a curse. Yeah, most fiction paints immortality as always ending up to being terrible.
Yeah. Of course they have to.
Is there any story where a character is immortal and like, this is awesome?
Jesus?
Jesus isn't immortal in terms of being physically immortal.
Whoa.
In terms of being physically
immortal.
Okay.
Whoa. Not true. Not true. Jesus is immortal and physically immortal. Jesus.
There you go.
Hey, don't you remember the rock was rolled away and Jesus' body was gone?
That's right.
That's
because he was resurrected.
His physical body
is being resurrected the same as being immortal. I feel like that's different.
Yeah. Well, you don't get resurrected. Like being resurrected is how you become immortal.
Well, no, because I would think if you're immortal, like you're not harmed, or your just body just heals itself from any damage.
Yeah.
You're not resurrected. You don't die and then come
That's
back.
Jesus. That's the whole Jesus story.
Okay, gotcha.
You sound skeptical.
I am a little skeptical.
Who's the Jewish Jesus? Oh wait, it's Jesus.
It's Jesus. Well, actually, it's Joshua. Okay, let's be clear.
Okay.
Savage Sharpshooter 93 for $5 says, according to Adam, the parents of these teens don't give a damn about their children's concerns and don't take them into account when voting.
They do. They just like. Do you understand how voting works? You got to have like numbers, a constituency, a
most
majority.
people that vote probably have kids, Adam. So your argument is stupid and invalid.
Not really, because they would double their voting capacity.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter if most people that vote already have kids.
What do you mean?
No, who's voting against the kids in these elections?
You probably. Good. Painfully uncool.
That's true.
Votes,
That's
I'm
true.
Sure.
That's true.
Sure, none of these kids voted for Biden. Why would they do that? Oh, they're listening to Vosh. That's why. Never mind.
Melicor for $10 says, nice stream, guys. Cheers. Thank you, Melicor. T, oh my God, I can't even read this fucking name. T something for 5 Canadian says, wow, 10 plus hours. So my super small contribution for you guys. Thoughts on Idiocracy, Machete Kills, and the RoboCop original version movies. Idiocracy is amazing.
Yeah, 10 out of 5
movie.
stars. Yeah.
Yes, 10 out of 5 stars. President Camacho says 10 out of 5 stars.
Yeah.
It's got electrolytes, Adam. It's what plants crave.
Yeah, totally.
It's what plants
Got to
crave.
get those electrolytes.
I love that movie. Do you even know what an electrolyte is? Yeah, it's what plants crave.
Yeah, dumbass.
Idiocracy is such a good movie. Oh my God.
That's amazing.
I don't think that movie ever was in theaters. Didn't it go straight to video?
Really? Oh man, that's sad.
There was because there's some like weird production story where because Idiocracy is made by Judd Hill, the King of the Hill, Beavis and Butthead guy. Mike Judd. Sorry, I just totally Mike Judd, the Beavis and Butthead guy.
Yes.
And I think the company that produced it, I know Fox produced it or something. They thought it was too insulting to their audience.
Oh my God.
So that's why it never went out in theaters. It just went straight to like DVD or something.
The first time I saw Idiocracy, I thought it was a documentary. It's amazing. The RoboCop, the original, is also amazing, but I don't think I've seen the other one. But
I haven't seen the Machete movies. No.
Since those are such good picks, I might have to see this.
Those are the Trejo movies.
Oh, really? Machete.
Yeah.
Machete.
Yeah, I never saw those.
I think I might have saw part of one.
Yeah, RoboCop's good. The first, I never saw the remake. The original RoboCop was good. Free dirtbag. Sea Trouble for $5 says, what are you boys still doing up? I was going to download and watch this at work. Trying to beat Mahler. Can't beat Mahler.
What?
He had a 30-hour stream. I was on that 30-hour stream.
What? Mahler did a 30-hour stream.
It was supposed to be 24-hour, and it just became a 30-hour stream. So
what was the impetus behind their 24-hour stream?
I think it was their 100th stream or something.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Something like that.
We didn't do that for our 100th stream.
Plo to plea for $2 says, this message serves to extend the stream by 10 seconds. Thank you. That's true.
Sweet.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Boop, boop, a-doop.
Hummer Eduardo Rodriguez Medrano for $5 says, it's nice to listen to you guys live. I work the graveyard shift now. Oh, cool.
Sweet.
They also said
A-Team reigns supreme.
Hurts.
A-Team is best team.
It hurts, Hummer.
A-Team is best team.
Ouch. BC Tyler for $3 says, I worked graveyard shifts, so I listened to your streams after the fact. Though the week throughout the week and then stay up late to super chat the week after. But I usually forget what what offended my libertarian sensibilities so long ago. So just free will today, please.
Oh my god, that's awesome.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I agree. I'm too mean to libertarians. I need to be nice to libertarians.
Yeah.
I have to love our libertarian brothers.
Let him cut the arm off, Sich.
That's
Don't be
right.
such a hard ass. Jeez.
Okay, I
God
draw the
damn
line
it.
at cutting the arm off. Okay.
No. Just let him do it. Stop being such a stick in the mud.
That being such a square, Sich, let them cut their own arm off.
God. Which is worse? Which is
Good.
more dangerous? Cutting your arm off or voting? Tell me, what's the risk profile for that?
Anon number 352.
I mean, hold on. If you cut off your arm, it's hard for me to say which you'd regret more, voting for Biden or cutting off your arm.
I think you'd regret more cutting your fucking arm off than voting for anyone
I
ever.
don't know. But Biden's getting pretty woke here.
Oh my god.
Biden is getting pretty woke.
Anon number 352 for $5 says, looking at both APAs, psychiatric doesn't seem to be clear cut and seems to have physical and mental gender as two separate things, from which I can gather on a quick search. Well, the psychological is gender is a social contract definition, kind of wild. Yes. Yeah, we talked about that later. But yeah, it is wild that they have two completely different definitions.
And it's crazy.
Yep.
Like, how do you have two supposedly, organizations that's
About mental health,
mental health, and also they're supposed to be scientifically based, right?
Well, I mean, look,
geez.
obviously there's some rivalry because the assholes decide to name themselves after each other. So someone there is an asshole.
God.
Like, how confusing is that? They could have so easily been
APA,
the AAP or the PAA or something. They could have very easily not been the same.
They're like the APA 1 and APA 2. It's like the Democrats and Republicans. They just fucking hate each other.
Yeah, I know. It's terrible.
Ugh.
BC Tyler for another $3 says, I just noticed that because of my forgetfulness, I've fallen off the list of top 10 monthly donators. So to get ahead, here's a down payment on my free will for next week. Oh, thank you, BC Tyler.
Sweet.
Thank you.
That's the thing on the StreamYards, right?
Yes. I didn't even know it kept track of that.
Yeah, we should do StreamYards when we stream on my channel too, because
we should
all going to the same place.
Genos Kuhn for $1 says, hello guys. Shipping being so high for Europe, I decided to get Supervillains Anonymous on Kindle. Is the author listed on Amazon just Adam's trap me?
That's the wrong Supervillains Anonymous.
There you go.
But anyway, let us know if it's any good. I'm curious about it.
There's another Supervillains Anonymous?
Yeah, you didn't know that?
No.
Oh yeah.
Someone stole our title.
Some YA novel or something.
Oh my god. Awful.
No worries.
Milkman Dan for $3.82 says, soy class hard pass, A team full cream. There you go. Disgusting. Ew.
That was great. That was good. I like that.
Flamenco TV for $2 says, if anyone wants an extremely mean-spirited laugh, watch Lindsay Ellis's 2019 XO Fest speech. Did a stream on it last night and almost died laughing.
Oh my god.
That's right. We streamed it at the time, or maybe it was I don't know if it was in 2019, but we streamed it many streams ago, and it was quite hilarious. I bet now it's quite hilarious in retrospect. Jonathan Stoffel for $3 says, what really gets my back hole garment in a bunch is that typically when the third person's pronouns is used in a conversation, you're not speaking to the referenced person. This is an A-B conversation. You can XZ your way out of it. There you go. Nice.
Sweet.
Vosh Tokyo Grift
Oh my god.
For $3 says, what is your antidote to existential dread? Ooh.
Antidote to existential dread.
That's a good question.
Yeah. Is there an antidote to existential dread? I don't know. I mean, I feel it from time to time, but thankfully I don't have a lot of like dark thoughts.
Yeah. I don't know. Video games, sex, food, distraction.
Food, distraction. Don't think about
mushrooms.
it.
I don't know.
Oh no. So mushrooms can sometimes make
Mushrooms
it
can cause
worse.
existential dread. I know.
Yeah, I think human interaction is a good thing.
Human interaction is a good one.
Yeah.
That's true. That's a good point. Human interaction
You can feel
is
dark
the
when
number
you're
one way
alone.
to combat existential dread. Positive human
Yeah.
interaction. Yep.
Yeah. Get yourself some friends. Like Jordan Peterson says, get a job, find yourself some friends, get a
Getting your
stable
anxiety
relationship.
disorder treated.
Yeah. Find some stability in your life. Oh my god.
Adam's tail. Hey, look, it's your tail. Adam's tail.
Oh my
for $1.
god.
Says, now we know why Adam doesn't like Disney musicals. Sings, I want to know, can you show me? I want to know about the strangers like me. Tell me more. Please show me something familiar about the strangers like me. Is that a Jungle Book song?
Maybe. I'm not a Jungle Book listener, so.
That's a Oh no, it's a Tarzan song. There you go.
Lindsay Ellis is not back on Twitter yet.
There you go. What'd you say?
Lindsay Ellis is not back on Twitter.
Shocking.
Yet. Yeah.
Francis Board Coppola for $1 says, gender is not determined by social or biological means. It's determined by whether you poop or shit. There is no alternative. And no, I will not be accepting nor acknowledging any criticism. There you go.
Okay, good.
I agree
like
with that.
Who needs
poop
criticism?
or shit. Yeah, I like it.
What's the difference? No, never mind. I don't want to.
I was going to say, if you have to ask, you'll never know.
Good.
Adam's Tale for $2 says, maybe you can't socialize to be the opposite gender, but you can socialize to become trans. Fashion tastes are almost exclusively a function of exposure to stimulus. This has been studied in music.
Really?
There you go.
Fashion taste aligned with exposure to music.
Cotro for $5 says, lost power can't cook, but can donate. That's weird.
On the
sucks.
phone.
God, losing power is the worst. I want to ask both of you what good books to read about political conflict. I'm a writer and wish to write interesting conflicts. I'll join a team if Adam yelled why nations failed before Sich finished reading. Oh, well, he didn't. So sorry.
So the book, The Righteous Mind is the one that I usually recommend as like the starter for that.
Mm-hmm.
For your journey on understanding politics and being a better writer. Yes. Yeah.
If you're looking to write interesting fictional political conflicts, I'd recommend the Bean series by Orson Scott Card. Was all the sequel series to Ender's Game was all about political world global domination conflicts.
Is that fiction?
It's fiction.
Okay. Yeah, you've read a lot more fiction than me.
And nonfiction, well, supposedly nonfiction, which could also be interesting to writing about political conflicts, I would recommend Tales of an Economic Hitman.
Oh.
Which is all about a guy who claims that he secretly worked for the government in order to indebt third world countries to United States.
Yeah.
So that they would do the United States bidding in order for loan forgiveness.
That was the Weather Underground guys, right?
That was not the Weather Underground guys.
Oh. Tales of an Economic Hitman. I know I've seen the documentary of that.
Right. Weather Underground guys was a terrorist group, wasn't it? An American?
Economic Hitman. Tales. Oh, look, I spelled tails incorrectly. It must have the other tail on my mind.
There you go. He's got a lot of tails. Anyway, no one for $1 says, how dare you shame me for my snake? My snake furry dreams, Sich. I'm sorry, Snow. I didn't realize you were scaly. Hey, look, I'm not. Look.
Are you snake?
We talked
furry?
about this. Okay. We
Or
all
did
know
you?
that the best monster girl is the Lamia. All right. We've all talked about this. Snake girl is best monster girl.
Lamea, huh?
What's the best monster girl, Adam?
Lamea.
Lamia.
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 Monster girl.
What's your best monster girl, Adam?
My best monster girl? I don't know.
Yes.
You seem pretty hip to this Lamea.
We talked about this on stream a while ago. I forget what your
Oh
choice was.
my
Maybe someone will
God.
remember.
She's stacked.
Of course.
Of course, because it's okay. So did the snake eat her, or is in the middle of eating her?
No, she is a snake girl.
She is a snake. Okay.
Yes.
Gotcha. Monster girl. That's your monster girl, the Lamea?
What's your favorite monster girl, Adam?
Well, what do I have to choose from?
You got the
only
snake.
I only see the snake one.
You got cat girls. That's like a classic.
Cat girls. Oh yeah.
You
Those
got
are cute.
fox girls.
Oh, fox girls. I like foxy girls.
Fox girls are pretty good. You got spider girls.
Oh, are there mantis girls?
I would imagine.
Oh my god.
Find some man. Oh, I found one.
Oh, did you?
I found multiple ones. Type in monster girl mantid, and you'll find them, Adam. You'll find them.
Monster girl.
Now, to me, this
mantid.
is not appealing, even remotely appealing. But maybe you're a weirdo, so I don't know.
Oh my god. Those are awful.
Yeah, well, I told you mantids are creepy. Trust me.
Terrible.
Yeah.
Nah, not going for the mantid girl. Sorry. Sorry, mantid girl. God, oh my god. People draw pornography of anything.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
This is so wrong. All right, I'm not picking a monster girl.
There's horse girls. Do you want a horse girl?
No, I'm
Like
disgusted.
a centaur girl?
I'm disgusted by the whole monster.
How about an
girl thing.
ogre girl?
I'm married, okay?
You gotta ask your wife what her favorite monster girl is.
Okay, I'll ask her later.
So you drew you have the coloring book.
Yeah. Oh
Monster
yeah.
girl.
I can see which one she drew, which one she colored
Ask
in
her
first.
which one is her favorite one.
Okay, I'll do that.
Okay. And then when she
I'll
tells
check
you,
into that.
you have to say, well, that's your favorite one sexually too. You have to spring it on her, right?
What? What's going on here? This is weird. Oh, look,
Harker
we both
Hayes.
find-
Hey, Harker. You're not supposed to give me money.
Yeah,
Told you not
what's
to give
up,
me any money,
Harker?
How dare you? Harker for $5 says, Happy Pesach, gentlemen. Gotta make sure Sitchums is celebrating all the Jewish holidays whenever possible. It's funny. We had a conversation with Harker's like, oh, what are you doing for Passover? And I was like, it's Passover?
Mm-hmm.
Adam, I hope you'll join us for Godzilla. Godzilla Can Kong. Oh, Godzilla versus Kong.
Yeah.
When the time comes.
I might do that. Yeah.
There you go. Speaking of
I like me
teams,
some-
Team Kong or Team Godzilla, where do you stand?
Kong all the way.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm like Team
He's a-
Godzilla.
Really? Oh my god.
He's so much cooler.
Nah, Kong's the best.
Kong's just this big monkey.
Kong.
Godzilla's
is,
like a crazy lizard monster. He looks awesome.
Kong is a king. Come on.
He's a stupid monkey. He's just a
No.
giant gorilla.
Oh my god.
He's
I
so
can't
so
believe you.
unoriginal, so boring.
Kong is smart.
I don't care. He's not as
And-
cool.
Nah.
He is not as cool, Adam. Godzilla is way cooler than King Kong. Okay?
Wrong.
True.
Kong likes the ladies, okay? What's Godzilla do?
Okay, that is true. That is
He's
true.
not-
King Kong does
Godzilla's-
like the ladies. That is true.
Godzilla's like doesn't even know there are other living things around him.
Well, that's okay. Well, there you go. King Kong is a simp. He's a simp for the ladies. Godzilla is what was it? What was
Simp?
it?
Simp? I don't know if he's simping.
He's simping for the ladies. He totally is.
Nah.
What is it? What was it? We talked about this. There was
Oh
like
my God.
you're not an alpha or a beta, you're like a sigma or something. You remember this?
What? Oh my goodness.
Do you not remember this? What
Sigma?
is a sigma? Was that a sigma male? Yeah. See, there you go. There you go. King Kong might be an alpha, but Godzilla, he's a sigma. Okay.
What? I love that people have already figured this out.
Yeah. Godzilla all the way. Mm-mm-mm.
Oh my God.
Mm-mm-mm. Sigma male. That's right. Booyah. Yeah, what about Mothra? Doesn't Godzilla bang Mothra?
What? Really? That happens?
I don't fucking
Maybe in
know.
a porno somewhere.
I don't know anything about Godzilla or King Kong. I don't care about kaijus at all.
I found a monster girl that Jordan Peterson would like.
Which one's that?
I think it's like a lobster.
Oh.
Monster. I think it's like a lobster monster
Lobster
girl.
monster girl. That's funny. I like that he's still, you hear that? He's like, this is gross. And then he's still looking through them. He still wants to see how
This is like
the monster girls.
Maximus crustaceanist.
Oh, that one looks terrifying. I don't like that. Oh,
I know.
my God.
Oh yeah.
That's
Just
like
imagine that grabbing onto your
that's
dog.
like something you kill in Dark Souls. That's not something you bang. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's terrible.
Ugh. Can't believe I brought it up. Delete.
I know. Get that out of here.
No more
Mermaids
free
count
will
as
for
monster
me.
girls, technically.
I guess you're right. Yeah.
Harker Hayes for another $3. Fucking stop giving me
What?
money, Harker. God, fuck.
Harker
Says
needs
5
to
more
chill.
hours. Y'all want some DoorDash? We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it almost to 4.
We've already made it.
No, I
Oh,
mean
I guess
we're almost gonna make it to 4 a.m. for me.
we're gonna make it to 12 hours.
Utter nonsense for $3 says I'm a bio major doing homework while listening to the stream and has me absolutely triggered.
Oh my God, I know. Ultimate triggering.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious.
I want to see all of their biology grades. I want to see every single
Yes.
one of these people's biology grades. F,
Desert-
F minus,
F,
D
F, F.
minus, F, F.
Desert Runner for $5 says, my lord, y'all still going. Long stream is best stream. A team is lame team. And S class is best class.
Oh, Desert Runner, you stabbed me in the heart.
Thank you, Desert Runner. Thank you.
Terrible.
Utter nonsense for $3 says Asians are excluded from people of color reparations in Oakland because they are because of the structured racist powers, but they are victims too. Oh, but they are also the victims of that. Next will come for people of shadow. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it's terrible what they're doing.
It is
I hate
terrible.
that.
Asians are simultaneously excluded from the POC reparations in Oakland, but also they are victims of structured white racist oppression.
Can they
Doesn't
do that?
make any sense.
I mean, there was a thing on the ballot in California to make, to strip us of the equal protection clause for minorities.
I know, it's insane.
But so I'm wondering if they can actually do what they're doing, and it's like it seems like it's illegal. Like someone will probably sue them.
Well, it depends. I don't really understand it because it says privately funded, but it seems like it has some government affiliation. I don't understand how it has a government affiliation. And if it did, I would imagine that would make it illegal.
Yes, totally illegal.
If it was just a private group doing it, they could do whatever they want, I guess.
Crazy.
Dank Hodor for $1 says, holy damn, you're still going. Awesome. That's right. You're still going, Dank.
You know, we get a lot of super chats of people just amazed that we're still going.
I know.
Yeah. I mean, theoretically, we're still going. I'm running on fumes.
Sea Trouble for $5 says, Adam, go get the soy milk. Yeah, go get
Do
it.
you want
Adam.
me to?
Go get
Should I
it.
go get the soy milk?
No, you shouldn't get it.
Okay.
Bilbonius Bag of Donuts for $5 says, "Hi guys, new fan. Love the cast, but I could have gone my whole life without knowing who Vosh is. So downside."
Hilarious.
S class is best class. Now give me the free will. There you go, Bilbonius. You get 5 free bags. That's right. 5 free bags of donut-shaped free will. Thank you, Bilbonius.
I love donut-shaped free will.
It's the best.
The best class.
Best class. Savage Shooter 93 for another $5. Thank you, Savage. Giving a lot of money today. The longer y'all go, the more I want to subscribe to Vosh and Philosophy Tube out of spite to go to bed.
Oh, okay. That's how you want to play it.
There you go.
Look up moral philosophy on YouTube sometime and see what the first video that comes up is. You'll be very disappointed.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Moral philosophy.
It's terrible.
Oh, my God.
I know. Awful.
That is terrible. It's a Philosophy Tube video, guys.
It is. Yeah, and it's on Immanuel Kant. It's one that was completely debunked by some actual philosophy professor.
Right.
Yeah. How you think that's good for society? Oh, let me learn about moral philosophy.
Terrible.
Yeah.
What is the best month of weather in Florida, Sich?
August.
Oh, you fuck no. Anything that's fall is like the worst. I don't know. December, January is usually pretty good.
Look at that.
December, January. Yeah, I'd say that. December, January. Yeah.
December, January. Really? Wow.
Well, it only gets like 60 degrees cold here. So it'll get cold. It just becomes cool and nice.
Oh, my God. I'm sorry. The super chats are funny.
The Ed Boy for $2 says Godzilla gets a psychic girlfriend in one of the movies.
Yeah.
There you go. Being a Sigma male pays off.
I remember that movie.
There you go. Miki Segusa is a psychic character from Heisei's Godzilla series. She uses her power to communicate with, in some instances, attempts to control Godzilla. She's the most frequent recurring human character in the Godzilla franchise. There you go. Godzilla's got a psychic human girlfriend.
Yeah.
Amazing.
That's so he can have sex with her without killing her. Right?
Yeah, we're still streaming. Still talking about Godzilla.
Yeah.
Savage Sharpshooter 93 for $5 says, that awful Kong vs. Godzilla take is making me want to lean towards 18 now. Careful, Sich.
Oh my God. Yeah,
That's
exactly.
funny. I like that we both had opposite, because we both sided with the same people. It'd be boring, right?
That's generally, we disagree a lot. Yeah. It's great. Yeah, it's
great.
awesome. Yeah. But we're not disagreeing like superficially like some people do. Which really sucks.
We have deep arguments about the Godzilla versus King Kong debate.
Fuck yeah.
You thought about this a lot.
Totally.
Hummer Eduardo Rodriguez Medrano for $5 says, sorry, Adam, but Kong is just a monkey simp, while Godzilla is a living nuclear reactor with atomic breath. There you go.
Yeah. You've obviously never dated anyone with atomic breath before.
Yeah, because he's not a simp.
It's awful.
Godzilla's MGTOW, okay? He's going his LigTOW.
Oh my God.
Okay, Godzilla is LigTOW, right? He knows what's up.
I can't believe they don't let you type simp into the chat.
That's
What?
insane. I know.
Simp? We can't even say the
Can't
word
type in
simp?
Yep.
Oh man, that's evil.
Bighorn for 499 says, I have to support King Kong because he's the underdog.
Hell yeah.
Is he?
Hell
I
yeah.
guess that's true. Yeah, he is the underdog.
The other one doesn't even have a human face. What are you doing, Sich?
Gorillas don't have human faces. They have gorilla faces.
But it's like a human face. It is. It's far closer to a human face than Godzilla.
Yeah, well, I'm not.
I mean, you're giving me
egotistical.
you're
Okay,
giving me a hard
Godzilla
time
is cooler.
You're giving me a hard time for collecting bugs
Godzilla is so much cooler.
here. You got the ultimate bug take here.
He's so much cooler. Look at him. He's like a giant dinosaur. He's a dinosaur that shoots lasers at him. How would you wait a minute? How is Mr. Lasers choosing the guy who doesn't shoot the lasers?
All that laser stuff is like just trying to spice him up.
Oh,
It's-
okay.
it's
See,
like
I
it's
think I've convinced you that you're wrong, but now you can't admit it.
No.
You have to side with the
No.
laser guy.
No.
That's
no.
your whole thing. Is lasers.
No, I'm not. No. Not lasers tacked on coming out of people's butts and mouths and
Look
stuff.
at his mouth. Doesn't come out of his butt.
Yeah, sure.
Godzilla has lasers.
You've never seen Godzilla in the cat box. You don't
even know
know
what that
what
means.
it's like. He shoots lasers out of his butt.
Oh. Godzilla's superior. He's a
It
cool
makes
dinosaur.
absolute- First of all, the thing
We can do
wait.
wait. We can do the virgin Chad meme right here, okay? King Kong is the virgin. He's simping for a
No.
lady. He's just a
No,
gorilla.
No.
Okay. He has
This
a
is-
sad
it's- okay.
a sad beta boy face. Okay. Godzilla, obviously the Chad. Okay. Doesn't care about women. Shoots lasers. Has
the
nuclear
la-
power on the
First of
inside.
all-
Is a
first of all,
dinosaur.
He's not a dinosaur, and the
Yes, he
laser
is.
thing is tacked on. It offends my laser sensibilities. It's like he has what, he throws up lasers? It doesn't make any sense.
He's like a dragon. What are you talking about?
It's completely ridiculous.
He's a dragon, but with lasers instead of fire. It's
Dragons
amazing.
breathe fire.
Yeah, he breathes lasers.
That doesn't make any sense.
It makes. What do you mean? It's so cool. What are you talking about?
It's not cool, no.
That's the coolest thing ever. He's like, I'm not gonna breathe fire. I'm gonna breathe
Wrong.
lasers.
Yeah, some producer dreamed that. Some Hollywood producer dreamed that up.
You mean some Japanese producer, you bigot.
He seems a little, a little plain.
Also, okay,
Can he breathe lasers?
Godzilla takes out giant monsters constantly. He's
Yeah.
a scrapper. He's a brawler. He's a badass. He's always fighting these giant monsters and beating their asses.
Yeah.
What's Godzilla doing? Nothing.
You mean what is Kong doing?
I'm sorry. What is Kong doing?
Yeah.
Nothing.
What is Godzilla? I agree. What is Godzilla?
Godzilla's
doing?
fighting
Nothing.
giant monsters, kicking their ass.
Nothing.
Okay, King Kong, he's just sitting around on a fucking island doing nothing.
Lasers are tacked
He's just
on.
simping. He's sitting
Tacked
around on an
on
island being
lasers.
worshipped by natives. Okay,
He's
doing
kicking.
jack.
He's kicking Godzilla's ass.
Godzilla is anti-fragile. King Kong is, he's a commie. He's had everything provided for him by the natives.
Nah.
Mm-hmm.
I sympathize with Kong. Godzilla, no sympathy there. Sorry.
Sea Trouble for $5 says Godzilla is part of Asian hate crime.
Yeah, exactly. King
I guess I should be more sympathetic, right?
Kong supported the BLM protest.
Kong supported the BLM protest. That's
wrong. Yeah, that's super offensive. Wrong.
Chris Gard, Mordecai official. Hey, Mordecai, for $20, says, "How are you still streaming? Go to bed."
Everyone wants us to stop streaming.
I know. Someone has a good question. How much cooler would King Kong be if he shot lasers?
Just think. How much cooler would King Kong be if he shot lasers? Well, it would obviously, if he shot lasers from his eyes, that would make sense.
Oh, it's only from the eyes that
Right.
it makes sense, huh? For some
if, like-
reason, the science of shooting lasers, they have to originate from the eyes, of course.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, that makes sense.
If he pees lasers, everyone's
Right.
going to be like, what the fuck? I don't even understand this.
As CT says, Godzilla is also literally titled the King of Monsters. Okay, so there you go.
Really?
He took out Gyrodar. Ghidorah. That's right. That's right.
Just imagine having to go another 12 hours from now. Oh my God.
I know, wouldn't it be awful?
What were we thinking?
I don't know. That's what
Oh,
you were
that's
the one pushing
crazy.
this, not me.
No, I'm so glad we didn't make that.
Adam
Yeah.
feels Godzilla's appropriating his laser culture. True.
Godzilla is appropriating
True.
laser culture. I do agree there. And it's tacked on in uncool ways. It is. It's totally. Listen,
I guess.
you're vomiting lasers, okay? It looks more like you're sick than that you're having like
Remember when the dragon flies down and breathes fire? We're like, that's so cool. And Adam's like, no, it's gross. He's like vomiting fire. He's sick. Stupid.
I don't know why it's cooler in the dragon, but it's decidedly cooler. It is. It seems far more controlled. It's almost like they're spitting lasers. Godzilla looks like he's vomiting. It looks like he's about to laser up a hairball.
Oh my God.
It's not cool.
Savage Sharpshooter 93 for $5 says, Sich, King Kong is a giant gorilla, so unoriginal. Also, Sich, giant dino dragon, so much cooler.
Yeah, exactly. Listen to Savage Sharpshooter.
It's true. It's true. It's so true.
Uncool, yeah.
There you go.
You're pulling a Vosh here. You're like it, or it's very complicated, but not complicated at all.
That's right.
It's nuanced.
CT sent
it's
us
simple.
CT sent us some badass clip of like Godzilla's fighting this 3-headed dragon, and he's like on fire, and he was shooting like fire waves, and he's so badass and cool, and there's electricity flying out of him, and he's like nuking him, and he's it's so amazing.
I saw that clip.
Yeah,
I liked it.
Yeah, I mean, King Kong doesn't stand a chance.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah, sweet.
Oh my God, this whole city's like destroyed. How did anyone survive this?
Yeah, exactly. How did anyone survive?
That's the girl from the Stranger Things. She's in that movie?
Stranger Things, what?
She's in the Godzilla movie.
Is this the Godzilla King Kong movie's coming out, right?
Yeah, this is the first one. Godzilla King of Monsters.
That's coming out now, 2021, right?
No, Godzilla King of Monsters came out. The
yeah.
Godzilla King Kong one is coming out.
Right, yeah.
Right.
Godzilla King of Monsters, I did see. It was ridiculous.
I never saw it.
But I loved the special effects and stuff. It looked cool. Looked great. Totally dumb story though.
Yeah.
Yeah. You expect that.
I imagine. That's what people said. They said it's just a really cool kaiju monster fight. With like
Why can't they make it? Why can't Godzilla just be the protagonist? Why do they gotta have all the stupid humans running around and stuff? Just have like page 1. Godzilla's looking for a girlfriend. Like,
I feel like that's Adam's go-to plot line for every story.
Hell yeah.
Looking for a girlfriend.
People can relate to that. Godzilla, he's this huge monster.
Godzilla, giant monster. It's hard to get ladies because he's got atomic fire breath,
Yeah. Chicks don't
Girls are
like
like,
that.
get a breath, man, Godzilla.
I know, exactly. He's got to like, he's got to find the Altoids factory to like get a breath mint big enough to cure his problem.
Savage Sharpshooter 93 for $5. $5 says that's it. I've heard enough blasphemy. Much like Kong, A-Team reigns supreme. There it goes.
At least until next week.
At least until next week.
Obviously.
There you go. There you go. Sharpshooter, big King Kong fan, apparently.
Hell yeah, Kong's the greatest. I don't know what you're thinking. Did you see the first Kong remake?
No.
Oh, really?
No, of course not. I didn't even see the Godzilla one. Why would I watch the King Kong one?
Yeah.
Did you see it?
Yeah.
Was it good?
All those movies. Hell yeah, it's great.
Wasn't The Rock in it or something?
Oh no, that's not the one I was thinking of. Who's the guy that directed the Lord of the Rings movie? He's the one that did
Peter Jackson.
Peter Jackson.
No, that's an old. That's not the new one.
Yeah.
That's old. I saw that one.
I said it was the first remake. The first.
Oh, I thought you
like,
meant
big
Skull
budget
Island.
Kong remake.
Right.
The one with Peter Jackson was the first big Kong.
That one was
remake.
stupid.
Oh, you didn't like it?
Well, I did like the part where Godzilla like punched a T-Rex. That was
Yeah,
kinda
that was
cool.
badass.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't
Yeah.
care enough about it beyond that. But...
Yeah, it was okay. It was pretty good.
Wait a
Peter
minute.
Jackson.
How don't they gonna have to make King Kong like massively giant, like way bigger to fight Godzilla?
Yeah, they don't care. They'll retcon whatever. He's bulking up right now. He's at the gym. Got to get big for this movie.
How tall was King Kong? You know the answer to that question?
4 feet tall.
That's right. How'd you knew you did know the answer to that question.
Midget, yeah.
Yeah. You've seen Stuntman.
No. That's a movie?
Yeah, there's like that's like a line that keeps saying, how tall was King Kong?
4 feet tall.
3'6", close enough.
Oh yeah.
Dr. Crow's Carnival of the Disillusioned for $2.99 says Godzilla got a whole crew. King ain't got no homies.
Yeah, he's a loner, a rebel. Just like Pee-wee. Love it.
Dank Hodor for $1 says, is Wormy sleeping?
He is.
Oh.
Sleeping sweetly right next to me.
Can you see him in the frame? I don't see him.
I can't. No, he's on the side over here. curled up
Adorable.
in the corner. Yeah.
Adorable. So it's 4 o'clock. It's 4 a.m.
We made it 12 hours, didn't we? Oh, no, wait.
No.
5
We're
more
like
minutes.
5 minutes away.
Are we going to make that? Are we going to click over the 12
Should
hour
we just
mark?
go? Should we?